Anyone who has played a villain knows that when facing the protagonist of destiny, you have to proceed with extreme caution, yet right from the start, you tore open the void and shoved a max-level Imperial weapon right in his face. "Find him," you said. Your icy voice thundered like divine lightning over the mystic realm's lineage just as you clenched your fist and forcibly stripped him of his cosmic fortune, ding. Plundered the nature tree artifact, obtained 5 destiny chests. Blinding golden data flooded your screen like a waterfall. That so-called immortal and indestructible chosen one, who had just reassembled his shattered bones thanks to a cheat, was instantly crushed into a blood mist by a single finger of yours from across the void. His health bar is pretty thick, huh? You casually summoned the Imperial weapon Genesis Sigil, gazing at him as if he were a lush green bunch of chives. Killing him would be too easy. You intended to treat this chosen one like an ATM, draining his last remaining trump cards bit by bit in full view of the entire world. Mind-S Repository. Bamboo Realm, Azure Sword Guild. A massive green mountain floated above layer upon layer of mountain ranges, shrouded in mist and bathed in rising rosy light. A young man dressed in white, handsome and possessing a reserved, scholarly demeanor, stood with his hands behind his back on a steep cliff peak, looking as if he'd stepped straight out of a divine realm. Chua's expression was impassive, and he said nothing, though inside he was cursing like a sailor. What the hell is going on here? He had just arrived in this world and completed the fusion of his memories with those of his previous incarnation. At first, upon discovering he'd been transported to this fantasy world born into the prestigious Chu clan and holding the status of chief senior brother of the Azure Sword Guild, he let out a long sigh of relief. His status was high, it was a perfect start. But once the memory fusion was complete, Chu nearly choked on that very breath. His status wasn't bad, that was true. The problem was, he'd inherited a massive amount of trouble. The biggest problem was a guy named Gu. 3 years ago, Gu was an outer sect disciple of the Azure Sword Guild. Although he came from only a minor noble family, his talent was extraordinary and outstanding. That year, he quickly threatened his predecessor's position and even snatched a major opportunity from him. In order to suppress Gu, his predecessor schemed to have him expelled from the Azure Sword Guild and sent assassins to hunt him down, but Gu managed to fend them all off. Later, during several expeditions into secret realms, he encountered Gu again, leading to fierce conflicts and a deep-seated grudge. Logically speaking, the original self's background, talent, and strength should have completely overwhelmed Gu in every respect. Yet, Gu was like a cockroach that just wouldn't die. He grew stronger and stronger, repeatedly escaping certain death and seizing various opportunities. Finally, through a series of fortuitous events, he left the Bamboo Realm to venture into the even more powerful Mystic Realm, where he joined a terrifyingly powerful, transcendent faction, the Gravity Guild. Time flew by, and 3 years have passed. Now, Gu not only vastly outclasses the original host in strength but also surpasses him in every other aspect. Once Gu returns from the Mystic Realm, Chu didn't even have to think hard to know what would happen. When that time comes, Gu will undoubtedly settle the score with his former archenemy. The current Gu is not only stronger than his original self, but with the Gravity Guild backing him, even a single hair falling from his body would be enough to wipe out the Azure Sword Guild. After sorting through his memories, Chu finally saw the light. This Gu was, without a doubt, destined to be the protagonist, while he was nothing more than a disposable villain. Barring any surprises, there was a high probability he'd meet his end in this situation. A cold gleam flashed in Chu's eyes as he quickly assessed the situation. He'd never expected the Azure Sword Guild to save him. Although his predecessor held a respectable position within the Azure Sword Guild and had a few powerful backers, in the face of a crisis that threatened the guild's very existence, he was nothing more than a sacrificial pawn. Sigh. His predecessor was so stupid. Chu shook his head slightly. Objectively speaking, he didn't actually think his predecessor had done anything wrong. This was a fantasy world where everything came down to resources, and the law of the jungle reigned supreme. Gu had stolen his predecessor's opportunity first. If he didn't fight back, was he supposed to greet him with a smile? But the crux of the matter was this: since they'd already become enemies, there was no reason to hold back. Judging from the memories he'd absorbed, from the very beginning, his predecessor had carried a touch of a genius's arrogance and hadn't truly taken Gu seriously, giving him several chances to turn the tables. He failed to finish him off after so many attempts early on now that it had dragged into the late game and the other guy had leveled up. If he didn't kill you, who else would he kill? If he'd been transported back 3 years, he definitely wouldn't have left Gu a single chance. Detecting that the host possesses the ultimate villain fate system, activated. A strange, icy voice suddenly rang in Chu's ears, causing his eyes to flicker slightly. He surveyed his surroundings discreetly. The atmosphere remained heavy, and he detected nothing out of the ordinary. System? Ultimate villain fate? Ultimate villain fate grants you powerful villainous destiny. You are naturally drawn to the hatred of all destined protagonists. Whenever you encounter a destined protagonist, a life or death, no holds barred struggle between you and them is inevitable. As if sensing Chua's confusion, the icy voice continued its explanation. Interesting. So I actually have the ultimate villain fate? A life or death, no holds barred battle whenever I encounter a fated protagonist. That's not exactly a good thing. Fated protagonists aren't they all just overpowered cheaters? One protagonist is headache enough. This fate actually comes with a group taunt ability. Even if I manage to escape my current predicament, there will be countless troubles ahead. Chu immediately asked the system in his mind, so what's the point of you? As a god-tier villain system, this system can unlock 999 god-tier identities for the host, allowing you to utterly crush the chosen protagonists. Would you like to claim the newbie gift pack? Unlock 999 god-tier identities? Crush the chosen protagonists? It sounds like there might still be a way to salvage this situation. Chu silently thought to himself, claim it. Ding! Newbie gift pack distributed. A random god-tier identity will be unlocked for the host. A vision appeared in Chu's eyes that only he could see. It was a golden frame over 100 inches wide, floating in the air. Inside the frame, countless pitch-black cards were neatly arranged in tight rows. A streak of crimson gold light swirled along the edge of the frame, spinning like a roulette wheel from left to right as it danced across the pitch-black cards. 5 seconds later, the golden light came to rest on one of the pitch-black cards. The card seemed to be flipped open by an invisible giant hand. A dazzling golden divine sword on the card's face caught Chu's eye, then pierced straight into the center of his forehead. Chu's body shook violently. Unsealed God-tier status Emperor stage. Congratulations, host, on reaching the Emperor stage. You have obtained the Emperor physique. You have obtained the Imperial weapon Emperor sword. You have obtained the God-tier cultivation technique, Chaos Scripture. You have obtained Emperor stage power. Instantly, a flood of rewards poured down on Chu without restraint. Within his tall, slender frame, a tremendous force suddenly surged, surging like a starry river. In this world, cultivation realms are divided into Will See, Dao Palace, Pillar Stage, Dragon Stage, Immortal Stage, Half-Master Stage, Master Stage, King Stage, Saint Stage. A terrifying power carved out an infinite divine sea within him. He instantly broke through his current Pillar Stage. Dragon Stage, Immortal Stage, Master Stage, King Stage. He climbed level by level. In the blink of an eye, he shattered countless major cultivation realms. Chu's cultivation surged instantly, elevating him to the Emperor stage. Not only that, but Chu sensed 2 new items within his mind. A golden divine sword. And a platinum scroll named the Chaos Scripture. An imperial weapon. A divine-level cultivation technique. The world's most elite and profound weapon and cultivation technique. Not only the Azure Sword Guild, but the entire Bamboo Realm and even the more powerful Mystic Realm could never possess such treasures. And this was just the tip of the iceberg. This newbie starter pack was simply too generous. Even Chu himself, faced with this earth-shattering transformation, couldn't help but be shaken to the core. Holy shit, isn't this cheat code a little too overpowered? He never imagined that simply acquiring a single new identity could bring about such terrifying changes. Wouldn't the remaining 998 divine-level identities be utterly game-breaking? Feeling the boundless power surging through his body, Chu's heart stirred slightly. With a flash, he vanished from where he stood. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in a desolate, off-limits zone tens of thousands of li away. He casually struck out with his palm. Boom! Instantly, a massive palm print was blasted into the heavens and earth. In the boundless darkness of outer space, a massive star was instantly shattered by that single strike. The entire world was stunned. The destruction of a giant star beyond the heavens instantly sent shockwaves through this realm. In every corner of the vast world, countless powerful auras surged skyward at the same moment as they gazed in shock at the celestial gate. The heavy armor star has shattered? How is that possible? It's one of the most indestructible giant stars in our bamboo realm. To shatter the heavy armor star, one would have to be at least a saint stage cultivator. Saint stage? How long has it been since a saint stage cultivator appeared in this realm? How terrifying! Such a massive commotion might even alert the upper realm. The mystic realm will surely send its most powerful factions to investigate. In the void, shadowy figures gazed at the shattered heavy armor star as if watching a grand fireworks display. Everyone was stunned, speculating wildly. Some top-tier powerhouses ventured deep into the ancient starry path, searching near the shattered heavy armor star for traces of the saint stage cultivator who had struck it down, but unfortunately, they found nothing. Chu, the instigator of it all, had already taken another step back into the Azure Sword Guild. With a casual slap of his hand, he had shattered a massive star. At such power, the corner of Chu's mouth curled slightly. He'd only used less than 10% of his strength just now. At that moment, the worry that had been weighing on his heart finally lifted. Gu is as good as dead. Chu's eyes flickered. He waved his hand, summoning the system panel. Host, Chu. Destiny, ultimate villain. Physique, Emperor Physique. Realm, Emperor Stage. Mastered Technique, Chaos Scripture. Possessions, Emperor Sword. Damn, that was thrilling. Cheating really is a whole different experience. Chu looked at his Emperor Stage status on the panel and that eye-catching Emperor Stage label and felt like he'd just logged into a game and instantly become a max-level, fully geared powerhouse. But this was only the beginning. Out of 999 god-tier identities, he'd only just unlocked one. If he unlocked all of them, forget about the chosen one. Even the Tao itself would be no match for him. After assessing his current situation, he decisively channeled his Emperor Stage cultivation and began searching for Gu's whereabouts. As a true villain, he was fully committed to the cause. He wouldn't give the chosen one a single moment to develop. If the King of Hell ordered him to die at the third watch, Chu Emperor Stage would send him on his way by the first watch. Found him. Chu's lips curled into a smirk. The Emperor Stage's divine perception was simply incredible. Even though Gu was in another world, it took him only an extra minute to pinpoint his location. Boom! A bottomless, pitch-black abyss suddenly ripped open in the sky above the mountain peak before him, its depths dark and storm-tossed. This was a wild inter-world passage Chu had opened with a single thought. Wild passages were far more dangerous than stable ones. They could easily be obliterated by storms, leaving no place to bury the dead. Yet Chu wasn't the least bit afraid. Petty Gu, you have 10 seconds. I'll kill you right here. He let out a savage laugh and lifted his leg to step into the portal. With his formidable Emperor Stage physique, he could traverse directly from the bamboo realm to the mystic realm. Wait. Host, what are you doing? At this critical moment of life and death, the system hurriedly spoke up. Chu raised an eyebrow and said nonchalantly, to go kill the chosen one, of course. Isn't that a bit too fast? The system was dumbfounded. It hadn't expected the host to be so ruthless and decisive. Chu retorted, is it fast? It's already been 2.5 minutes since I arrived here. If I don't go kill Gu now, what if he tries to take me out? You're at the Emperor Stage. You don't need to be this cautious. Don't you want to toy with the chosen protagonist a bit? Chu shook his head, no. Don't you know the saying that villains die from talking too much? Precisely because I'm at the Emperor Stage now. With great power comes great responsibility. I'm not going to be like my predecessor, handing out experience and warmth to the protagonist, only to get killed in return and end up shattered. Is that really how "with great power comes great responsibility" is supposed to be used? The system couldn't bring itself to comment it hadn't expected the host to be so ruthless and decisive. It could only remind him once more, host, the motto of our god-tier villain system is to steal the protagonist's resources, sleep with the protagonist's women, walk the protagonist's path, and leave the protagonist with no way out. You killed the protagonist right off the bat, there's only an outcome, no process. Chu frowned, huh? I need a process too? That's such a hassle. Once I kill the protagonist, won't all this be mine anyway? He suddenly grew wary. Hey, system, you aren't some kind of mole, are you? Host, you're overthinking it. It's just that within this system's reward mechanism, torturing and thrashing the protagonist, draining his fate points, and looting his destiny chest yields far greater rewards than simply killing him outright. Chu smiled slightly. Fate points? Destiny chest? The system paused abruptly. He was trying to draw it out. Chu analyzed the situation calmly. Fate points, that has something to do with unlocking other identities, right? Yes. Some of the protagonists you'll face in the future will be even stronger than those at the Emperor stage. To obtain other god-tier identities, you'll need to meet certain conditions. Why don't you give it a try first? Torture the chosen one a bit? If you don't like it, you can always kill him later. The system immediately launched into an explanation, like an enthusiastic, obsequious technician, strongly recommending that you try out this brand new service. So what's in it for me? What's in it for you? The system was baffled. I'm doing this for your own good. Why do I have to offer you a reward? I just want to kill him outright. You're telling me to hang the protagonist up and beat him, that's you trying to boost your business, not my problem. If you're making someone do the work, you've got to offer some kind of reward, right? Chu kindly urged, stop dithering, or I'll kill Gu right now. Faced with Chu's blackmail, the system froze. Ding! The system has rewarded you with 100 gene of holy tier classics. Cultivation techniques are classified from lowest to highest as low tier, middle tier, high tier, earth tier, heaven tier, near saint tier, demi-emperor tier, emperor tier. Instantly, Chu's spiritual sea was filled with a massive pile of items. Colorful books and tomes were stacked like a small mountain. He gave them a quick glance. The true to a boundless body refinement method, the heavenly heart boundless seal, the minor infinite sword sutra. Each was a holy tier cultivation technique, recording various divine arts and rare classics, radiating a dazzling, treasure-like glow, each worth a fortune. It's just the sheer quantity. Chu stared at the mountain of saint-tier cultivation techniques piled up in his divine sea and was instantly at a loss for words. Are these things measured by the gene? Do you think they're toilet paper? Never mind saint-tier cultivation techniques. Even immortal-tier cultivation techniques to Chu, who possessed divine-tier cultivation techniques, were indeed no different from toilet paper. Oh well. This system doesn't seem very smart. Chu shook his head and stepped into the wild passageway before him. The next moment, the mystic realm trembled as an emperor stage figure descended, manifesting before the crowd. His imperial might crushed the entire realm, causing the heavens and earth to quake in terror. Half an hour earlier. Mystic realm, Gravity Guild. Inside a grand hall, figures crowded the space. At the head of the hall stood a woman, clad in a black gauze robe, her beautiful hair cascading over her shoulders, her face clear and flawless. She was an exceptionally beautiful woman, nearing 40 yet still radiant with charm. The years had carefully sculpted her inner grace. Her mature and dignified poise was far beyond what any young girl could match. She bowed her head slightly, her gaze falling upon the assembly below. Elders, I trust you are all aware of the suspected appearance of a saint stage cultivator in the bamboo realm. In the front row below sat a group of white-haired elders, both men and women, with faces as serene as cranes. Upon hearing this, their expressions turned solemn, their faces etched with gravity. Behind them stood a group of young men and women, listening intently without uttering a word. An elderly man in white robes, who appeared to be their leader, stepped forward and said in a deep voice, Guild Master, the warding array currently guarded by our Gravity Guild is showing signs of spiraling out of control. The appearance of a saint stage figure may offer a glimmer of hope. We must explore the Saint Stage ruins as soon as possible and ideally, find a way to make contact with the Saint Stage. A Saint Stage even within the mystic realm is considered a supreme being of the highest order. It might take over 1,000 years for even a single one to emerge. An elderly woman standing nearby spoke with concern. I've received word that the G-Clan has already set out to explore the Saint Stage ruins. It's said that the power of the ruins has not yet dissipated. Anyone at the Dragon Stage or above is being slain by the power of the Saint Stage, and the G-Clan has suffered heavy casualties. The woman in black, known as the Guildmaster, nodded calmly and said, "It matters not. It is fitting for those at the Dragon Stage to lead the exploration. I intend to dispatch Gu to lead an expedition to the Bamboo Realm." Upon hearing this, the elders present exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. The elder in the white robe agreed. Although Gu is merely a rising star, his performance at the Gravity Guild over the past year has been evident to all. Plus, he is a native of the Bamboo Realm. He is the perfect choice. His words were met with approval from the others. After all, Gu was truly outstanding. And as a direct disciple of Guildmaster Qin, he was someone they could fully trust. Having Gu lead the expedition to the Bamboo Realm was the most suitable choice at the moment. Qin's gaze fell upon an unremarkable-looking youth standing behind them, a youth who was currently at the Dragon Stage. Gu, be extremely cautious on your journey to the Bamboo Realm. If you manage to uncover any traces of the Saint Stage, you may go to the Tai Xian Pavilion upon your return to study the 10,000 layers thunder-suppressing body. As soon as his words fell, a murmur of excitement rippled through the crowd. The 10,000 layers of thunder-suppressing body. One of the Gravity Guild's 3 supreme sect-defining arts. It was none other than a heaven-tier body cultivation technique. Extremely precious. To study it at the Gravity Guild required an astronomical amount of contribution points. Without a doubt, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Gu. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a youth clad in a black, form-fitting outfit at the back of the line strode forward and declared in a clear voice, "Thank you, Master. I will not fail in this mission." Gu fixed his piercing gaze on Qin above him, a barely perceptible flicker of fervor and admiration passing through his eyes. He could no longer contain the excitement in his heart. He finally had the chance to return to the Bamboo Realm. Clan Chief Gu, Sinew. Scenes of the past and memories of old friends flashed through his mind, until finally the figure of a man in white emerged, stirring a surge of murderous intent within him. And then Chu. This time, upon returning to the Bamboo Realm, aside from reuniting with old friends, he would also see Chu off on his final journey. He was not a broad-minded man. He held grudges fiercely. Even after reaching the mystic realm, Gu would constantly recall all the grudges he harbored against Chu back then. Once he returned, to avoid any complications down the road, his top priority would be to slay Chu and wipe out the Azure Sword Guild. Beyond that, he had to uproot the problem completely. He'd also have to pay a visit to the Chu family and slaughter every last member of the clan. Only then could he rest easy. Gu secretly made up his mind. He didn't think there was anything excessive about it at all. Reaching this point wasn't just a matter of luck. A decisive and ruthless nature was the key. Be ruthless with yourself, and even more ruthless with others. Only then could he ascend step by step to the 9 heavens and become a prodigy of his generation. Clang! Clang! Just as the Gravity Guild was in session, suddenly, the sound of a bell ringing echoed through the hall. The Tai Chu bell is ringing. Qin's eyes flashed with shock. An astonishing aura erupted from his body as he flickered and vanished. The other elders' expressions also changed drastically. Their figures turned into phantoms and vanished from where they stood. Gu stared in utter shock at the scene outside the hall, where countless figures were soaring into the sky. "What is going on?" he exclaimed in shock. "The primordial bell has rung, signaling a crisis capable of destroying our sect. Junior brother, stay hidden within the formation. Don't come out unless absolutely necessary." A senior brother warned Gu with a grave expression, stamping his foot as he flew out of the hall. "A crisis capable of destroying the sect? Are you kidding me? The Gravity Guild is a transcendent power in the mystic realm." Gu's heart skipped a beat, but he did not heed his senior brother's advice. Instead, he followed suit. Outside the grand hall lay countless floating immortal mountains. In the sky, a massive azure magical formation resembling an upside-down eggshell firmly enveloped the entire Gravity Guild. Near the azure formation, led by Qin, figures stood tall. Not only that, but from deep within the Gravity Guild's immortal mountains, figures radiating terrifying auras began to emerge. Accompanied by the tolling of the primordial bell, the true might of the Gravity Guild was revealed. 30,000 li beyond the heavens. Far across from the Gravity Guild's sacred sanctuary, numerous powerful figures exuding terrifying auras also appeared. Master stage cultivators were everywhere, and king stage cultivators emerged in droves. Countless eyes, filled with horror, turned in unison toward a single point on the horizon. Just moments ago, every top-tier powerhouse in the mystic realm had sensed a might so overwhelming it made their scalps tingle, sweeping through every corner of the mystic realm. It was an aura that made their entire bodies tremble. Far beyond anything they could have imagined. Has a saint stage emerged? A king stage, his throat parched, asked with a trembling voice. The might of a saint stage. This is undoubtedly a saint stage. A figure resembling a withered, living corpse emerged from the graveyard. He had once been a king stage of the mystic realm, having weathered countless storms, and was now on the verge of dying of old age. A saint stage? My God! As soon as these words were spoken, the entire world was thrown into shock. The bamboo realm had a saint stage appear, and now the mystic realm has one too? Everyone felt their hearts racing and were overcome with panic. Some of the weaker-minded were already trembling uncontrollably, kneeling down in utter humility. They all simultaneously had the same thought. Where did this saint stage come from? Is it a friend or foe to the mystic realm? Among the master stage and king stage cultivators who now seemed as insignificant as Ansku was also deeply shaken as he gazed up at the sky. At that moment, a small sapling in his divine sea continuously emitted streaks of green light, calming his frantic heart. At the same time, it allowed him to see a sight that many others could not perceive. He saw that high above the 9 heavens, a massive sun had suddenly appeared within its halo, a human figure flickered in and out of view. He thought to himself with quiet anticipation, is this the saint stage? I wonder if I might be able to forge some sort of connection with him. Just as all eyes were fixed on this moment, a calm voice rang out from the dazzling sun in the sky, is the Gravity Guild present here? Gravity Guild? The moment that majestic voice rang out, it was like a bolt of thunder, causing all the powerful figures present to involuntarily turn their gaze toward the Gravity Guild's side. What could such a newly emerged saint stage possibly want with the Gravity Guild? Was there a past connection? Or were they sworn enemies? The powerful figures exchanged glances and, in unison, took a step back. The elders of the Gravity Guild also felt a chill run down their spines. They looked up at the figure within the great sun in the sky, their hearts pounding with panic. The saint stage in the mystic realm, these were the most supreme and exalted beings. Senior, this is indeed the Gravity Guild. I am the current guild master. May I ask what you wish to discuss, Senior? Sheen, clad in a black brocade robe, stood atop the clouds and spoke respectfully, looking down. The location was correct. Gu must be down there. Shua's gaze fell upon the crowd of Gravity Guild members below. As his gaze descended, an intangible pressure descended, as if billions of metric tons of 9 heavens mystic water were bearing down upon them. The aura of an emperor stage cultivator was terrifying. Even a casual glance was enough to make all living beings prostrate themselves in worship. All the Gravity Guild's powerhouses felt this terrifying pressure, their legs gave way, and the entire guild knelt. Other Mystic Realm powerhouses watching from afar wet themselves at the sight and fled in panic, fearing they might be crushed by this terrifying pressure. I'm looking for someone, Shu said indifferently. This casual command, when it reached the ears of the gathered powerhouses, sounded like a thunderclap. Looking for someone? A saint stage figure has appeared, coming all the way to the Gravity Guild specifically to look for someone? Who is he looking for? Everyone was dumbfounded. Shu paid it no mind, his gaze sweeping casually over the crowd below. The divine perception of an emperor stage cultivator was utterly terrifying. With a single glance, he took in everything within a millionly endless immortal mountains, treasure islands, and divine realms. Soon, he locked onto the figure of Gu from his previous incarnation's memories. At that moment, Gu's face was flushed crimson, veins bulging on his forehead as he gritted his teeth. Gu. Current realm, mid-dragon stage. Fate points, 100,000. Possessed treasures, cold heaven armor, nature tree, azure feather divine sword. Possessed constitution, spatial divine body. Possessed game-changing ability, eternal gate. As he looked, much to Chua's surprise, he pierced straight through Gu's information, instantly seeing all the trump cards of this protagonist of destiny. Treasures, constitution, and game-changing abilities all were laid bare before his eyes. Eternal gate, what is that? Chua's attention was primarily focused on Gu's special ability. As everyone knows, a special ability is the lifeblood of a protagonist. Many powerful members of the Gravity Guild around him had fallen to their knees, yet Gu remained standing there defiantly. Looking for someone? Could this Saint Stage protagonist have emerged to seek out a successor? I need to make a good impression and try to catch the eye of this Saint Stage protagonist. As if sensing Chua's gaze, Gu braced himself against the pressure, immediately straightening his chest with a tremble and lifting his head a look that was both defiant and unyielding, as if to prove he possessed a will of steel. What the hell are you putting on? Chu raised an eyebrow, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Instantly, that icy glare transformed into a primordial divine mountain, its boundless might descending to snap Gu's proudly erect spine in two. His face went pale. Crack! Crack! As his spine snapped, every bone in his body shattered into dust. All his life force was drained in an instant. Gu! Amid a chorus of gasps, he went from a prodigy of his generation to a pile of mud, rotting right where he stood. Just one glare and Gu was dead. You have slain the Destiny protagonist. The Destiny protagonist has lost 3,000 fate points. You have obtained one Destiny chest. As Gu died, Shu received a system notification. Destiny chest? He discovered a golden, man-sized chest glowing with light had appeared in his divine sea. Host, calm down. Calm down. You're about to kill the chosen protagonist. Just as Chu was pondering what might be inside the Destiny chest, the system emitted a shrill, explosive screech. Chu raised an eyebrow, so noisy. Dead is dead. If the chosen protagonist is that easy to kill, then he deserved it. The system was on the verge of tears. This hostess' murderous intent was simply too strong. Why aren't you following the script? But indeed, Chu wasn't wrong. Although Gu had been glared to death by Chu, he was, after all, the chosen one favored by heaven and earth. How could he die so easily? At the spot where Gu had been reduced to a pile of sludge, a green halo flashed. From the mangled flesh, a human silhouette gradually took shape. He resurrected right there? The numerous Gravity Guild powerhouses surrounding him stared at Gu in utter astonishment. Oh? From Chua's Emperor stage perspective, Gu's ability to resurrect on the spot was due to the nature tree within him. He narrowed his eyes. Beyond that, a faint gray aura visible only to him swirled around Gu. It was a mysterious aura that even he couldn't clearly perceive. If he wasn't mistaken, this was the true force protecting the Destiny protagonist. At the same time, as Gu resurrected, his fate points dropped by 3,000. Chu looked pensive as he cast another casual glance at Gu. Boom! Gasps rang out once more. Gu, who had just been resurrected, was blown to bits again. His flesh and blood vanished, leaving not a single bone behind. You have slain the Chosen One. The Chosen One has lost 3,000 fate points, and you have obtained one Destiny chest. Chu watched as Gu, who had been slain once more, left behind only a single green light like a firefly slowly regenerating on the spot. This meant Gu had a chance to resurrect again. What's going on? Is a Saint Stage attacking that kid? That's Gu from the Gravity Guild. I know him, a rising star who has recently made a name for himself in the mystic realm. How did he manage to offend this Saint Stage? Gu's commotion drew the attention of many, and one powerful figure exclaimed in shock. Should we save Gu? The Gravity Guild's powerful members exchanged glances, then each looked up at the sky. Save him? Save his ass. This is a supreme being capable of making the Tai Chu bell tremble violently. Who could possibly defeat a saint stage? We can always recruit new geniuses. Cultivation is no easy feat. Don't risk your own lives. At that moment, the white-robed elder of the Gravity Guild stepped forward to save face. Offended? You must be misunderstanding something. What kind of status does a saint stage hold? Why would they attack Gu for no reason? This mysterious saint stage has already said it's to find someone, perhaps even a successor. Gu is highly likely to be the chosen one. This is a test for him. Hearing this, many people suddenly realized, no wonder it's Jiang he saw through all this? A test for Gu? What an enviable kid. Come to think of it, this Gu has quite a few tricks up his sleeve. To be able to hold his ground under the might of the saint stage, that's impressive. If he really manages to pass the saint stage's test, Gu is likely to skyrocket to fame. The powerful members of the Gravity Guild found this convincing. They all waved the crowd away from Gu and watched him expectantly. Hang in there, Gu. You've got to hold on. Some silently prayed for Gu in their hearts. If the saint stage truly takes a liking to him, the Gravity Guild will soar to new heights as well. An elderly woman furrowed her brow and said, "What if Gu can't hold out and dies?" The white-robed elder beside her replied matter-of-factly, "So what if he dies? The legacy of Saint Stage isn't something you can just get easily. Just being chosen is already a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." The powerful members of the Gravity Guild murmured among themselves. Watching Gu, who had been reduced to a pile of debris, regenerate from flesh and blood once more, they all breathed a collective sigh of relief. Only Qin, Gu's master, showed concern in her gaze. She parted her cherry-red lips slightly and transmitted her voice to Gu. "I can still endure the senior's trial. Master, don't worry about me." Gu, reborn once more, gazed upward with unwavering determination, fixing his eyes on the figure in the heavens that shone like the great sun. "A trial of the saint stage, is it? Don't underestimate me." Boom! The very next second, Gu exploded again. "A trial? Are you guys kidding me?" Chu, as sacred as the great sun, easily overheard the murmurs of the mystic realm's powerful figures below. He shook his head. "I just wanted to test the chosen one's potential." His gaze fell upon Gu as he shattered once more. "You have slain the chosen one. The chosen one has lost 3,000 fate points. You have obtained 1 destiny chest. You have defeated the chosen one. The chosen one has lost 3,000 fate points. You have defeated the chosen one. The chosen one has lost 3,000 fate points." In just a few short minutes, the system sent out a series of notifications. After gazing Gu to death for the 3rd time, no more destiny chests were obtained. Each time Gu died, the system only notified that Gu's fate points had been reduced. As far as Chu could tell, Gu's fate points had already dropped to 85,000. This destiny protagonist has a hell of a lot of health. Chu had formed a conclusion in his mind. He didn't need to ask the system to know that to truly kill Gu, he'd most likely have to deplete all of his fate points. Even at this point, Chu suspected Gu might still have the ability to escape in a desperate situation. The reason Gu hadn't fled yet was that he didn't know who Chu was and had misunderstood his intentions, thinking this was a test. Chu's gaze fell on the tree of nature growing on Gu's body. He raised his arm and clenched his palm. Instantly, the tree of nature, glowing with a green light, fell into the palm of his hand. It was a small sapling, its branches not yet fully developed, yet it radiated a rich vitality. A holy tier treasure, no wonder. Chu squeezed the sapling, its vitality continuously nourished his palm, like a heating pad. "You have seized the Destiny Protagonist's treasured artifact, the Nature Tree. The Destiny Protagonist has lost a major opportunity and received 5 Destiny chests." Chu sensed the new message from the system and immediately smiled. "Oh. More Destiny chests. 5 of them, no less. Stealing the chosen one's most precious treasure is even more satisfying than killing him. Where's my little tree?" Chu glanced at Gu, who had just been revived and was standing there in a daze. After losing the nature tree, his fate points plummeted by 15,000. At that moment, Chu realized why the system had strongly recommended he beat the hell out of and torment the Chosen One earlier. Villains and the Chosen One are natural archenemies. The Chosen One is favored by heaven and earth. The fate points they possess are accumulated through various strokes of luck. When a villain wants to kill the protagonist, they're essentially stealing the protagonist's resources, sleeping with the protagonist's women, taking the protagonist's path, and leaving the protagonist with nowhere to go. The greater the blow to the Chosen One, the greater the villain's gain. Alright, that makes perfect sense according to the law of conservation of energy. Chu concluded. He looked down at Gu, who was glancing around frantically, his face a picture of panic. If I'm not mistaken, even without the nature tree, if I kill Gu now, he'll still find a way to cling to life. System, it seems you were right. Killing him wouldn't serve much purpose. There's no need to kill him after all. Chu's mind was as clear as a mirror. He casually pressed down with a single finger. All the Mystic Realm powerhouses saw a massive golden pillar rise from the sky, radiating overwhelming might as it bore down on Gu. Gu, still reeling from having his treasured artifact snatched away, met his end yet again. System. Host, you really are a jerk. What happened to not killing him? You have seized the Destiny protagonist's treasured artifact, the Cold Heaven armor, and obtained one Destiny chest. You have stolen the Destiny protagonist's treasure, the Azure Feather Divine Sword, and obtained one Destiny chest. A hint of a smile flitted across Chu's face as he weighed the ice blue battle armor in his hand, which exuded an ancient aura, and a jade green feather that was so sharp it nearly sliced a tiny cut into his finger. Both treasures were of the holy rank, but to him, they were nothing more than scrap metal. So what if there's little point in killing him? The Chosen One is just my little lamb. I'll shear him whenever I please. What's the point? His gaze suddenly sharpened. Gu had been stripped of all his treasures, but after crushing him once more and causing him to lose his nature tree, that wisp of obscure, grey aura Chu had sensed suddenly grew intense. Nourished by the grey aura visible only to Chu, Gu was reborn once more. This time, his rebirth was even faster than before. His flesh and bones regenerated instantly, and he appeared naked before everyone's eyes. This time, a small grey portal within Gu's body was trembling violently. Gu's screams echoed across heaven and earth, so harrowing that many around him instinctively looked away, unable to bear the sight. Horrible. Absolutely horrible. This saint's stage trial was far too perilous. Chu stared at Gu, slowly furrowing his brow. Why can't I seize that small portal on Gu's body? He realized the problem. The golden finger of the Destiny protagonist was indeed no ordinary ability. The fact that it could pose a challenge even to the Emperor stage proved it was at least on par with, if not stronger than, the Emperor stage itself. I'll have to figure out a way to get my hands on it first. System. You have more than 10 Destiny chests. Do you want to perform a 10 pull? Hint, a 10 pull guarantees at least one golden legendary item. A golden legendary from a 10 pull? Just as Chu was pondering how to snatch the small door from Gu, a system notification suddenly rang in his ears, and he immediately sensed his inner body. He discovered that, without him even noticing, 10 Destiny chests were now neatly suspended in his divine sea. Let us do a 10 pull, then. As soon as the thought crossed Chu's mind, the lids of all the Destiny chests in his divine sea flew open simultaneously, erupting in a dazzling divine radiance. You opened a Destiny chest. You obtained 50 gene of a holy tier cultivation technique. You opened a Destiny chest. You obtained a Destiny shard 1. You opened a Destiny chest. You obtained a hidden quest card 1. You have opened the Destiny chest. You have obtained 100 gene of holy tier cultivation techniques. You have opened the Destiny chest. A flash of golden light flickered, and you have obtained the Imperial Weapon Genesis Sigil. As the Destiny chests opened, a massive pile of items suddenly surged forth in Chu's divine sea. Layers upon layers of sacred tier cultivation techniques piled up like a small mountain. They scattered in clusters like stars. All of this stuff was measured by gene. In this 10 pull, the vast majority were like this of little value, totaling several hundred gene piled up in the divine sea, floating quietly. What caught Chua's attention, aside from that massive pile of toilet paper in the Divine Sea, were 3 solitary orbs of light floating there. 2 purple and 1 gold. Chu first fixed his gaze on one of the purple orbs. As he stared, the light faded to reveal a diamond-shaped purple crystal. A destiny shard. Chua's heart immediately skipped a beat. The moment he saw the destiny shard, he knew exactly how to unlock a divine-level identity. Every 10 destiny shards can be combined to form a destiny key, which can be used to unlock one divine tier identity. To unlock them, he'd need more destiny chests. In other words, he'd have to milk the destiny protagonists for all they're worth. 10 of them? That's no easy feat. These destiny chests aren't easy to come by. Chu muttered under his breath. System. Is that even a reasonable thing to say? You've only been in the system for a short while, and you've already pulled a 10-pack and you call that hard to get? Chu continued to stare at the other purple orb among the remaining 2. The moment he sensed the purple orb, it burst open like fireworks. A blank purple card, with the 2 black characters written on its face. Hidden quest card, upon use, grants a hidden quest. This quest can reduce the destiny protagonist's fate points by a massive amount and yield generous rewards. A hidden quest card? There is such a thing? Chu raised an eyebrow, set the card aside for the moment, and turned his attention to the final golden orb, presumably the golden legend guaranteed in the 10-pull bundle. The golden light faded, revealing a pale red talisman. A clear yellow mist swirled around the talisman, and its surface was etched with extremely intricate ancient runes and characters. Special class Imperial weapon. Chu instantly grasped the information regarding this Genesis sigil. Unlike the Imperial weapon Emperor's sword he had received upon attaining Emperor stage status, which could be used for combat, the Genesis sigil, as a special class Imperial weapon, possessed no combat capabilities. However, it possessed supreme insight, allowing it to discern information about treasures of a higher tier than itself. Chu immediately realized, wasn't this special class Imperial weapon essentially just a giant appraisal talisman? He looked down at Gu, who had just been fully revived, and a thought struck him. He activated the Genesis sigil. The talismans on the Genesis sigil suddenly glowed, rapidly absorbing the surrounding orange-yellow aura and emitting a beam of ethereal light visible only to Chu, which enveloped Gu. A glimpse into the god mode ability of this chosen hero, Eternal Gate. The light of nothingness bursting from the Genesis sigil talisman fell upon Gu. After undergoing several rebirths, the defiance on Gu's face had completely vanished, replaced by a twisted, ferocious expression that seemed to reflect extreme agony. In the blink of an eye, he had lost all his treasures except for the Eternal Gate. The little tree, the cold heaven armor, the azure feather divine sword. These were treasures he had painstakingly collected over the years, risking life and limb to obtain. In the blink of an eye, they were all gone. He scanned his now empty divine sea and saw only a solitary pale purple gate floating there. His heart settled. Was he really in as much pain as his expression suggested? The gate is still here. Is this an illusionary trial? This Saint Stage Senior isn't all that impressive after all, still resorting to the same old tricks. I'm not afraid of a trial like this at all. Although the previous instances of his physical body shattering had caused him extreme agony, at this moment, Gu's composure was as steady as an old dog's. The moment his treasure vanished, drawing on his vast experience, he realized he hadn't truly lost it. Instead, he had unknowingly fallen into an illusion. In such illusions, one typically faces countless desperate situations. The main purpose is to test one's character. This is also a well-worn tactic used by some powerful figures to test newcomers. Gu was very confident in his judgment. He had encountered such illusory trials more than once during his adventures. Most importantly, even a Saint Stage cultivator could never have imagined the immense secret he harbored. First and foremost was the small tree within his treasure. He had obtained this small tree from the ruins of a great Saint Stage cultivator, which he had accidentally discovered at the base of a cliff after jumping off in panic while being chased by assassins sent by Chu in the Bamboo Realm. It is a top-tier treasure that combines numerous mystical effects, including healing, concealment, and spiritual energy restoration. Most crucially, the little tree is the hidden treasure of the Great Saint Stage cultivator who left the ruins. It is engraved with the restriction Great Saint Stage prohibited, meaning only he, as the heir, can use it. It was extremely unlikely that a Saint Stage cultivator could silently snatch the little tree away from him. But the absolute most crucial thing was the greatest secret he carried within him. That mysterious gate within his divine sea. He still didn't know the exact purpose of this mysterious gate, but he was well aware that it came from a source of immense power, one that had once shattered the soul of a great Saint Stage cultivator, and was far beyond the reach of any Saint Stage cultivator. The fact that the mysterious gate still exists proves that everything that just happened was merely an illusion. Realizing this, Gu couldn't help but laugh. He had his own set of insights on how to pass this kind of test. The most crucial thing was to act. To act out pain, grief, and the helpless despair of powerlessness. He gritted his teeth, pursed his lips, and veins bulged on his forehead. His fists clenched tightly. He had to satisfy these top-tier powerhouses' need to feel in control. Once the timing was right, as long as he remained true to himself and faced his inner self head-on in the midst of despair, he would often earn their appreciation. Then, at the final, crucial moment, by proactively exposing the illusion as truth, he could easily win the favor of the powerhouses. I suppose this Saint Stage Senior is no longer fixated on killing me. He must be somewhat satisfied with my performance. Gu pondered this, preparing to wait a few more minutes, his eyes gradually brightening to reveal a touch of resolve. Shu had no idea that Gu was engaged in a battle of wits and courage against a non-existent test of the void. Watching the Genesis sigil suspended before him continue to emit an endless stream of void light, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. A unique Imperial weapon. Even after observing it for so long, he still hadn't fully fathomed it, which was enough to demonstrate the extraordinary nature of the Eternal Gate. Even the 10,000 Zhang golden radiance that Chu had manifested through his divine manifestation was completely drained, revealing his true form tall and graceful as a jade tree. At that moment, a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of Chu's mouth. Got it. The Genesis sigil suddenly ceased emitting the light of the void, and streams of golden characters flowed into his Emperor Stage divine consciousness. Eternal Gate, a primordial class Imperial weapon. This gate is the very source of the mystic realm, as ancient as the heavens and earth, and interconnected with the mystic realm's destiny. Its bearer receives a great boost to their destiny and shares eternity with the Eternal Gate. When the mystic realm's destiny is at its peak, one may open the Eternal Gate and master the ultimate. Already bound to a master Gu. Though there were fewer than 100 characters, they revealed the origin and purpose of the Eternal Gate. This Eternal Gate is actually the source of the mystic realm? The protagonist of destiny is truly the protagonist of destiny. His golden finger is so outrageously powerful. Even Chu was thoroughly stunned. At that moment, he finally understood why Gu's health bar was so thick. The Eternal Gate was actually a primordial class Imperial weapon. As the source of the mystic realm, as long as the mystic realm endures, so does he. Not only is it indestructible, but the Eternal Gate also possesses immense destiny, which explains why Gu has repeatedly turned misfortune into fortune and grown increasingly powerful. After gaining insight into Gu's golden finger, a tinge of dread crept into his heart. Thank goodness he brought the system along to strike first. With a protagonist of destiny like Gu wielding the Eternal Gate, wouldn't dealing with a villain like him be as easy as pie, a matter of handling him however he pleased? This Eternal Gate clearly harbors even greater secrets. Chu stared at the final line of ancient characters revealed by the Genesis sigil. When one's destiny is at its peak, one may open the gate within and master the ultimate. This ultimate must be extraordinary. No, this thing is too precious. Gu is merely at the dragon stage, he simply can't handle it. I have to find a way to help Gu safeguard the Eternal Gate. He communicated with the Genesis sigil, asking how he could sever the connection between Gu and the Eternal Gate. The Genesis sigil fell silent for a moment before responding slowly. Fate points reset to 0. Fate points reset to 0? Chu gazed at Gu and immediately recalled the hidden quest card he had just drawn. Without hesitation, he used the hidden quest card. The word hidden on the purple card vanished instantly, transforming into a cloud of black mist that disappeared into Chu's sea of consciousness. Beep. Host successfully used the hidden quest card. Target locked, Fate protagonist Gu. Hidden quest unlocked. Gu has secretly developed feelings of admiration for her master, Qin. Please win over the female lead, Qin, within 1 month to complete the swoop. The higher the completion rate by the deadline, the more generous the reward. Chu read the details of this hidden quest, then shifted his gaze to the crowd below. There, standing beneath a grand hall, was a stunningly beautiful woman dressed in black gauze robes, voluptuous in figure and with a cool, aloof expression, her eyes gleaming with amusement. Her cultivation was quite impressive, late king stage, placing her among the top tier even among the gathered mystic realm powerhouses. Prompted by the quest prompt, he noticed an even more intriguing scene. He observed that even while being so thoroughly humiliated, Gu's gaze would still sneak glances toward the woman in black at moments like this, deliberately turning his reborn body in the opposite direction, as if he didn't want her to see his humiliating state. Stealing the female lead, Qin? Oh, a master-disciple dynamic, ha! True to her status as the destined protagonist, she is even more skilled at this game than I am, the villain. Chu didn't have to think twice the moment he saw this hidden quest. A storyline naturally formed in his mind. In a world where he hadn't appeared, Gu as Qin's direct disciple was deeply trusted by Qin. Possessing exceptional talent and outstanding performance, he steadily improved his strength thanks to his golden finger, and when the sect faced a crisis that threatened its very existence, when, just as Qin lay gravely wounded and in despair, Gu would suddenly appear out of nowhere, turn the tide of the crisis, deeply move him, and be taken into his harem. Ha! Now that he is here, Gu can forget about daydreaming. Chu snapped back to reality and didn't act on it, but instead asked skeptically, "System, this hidden quest card isn't that great? Even without this quest, according to you, sleeping with the protagonist's women is part of a villain's job." Esteemed host, that is indeed true. However, hidden quests offer generous rewards. As long as you achieve a high completion rate, the value will exceed your imagination. As if remembering something, the system hurriedly prompted. Do not kill anyone. Killing one solve the problem. If the female lead dies, the quest will fail. The system has rewarded you with 1 copy of The Tale of the Pure Love Warrior. The system has rewarded you with 1 copy of 108 Ways to Win a Girl's Heart. The system has rewarded you with 1 copy of How to Conquer the Sea King. Chu, do you fucking think I'm some kind of murderous maniac? Damn system, do you think I'd actually hack you to death? Seeing a few more sheets of toilet paper added to the trash heap in the sea of gods, Chu felt the system must have a profound misunderstanding of him. He couldn't be bothered to care. He glanced down at Gu, who was as tenacious as a cockroach, and unleashed a wave of overwhelming pressure. Gu's knees snapped, and he collapsed to his knees. Chu gave a half smile, dispelled the golden radiance, and struck down from the sky. Whoa! This total hunk is a saint stage? The many mystic realm powerhouses who had been staring intently at Chu all looked stunned when the blinding light faded, revealing his face. Most had assumed that this newly emerged saint stage practitioner would appear as a frail, elderly figure, but they never imagined that his true form would be so extraordinary. At first glance, he had sharp, sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, with a dignified and handsome bearing just like a peerless young gentleman. Among the mystic realm experts, the members of the Gravity Guild were the most on edge. Zhang, clad in a white robe, was breathing heavily as he sent a group telepathic message to Qin and the elders around him. A saint stage has revealed his true form. Could this mean Gu has passed the trial? His message was quickly answered. Someone exclaimed excitedly, "Wonderful! If a disciple from our Gravity Guild can inherit the saint stage's legacy, we'll have someone to suppress the warding array, and the guild mistress won't have to." Qin interrupted, "This senior's trial is still ongoing. It's still uncertain whether Gu will pass. There's no need to think so far ahead." Her phoenix-like eyes remained fixed on the scene. As she watched the saint stage figure descend before Gu, an inexplicable sense of unease welled up within her. She couldn't shake the feeling that things weren't going as smoothly as they should. Chu? Gu, kneeling on the ground, looked up and saw the familiar face. His heart jolted. He quickly came to his senses. This illusion is truly elaborate. It's even conjured Chu. What else is in store? Gu recognized Chua's features immediately, even though he was already certain it was an illusion. Facing his nemesis, his eyes naturally filled with 7 parts hatred and 3 parts murderous intent. Sensing Gu's gaze, Chu gave him a dismissive glance and said coldly, "Useless." "Useless? How dare you call me useless?" Even knowing it was an illusion, being mocked by his mortal enemy sent Gu's rage soaring to plus 10,086. Before he could regain his composure, he was instantly torn to shreds by an invisible force. Chu strolled casually, passing right through Gu under the stunned gazes of the crowd, and made his way toward the grand hall where Qin was located. Near the grand hall, aside from Qin, there were several elders of the Gravity Guild. Upon seeing Chu approach them, even though he hadn't done a thing, his intangible aura alone caused their bodies to stiffen, leaving them unable to move. Jianya's mouth fell open. If he hadn't misheard just now, hadn't he heard the words useless? Was that directed at Gu? Was this person deeply dissatisfied with him? Oh no, could it be that he failed the test? Jiang panicked, watching with bated breath as the saint stage figure drew closer and closer, finally arriving outside the main hall. Chu fixed his gaze on Qin. True to her status as the female lead, her beauty was truly remarkable. She was an exceptionally beautiful woman. The passage of time had carefully sculpted her inner grace, and her mature, dignified charm bloomed like a peony in full bloom. "Is this saint stage here to see me?" Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, falling neatly over her shoulders. Her clear, flawless face bore a hint of nervousness, which added an unexpected touch of inner allure. Under the gaze of a supreme being, Qin's phoenix-like eyes betrayed a hint of unease. She forced herself to calm down and replied, "Neither subservient nor arrogant, senior, how may I be of service?" Chu smiled warmly and said politely, "Would you do me a favor?" "A favor? This is the saint stage. Why would a mere king stage like me be needed to help?" Qin froze, staring at Chua's handsome, refined face, and cautiously replied, "A favor? Senior, you must be joking. If there is anything I can do, I'll certainly give it my all." Seeing how cooperative she was, Chu smiled openly. "That's good to hear. It's nothing major. Starting today, would you be my cultivation partner? System? The crowd of Mystic Realm powerhouses? Qin? Fine. You're just messing with me, aren't you?" Even the system was dumbfounded. It had never seen such a bold host. "You were supposed to win over the female lead, but you went straight for a marriage proposal? Qin, you've completely lost your mind, haven't you?" The icy composure that should have graced Qin's delicate features had completely vanished due to Chua's shocking words. Her mind was indeed a blank right now. Saint Stage wants me to become his Tao companion? Isn't that a big deal? This is a huge deal? This was their very first meeting. Who proposes marriage right off the bat? Was he really not joking? Chu was tall. Even the slender Qin was half a head shorter than him. Her phoenix-like eyes gazed up at Chua's handsome face. Her expression remained impassive as she gently lowered her head to look at him. Those eyes were as deep as the cosmos, betraying no emotion whatsoever. Chu knew his words were startling, but he didn't care. The reason for doing this was simple. In his view, this hidden quest didn't require him to spend much time at all. The gap between him and Qin was even greater than the powerhouses of the mystic realm imagined. One was at the Emperor stage, the other at the King stage. Under normal circumstances, a King stage wouldn't even have the right to speak in his presence. Was it realistic to expect an Emperor stage to swallow his pride, grovel, and rack his brains to win over a King stage? Although he didn't care much about prestige or anything like that. But he valued efficiency above all else. The system had made it crystal clear, he was born with the ultimate villain fate. Sure, he'd been lucky enough to draw an Emperor stage identity this time, allowing him to crush Gu, the destined protagonist, into the ground, but what about later? What if a new destined protagonist suddenly appeared and stomped on him just as he stomped on Gu? He couldn't just sit back and wait for his doom, could he? This is a matter of life and death. He doesn't have time to foolishly flirt with a King stage or play some romantic game. He'll quickly wrap up this mission, claim the reward, and make thorough preparations so that whenever a fated protagonist appears, he'll crush them. That's the way to go. Even the system was baffled, let alone the powerhouses of the mystic realm. Upon hearing Chu's words, they were all utterly stunned. An elder of the Gravity Guild exclaimed, "How could this happen so suddenly?" Although the guild master of the Gravity Guild was a king stage and by no means weak, the gap between him and a saint stage was like night and day. What qualifications did Qin possibly have to become the partner of a saint stage? Another Gravity Guild elder turned to Jiang, utterly baffled. "Jiang, you didn't make a mistake in your analysis earlier, did you? Wasn't the saint stage supposed to be testing Gu? How could there be such a sudden leap?" His words immediately prompted the other elders to nod in agreement, their gazes all turning toward Jiang. Jiang, with his silver hair and elegant demeanor, had originally exuded the air of a wise sage. His wise eyes had turned vacant. He stiffly turned his neck, his gaze wandering over Chu and Qin before finally settling on Gu. Gu was a bloody mess, not yet fully recovered, slumped on the ground as if paralyzed by polio. Have the master make him a Tao companion? This illusory realm is getting more and more ridiculous. Upon hearing this, Gu felt as if he'd been stabbed out of the blue. His body trembled uncontrollably. Although his features painstakingly pieced back together were a grotesque mess, his nose not quite a nose, his eyes not quite eyes, and he showed no discernible expression. Inside, he felt as if a bottle of vinegar had been knocked over. The bitterness was unbearable. This was a pain entirely different from the agony of having his physical body shattered moments ago. Because he harbored a deep, secret admiration for his master, Qin. Even though he was currently only at the dragon stage, he had encountered one stroke of good fortune after another along the way, progressing at an astonishing rate, and was, to his very core, extremely proud and confident. Ever since he became Qin's disciple and was gently taught by her, a deep affection had long been planted in his heart. Now, seeing his archenemy Chu not only become a saint stage powerhouse but also propose that his beloved master Qin become his Tao companion. Even though he knew full well what was going on, Gu, with his intense possessiveness, still felt a deep ache in his heart. A test. This is all a test. I'm still in an illusion. Gu took a deep breath and remained silent. Zhang withdrew his gaze from Gu and said with a look of realization, "I understand now." He understands? Hearing this, the other elders all turned to look at him. "What else do you know now?" He explained to the group, "My earlier assessment was correct. This saint stage elder has indeed come to find the heir, and he singled out Gu from our Gravity Guild right away." He looked at Gu, who was covered in blood, and shook his head in disappointment. What a pity. Gu didn't measure up. He wasn't chosen by the saint stage elder. He wasn't chosen by the saint stage elder? The other elders looked pensive. Indeed, it seemed that just now, the saint stage elder had been very dissatisfied with Gu, even going so far as to call him a good-for-nothing. Someone couldn't help but ask, "But what does this have to do with the guildmaster?" Zhang gently stroked his silvery beard and announced his conclusion with a smug air, Although Gu didn't make the cut, our Gravity Guild is a land of outstanding talent and exceptional individuals. The saint stage elder has naturally set his sights on the guildmaster. Given the guildmaster's status and cultivation level, taking her as a disciple would be somewhat inappropriate. A cultivation partner, on the other hand, would be the most suitable choice. Hearing this, everyone suddenly understood. How fitting. Gu's face turned ashen. Knowing Qin as he did, cold, aloof, and reserved, he was certain she would never agree. Chu's gaze remained calm as he looked at the stunningly beautiful woman before him, full of charm and allure, and asked leisurely, "What do you say?" Qin furrowed her brow slightly and said softly, "Saint Stage, this is all too sudden, let me think it over." Given her personality, she should have been angry. But perhaps it was because this Saint Stage's strength was truly terrifying, his attitude exceptionally sincere, his speech gentle, and most importantly, he was incredibly handsome. She didn't feel any aversion toward him. Instead, she fell deep in thought. Not far away, Zhang grew impatient and immediately sent a telepathic message. "What is there to think about, Guild Master? This is a Saint Stage. If you agree, it might just change the fate of the Nangong clan." Hearing this, Jean shook her head slightly but did not reply. Defying heaven to alter her destiny, of course she wanted that. Ever since the founding of the Gravity Guild, the Nangon clan's tragic fate had persisted for generations. She had long since accepted her fate, but with the aid of a saint stage cultivator, she might very well have a chance to alter it. The problem, however, was that she knew absolutely nothing about this saint stage cultivator's background or intentions. Agreeing rashly would not only jeopardize her hopes of changing her fate but might even cost the entire Gravity Guild, something she, as guild master, absolutely could not tolerate. Seeing China's hesitation, Chu was not surprised. Proposing marriage out of the blue for no apparent reason on Blue Star, that would be considered harassment, and people would be writing scathing online posts left and right. But this was a fantasy world. A cruel world where the strong prey on the weak, and resources reign supreme. Sincerity is always the ultimate trump card. Chu said slowly, by the way, as a token of my sincerity, I've prepared 100 gene of holy tier cultivation techniques as a betrothal gift. With a casual wave of his hand, a massive pile of colorful volumes crashed down onto the ground in front of the hall. At first, when Chu mentioned the betrothal gift, the onlookers hadn't yet realized the gravity of the situation. But the moment he placed that pile of radiant, treasure-like tomes on the ground, seeing the dazzling radiance of the sacred tier cultivation techniques one after another, these colorful volumes were casually piled on the ground by Chu as if they were trash. The entire hall fell silent, not a sound to be heard. After a moment of silence, the Gravity Guild elders standing nearby let out cries of shock. Holy shit! The Sutra of Boundless Mind? A sacred tier cultivation technique? Holy shit! The heaven-shattering sword technique? A holy tier sword technique. Whoa! The classic of the mountain and sea cycle? My god, it's holy tier too? How is this possible? Help! Shouts of astonishment rose one after another, echoing to the heavens. Chu hadn't even bothered to conceal these holy tier cultivation techniques. They had merely glanced at them briefly, yet their faces flushed, their hearts raced, and they began to pant heavily. These mystic realm powerhouses, many of whom had lived for thousands or even tens of thousands of years, had seen it all. But a scene like this they'd never seen anything quite like it before. These sacred tier cultivation techniques were all the real deal. Sword techniques, blade techniques, spear techniques, body cultivation, talismans, alchemy. While Luo Yangzhen, it had everything. And what was even more terrifying? You have to understand that cultivation manuals are made from special materials light as a feather. There was a whole little mountain of them. At a glance, there were at least several hundred volumes. Some recalled Chu's casual remark from earlier about 100 gene. Holy crap! Is gene even a unit of measurement meant for holy tier cultivation techniques? Everyone was dumbfounded. What exactly is a saint tier cultivation technique? In the mystic realm, possessing just one is enough to establish a major power and attract numerous king stage cultivators to join. A major reason the Gravity Guild stands as a preeminent power in the mystic realm is precisely because they possess a full 2 saint tier cultivation techniques. And now, this saint stage cultivator has presented Sheen with a betrothal gift weighing a full 100 gene. They're not even counting them one by one. They're counting by gene. You have to understand cultivation manuals are made from a special material called light cloud gauze, and each one is as light as a feather. Even if you stacked over 100 of them together, they might not even weigh 1 gene. If you were counting by gene, even heaven tier cultivation manuals wouldn't be this plentiful within the guild. The only cultivation manuals that use such absurd units of measurement are usually the absolute trash, the lowest tier, run-of-the-mill ones. Since when are saint tier cultivation techniques measured in gene? Who exactly is this saint tier cultivator? Sheen, aren't you going to agree to this? I'm not bad looking myself. Can I go up there? Everyone present, men and women, young and old, had their hearts racing as they stared blankly at Chu. All the Gravity Guild elders stared intently at Chu, then glanced at Sheen, on the verge of losing their minds. Why is the guild master still standing there like a dummy? Hurry up and agree. If he doesn't agree soon, they'll all step in and agree for her. This illusory realm is truly fucking outrageous. Gu stared blankly at the pile of Saint-tier cultivation techniques, completely dumbfounded. He possessed a Saint-tier cultivation technique himself, so he knew just how mind-blowing they were. Upon seeing this mountain of manuals, a wave of greed surged through him. He couldn't wait to absorb them all into his divine sea. But he quickly realized this had to be a trap. There was no way the entire mystic realm could possess this many holy tier cultivation techniques. This is yet another test for me. He pursed his lips and gritted his teeth, staring intently at the holy tier manuals and Sheen, thinking to himself with a touch of self-importance. With just this much, his haughty master surely wouldn't agree, would she? Sheen was indeed stunned by Chu's audacity. She stared at the mountain of manuals in disbelief, her lips slightly parted as if to speak, yet unsure of what to say. She knew that at this moment, as long as she agreed and a saint stage cultivator would not deceive her, all these saint-tier cultivation techniques would undoubtedly belong to her. With so many saint stage cultivation techniques in its possession, the Gravity Guild would inevitably become the foremost power in the mystic realm, enduring for tens of thousands of years and commanding the admiration of countless other factions. Even the crisis within the pavilion would have a chance of being completely resolved. Yet, her heart was filled with unease. She couldn't help but wonder why this saint stage elder had approached her. Seeing that Sheen remained silent, Chu paid it no mind. It seems my sincerity isn't enough yet. He waved his hand. Instantly, two more small hills materialized out of thin air beside the original one. Add another 200 gene of saint-tier cultivation techniques. Is that enough? Chu said indifferently. These things might be precious in others' eyes, but when the system first rewarded him with them, he had already seen through their true nature. So-called saint-stage cultivation techniques were nothing but toilet paper. Toilet paper he had in abundance, whether it was 100 or 200 gene made no difference to him. Don't believe me? Damn system, I just used 300 gene of saint-stage cultivation techniques. Give me some more. The system has rewarded you with 1000 gene of holy tier scriptures. Chu's lips curled into a smirk. He'd just been testing it out. He hadn't expected it to actually work. It really is true that the child who cries the loudest gets the milk. On the other hand, it also proved that this stuff really was just junk. He could actually just casually ask the system for it. System. Oh man, oh man. Had it been discovered? It had just had the door to a whole new world thrown open. Was this really how toilet paper was supposed to be used? If the first 100 gene of saint-tier cultivation techniques had left everyone in the hall dumbfounded, then the additional 200 gene of saint-tier cultivation techniques Chu just tossed out dealt a critical blow to everyone. What the hell? Just who is this saint stage cultivator, anyway? Too flashy, too terrifying. That SA full 300 gene. In the mystic realm, any single saint-tier cultivation technique would normally spark a bloody battle. How come, in the hands of this saint-tier cultivator, it seems like just another run-of-the-mill technique? Agree. Guild Master, think big. Think bigger. Don't hesitate, agree now. Today is the day our Gravity Guild takes off. Guild Master, you've got to seize this opportunity. In that split second, nearly every Gravity Guild elder in the hall sent telepathic messages to Sheen without hesitation, urging her to accept immediately. Such unimaginable wealth, if they missed this chance, it would never come again. A saint stage cultivator capable of producing something of this caliber isn't just simply extravagant, it's far more than that. Any elder with a modicum of foresight knew that, given this saint stage cultivator's power, it would be child's play for him to wipe out the entire Gravity Guild if he were to take offense. Sheen's rationality was on the verge of vanishing at that moment. A full 300 gene. It was right there before her eyes. If she agreed, perhaps the tragic fate of the Nangon clan could truly come to an end through her. Sheen glanced at Chu and noticed that his expression was calm as he stared back at her, betraying no emotion whatsoever. Her chest rose and fell rapidly as she immediately said to Chu, I am deeply honored by your generosity, Senior. I accept. But I have one condition. Chu raised an eyebrow, looking somewhat displeased. Another condition? Jiang and the others nearly went mad upon hearing Qin's words. Pavilion Master, don't be foolish. Why bring up conditions at a time like this? If you anger the Saint Stage, it'll all be for nothing. Hurry up and apologize to Senior Saint Stage, don't hesitate. The fate of the Gravity Guild is at stake, Guild Master. Hearing the anxious voices ringing in her ears, Qin didn't respond. Instead, she kept her gaze fixed on Chu. If it weren't for the hidden quest, such a lack of gratitude would have caused Chu to turn and walk away immediately. He looked into Qin's phoenix-like eyes, clear, determined, and devoid of even a trace of greed. For the sake of the mission, he gave Qin one last chance. Speak. Qin bowed slightly and said, Senior Saint Stage, I am but a lowly woman. I am unworthy of becoming your Tao companion. Moreover, with your depth of cultivation, you're surely far more than just a Saint Stage cultivator. I'm willing to be your concubine. If you permit it, I'll accept. To be this Senior's concubine? No one could have imagined Qin's proposal would be like this. The elders were all stunned. A concubine, that was the most humble status in the mortal world. It was merely a title, completely incomparable to that of a Tao companion. A Tao companion was the rightful wife. Had Qin gone mad? Unwilling to be the Senior's Tao companion, yet willing to be a concubine? Chu was also somewhat surprised, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. He gave a faint smile and said, Agreed. Then I accept. Seeing this, Qin's lips curled into a faint smile, revealing her white teeth, a sight so breathtakingly beautiful it took one's breath away. Ding! You have successfully wooed the female lead, Qin. 20,000 Gu fate points deducted. Hidden quest completed. Current completion rate, 100%. Do you wish to claim your reward? System. Unbelievable, the hidden quest is already complete? I object. Just as everyone was holding their breath in anticipation, a cold voice rang out. Gu panicked. How dare anyone object? With the Saint Stage showing such sincerity, how could anyone still object? The elders of the Gravity Guild's faces turned ashen, their expressions so grim they seemed to drip with darkness. They swiftly turned their murderous gazes toward the source of the voice. They saw Gu struggling to prop himself up with his hands, craning his neck, his chest heaving with rage. Gu? What right does he have to speak up at a time like this? Several elders furrowed their brows and scolded him loudly. Gu simply couldn't hold back any longer. This illusion was absolutely ridiculous. Just to provoke him, they actually forced his master, such a conservative woman, to marry his mortal enemy, Chu? They even gone so far as to conjure up a sacred tier cultivation technique weighing hundreds of gene. It was laughable. Gu admitted it had indeed provoked him. Even though he knew it was an illusion, seeing the woman he loved in such a state ignited a fierce sense of possessiveness that left him utterly enraged. Even if this is a test, there is no way to humiliate someone like this. Jealousy, anger, resentment. All these emotions surged through him at once. He knew full well that if he kept suppressing himself like this, he'd likely get trapped deep within the illusion and fail completely. The key to breaking free isn't necessarily acting like a ninja turtle. Facing his true feelings head on and saying no out loud is just as important. So at this moment, Gu chose to step forward and do what a man should do. Even if he was in an illusion, he had to stop this farce from unfolding. Qin could only be his. Gu, who do you think you are? Step aside. A mere disciple dares to meddle in matters like this? How dare you? Don't you want to live anymore? Upon realizing it was Gu who had spoken, numerous elders immediately shouted harshly at him. If Gu had previously earned Saint Stage's favor and become his successor, none of the elders would have dared to speak to him so harshly at this moment. But now that Gu had clearly failed his trial and Saint Stage had passed him over in favor of the guild master, the fact that he still dared to speak up infuriated many of the elders. Didn't you see that Saint Tier treasure mountain weighing several hundred gene? Even the guild mistress herself has agreed to her own marriage. Today is the day the Gravity Guild takes off. This is a cause for great celebration. You, a lowly Gravity Guild disciple, dare to come out and cause trouble. To put it bluntly, do you even deserve it? The Chosen One's actions have provoked the wrath of the Gravity Guild, causing them to lose trust in you. Your fate points are reduced by 5,000, and you receive 1 destiny chest. The Chosen One's actions have caused the female lead, Jean, to take a dislike to you. Your fate points are reduced by 5,000, and you receive 1 destiny chest. Shu watched with interest as the information popped up on the system panel. TSK. Another 10,000 points. His fate points are plummeting. Shu glanced at Gu. In the short time since they met, Gu's fate points had nearly halved. Not only that, but he also received 2 more destiny chests. That feels good. To be honest, even he was surprised by Gu's reaction. This chosen one, how did he manage to make him feel a kind of beauty born of mental deficiency? He used to be pretty good at playing it safe. Why was he suddenly so unable to keep his cool? He didn't say a word, just watched impassively as Gu continued his performance. The more enthusiastically he acted, the more his fate points plummeted. Gu felt a pang of frustration after being scolded by the elder. Ignoring this mere pawn in the illusion, he shouted once more, "I object." Staring directly at Qin and the elders, he barked, "Is it appropriate to propose marriage on our very first meeting? My master is such a proud woman, how could she possibly agree? And as a concubine, no less? How ridiculous!" His words caused the elders' faces to darken. Young people are so short-sighted. In the mystic realm, major clans and sects often arrange marriages without even meeting first, and no one has ever called off such a betrothal. So what's wrong with proposing on the very first meeting? Gu, shut your filthy mouth. The Saint Stage Elder hasn't pressured the Pavilion Master at all, and he has even presented such a lavish gift. Isn't that sincere enough? Zhang bristled, glaring furiously at Gu. Gu let out a cold laugh and looked at Qin, saying, "Sincerity? With just this toilet paper? How could my master possibly care about such material things?" Qin stared at Gu, furrowing his brow. "Gu, stop spouting nonsense. Go back and rest for now." Actually, Gu was right about one thing. Personally speaking, she really didn't want to agree to marry someone she only met once. But she wasn't alone. As the guild master of the Gravity Guild, Qin was no naive young girl who knew nothing of the world. Behind her stood the Gravity Guild. She also bore the fate of the Nangong clan on her shoulders. The weight of these responsibilities was something a young person like Gu could never understand. As long as the stakes are high enough and it doesn't cross any red lines, many things can be used as bargaining chips. These holy tier cultivation techniques aren't toilet paper. They are supreme treasures capable of altering the history of the mystic realm. That's 300 Jin. Enough to make Qin willingly become a concubine. Because she knew full well that she wasn't worthy of being the Dao companion of someone who could casually pull out 300 Jin of holy tier cultivation techniques. Even becoming a concubine might be reaching too high. If one's virtue does not match one's station, calamity is bound to follow. If she were to shamelessly claim the position of this person's Dao companion, it would surely lead to endless trouble in the future. That's why she took the initiative to propose it. These matters are not something one can discuss in public. She and the elders of the Gravity Guild all understood this perfectly well. Qin had originally thought that Gu, being such an outstanding genius, would surely understand these things. She never expected him to act so immaturely. She was somewhat disappointed. Qin's words prompted a female elder to quickly interject, "Saint Stage, please forgive us. Gu was seriously injured during the trial just now. It seems he suffered a head injury. He is not quite lucid right now, which is why he spoke without thinking. We ask for your forgiveness, Saint Stage." Hearing this, Gu felt a chill in his heart, but he didn't back down an inch. In a deep voice, he said, "Master, I know you're thinking of the Gravity Guild, but this matter never mind. Why am I even talking to a phantom?" He shifted his gaze to Chu and declared in a clear voice, "Senior, shouldn't this farce come to an end?" Chu, who had been thoroughly engrossed in the spectacle, suddenly heard Gu call his name. He narrowed his eyes and fixed his gaze on him. An illusion?
Isn't one illusionary trial enough by now? Must you bring in these repulsive things to disturb my composure? Do you think that by taking everything I possess, you'll shatter my resolve? You won T.
I just find this whole affair utterly tedious. If you, senior, insist on continuing this way, then please forgive me for not playing along any longer. Gu's eyes were red. He spoke slowly, enunciating each word, his icy tone laced with anger. To take the things he cherished and toy with them so recklessly. He would not accept such treatment. By tearing off the mask at this moment, he was not only confronting his inner self but also demonstrating his decisiveness and resolve. As far as Gu was concerned, no matter which aspect this senior's test was meant to assess, he had passed with flying colors. This farce should end right here. An illusion? A mental breakdown? Oh. So that's how it is. No wonder he didn't react much when he saw me. There were several times he held back from flying into a rage, and all this time, he thought he was in an illusion? True to his status as the destined protagonist, his imagination is truly vivid. After hearing Gu's righteous rebuttal, Chu's expression took on an intriguing look. Gu's self-revelation finally allowed Chu to see through his line of thinking. So all this time, he was just making it up in his head, convinced he was undergoing some so-called test. If that's the case, then don't blame me for making you a total laughingstock. He curved the corners of his mouth and deliberately baited Gu. I see. You just said I took everything away from you. So, according to you, Sheen is your woman? My apologies for being so forward. The moment those words left his mouth, it was as if a boulder had crashed into a calm lake. Everyone was stunned. Gu didn't even have time to seriously consider what he'd been saying about some illusion or not. What does that mean? Gu he surely he doesn't have designs on his master? The elders of the Gravity Guild and others turned even paler, frantically glancing at Chu's expression. Finding him still as calm as water, they felt both anxious and exasperated. How dare Gu do this? If the Saint Stage were to misunderstand this, it would spell major trouble. Could it be that the guild master really has something going on with Gu? Pavilion master, say something. You absolutely mustn't let the senior misunderstand. He hurriedly transmitted his voice to Qin. Qin's impassive expression shifted slightly, and her phoenix-like eyes now stared at Gu in disbelief. Gu couldn't possibly be like that. She held Gu in very high regard. He was a prodigy with exceptional talent, and she had devoted a great deal of effort to teaching him so he could grow stronger. Gu had always behaved properly toward her, showing her the utmost respect. According to the senior's implication, did he step forward to cause trouble just now because he had designs on her? I am his master. A chill ran through Qin's heart. In the mystic realm, such a relationship between a master and disciple would be a scandal of epic proportions. If word got out, her reputation throughout the entire mystic realm would be completely ruined. Although she didn't care much about her reputation, if Gu had stepped forward at this moment and it was truly for that reason, it would mean he hadn't given her the slightest thought. Even so, Qin remained silent, suppressing her emotions as she stared directly at Gu. Perhaps the elder had simply misunderstood. Gu wasn't that kind of person. Don't you want to put an end to this farce? Seeing all eyes in the hall fixed on him, Gu stood tall and declared, That's right. I do have feelings for my master, and she feels the same way about me. Since you, senior, can already see through this, why are you using it to test me? His reply was forceful, decisive, and straightforward. His words immediately sparked an uproar. Has this Gu had enough of living? Does he think he can spout nonsense just by claiming it's an illusion? If the elder takes this seriously and ruins this wedding, grinding Gu's bones to dust 100 times wouldn't be enough. Zhang stamped his feet in frustration, exclaiming, Elder, he has gone mad. Don't listen to his nonsense. Sect Master, please explain. A chill crept across Qin's stunning features. She never expected Gu to say something like that. She was deeply disappointed. Qin didn't respond to Gu or even acknowledge him. Instead, she turned to Chu and said, We are simply master and disciple. Chu nodded. I understand.
How you handle this is up to you. I won't interfere. Hearing this, Sheena's chest heaved. She knew this was her senior giving her a chance. If the matter with Gu wasn't resolved perfectly, it wouldn't just be a simple marriage being ruined, the consequences would be unimaginable. She turned and walked toward Gu. Faced with a torrent of insults and attacks, Gu paid no attention, staring straight at Chu, waiting for this illusion which couldn't be any more fake to come to a complete end. But then she saw Qin approaching, her steps light and graceful, and in the blink of an eye, she was right in front of him. Smack! A slap. Gu felt the world spinning. He was sent flying like a spinning top. Gu, as of today, you and I are no longer master and disciple. Sheena's phoenix-like eyes were icy cold, and her words cut like swords, piercing straight into Gu's heart. Having said that, she paid no attention to Gu. Instead, she turned to the other members of the Gravity Guild and announced publicly, Gu has committed an act of treason, offending as Saint Stage Senior and defying the rules of the Gravity Guild. Today, she is expelled from the Gravity Guild and imprisoned in the Abyss Cliff for 300 years, after which she will be executed. Jiang, you will personally escort her. Gu was still spinning through the air like a top, a shower of blood splattering all around. Jiang hurriedly replied, coming, Guild Master. The elders of the Gravity Guild all breathed a collective sigh of relief. True to her reputation as Guild Master, her mind remained clear at this critical moment. Such decisiveness would surely be enough to earn the Elder's forgiveness. After Qin finished her announcement, she walked over to Chu and explained, Elder, the Abyss Cliff is the most terrifying place of punishment in our Gravity Guild. Given Gu's offense against you, simply killing him would be too lenient. Moreover, there is something peculiar about him. He might not die completely. He must endure the torments of the underworld cliff to be thoroughly eliminated. Seeing Qin's decisiveness, Chu smiled faintly and said, agreed. Hearing Chu's response, Qin breathed a sigh of relief, though she still dared not let her guard down. She gazed at Chu and noticed a flicker in the senior's eyes. He seemed deep in thought, which made her feel uneasy. She wondered if her approach would satisfy him. Chu was currently staring at the system panel. The Chosen One has severed ties with his mentor, Qin. Fate points reduced by 5,000. You have obtained 1 destiny chest. The Chosen One has been expelled from the Gravity Guild. Fate points have been reduced by 5,000. You have obtained 1 destiny chest. Since the Chosen One has severed ties with Qin, the completion rate for the hidden quest Defeat Qin has increased by 50%. Current completion rate, 150%. Do you wish to claim the reward? Following Qin's actions, Gu's fate points plummeted again by 10,000. He now has only 45,000 points left. Another 2 destiny chests added to his haul. To be honest, he was quite satisfied with how Qin had handled the situation. But he was also well aware that Gu still had plenty of fate points. Qin's decision to imprison Gu in the so-called Nether Cliff would most likely grant him another chance. He might even have a chance to escape. Of course, Chu didn't care. His goal was already clear. He had to get his hands on the Eternal Gate first, then kill Gu. As long as his fate points weren't reset to 0, it wouldn't matter even if Qin chose to execute Gu on the spot. If pushed to the limit, the Eternal Gate inside him might open directly and even suck Gu right in. What he was concerned about now was the hidden quest related to defeating Qin. Earlier, he'd been too busy watching Gu's humiliation to claim the reward for completing the hidden quest in time. He never would have imagined it. A 100% completion rate wasn't even the highest. It could actually go up to 150%? System, what is the maximum completion rate for this hidden quest? Esteemed host, 300%. The system replied immediately. 300%? It seemed this was the true value of the hidden quest. He decisively chose not to claim the reward. Looking up, he saw Gu had just hit the ground, smashed into a pile of meat paste. Before Gu could even react, a piercing, blood-red gale swept toward him. I'll show you an illusion. I'll show you an illusion. The aged Jiang, wielding a massive black stone steel as if it were a brick, aimed it at Gu's location and began smashing away furiously. Boom! Boom! I used to give you face, but you really thought you were something special, didn't you? You disgraceful piece of trash. John was also a king stage cultivator. His strength was far from ordinary. Although he couldn't be compared to Chu, against a dragon stage cultivator like Gu, even if he were the chosen one, it was utterly impossible for Gu to put up any resistance after being stripped of all his supreme treasures. A barrage of blows and agonized screams echoed to the heavens. Old Jiang, stop hitting him. You're getting on in years, your hands and feet aren't as nimble as mine. Besides, I'm itching to have a go. Let me handle this. This kid seems pretty tough. He is still standing after all that. Everyone, calm down. Let us not make a spectacle of ourselves in front of outsiders. Shall we take turns? Everyone, calm down. The sect master said we must keep him alive to take him to the abyss of darkness. Come, let me give him some life-saving pills to keep him alive while you continue beating him. Faced with Jiang's mounting agitation, more and more elders joined in the persuasion. Wielding wolf tooth clubs covered in barbs, iron whips, and spears. Without a word of warning, they began striking Gu, trying to snap him out of it. Even more outrageous was a kind-faced, white-robed elder standing nearby, holding a jade vial. Whenever he sensed Gu was on the verge of death, he would remove the stopper from the vial and carefully pour out some spiritual elixir or medicinal potion, thoughtfully treating Gu's injuries. Qin's cold-heartedness, the elder's ruthlessness. The intense pain ravaging both his body and mind was driving Gu to the brink of madness. All he could do now was wail in agony. My master could never be this heartless toward me. How could the figure at the saint stage possibly be my mortal enemy, Chu? How could everything except that gate have been stolen from me? How could this happen? And those hundreds of gene of saint stage artifacts, it's simply impossible. The absolute, utter, most absurd thing of all is me. With my dragon stage strength, without the little tree, and surrounded by so many king stage cultivators, there is no way I could have survived. This must be an illusion. It's an illusion. Even reduced to this state, he remained firmly convinced that he was still trapped in an illusion. From start to finish, Chu wore a faint smile as he quietly watched Gu's public humiliation. He discovered that the chosen one didn't even need to lift a finger. His fate points were dropping even faster this way. He was more than happy to witness such a scene. The Gravity Guild was playing along perfectly. Beating Gu up like this was clearly a way for them to vent their frustration on his behalf. Most importantly, these elders were clearly no fools. They must have already realized the problem with Gu. No one, no matter how many hidden cards they held, could have their health bar remain this thick after being attacked like that. There was definitely a big secret hidden within Gu. They couldn't see through the eternal gate within Gu the way he could. But wouldn't these elders be suspicious? Even if Gu were imprisoned in the so-called desolate abyss cliff, he wouldn't find peace. Stop, everyone stop. Don't let outsiders make a spectacle of us. Old John still has to escort this bastard back to the underworld cliff. The kind-faced elder, ultimately concerned for his own elixirs, couldn't help but shout. Instantly, the elders all stopped fighting and stared at the pulp of flesh before them. By now, Gu was breathing shallowly, barely clinging to life. Spit. One elder spat on Gu and cursed, "This bastard's really tough, my hands are sore from beating him." Another elder narrowed his eyes, staring at Gu thoughtfully. He exchanged glances with several other elders. Although they just fed him elixirs to keep him alive, they could sense something was wrong just by the feel of it. This Gu was far too resilient. After being beaten so mercilessly, no one, not even a cultivator at the dragon stage, let alone the immortal stage or master stage, would be able to withstand it. But every time Gu was on the brink of death, a gray mist would appear around his body. Even without their elixirs, he might not have died. There was definitely something seriously wrong here. "Senior, I'll escort Gu to the underworld cliff first." Jiang immediately nodded and sought Chu's permission. With a casual gesture,
she conjured a piece of white cloth and wrapped the battered Gu in it. Clouds formed beneath her feet, and she transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from the scene. Seeing that Gu, the only troublemaker, had been sent away, Sheen whispered to Chu, Sr., "I'm sorry to have made a spectacle of myself." She had finally come to understand. Given Gu's character and his assessment of the situation, it was only natural that he wouldn't have caught the eye of this saint stage cultivator. Chu displayed the grace of a true gentleman with a wave of his hand. He said to her politely, "Why are you still calling me senior? That's so formal. Just call me husband." Sheen. Is this really so sudden? Looking into Chu's obsidian-like eyes, which remained completely unruffled, she hesitated slightly, her cheeks inexplicably flushing with a hint of crimson, a touch of coy charm peeking through her aloofness, and whispered, "All right, husband, if you'll have me, please rest at the Gravity Guild for now. As for our wedding date." At this point, Sheen gently pursed her lips. Today's events were too surreal. Even now, she still found it hard to believe. Chu waved his hand and said, "There's no rush." A female elder hurriedly interjected, "Saint Stage, you jest. This concerns your reputation. I will promptly invite representatives from all factions of the mystic realm to select an auspicious date and time to complete the concubine-taking ceremony." Upon hearing this, Sheen lowered her head, and a faint blush spread across her cheeks, making her breathtakingly beautiful. A concubine-taking ceremony? Chu's heart stirred, and he nodded slightly. That did remind him of something. He now had a plan for how to increase the completion rate of his remaining hidden quest. Another elder approached, saying earnestly, "In that case, Saint Stage, please rest at the Gravity Guild for now." Since Chu had been transported here from another world, the Azure Sword Guild had little to do with him, so he had no intention of returning. Staying at the Gravity Guild suited him perfectly. Aside from the members of the Gravity Guild, there were numerous Mystic Realm powerhouses present that day. News of Saint Stage's emergence and his intention to take the Gravity Guild's guildmaster as a concubine spread rapidly. In particular, the 300 gene of Saint Tier cultivation techniques became the focal point, setting the entire Mystic Realm ablaze and sparking widespread speculation. The next day. Gravity Guild, an antique-style courtyard. Several managing elders had gathered, their expressions grave. Zhang sat in the seat of honor. Clearing his throat, he said solemnly, "Regarding the matter of Gu, how do you all think we should handle it?" The kind-faced elder son immediately nodded and said, "Although Gu is a prodigy within the guild, daring to harbor improper intentions toward the guildmaster is an absolute taboo." His words were met with agreement from the other elders. If Saint Stage hadn't set her sights on Sheen, it would have been one thing. But now that Saint Stage was about to take Sheen as her concubine, allowing Gu to remain would undoubtedly pose a grave threat. "You all know that Gu harbors a secret. Su, you are to enter the Shadow Cliff, personally torture the truth out of him, and then execute Gu." Zhang issued his orders. An elder, thin and tall as a bamboo pole, nodded and said, "Leave it to me." Zhang then turned to another, stout elder standing nearby and said, "We must uproot the problem completely. Although Gu comes from humble origins, we cannot leave any potential threats behind. Elder Zhang, please make a personal trip to the Bamboo Realm and wipe out the Gu family as well." Elder Zhang nodded indifferently and replied, "Understood." Chu, who was in a quiet chamber, sensed this exchange and smiled faintly. These elders of the Gravity Guild are truly considerate. Bamboo Realm, Wucheng. The bustling marketplace was teeming with people, a never-ending stream of crowds. The taverns and teahouses were exceptionally lively, filled with storytellers who wandered among the crowds, recounting all manner of amusing anecdotes and drawing bursts of applause. Inside an inn called Yijing Xian. A storyteller, holding a paper fan and dressed in a pale blue robe, was speaking with great enthusiasm, his eyes sparkling and spit flying as he said, "Now, let us talk about our very own Wucheng, which has produced a peerless genius named Gu Yan, the adopted son of the current lord of Wucheng, Gu Changyun. At first, people thought he was a complete failure at cultivation, but then, one day out of the blue, Gu's innate talent awakened, and his cultivation progressed by leaps and bounds. He first gained the recognition of the patriarch of the Yunin sect, and later entered our great Qingzhou sect, the Azure Sword Guild, where he displayed his peerless talent and stole the show. He even effortlessly surpassed Chu, the chief senior disciple of the Azure Sword Guild.
The storyteller, with vivid and expressive narration, told Gu's story in a captivating manner.
The audience below applauded enthusiastically, and many were deeply inspired by his exploits. Yet one man, with a worried look on his face, remarked, "This Gu is indeed a prodigy.
He has turned the Gu family, originally a minor clan in Wuching, into the city's rulers."
But the Gu family is, after all, of humble origins.
Though they've soared to prominence thanks to Gu, they're incapable of governing the vast city of Wuching.
In just half a year, taxes have already risen by 30%.
I've heard they're set to rise even further. Sigh, they're not even as good as the Zhang family was before.
A burly man standing beside him also looked gloomy as he said, "Collecting taxes would be one thing, but the Gu family is getting more and more brazen. I heard that not long ago, one of Gu's cousins led the city guard to raid the former followers of the Zhang family within the city.
Sergeant Li's entire family met a terrible end. My goodness, Li Wei is dead?
He was a well-known philanthropist here in Wuching. Back when the Zhang family was at odds with the Gu family, Li Wei even helped the Gu family.
How could his entire family have been slaughtered? It's all because of that cousin of Gu's. He is arrogant and high-handed, with no regard for anyone.
Using the fact that Li Wei was once related to the Zhang family's youngest daughter as an excuse, he just went ahead and attacked. My house is right next to Sergeant Li's. I saw the scene with my own eyes.
It was absolutely horrific.
Someone said indignantly, "The Gu family has only just come into power, and they're already acting so high-handed.
Aren't they afraid of retribution?" The burly man who had spoken suddenly let out a cold laugh and said, "Retribution? You're thinking too much.
I don't know what kind of luck the Gu family stumbled upon, but that adopted son of theirs, Gu, is incredibly talented. Rumor has it he has already joined some massive power.
Once he returns, even our Azure Sword Guild here in Qingzhou will have to kowtow to him.
By then, the Gu family won't just rule this tiny Wuching, they'll dominate the entire Qingzhou, and no one will dare say a word."
Sigh. The Gu family's misdeeds were by no means few.
The others went on to recount several more acts that outraged both heaven and earth. A group of people in the tavern sighed upon hearing this, but after all, this was Wuching, and with Gu's overwhelming influence, there were even more who dared not speak out against the Gu family despite their anger. At that moment, in the heart of Wuching, at the Gu mansion, the vast estate featured courtyards, pavilions, and water pavilions, with opulent buildings. Everywhere one looked, there was luxury, antique woodwork, and exquisite furnishings. Servants bustled about, all strikingly handsome and gracefully built. In the main hall of the Gu mansion, cups clinked and laughter rang out. More than a dozen guests were seated at the table, chatting and laughing. Each was dressed in silk and brocade, exuding an air of grandeur. All were people of considerable standing. "Head of the Gu family, we must offer our congratulations in advance this time.
Rumor has it that Gu has joined a transcendent faction in the upper realm. Why didn't you mention something like this?"
A burly man clad in cold weather armor, his face marked by a sword scar, asked reproachfully. The man at the head of the table had long hair. Though already middle-aged, he looked as refined and scholarly as a scholar. Hearing this, he smiled apologetically. After all, such matters involved the upper realm, so we couldn't just speak freely about them. However, since you all know now, I won't keep it from you any longer. Gu has indeed joined the Gravity Guild in the upper realm. Within 3 years, he will return to the Bamboo realm, and by then, he will undoubtedly become a venerable. Hearing this, the crowd fell silent with awe.
Venerable. The highest title in the Bamboo realm.
Only those who have reached the Bamboo realm's highest realm, the immortal stage, can be called venerables. How old is Gu, anyway? To become a venerable at such a young age. It's truly unbelievable. Then we must congratulate the Gu family. I've heard that Gu has a grudge against that chief of the Azure Sword Guild. I imagine he must be panicking right now.
Absolutely.
That's the Azure Sword Guild, after all. It's incredible that Gu could scare them like that. Around the banquet table, the air was filled with congratulations. Everyone held the Gu family in the highest regard.
Even a blind man could tell that the bamboo realm was on the verge of a major upheaval.
The Gu family wouldn't be confined to the tiny city of Wuchang within 10 years, they would become a colossus in the bamboo realm.
Anyone who didn't rush to curry favor with them now would be a fool.
The Gu family scholar at the head of the table, the one being praised, also laughed heartily, feeling utterly elated. The thing Gu Changyun was most proud of in his entire life was adopting Gu as his foster son. Once Xiaoyan became a venerable, the Gu family would become a super clan in the bamboo realm. Just thinking that before long, even a colossus like the Azure Sword Guild would be groveling at the Gu family's feet made Gu Changyun's heart race and fueled his ambition even further. High above the 9 heavens. Suddenly, the sky tore open. A portly old man with the air of an immortal strode out of the pitch-black hole.
Is this the Gu family of the bamboo realm?
Humph, a den of filth and depravity. The portly elder, clad in the robes of the Gravity Guild, cast a glance at the Gu manor. Spotting numerous acts of depravity and debauchery, a look of displeasure crossed his face. A fly whisk appeared in his hand. With a casual flick of his wrist,
the white bristles on the fly whisk transformed into a rain of ice arrows, plummeting downward. Aya.
From beneath the Gu mansion came wave after wave of agonized screams, accompanied by the pungent stench of blood. Everyone in the Gu household met a violent end.
Who is it? Who dares to target our Gu family? Aren't you afraid of the Gu family's retaliation? Shouts rang out from below. Ha! The Gu family? How arrogant! The fat elder let out a cold laugh.
As Gu Changyun lay dying, he stared blankly up at the sky. His gaze suddenly froze upon seeing the fat elder's attire. He recognized it.
Was that the Gravity Guild's uniform? Xiaoyan, what happened to him?
An ice arrow was lodged in Gu Changyun's chest. His eyes were wide open, refusing to close in death. In the blink of an eye, the Gu family of Wuchang, including City Lord Gu Changyun and all 172 of its members, was wiped out. The entire city was in shock.
Mystic Realm, Gravity Guild's Forbidden Zone, the Abyss of Darkness.
Waves of emerald green mist swirled around them, writhing like venomous snakes.
As a forbidden zone, the Abyss of Darkness was perpetually shrouded in an extremely toxic miasma.
Anyone caught within it would be subjected to endless torment and nightmares. Even a king-stage cultivator entering this place could not endure more than 3 days before losing their mind and descending into utter madness.
No, wait, wasn't that really just an illusion before?
A naked teenager clutched his head and cried out in agony, having been jolted awake by nightmares countless times.
Gu's face was contorted in agony.
He suddenly felt an inexplicable pang in his heart, as if he had lost something precious. He gasped for breath in ragged, labored breaths. The sweat streaming down his face had a greenish tint as it trickled down his cheeks. He wanted to make a more vigorous movement, but he couldn't. His limbs were bound by heavy, specially crafted chains that sealed off all his spiritual power. Before Gu could even fathom the cause of this hollow emptiness, the Abyss of Darkness gave him no time to catch his breath. The green mist all around him transformed into eerie tentacles, piercing his crown and limbs. His whole body trembled, his eyes rolled back, and he was dragged once more into an endless nightmare. In the nightmare, he would experience countless deaths, each one the most agonizing way to die. An ordinary person who fell into the Abyss of Darkness would go mad within 3 days.
But Gu's will was incredibly tenacious. Even as a living corpse, he still held on. After enduring countless nightmares, a subtle change finally occurred within his body.
The great wasteland heavenly scripture. Gu gradually came to his senses and sensed that the holy tier cultivation technique he practiced was actually slowly absorbing the green mist all around him, transforming it into a stream of pure spiritual energy that mended his severely injured body. What he never expected was that this pure spiritual energy not only allowed his damaged body to gradually recover, but also flowed through his body all the way to that mysterious gate deep within his divine sea. Creak, 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 creak. Driven by this force, the ancient, weathered lintels of the bronze gate began to emit a faint glimmer of light. This mysterious gate, which had long lain dormant within his divine sea, actually opened a barely perceptible crack at that very moment.
Boom! Inside his dazed mind, it was as if the heavens and earth had suddenly been split apart. Gu felt an unprecedented realization well up within him out of nowhere. His fingers instinctively traced a light path through the void. The chains that had bound his arms and thighs began to fade, as if gradually turning transparent. No! It wasn't the chains that were becoming transparent, it was his own body. As his body turned transparent, the green mist that had been coiling around him ceaselessly like venomous snakes suddenly rippled gently in place, as if it had lost its direction. He discovered that by harnessing the power of nightmares within the green mist he had absorbed, he could actually draw a special power from the mysterious gate in the sea of consciousness. This power seems capable of traversing the void. I am saved. Gu's heart was pounding wildly. He had been imprisoned in the abyss cliff for who knows how long, and he had originally believed he was in an illusion, undergoing a trial. But just moments ago, as he pushed open the crack in that inner door, he clearly sensed a reality unlike anything he'd ever experienced before. This door was telling him there had never been any illusion to begin with. This realization sent Gu, who had just begun to feel elated, plummeting into an icy abyss, his limbs growing cold. How could this not be an illusion? Nothing in this world could be that absurd. My master Shi. Gu still hadn't recovered from the previous blow. But finding himself in such peril, his reason compelled him to forcefully suppress his less sensible thoughts and carefully observe his surroundings. Inside the Yomi cliff, as far as the eye could see, there was nothing but a sickly green mist. It was impossible to judge direction or spatial orientation. Stay calm. With the power of the void within the door bolstering me, this green mist can't harm me for now. I'll gather more nightmare energy first, then explore slowly. I'm sure I'll find the exit. Gu withdrew his gaze and quickly made up his mind. This mist, imbued with terrifying nightmare energy, now held value to him thanks to the dual blessings of the Great Wasteland Scripture and the mysterious gate. Whoosh! He didn't know how much time had passed. Gu's entire skin glowed with a greenish hue, as if he had turned into a little green man. But Gu didn't mind. On the contrary, he felt elated. Transformed by the great wilderness heavenly classic, this nightmare mist was more than enough to sustain his escape. Before long, the mist where Gu stood had noticeably thinned compared to the surrounding area. Suddenly, the celestial gate began to tremble. Gu's expression shifted slightly as he looked up. The sky was also thick with green mist, but now it rippled out like water splashes. Someone else coming? Gu's expression darkened slightly. He immediately channeled the void power of the mystic gate, and his form gradually became transparent, hiding him within the void. Soon, Gu spotted the person entering the Yomi cliff. The newcomer was a tall, thin old man wearing a tattered Taoist robe. Gu recognized him and thought to himself, Su? This elder was the guardian of the Gravity Guild's scripture hall. He had once been extremely fortunate to discover a lost ancient text there, and at the time, he had gotten along quite well with this Su, who had held him in high regard. But now, Gu felt a chill run down his spine. For he sensed a bone-chilling intent to kill emanating from this Su. The other man was definitely not here to save him. On the contrary, he was most likely here to kill him. At this thought, a savage grimace crossed Gu's face. Damn it! Why are they doing this to me? I've made so many contributions to the Gravity Guild in the past. Just because a saint stage has appeared, do they intend to wipe me out completely? At that moment, Gu deeply felt the cruelty and darkness of this world. At that moment, he didn't hate Su. Instead, he harbored a bone-deep hatred for that saint stage who had suddenly appeared and looked exactly like Chu. One day, when I ascend to the saint stage, I will repay every humiliation I've suffered today, doubled. He vowed silently, his face contorted with fury. Where did he go? At that moment, Su, who had just broken through the air, furrowed his brow slightly. He extended his divine sense, continuously scanning the Yomi cliff, but could not find Gu's figure. This caused his expression to shift slightly. Oh no, he hasn't escaped, has he? His face immediately darkened, and he began searching again with even greater care. If Gu really had escaped, that would be a major problem. At that moment, Gu harnessed the power of the void and, following the path Su had taken, left the underworld cliff. Gu returned to the vast open world. He greedily inhaled the fresh spiritual energy in deep, ravenous breaths, his heart swelling with joy. Su, a king stage cultivator, didn't he detect my presence at all? He looked around. As a forbidden zone of the Gravity Guild, the underworld cliff was desolate and empty. No one had noticed his escape. But now he faced an entirely new problem. Where should he go after escaping? His backing in the mystic realm had been the Gravity Guild. Now that the Gravity Guild had completely abandoned him, it would be absolutely impossible for him to gain a foothold in the mystic realm. Especially with that guy who looked exactly like Chu. I can't stay in the mystic realm any longer. I'll head back to the bamboo realm first. In the blink of an eye, Gu made his decision. He knew all too well just how powerful the Gravity Guild was in the mystic realm. If he stayed in the mystic realm, trouble was bound to find him sooner or later. Traveling up to the upper realm was easy, but descending to the lower realm wasn't nearly as convenient. Descending from the mystic realm takes time. He was extremely familiar with the bamboo realm himself and had several secret hideouts where he could take refuge. Most crucially, the great calamity he was currently facing was highly likely to affect the Gu family. He was deeply concerned for his relatives in the Gu family and his friends in the bamboo realm, so he decided to make sure they were all safe and sound before making any further plans. Now, however, a new problem presented itself. Descending to the lower realm was just as troublesome for him. It would require a heavy price either traversing the inter-realm passage or using a cross-realm teleportation array. Neither of these was something a dragon stage cultivator could easily obtain. Gu's eyes flickered as he pondered his options. He looked around, his mind racing with thoughts. Suddenly, Gu's gaze fixed on a particular direction. There lay the Chongming Palace, once the place where his master Qin had cultivated. He stared at it, a look of reluctance crossing his face. Am I really going to have to leave like this? He was intimately familiar with every blade of grass and every tree in the Gravity Guild. Yet now he was about to embark on a life of fleeing from the Gravity Guild's pursuit. His master, was she really that heartless? Gu couldn't accept it. His master's feelings for him were definitely genuine. Let us take one last look. Before leaving, he wanted to sneak one last glance at Qin. If he had the chance, he wanted to talk to her. He wasn't reckless with the mystic gate at his disposal. He was confident that not even that damn saint stage could see through his tactics. Gu channeled the power of the void and flew stealthily toward Chongming Palace. Gravity Guild, Chongming Palace. Whoosh! Whoosh! A massive torrent of water formed a milky white cascade, plunging down the steep cliff face. Water splashed in all directions, and the spiritual energy was overwhelming. Beside the waterfall, pavilions, towers, and gazebos blended seamlessly with the surrounding landscape. As the pavilion master's place of cultivation, it appeared simple on the surface but was, in reality, anything but. The spiritual energy drifting in the air was incredibly dense, and the surrounding area was filled with countless magical arrays and runes, all meticulously crafted. Within the central pavilion, surrounded by all the other structures like stars clustering around the moon, Chu, clad in a black robe, sat cross-legged, delving into the chaos scripture. Suddenly, his sword-like eyebrows twitched slightly, and he opened his eyes as vast and boundless as the stars. He has escaped? Truly worthy of the protagonist of Heaven will, even when trapped in a perilous place, he can turn death into rebirth and seize a stroke of fortune. This method of void teleportation is a technique that can only be used by those at the Great Saint stage or higher. If I were truly just an ordinary Saint stage cultivator, I'm afraid I really wouldn't be able to do anything about him. A faint smile played at the corners of his mouth, carrying a hint of cynicism. Under the coverage of his Emperor stage divine sense, everything happening within the Gravity Guild was within his perception, including, of course, Gu, who had just escaped. If he wished, he could effortlessly snatch Gu right back with a single gesture. But there was no need for that. What he wanted was the destiny chest. After several days of observation, Chu had come to realize that simply beating Gu to a pulp wouldn't yield any further benefits. He needed to let Gu squirm a bit more to get what he wanted. Oh? You finally managed to escape, yet instead of making a quick getaway, you're heading toward the Chongming Palace. Interesting. Are you here to see Qin? Gu, oh Gu, should I call you devoted or just plain stupid? A hint of scorn flashed in Chua's eyes. This Gu was the quintessential, headstrong destiny protagonist. Impulsive, arrogant, and headstrong. These were all fatal weaknesses. Well, there was something he needed to test. Using you as a guinea pig wouldn't be a bad idea. As he sensed Gua's movements drawing closer, he stood up and walked toward the exit of the Grand Hall. Behind the Chongming Palace, a waterfall cascaded down to form a sacred spring known as the Qianxian Spring. The Qianxian Sacred Spring is a secret realm for cultivation, capable of significantly tempering the physical body. To enter such a realm within the Gravity Guild requires an enormous cost. Of course, to Chu, it's of no use. It's just a bathhouse. It's actually quite nice for soaking and relaxing, though. He strolled leisurely with every step he took. The surrounding space shifted slightly, a technique infinitely more sophisticated than the void arts Gu employed. In the blink of an eye, Chu arrived outside the Thousand Mystic Holy Spring. The spring water shimmered with a faint silver glow, and layers of white mist drifted across the surface, making it resemble a fairyland on earth. His black robe naturally slipped away, revealing a perfect physique with well-defined lines and evenly proportioned muscles. Just as he stepped into the waters of the Thousand Mystic Holy Spring and felt the warm spring water soothe him, a gentle voice reached his ears. "Husband, may I come in?" Chu was not surprised by Qin's arrival. In fact, every time he had come here to bathe over the past few days, Qin had always come of her own accord to attend to him. Soon, a slender figure could be seen emerging from beyond the mist, walking gracefully toward him. Qin was clad in nothing but a sheer black veil, revealing vast swaths of her fair skin. A delicate fragrance wafted through the air. As Qin drew nearer, a blush spread across her stunning face, and her long, jet-black hair cascaded gently over her shoulders, 3 parts alluring, 7 parts pure, as if a fairy had descended to the mortal realm. A pair of shapely, slender legs stepped into the pool. The black veil became saturated in the sacred waters, creating an intimate atmosphere. A pair of delicate hands gently rested on Chua's shoulders, massaging them slowly, just like a maid would. Chu wasn't like Gu, that meek, virtue-obsessed protagonist of destiny. As the villain, if he didn't enjoy this, would he even be a villain? He closed his eyes, savoring Qin's attentions. Neither of them spoke. They remained silent, perfectly in sync. Suddenly, Chu slowly opened his eyes and cast a casual glance upward. They arrived rather quickly. I can't let you see a scene like this. With a single thought, mist instantly filled the sacred spring. The mist was thick from the outside, only 2 blurry silhouettes were visible. Gu, having dissolved into nothingness, manipulated the power of the mystic gate to slip silently into the Chongming Palace. He searched the Chongming Palace in secret for quite some time but found no trace of his master. Where could he have gone? Wait, the Qianxian Sacred Spring. A sudden thought struck Gu. He stamped his foot, channeling the power of the void to teleport, and appeared outside the sacred spring. Despite the thick fog, he still spotted a familiar figure. His master? And there was someone else, that guy a man? Gu's heart skipped a beat. His eyes widened in disbelief. He stared intently into the Qianxian Sacred Spring, but the fog was too thick. He could only make out 2 blurry silhouettes. How could this be? What is his master doing? He couldn't help but tremble all over. He wanted to get a clear look, but found the fog was simply too thick. He couldn't see a thing. He could only faintly make out some sounds. Gu gritted his teeth. Although he relied on the power of the mystic gate, he didn't dare get too close. If he were detected and captured again, even the mystic gate might be discovered. He could only prick up his ears, trying to hear what these 2 were actually saying. Husband, what's wrong? Qin sensed the fog thickening. Her phoenix-like eyes flickered slightly. She was a clever woman and, as if realizing something, asked softly. Chu gazed at the calm waters before him and asked casually, has the wedding date been set? Qin's slender hand stiffened slightly, and she replied immediately, Zhang and the others have already invited various factions from the mystic realm. It's tentatively set for half a month from now. The wedding half a month from now? Hidden in the shadows, Gu's heart jolted upon hearing this.
Even though he had gradually come to terms with reality, hearing this news now still felt like a sledgehammer suddenly smashing into his chest, causing him unbearable pain.
Chu nodded slightly and said, "If you're not willing, you can still back out now." Back out? Gu clenched his fists. His master had been forced into this, she must surely be resentful. As long as Qin showed even the slightest hesitation, he still had a chance. Sheena's voice rang out immediately, soft and gentle. "Husband, now that we've come this far, what is there left to back out of? To what point? What on earth have you two been doing all this time?" Sheena's voice rang out again. "I've done all this of my own free will. If you find me unworthy, my husband, I'll step aside." Ha! Her voice was calm yet resolute. Chu chuckled softly, slightly taken aback. If Qin were to lie to him, he'd see right through it. This woman really knows her place. As the saying goes, you can't force love. He had never pressured Qin, everything had been her own choice. Under normal circumstances, given their lack of emotional foundation and the somewhat coercive nature of their relationship, it would be perfectly normal for Qin to feel some reluctance or unwillingness. But those words she'd just spoken came straight from the heart, giving him a new perspective on Qin. Qin felt a deep sense of calm. At first, she had indeed felt some reluctance. Entrusting herself to a powerful man she knew nothing about carried great risks. But she was no longer a teenager. Whether it was the exorbitant dowry Chu had offered, the Gravity Guild's crumbling warding array, or the fate of the Nangong clan, all of these made it crystal clear to her that she had never really had a choice. Besides, after spending these past few days with him, she discovered that although Chu was powerful, he was refined and easygoing, treated her with great respect, and was very handsome. What more could she possibly want? Hearing Qin's words so humble they seemed to sink to the dust, Gu felt his throat go dry, and a wave of jealousy washed over him. That bitch! He was utterly disheartened, feeling a sense of despair so deep it was as if his heart had died. Since the protagonist has given up on Qin, the completion rate for the hidden quest win over Qin has increased by 50%. Current completion rate, 200%. Do you wish to claim the reward? Seeing the prompt on the system panel, Chu smiled calmly. Just as he expected. This hidden quest wasn't about raising Qin's affection level, it was about using Qin to torment Gu. Over the past few days, he'd spent plenty of time bonding with Qin, yet the completion rate hadn't budged an inch. The moment Gu arrived, it skyrocketed by 50%. As long as it had anything to do with Gu, the completion rate would rise. He took Qin's delicate hand, pulled her from behind him to his chest, and embraced her, asking with a faint smile, "I heard you're planning to take action against the Gu family, Gu's family of origin?" Qin, suddenly embraced, did not resist but leaned gently against Chua's chest, as docile as a fawn. Her phoenix-like eyes flickered slightly as she said, "The elders have made that decision. I wasn't involved, so I don't know the specifics." Are they talking about me? The Gu family? Gu was startled, as if struck by lightning. He immediately grew anxious. Just as he had suspected, the Gu family was in trouble. He pricked up his ears, eager to hear more. However, the two people in the holy spring pool did not continue discussing the topic. Before long, a series of sensual sounds drifted over. Damn it! Why did they stop talking? What are they doing? Gu's mind was in turmoil. Although he was possessive, he was a traditional man. Although he had a few female confidants, he always remained chaste and had never gone that far. Now, with some suspicions in his heart, his eyes widened like copper bells as he stared down, trying to pierce through the mist. But unfortunately, there was too much fog, and tears streamed down his face, blurring his vision. Listening to Qin's labored breathing, Gu's heart shattered. He clenched his jaw tightly, activated the mystic gate, and vanished from where he stood. Due to the protagonist's severe emotional distress, the completion rate for the hidden quest Qin has increased by 10%. Current completion rate, 210%. Do you wish to claim the reward? Due to the destined protagonist suffering a mental breakdown, the completion rate for the hidden quest conquered Qin has increased by 10%. Current completion rate, 220%. Do you wish to claim the reward?
After sensing Gu's departure, Chu looked up at the sky and smiled faintly. This eternal gate of mine really does seem quite useful.
Gu's escape from the abyss cliff was quickly discovered by Su. The entire Gravity Guild was stunned upon hearing the news. No one could have imagined that Gu, a mere dragon stage cultivator, would actually manage to escape from a hopeless place like the abyss cliff. What was most alarming was that Gu had offended the Saint Stage. If the Saint Stage were to hold him accountable, the consequences would be unimaginable. In less than an hour, the Gravity Guild issued a Mystic Realm wanted notice.
They mobilized every available channel to notify all major transcendent factions across the Mystic Realm, offering a hefty reward for Gu's capture anywhere in the realm.
At that moment,
in an extremely remote, sparsely populated town in the western part of the Mystic Realm, Gu, shrouded in a black cloak, stepped out of a small shop. He stared at his wanted poster, his expression grim.
They really are ruthless.
A menacing glint flashed in Gu's eyes. He knew he was in deep trouble. If his wanted poster had reached even this remote frontier, there was a high probability he'd be captured the moment he dared to set foot in any major city within the Mystic Realm. What made matters worse was that the Gravity Guild was highly likely to target the Gu family. He had to act quickly and leave the Mystic Realm as soon as possible, otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Gu arrived outside the city gates and looked ahead. The horizon was a hazy yellow. He had been here before and knew that if he traveled west from this small town, he would reach a vast desert. And in the midst of that desert lay a transcendent power within the Mystic Realm known as the Star-Plucking Tower. Back when he was out on a training mission representing the Gravity Guild, he had met a prodigy from the Star-Plucking Tower named Xiao Xingjuan. The two had explored secret realms together and had become close friends. Most importantly, the Star-Plucking Tower possessed a cross-realm teleportation array. It could take him straight back to the Bamboo Realm. His reason for coming to the Star-Plucking Tower now was to seek Xiao Xingjuan's help, hoping to use the tower's teleportation channel to return to the Mystic Realm. He took a deep breath, planted his foot firmly on the ground, and turned into a blur as he darted into the desert, flying toward the territory of Star-Plucking Tower. An hour later, having evaded numerous desert beasts, Gu arrived deep within the desert. Looking ahead, he saw a bottomless pit, as if leading straight to hell. Instead of jumping into the pit, Gu flew all the way up its walls. 5 minutes later, high above the pit, he spotted a floating pavilion as vast as a star, shrouded in gale-force winds. Gu took out a tiny golden sphere, no bigger than a marble. Once he crushed it, Xiao Xingjuan at the Star-Plucking Tower would receive his message in no time. I've always been on good terms with the little Star Lord. We often go on adventures together. He is a man of honor, just like me, so he should help me. Gu channeled the power of the void and hovered in the air. He concealed his form and waited quietly for the little Star Lord's response. He was full of confidence, believing the little Star Lord would definitely help him. However, time passed half an hour, then an hour. Gu furrowed his brow, a bad feeling welling up in his heart. Suddenly, there was a thunderous roar. Inside the tower, which was as massive as a giant star, a golden giant hand appeared. Boom! It slammed down indiscriminately into the void with all its might. The void exploded. Shockwaves rippled out in all directions. Gu turned pale with shock and immediately took off running. Fortunately, his void power was incredibly potent. He had narrowly avoided being struck by that golden hand. Damn it! Gu cursed under his breath. The king stage of Star-Picking Tower had struck. Xiao Xingjuan hadn't warned him even once from start to finish. The answer was obvious. Gu's face turned ashen. He channeled his void power and swiftly left the desert. If he didn't leave now, he'd lose his life right there. 5 minutes after Gu departed, that terrifying golden hand was still slapping at the void, as if swatting at a fly, trying to catch and crush some tiny insect. What a pity I didn't manage to keep that little brat here. A sigh echoed through the void, sounding deeply regretful. Tianluan, keep a tight leash on your disciple. He must not set foot outside the Star-Picking Tower for the foreseeable future. The voice in the void instructed once more. Soon, a woman's voice replied, of course. That Gu is nothing but a disaster. You never see him when good things are happening, but the moment he offends a saint stage, he immediately comes to cause trouble for little Star-Lord. It's such bad luck to be friends with someone like that.
The Golden Hand said, "It's not little Star-Lord's fault.
That child has a pure and kind heart, at least he told us about this. If he secretly colluded with Gu, that would have been a huge problem."
At that moment, another voice rang out from the void, speaking of which, what exactly is the background of that saint stage who appeared at the Gravity Guild?
It's been over 1,000 years since a saint stage emerged in our mystic realm. This saint stage's aura is overwhelmingly powerful. Just catching a glimpse of him from afar that day filled me with dread.
I even suspect he might be a great saint stage.
The female voice then said, "Do not speak lightly of the saint stage.
These are not matters we should be probing into."
Although there is only one tier separating the king stage from the saint stage, the powerhouses of these transcendent factions are well aware that this slight difference represents a world of difference. For a king stage to ascend to the saint stage is an incredibly difficult feat. The fact that there have been so few saint stages in the mystic realm over the years speaks volumes about the difficulty, which is precisely why they don't even dare to help Gu. If a saint stage cultivator so desired, they could very easily destroy a transcendent faction. An endless emerald forest stretched to the very ends of the heavens and earth. A furtive figure approached the forest. The Dawn Saintess, back when we adventured together in the Dragon Tiger Minor Abyss, I helped her obtain a rare treasure that perfected her natural body. I've done her a favor, so asking her to let me borrow a cross-realm teleportation array shouldn't be a problem.
Gu looked at the forest. This was the Natural Law Guild, another transcendent power within the mystic realm.
He had once shared a very good friendship with the current saintess of the Natural Law Guild. Moreover, compared to the untrustworthy little Star-Lord, the Holy Maiden of Morninglight had a gentle disposition and was always willing to help others. Gu was certain she would assist him. He arrived at the edge of the Natural Law Guild, pulled out a small sword, and shot forward. Before long, a pale blue piece of paper fluttered out from within the Natural Law Guild.
"What is this?"
Gu was somewhat surprised.
He pinched the pale blue paper between his fingers and looked at it closely.
His expression changed instantly.
A letter of severance.
Upon receiving his message, the Holy Maiden of Morninglight had immediately chosen to sever ties with him. This filled him with rage. All that trust one placed in you was for nothing.
How could I have been so blind as to consider such a person a friend? He turned and stormed off.
Not long after Gu left, an incredibly sharp aura of a powerful figure erupted from within the Natural Law Guild. The Maiden of the Morninglight has secretly consorted with sin, committing a grave error. She is sentenced to face the wall for 500 years. As soon as the words fell, a tall, short-haired woman's face darkened. She let out a sigh before being slapped by that figure, sending her straight into a secret chamber within the Natural Law Guild. The figure looked at the Maiden of the Morninglight and said coldly, "Morninglight, do not blame your father for being ruthless. We cannot afford to offend the saint stage." 2 days later, a disheveled Gu, having traversed mountains and rivers and crossed nearly half of the mystic realm, arrived at the territory of yet another transcendent power.
The Li clan.
Li Zhangyang, son of the Li clan's patriarch. Once, during an assessment competition, he had narrowly lost to Li Zhangyang. At the time, Li Zhangyang had magnanimously offered him guidance, earning his admiration, and the two came to respect each other's talents. Since the Li family was the wealthiest in the land, with business establishments spread throughout the mystic realm, he and Li Zhangyang often kept in touch. Li Zhangyang is a very pragmatic person, but people like that will almost always help me as long as the benefits are great enough.
Gu's eyes flickered.
Although many of his most precious treasures had been stolen, he wasn't entirely without resources. He decided to present the first half of his Great Wasteland Heavenly Classic to Li Zhangyang in exchange for a token granting access to the passage between the two realms.
Once he returned to the Bamboo Realm, he would send the second half.
This was a saint-tier cultivation technique. Even if the Li family found out, they would certainly help him. After carefully disguising himself, he arrived at a secret chamber within the Li family estate and once again attempted to contact Li Zhangyang. Fearing a repeat of the situation with the Holy Maiden of Morninglight, he cut straight to the chase and laid out his terms.
Sure enough, this time he received a response almost immediately.
Soon, a young man with a square face emerged and met him at their agreed-upon location. As soon as Li Zhangyang saw Gu, he spoke up in his defense, "So it's Brother Gu who has come all this way. I've known about your situation for a long time, and I've been worried sick about you. I believe that, given your character, Brother Gu, it's absolutely impossible for you to be as the wanted poster describes." Seeing this, Gu breathed a sigh of relief. He handed over a beautiful jade pendant and hurriedly said, "I knew Brother Li was the one I could count on. Rest assured. I'll definitely fulfill the terms I promised you. Here is the first half of the Great Wasteland Heavenly Classic." Li Zhangyang narrowed his eyes and carefully examined the jade pendant Gu had handed him for a moment before carefully putting it away. Only then did he smile warmly at him and say, "Brother Gu, you're being too formal. Even without this, I would have helped you given our friendship. Let us go. Follow me, I've already prepared everything for you." Hearing this, Gu finally felt a huge weight lift from his chest. After hitting one dead end after another, suddenly encountering someone he could rely on brought tears to his eyes. He followed Li Zhangyang into a secluded area of the Li family's secret chamber. The journey was uneventful, and the two chatted and laughed along the way. Soon, a magnificent hall appeared ahead, but Gu's heart skipped a beat as an inexplicable sense of foreboding welled up within him. He immediately said to Li Zhangyang, "Brother Li, I'm sorry, but I've just remembered I have a sudden urgent matter to attend to. I need to step away for a moment." Li Zhangyang froze, suddenly fixing him with a fierce glare as he coldly retorted, "You're leaving already? Brother Gu, what do you take the Li family for? Do you think you can come and go as you please?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than, in the empty hall, a powerful formation flickered to life. At the same time, several figures radiating formidable auras appeared, surrounding Gu on all sides. "Go notify the Gravity Guild." Li Zhangyang watched Gu, who had been trapped within the life-seizing soul-sealing array, and ordered one of the Li family's powerful experts standing beside him. After the experts departed, Li Zhangyang, standing outside the formation, sneered, "What a joke. Thinking you could get the Li family to help you antagonize a saint stage cultivator just because of a single saint tier cultivation technique? You're dreaming." The Li clan's intelligence network was formidable. They knew full well that on the day that saint stage cultivator from the Gravity Guild had emerged, he'd arrogantly thrown around hundreds of gene worth of saint tier cultivation techniques. Was this someone the Li clan could even afford to provoke? Even without a wanted notice, not even if Li Zhangyang had 100,000 guts would he dare to harbor Gu. Let alone help him. The Li family isn't ready to die yet. Li Zhangyang snorted coldly and turned to leave. 2 hours later, an old man clad in tattered robes flew in from the horizon. Immediately, a plump man with a rounded figure scampered over to greet him. "Su. We owe a great debt to the Li family head this time. If you hadn't stepped in, that Gu would probably gotten away." This old man in the somewhat tattered robes was none other than Su of the Gravity Guild. He had rushed over the moment he received the message from the Li family. Hearing Su's words, the head of the Li family gave a wry smile and said to Su, "I'm truly sorry. We had actually already captured that little bastard, but it turns out we underestimated his true capabilities. That little beast somehow managed to break through our Li clan's soul-sealing array of death and actually escaped." At this point, the Li clan patriarch looked utterly helpless. The Li clan had actually taken this matter very seriously, but they hadn't expected this Gu to be quite so capable. He was feeling a bit nervous now. He was afraid the saint stage would hold them accountable. Escaped? Su paused for a moment upon hearing this, but he didn't say anything after all. The Li clan had offered their help in good faith. Besides, even the Gravity Guild's Nethercliff hadn't been able to contain Gu, so it wasn't all that surprising that he managed to escape from the Li family's grand formation. Looking at the Li family patriarch, who wore an apologetic expression and appeared somewhat anxious, Su waved his hand and said, "It's fine. Thank you very much for your help, Patriarch Li. In half a month, our pavilion will hold a ceremony to welcome a new concubine, and we hope the Li family will be able to attend." Hearing Su's courteous reply, the Li family patriarch, who had already been feeling somewhat guilty, hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Of course. This is a saint stage wedding, will definitely come bearing generous gifts. His tone was filled with envy. The Gravity Guild really has such good fortune. Don't let the fact that it's just a concubine taking ceremony fool you. This is a mighty saint stage cultivator capable of presenting hundreds of gene of saint tier cultivation techniques. Although the title might sound a bit unsavory, now that the news has spread, which transcendent power in the entire mystic realm doesn't envy the Gravity Guild? A muddy swamp. Gu, who had narrowly escaped the Li family's grand formation by harnessing the power of the void, was now hiding in the sludge of a muddy swamp, reeking of filth. Damn it! Damn it! He roared inwardly. The Li family! I will settle the score with you for today's grudge someday. You tricked me out of half a saint tier manual, then turned on me and tried to capture me to send me back to the Gravity Guild. If it weren't for the help of the Mystic Gate, I might have been captured and sent back by now. What do I do now? There are only a few transcendent factions I know of that have the means to help me reach the Bamboo Realm. Gu closed his eyes, forcing down the frustration welling up inside him, as he pondered how to break this deadlock. That leaves only the G family. If the G family want help. Gu's heart felt as heavy as if it were being crushed by a massive boulder. If the G family refused to help, he would truly be at a dead end. To return to the Bamboo Realm, he'd have to find another way. In truth, he didn't want to turn to the G family unless absolutely necessary. After all, his relationship with the G family was nowhere near as close as it had been with the other transcendent powers. G, the head of the G family, had once looked down on him. If it weren't for the fact that he'd once, by sheer luck, saved the life of Ji Wenfeng, the Ji family's eldest son. Gu wouldn't even have thought of the Ji family at this moment, but he had no guarantee they'd be willing to help him. If he was unlucky, the same thing that happened with the Li family earlier might very well happen again. After much deliberation, Gu decided to take a chance. It was his last resort. A day later, Gu quietly arrived at the Ji family estate and contacted them using a secret technique. Before long, a slender, elegant young man came to meet him. Pale-faced and at the early stage of the dragon stage, it was none other than Ji Wenfeng, the young master of the Ji family. Brother Gu, it's been a long time. I never imagined our reunion would take place under such circumstances. Ji Wenfeng looked at Gu, whose face was caked with grime and whose clothes were in tatters, and felt a deep sense of sorrow. Gu, however, remained on his guard. With the Li family's experience serving as a cautionary tale, he cautiously said to Ji Wenfeng, "Brother Ji, you must know my current situation. All I want now is to use your family's connections to help me obtain a token for the inter-realm passage so I can leave the mystic realm." Ji Wenfeng smiled gently and said to Gu, "Brother Gu, you saved my life all those years ago, so naturally I should lend you a helping hand now. I've already prepared a token for you. In addition, I've gathered some recent intelligence on the Mystic Realm's activities, including information related to the Saint Stage. Wait until you've left the Mystic Realm to open it, otherwise, the Saint Stage might detect it." He seemed to have been prepared all along. He took a silver glinting six-pointed star token from his robe and handed it to Gu. Gu was taken aback, feeling inexplicably moved. He sensed the sincerity in Ji Wenfeng's words. Looking into those clear eyes, Gu knew that although he had friends all over the world, he did, after all, have a true friend. He said earnestly, "My brother, no words are needed. I've taken note of your kindness today, and I will surely repay you in the future." Ji Wenfeng shook his head. "I'm helping you, Brother Gu, simply to clear my conscience. The situation is perilous right now. It's not wise to linger here. You should leave first. We'll meet again when the opportunity arises." "All right." Without hesitation, Gu accepted the six-pointed star token and turned to fly toward a passageway between the two realms. Watching Gu's retreating figure, Ji Wenfeng sighed, "I never imagined that the prodigy of yesteryear would fall to such a state. Brother Gu, this is as far as I can help you." Watching Gu vanish, Ji Wenfeng was overcome with emotion. He still remembered the first time he met Gu back when the young man was just beginning to make a name for himself, subduing the prodigies of many transcendent factions. Even geniuses like the Little Star Lord and the Holy Maiden of Dawn had to step aside to avoid his sharp edge. Who would have thought that in less than a year, he'd fall into such a state? And to be hunted down personally by the Gravity Guild, no less.
Offending the saint stage really makes life miserable.
I hope Brother Gu can break free from this predicament soon. Just as Ji Wenfeng was lost in thought, a thunderous roar suddenly rang in his ears. You ungrateful son!
I really should VE shot you into the wall back then. Do you fucking want to wipe out the entire G clan? After that voice, as thunderous as a clap of thunder, echoed through the air. A burly man bearing a striking resemblance to Ji Wenfeng appeared. His face contorted with fury, his rage reaching the heavens. He raised his massive hand, and a terrifying force roared like wind and thunder. Smack! A single slap reduced Ji Wenfeng to a pulp on the spot. And just like that, Ji Wenfeng was dead. Killed by his own father, Ji, the head of the Ji family, through tears. Gu! Don't ever let me see you again. It's all because of you, you little bastard, that one died. After killing Ji Wenfeng, Ji, tears streaming down his face, roared toward the heavens. Ji Wenfeng had been such a gentle and unassuming boy, without a trace of sharpness, always the model son. The entire Ji clan adored him. But no one could have imagined that it was precisely Ji Wenfeng's personality that would lead to his untimely death. Who had Gu offended? Didn't he, that fool Ji Wenfeng, have any sense at all?
Among all the transcendent powers in the mystic realm, the Gravity Guild had never fallen out of the top 3. Meanwhile, the G clan could barely scrape into the top 10. Even the Gravity Guild can only serve that saint stage figure as a lackey. How could the G family possibly afford to provoke them? After Ji killed Ji Wenfeng, he placed the body inside a black stone coffin. His form swelled to dozens of times its normal size, and he personally hoisted the coffin onto his back, walking 100,000 li all the way to the gates of the Gravity Guild. I humbly begged the saint stage to mete out punishment. Ji's face was etched with grief as he knelt on the ground outside the Gravity Guild's mountain gates and cried out to the heavens. Ji's journey had caused quite a stir. Is that the head of the G clan? That's a big shot. What is he doing? What is he carrying on his back? A black coffin. Carrying a coffin all the way to the Gravity Guild, there's definitely a story behind this. The head of the G clan is calling upon the saint stage to pass judgment? Could it be that the G clan has committed some heinous crime that has offended the saint stage? In the distance, many Mystic Realm powerhouses gathered to watch, 7 parts puzzled and 3 parts shocked. Meanwhile, inside the Gravity Guild, a multitude of rainbow-colored lights shot out. Each beam radiated a king stage aura. These were the elders of the Gravity Guild, glaring furiously at Ji. Su stepped forward and shouted, Ji. Your G clan helped Gu enter the inter-realm passage, allowing Gu to escape the Mystic Realm, a crime punishable by 10,000 deaths. How dare you show your face at the Gravity Guild to beg for forgiveness? The news that Gu had used the G family's token to leave through the inter-realm passage was simply impossible to conceal. Moreover, the G family had no intention of hiding it. By the time Ji arrived bearing the coffin to atone for his sins, the Gravity Guild had already learned that Gu had fled into the inter-realm passage. Ji's face was somber as he declared in a clear voice, It is all my fault for failing to raise my son properly. That is why he committed such a grave error. I have already punished him myself. I begged the saint stage for forgiveness. He swept his arm. The black coffin behind him was lifted by a mighty force. With a thunderous crash, it slammed into the ground outside the Gravity Guild's gates, leaving a deep crater. Inside that coffin lay. The elders of the Gravity Guild watched the coffin behind Ji, their hearts stirring slightly. The head of the Ji family is a ruthless man. He even killed his own son. They had heard that Ji doted on Ji Wenfeng to an extreme degree now. Having taken such drastic action, he had carried the black coffin on his back for 100,000 li to personally come and beg for forgiveness, a truly sincere gesture. The elders exchanged glances, their eyes turning toward the direction of Chongming Palace. They had no authority to make decisions on behalf of the saint stage. Gravity Guild, inside Chongming Palace. Chu glanced at the system panel. Those who follow the righteous path find many allies, those who stray find few. The heavenly chosen protagonist Gu's fortune has been damaged, his fate points have been reduced by 3,000. You have obtained 1 destiny chest. Those who follow the righteous path find many allies, those who stray find few. The heavenly chosen protagonist Gu's fortune has been damaged, his fate points have been reduced by 3,000.
You have obtained one destiny chest.
His gaze was amused. Over the past few days, every time Gu hit a wall, his fate points would decrease, and a destiny chest would appear in his divine sea. What a pity Gu had so few friends to begin with, and he'd already taken advantage of most of them. Now, Gu was left with a pitiful 36,000 fate points. He shifted his gaze away from the interface and casually glanced toward the entrance of the Gravity Guild, sensing Ji's arrival. He hadn't taken a single step outside the Chongming Palace. The Ji family wasn't worthy of him manifesting his divine presence. He'd known the full story all along, but seeing the Ji family come to Gu's aid and then personally come to beg for forgiveness was truly unexpected.
This chosen one of destiny seems to be having a pretty rough time right now.
Personally, I don't really have anything against the Ji family, but I'm truly sorry a villain must act like a villain. Playing the saint is absolutely out of the question. He murmured to himself softly.
With a casual flick of his finger,
a speck of purple light appeared at his fingertip and shot toward the Ji family like a comet. The fact that the Ji family had come to Gu's aid was already common knowledge throughout the mystic realm. If he remained indifferent at this moment and chose to forgive them, people would think he was weak and easy to bully. It might even trigger a butterfly effect, leading more people to secretly aid the Chosen One.
The Chosen One's luck cannot be judged by ordinary standards.
Now that the overall situation is settled and he is just waiting to claim Gu's eternal gate, he certainly doesn't want to complicate matters further and risk having the tables turned on him.
Besides,
if apologies were effective, this world would have been at peace long ago.
We're all adults here. If you make a mistake, you have to face the consequences. Boom. 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 Boom.
At the Ji Clan's ancestral lands, 100,000 li away from the Gravity Guild, a terrifying purple star unlike any seen before plummeted from the sky.
A deafening roar echoed through the air.
The Ji Clan's vast ancestral lands collapsed in an instant, and countless Ji Clan powerhouses perished.
A bottomless abyss appeared where the Ji Clan's ancestral lands once stood. The fortune of the Ji Clan, a transcendent power, plummeted.
Outside the Gravity Guild's mountain gates, many mystic realm powerhouses witnessed that speck of purple light which had flown out from within the hall plummeting to the ground, their eyes filled with deep terror.
It's over.
As the head of the Ji Clan, Ji immediately sensed the destruction of the clan's ancestral lands. He instantly collapsed to the ground, his eyes vacant.
He knew it was all over.
Without their ancestral lands and the vast number of powerful Ji Clan members, the Ji Clan's fortune had plummeted. They would instantly fall from being a transcendent power to a second-rate power.
This matter ends here.
Before Ji had time to grieve, Chua's calm voice rang out from outside the Gravity Guild.
Thank you, Saint Stage, for your mercy.
Hearing this, Ji shuddered all over and immediately forced himself to regain his composure, bowing his head and kneeling in gratitude. He knew that all of this was the Ji Clan's own doing. If Ji Wenfeng hadn't acted so recklessly, things wouldn't have come to this today. When Saint Stage grows angry, countless corpses lie in his wake. He knew that if Saint Stage had truly decided to hold a grudge against him, the entire Ji Clan including himself would have already been wiped out from the mystic realm. The only reason the Ji Clan was still here was because he had acted decisively to come and beg for forgiveness, securing a sliver of hope for the clan.
Saint Stage had now shown him extraordinary mercy. At this thought, Ji felt both a chill of fear and a sense of relief.
The surrounding mystic realm powerhouses finally realized, albeit belatedly, the full impact of that purple beam. Although they had already guessed as much, the power of this Saint Stage figure was truly terrifying. However, the Ji Clan's ordeal also left the forces watching from the shadows such as Star-Picking Tower, the Natural Law Guild, and the Li Clan secretly relieved.
Thank goodness.
Thank goodness they hadn't been so foolish. If they secretly helped Gu earlier, their fate would have been the same as the Ji Clan's.
Wait.
Just as Ji was about to turn and leave to clean up the mess left by the Ji Clan, Chua's indifferent voice suddenly rang in his ear, "Go back to the bamboo realm.
Hang Ji Wenfeng's corpse here, and leave this item there as well." As soon as the words fell, a deep, swirling tunnel suddenly appeared beside Ji.
At the same time, a faint red light materialized out of thin air and landed in his hand.
A wild inter-realm passage? At the Saint stage hang Xiaowen's corpse there?
The moment he saw the passage, G's body jerked, and his expression darkened.
This thing is.
G glanced at the object in his hand, and his pupils contracted. He didn't dare to dwell on it without hesitation. He stepped into this spontaneous inter-realm passage.
Bamboo Realm. Dead silence reigned. This was the entrance to a long-extinct volcanic cave.
A small black hole suddenly appeared in the cave's crevice.
Gu, covered in blood, tumbled down like a dying stray dog. I'm back. I'm finally back. I'm safe for now.
Gu's breath was faint and labored. He nearly lost 9 out of 10 lives on his journey back to the Bamboo Realm. Although he managed to snatch the token granting access to the inter-realm passage from Ji Wenfeng by a stroke of luck. The Ji family realized what had happened almost immediately and didn't let him off the hook. Shortly after he entered the inter-realm passage, a large force rushed in to hunt him down. To shake off his pursuers, Gu steeled himself and leaped into a raging, unexplored gap within the inter-realm passage. One wrong move, and he could have been torn to shreds by a void storm. Fortunately, his luck had always been on his side. Though severely injured, Gu had finally made it back to the Bamboo Realm. Brother Ji, I will never forget your kindness. Just wait, the best is yet to come. I'll definitely repay you in spades.
While tending to his wounds, Gu kept Ji Wenfeng's kindness firmly in mind.
He had always been a man of honor. When others helped him, he would repay them twofold, and that was no empty promise. Half a day later, Gu's injuries had gradually healed. The spiritual energy in the Bamboo Realm really pales in comparison to that of the mystic realm.
He muttered this offhand, then took a step forward and left the dormant volcano.
Clutching the scroll of intelligence Ji Wenfeng had given him, he hurried toward Wucheng.
Gu opened a scroll that glowed with a soft light.
It contained the intelligence Ji Wenfeng had given him.
After a quick glance, Gu realized there wasn't actually much information inside.
That was to be expected. After all, although Ji Wenfeng was the eldest son of the Ji family, he was helping Gu in secret, and being only at the dragon stage himself, the information he could gather was quite limited. But for Gu, who was currently in the dark, it was more than enough. Brother Ji really has a kind heart. Gu felt a wave of warmth wash over him. A little extra help is nowhere near as valuable as a lifeline in a time of need. Although this volume of intelligence wasn't particularly valuable, he was deeply grateful to Ji Wenfeng and regarded him as a lifelong brother. His eyes scanned the information rapidly. The vast majority was trivial, just reports on recent major events in the mystic realm. The most crucial piece of information, however, was the intelligence regarding that Saint stage member from the Gravity Guild. Gu wanted to find the slightest clue within it, but was disappointed to discover that the vast majority of the descriptions were nothing but praise and adulation, flattery and reverence, which made him feel sick to his stomach and thoroughly annoyed.
Wait a minute, does this Saint stage member also have the surname Chu? Gu's pupils contracted as he caught a crucial detail. In an inconspicuous entry, the Saint stage was referred to as Chu. Chu. The very first thing that came to Gu's mind was Chu. It absolutely can't be him. He is just a lowly bastard from the lower realm. How could he possibly be a lofty Saint stage? When he saw this information, Gu's heart sank, and he had a bad feeling. Especially when he recalled the earliest reports of a Saint stage's emergence, the legend from the Bamboo Realm. Gu remembered some ancient texts he'd read, which recorded that certain saints, in order to break through to the great Saint stage, would manifest as Saint stage avatar and wander the mortal realm. If the Chu he'd made an enemy of was a Saint stage avatar, then his appearance and the reason he was targeting Gu so relentlessly would all make sense. I hope I'm just overthinking this. The odds of that are too slim. We're almost at Wucheng.
I'd better head home first and figure things out later. The only thing still defiant about Gu was his mouth. Unwilling to face reality, he forced himself to look away, gazing toward the horizon where the faint outlines of a city were beginning to appear. With his current dragon stage strength, even without using the power of the void, moving through the Bamboo Realm was as easy as walking on flat ground, and he made rapid progress. As the surrounding scenery rushed past, familiar trees and plants gradually came into view in the distance.
Gu felt a pang of melancholy. Back when he set off for the mystic realm full of ambition, who could have imagined that his return to the bamboo realm would happen this way? Thank goodness. I still have family and friends. They won't betray me like the Gravity Guild did. Suppressing the 3 parts anxiety and 7 parts excitement in his heart, he quickened his pace. It was late afternoon, and sunlight bathed Wucheng in a lively atmosphere. Gu anticipated that someone from the mystic realm would surely come to the bamboo realm to hunt him down, especially in his hometown of Wucheng. He harnessed the power of the void, concealed himself within it for a moment, and only then stepped through the gates of Wucheng. Walking through this small town where he had so many memories, Gu's eyes swept over the street corners and he noticed that the city had changed drastically. The shops along the road had all been completely transformed, and some of the familiar faces from the past were nowhere to be seen. Why can't I see the Gu family's shop? Gu suddenly sensed something was amiss, and a chill ran down his spine. Wucheng was the Gu family's stronghold after his rise to power. The head of the Gu family had even become the city lord of Wucheng. The Gu family had always maintained numerous business establishments in Wucheng. Logically speaking, with their expanded influence, there should be even more of them now. Yet, as he walked along the street for hundreds of meters, he hadn't seen a single establishment bearing the Gu family's name. Gu quickened his pace toward the city lord's mansion, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. Oh no, could it be that the Gravity Guild has already made its move? As he passed by an inn, he happened to hear the voice of a storyteller coming from inside. The world is full of twists and turns. Who among you, dear listeners, could have imagined that the Gu family, one of Wucheng's great clans, would be wiped out overnight? I've heard through the grapevine that the Gu family was wiped out because their prodigy, Gu, molested a supreme goddess in the upper realm, provoking a devastating retaliation from the forces behind her. Even the Gu family, far below in the lower realm, was caught in the crossfire. So, young people, lust is a double-edged sword. This is a timeless warning that you must always keep in mind. The Gu family wiped out? Gu, who had been passing by, stopped in his tracks. His face turned deathly pale in an instant, and soon the storyteller's voice faded completely from his ears. How could this be? Absolutely impossible. These fools must be spouting nonsense. When Gu came to his senses, he had no time to confront the storyteller about spreading slanderous rumors. After all, he was still young at heart, overcome by grief. He unleashed his formidable cultivation in a single step, striding directly into the city lord's mansion within Wucheng. There, he found that the once lavish city lord's mansion had long since collapsed and crumbled, reduced to a scene of utter devastation. What struck Gu even harder, as if struck by lightning, was that no one knew who had done it. The entire city lord's mansion was now filled with graves. One after another, they stretched out in a vast expanse, resembling a haunted house. Gu staggered into the city lord's mansion and discovered that in front of each grave stood a stone tablet engraved with a name. Gu family head, elder brother, little sister-ing. Gu's face turned ashen. Images of those people flashed through his mind, and his whole body trembled uncontrollably. His breathing was heavy, yet he showed no anger and made no rash moves. He simply stood there quietly, gazing at the graves of those who had once treated him so well. The sun gradually sank in the west, and the moon hung high in the night sky. Time passed, the sky grew bright, and before he knew it, the next morning had arrived. Gu, who had been standing there the entire time, found that at some point, his once black hair had turned completely white. He had gone gray overnight. His eyes were filled with coldness and malice. He turned, his gaze icy as he looked out beyond the city lord's mansion, which had, at some point, been quietly surrounded by people. Among them were former powerhouses of the bamboo realm, as well as pursuers from the upper realm. He spoke softly to the row of graves before him. My family, I will not let your deaths be in vain. From this day forward, I will have no limits. The Gravity Guild and that man, you will regret this. There is a flaw in the Gravity Guild's warding array. Do you really think I don't know that? And the Azure Sword Guild, whether you're Chu or not, I'll start with you first. Prepare to face my wrath. Kill intent boiled in Gu's eyes. That night, he not only spent his time in grief and despair but also devised a plan for revenge. Instead of fleeing as he had before, he strode confidently toward the gate. 2 hours later, Gu's clothes drenched in blood had broken through to the great perfection of the dragon stage. A trail of corpses lay behind him. He had even killed numerous powerhouses stronger than himself, transcending their realms. Watching Gu's receding figure, the surviving powerhouses felt a chill run down their spines, as if they had witnessed a god of slaughter. Mystic Realm, Gravity Guild. Chu propped his cheek with one hand, reclining casually on the couch. Due to the Heaven's chosen protagonist Gu straying from the path and being consumed by darkness, his fortune has been damaged. 10,000 fate points have been deducted, and you have obtained 3 destiny chests. A system notification popped up. Chu glanced at the sudden message and felt a stir of curiosity. Oh? How did he suddenly turn dark out of the blue? Didn't he just run back to the bamboo realm all happy and excited? He immediately focused his thoughts, extending his Emperor Stage divine sense to envelop the bamboo realm. So it was the elders of the Gravity Guild who did this, and Gu found out. Chu didn't really care much about the fact that Gu had broken through to the grand perfection of the dragon stage, killed the powerful figures surrounding him, and walked away triumphantly. After all, he was the protagonist. It would be strange if he couldn't pull off something like that. As for Gu with his white hair, blood-stained robes, and his killing spree that led to his realm breakthrough, Chu didn't find it all that strange. From his vantage point at the Emperor Stage, breaking through a realm in the heat of battle wasn't actually a good thing. His foundations weren't even solid yet. Having understood the cause and effect, Chu felt deep sympathy for Gu's plight. Tisk, just when he finally made it home, he ran into something like this. What a drag! The fingers of his other hand tapped lightly against the back of the chair as he mused. Actually, it's a good thing. Now that the Gu family is gone, seeing his good brothers at the Azure Sword Guild next won't be quite so painful. Come to think of it, I've actually helped him temper his character. I really am a good person. System. Are you a devil? Of course, Chu wasn't a devil. He was just a pitiful villain desperately clinging to life under the threat of the Destiny protagonist. Even though he was a villain, he still had his limits. When it came down to it, this whole situation was the fault of those Gravity Guild elders. They were way too reckless. How dare they strike first, before I even had a chance? Chu looked at the extra destiny chest that had appeared in his divine sea. All that hard work collecting them hadn't been in vain. He'd gathered 7 now, and he'd almost be able to do a 10 pull. System. You shameless bastard. Have you ever even collected anything yourself? Husband, the warding array is starting to fluctuate again. I need to go reinforce the seal. Beside him, a pair of slender, jade-like hands gently massaged Chu's legs as he lay there. Chu glanced over. Sheen, dressed in a black court gown, had her black hair pinned up with a translucent phoenix hairpin. Her legs, as white as jade, were crossed as she sat diagonally on the couch, looking every bit the elegant and noble beauty. She spoke softly to Chu, her phoenix-like eyes filled with worry and a hint of urgency. Chu nodded, gave a faint smile, and waved his hand. Go. Watching Sheena's hasty retreat, he shook his head slightly. She is a smart woman, but she is simply burdened with far too much. Deep within the Gravity Guild lay an exquisitely crafted magical formation. He had discovered it the moment he first arrived at the Gravity Guild. In fact, it wasn't just the Gravity Guild. There were nearly 30 such ingenious magical arrays throughout the entire mystic realm. As to whether something was sealed beneath these arrays, he gradually came to understand their origins after settling into the Gravity Guild in recent days. Warding array. In a vast world like the mystic realm, there exist countless inter-realm passages. Some lead to lower realms like the bamboo realm, but many more uncontrolled passages lead to unknown and perilous lands. Beneath every warding array lies an extremely dangerous inter-realm passage. Within these unstable passages, terrifyingly powerful external demons frequently invade. According to ancient texts of the mystic realm, during the worst periods, even saint stage-level external demons have invaded. The Gravity Guild's warding array has been subjected to such intense assaults by external demons that it is now at risk of shattering. The reason Sheen agreed so readily, aside from the fact that the dowry offered was truly exorbitant, was largely because she wanted to secure an outside ally to help the Gravity Guild stabilize the warding array.
Otherwise, should the warding array ever shatter completely, the Gravity Guild would have no choice but to sacrifice Qin, using her unique constitution to reinforce the warding array. Of course, neither Qin nor the entire Gravity Guild made any effort to conceal this little scheme. News of the Mystic Realm's warding array was common knowledge throughout the entire Mystic Realm among all King Stage practitioners, let alone those at the Saint Stage. As for Chu, he couldn't care less. Even if a Saint Stage external demon burst out of the warding array, it would pose no threat to him. After all, he had never actually reached the Saint Stage. Bamboo Realm. After leaving Wucheng, Gu hurried toward the Azure Sword Guild. Along the way, he passed through Tianyun City. At the Bai family estate in Tianyun City lived Luna, his childhood sweetheart. But what tore at Gu's heart was that, although the Bai family hadn't suffered the same tragedy as the Gu family, Luna had also mysteriously gone missing recently. This gave him reason to suspect that this was yet another attack targeting him. I'm going to unleash a bloodbath and wipe out the entire Azure Sword Guild. Gu's white hair fluttered in the wind, his eyes flashing with a sharp glint as his murderous intent surged. As one of the strongest factions in the Bamboo Realm, the Azure Sword Guild had once seemed unattainable in Gu's eyes. But now, having returned from the Mystic Realm, Gu's perspective had changed beyond recognition. Even the strongest cultivators in the entire Bamboo Realm were nothing more than ordinary immortal stage practitioners. The Azure Sword Guild had, at most, 3 or 5 immortal stage cultivators in the Mystic Realm. It would be considered nothing more than a worthless minor faction. With his current strength at the peak of the Dragon Stage, coupled with his cultivation of a Saint Tier technique, fighting opponents several tiers above him was a breeze. Wiping out the Azure Sword Guild would be no problem at all. If Chuan Ti a Saint Stage avatar, he would settle the score for past grievances once and for all and kill him outright. If he really was a Saint Stage avatar, wiping out the Azure Sword Guild would at least be a small victory. Manipulating the power of the void, he slipped silently into the Azure Sword Guild. In less than half an hour, he had scoured the entire guild. During this time, he spotted many familiar figures, but after sweeping the place back and forth, he found no trace of Chu. Gu's whole body shuddered. This was the worst possible news for him. Never mind, he D-strike first as a warning. A murderous intent flared in his eyes. A pale blue long sword appeared in his hand. Heaven Tier. This was the finest treasure he could have obtained in such a short time. Just as Gu was about to act, he suddenly fixed his gaze on a certain direction. His pupils contracted, and his eyes went blank. There stood an unremarkable mountain peak, but atop it stood a simple, ancient sword stele. This was the Azure Sword Guild's iconic sacred site, formed from an ancient sword left behind by Qin Yun, the founder of the sect. Back when he was still weak, he had once gained enlightenment here from the residual sword intent imbued in the stele. Armed with that sword intent, he had swept through his enemies and even defeated Chu time and time again. Now, seeing that sword stele once more, Gu's face turned pale, and his lips trembled uncontrollably. For hanging from that sword stele was a mangled corpse. Though the body was in tatters, Gu recognized it instantly. Ji Wenfeng. Ji Wenfeng, the close friend who had helped him escape the Mystic Realm. How could he be hanging as a corpse from the Azure Sword Guild's sword stele? It was a bolt from the blue. Gu's eyes widened as he stared in disbelief at the corpse on the sword stele. Blood was still trickling down the body. It was completely mangled, riddled with bloody holes. Clearly, it had been forcibly hung on the sword stele. He gripped the pale blue long sword in his hand tightly, struggling to suppress his grief. In such a short time, he had endured the brutal realities of his family's destruction and the death of his closest friend, and he was just a young man in his early 20s. The fact that he hadn't lost his mind was a testament to his remarkable mental fortitude. Brother Ji, I'm the one who let you down. Gu was overcome with remorse. He knew Ji Wenfeng's death was inextricably linked to his own actions. Tear by tear, tears streamed down Gu's cheeks from his eyes. In Gu's memory, Ji Wenfeng had been a refined and gentle young man whose every warm smile could touch the hearts of others. But now he could no longer smile gently. His eyes, with their distinct black and white irises, bulged outward as much as they could, staring fixedly ahead like a goldfish, as if he had died with unresolved grievances. He never could have imagined that Ji Wenfeng would be brutally killed by the Gravity Guild simply for helping him descend to the lower realm, a task so trivial.
Brother G. He was the eldest son of the G family, after all. Gu knew full well that Ji Wenfeng's death was undoubtedly linked to the Gravity Guild. He never would have imagined that Ji Wenfeng would meet his end this way. If I'd known this would happen, I definitely wouldn't have come looking for you. If he'd known in advance that the Gu family had been wiped out, he wouldn't have been so desperate. Perhaps he would have thought of other ways instead of forcing his way through the inter-realm passage. When he had descended to the lower realm earlier, he had secretly vowed to repay Ji Wenfeng someday. Yet in just a few days, Ji Wenfeng had fallen victim to a vicious attack, and they were now separated by the realm of the living and the dead. A chill ran down Gua's spine. To act as a lackey for the Saint stage, the Gravity Guild had gone so far as to provoke the Ji family to the point of destruction. This was something he had never anticipated. His concealed figure slowly descended toward the nameless mountain peak, gazing at the corpse of Ji Wenfeng, his eyes wide open in death, a truly pitiful sight. Thud. 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 Gu solemnly smoothed out his blood-stained, tattered robes. His knees buckled, and without hesitation, he knelt and bowed his head in homage to Ji Wenfeng. Brother Ji, rest assured I will definitely avenge you. Gu swore solemnly, speaking with conviction. Avenge me? Ha 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 ha, you little bastard, how do you plan to avenge me? What right do you have to avenge me? Suddenly, a cold shout rang in Gua's ears, sending a chill through his heart. Just as he feared. A powerful opponent was lying in wait. He was well aware of this. It was only by relying on the power of the void that he dared to come here so openly to pay his respects to Ji Wenfeng. As the sense of danger descended, Gu prepared without hesitation to manipulate the power of the void to escape. However, when Gu saw a burly man whose features bore an 80% resemblance to Ji Wenfeng descending from the sky, radiating a murderous aura, his face betrayed shock. Head of the Ji clan? The words slipped out before he could stop them. He never expected it to be him. Ji, the head of the Ji clan. At that moment, Ji's face was contorted with fury, yet it also betrayed a sense of exhaustion and anguish. Back in the mystic realm, Ji had once looked down on him. During a certain competition, Gu had stolen the spotlight and thoroughly humiliated Ji. He still remembered the humiliated look on Ji's face back then. He never imagined that after that tournament ended, their next encounter would be here. Sensing Ji's anger, Gu immediately said, "Head of the Ji clan, we are not enemies. Wenfeng was my dearest friend." Gu knew full well that the head of the Ji clan doted on Ji Wenfeng immensely. His appearance in the bamboo realm at this moment must be to retrieve Ji Wenfeng's body. Perhaps this was an opportunity. If I were to take on the Gravity Guild, he could be an ally worth winning over. Ji, in a fit of rage, laughed sarcastically. "A close friend? Is that how you treat a friend? You've brought a huge disaster upon yourself, yet instead of finding a place to hide, you went after Wenfeng. You sure are a great friend. It's only because I, this wayward son, am such a fool that I fell for your trap and brought this disaster upon myself." Hearing his rebuke, Gu's face darkened. Feeling a surge of frustration, he retorted, I never expected this to happen. I'm the one who let Wenfeng down." Ji's eyes widened as he raised his fist and roared, "He is already dead. What good is an apology now? I'm going to kill you today." Gu took half a step back, secretly summoning the power of the void, and hurriedly said, "Head of the Ji clan, I know you hate me, but setting the facts aside, don't you think I feel guilty too? I promise you. Wenfeng died under mysterious circumstances. I will definitely find the one who killed him, tear him to pieces, and grind his bones to dust." Tear the killer of Ji Wenfeng to pieces and grind his bones to dust? Ji froze for a moment upon hearing this. When he came to his senses, he flew into a rage on the spot. "Bullshit. I killed that ungrateful son with my own hands. It's because of you, you jinx, that the Ji family has suffered such a catastrophe." "Huh? What does that mean?" Gu was stunned. Ji's statement contained so much information it nearly burned out his CPU. Ji Wenfeng, it wasn't he the Gravity Guild who did it, but Ji himself? Why? Gu never imagined the truth would be like this. Nor could he have imagined the humiliating scene of Ji kneeling outside the Gravity Guild, carrying a coffin, begging for forgiveness. This was beyond his wildest imagination. G couldn't be bothered to say much to Gu. He was standing guard here just to thoroughly trample Gu. A punch landed. The entire mountain peak shattered. Only the sword steel and Ji Wenfang's corpse remained unscathed. Gu was horrified. He channeled the power of the void and took cover beneath the sword steel. Seeing this, Ji's hair stood on end with rage. He clapped his hands together, and a golden glow erupted from his palms. A massive chessboard descended from the sky. Ji's holy tier weapon. The Tian Yuan chessboard. As the chessboard descended, Gu was instantly trapped within it, torn apart by countless black and white pieces, creating a vast cloud of blood mist. Originally, Ji had intended to kill Gu outright to vent his anger, but he was personally guarding the Azure Sword Guild because that Saint stage figure had also issued a mission. At that moment, he forced himself to suppress his urge to kill. He dropped a massive, blood-red piece onto the Tian Yuan chessboard. The moment it landed, the piece shot toward Gu. Gu, who had intended to escape using the power of the void, was horrified to discover that the void power, which had always been invincible within the mystic realm, had suddenly failed him. He was utterly stunned. Just then, the red piece trapping him suddenly expanded, gradually taking the form of a shadowy figure. Shu? Gu stared in disbelief at the figure within the crimson glow, blurting out in shock. The crimson figure, Shu, looked at Gu, standing with his hands behind his back, and smiled faintly. "Little junior brother, it's good to see you again." Little junior brother. Gu's face darkened upon hearing those words. All his suspicions were confirmed. Before he had been expelled from the Azure Sword Guild by Chu, he had indeed been Chu's junior disciple according to the order of seniority. Now, the Chu materializing from this red light was clearly that Saint stage cultivator, and yet he spoke in such a manner. Was there any need for further doubt? Gu opened his mouth, his throat parched. Gritting his teeth, he asked, "Chu, so it really is you? What exactly do you want?" The red figure of Chu looked at him calmly and said mockingly, "What do I want to do? Haven't you been targeting me all along? Now that you've come to the Azure Sword Guild, you aren't just here to admire your brother's corpse, are you? This has nothing to do with you." Gu's expression froze at those words. The veins on his forehead bulged, and his heart skipped a beat. He even felt a sense of fear. Ji's presence here had been premeditated. Shu had anticipated his move long ago. Shu, however, didn't seem to mind, continuing in a leisurely tone, "Come to think of it, you must hate me right now and hate the Gravity Guild even more, right?" Gu was grinding his teeth so hard they were about to shatter. What on earth was this guy's motive? All he did was spout nonsense. "I know you're in a hurry, but don't rush just yet. Let me guess what you're going to do next." Shu looked at Gu and smiled faintly. "Aren't you dying to blow up the warding array beneath the Gravity Guild? That would definitely be thrilling." Gu's heart skipped a beat, and he felt as if his whole body had been weighed down with lead. He'd been red again. He did indeed have that plan in mind. Compared to Chu, who was already his sworn enemy, Gu felt surprisingly little turmoil upon learning that Chu had reached the Saint stage. What he truly hated was the Gravity Guild. The sect that had nurtured him now showed no regard for their past ties. Instead, they had turned against him, a man of outstanding merit, slaughtering him and his followers, leaving no survivors. This left Gu with a profound sense of betrayal and an intense hatred for the Gravity Guild. Originally, his plan had been to find an opportunity to return to the mystic realm once he had grown powerful enough in the future. The very first thing he would do upon his return would be to blow up the Gravity Guild's warding array. But he never expected that this plan, before he had even taken a single step toward it, had been completely anticipated by the other side. At that moment, Gu felt a chill run through his entire body. The warding array is highly valued by all the major transcendent powers of the mystic realm. Protecting the warding array means safeguarding the entire mystic realm when necessary. The powers must even share resources and come to each other's aid. This is the consensus among the many powerful figures of the mystic realm. He wanted to destroy the warding array. Once it was shattered, external demons would invade the mystic realm, leading to widespread devastation and mountains of corpses. This was absolutely a mad, hysterical act of defiance. Yet now, Chu had seen right through him with a single remark.
This gave Gu the feeling that an invisible giant hand had trapped him inside a jar, and no matter which direction he tried to escape, he would keep hitting a wall.
Scared? This isn't the arrogant, self-confident Gu I know. Come on, I'll give you a chance.
Gu remained silent, but that didn't stop the phantom image Chu had conjured from speaking.
With a wave of his hand, another pale red beam of light shot toward Gu. Damn it! What is this?
Seeing the pale red beam, Gu jumped back like a startled rabbit.
Don't be so scared. You still have some use to me. You won't die just yet.
The phantom Chu watched as Gu scrambled to dodge, speaking with a mocking tone. Just then, Gu looked closely at the red light and realized it was a sheet of paper.
An invitation.
On the 10th day of the 3rd month in the 3200th year of the Taiyin calendar, Saint Stage Chu of the Gravity Guild's Kongming Mountain cordially invites distinguished guests to the ceremony where he will take Qin as his concubine. Your presence will honor this humble occasion.
This is an invitation to attend my master's that bitch's concubine ceremony. Gu's mouth fell open. What exactly are you trying to do?
Chu gave him a puzzled look and said casually, just fulfilling your petty wish. With this invitation, no one at the Gravity Guild will dare lay a finger on you.
When the time comes, you can blow up the warding array however you like. If you don't know how, I can even teach you. What's the matter? Afraid to come?
Gu's face paled. Unable to fathom Chu's true intentions, he could only snort coldly. Chu, however, didn't seem to care at all, saying indifferently, don't overthink it. In my eyes, you're nothing more than a useless tool.
The more opportunities you get, the better it is for me. What does that mean? Gu frowned, saying nothing. Still don't get it?
Little greenhorn, you were lucky enough to stumble upon the gate I left out there, and you've even become its nourishment, so you'd better protect it well. If there's anything wrong with that gate by the time I come to reclaim it, I'll make you wish you were dead. Chu gave him a half smile, half scowl as he stared at him.
What? He said door? Gu felt as if he'd been struck by lightning. His mouth gaped wide enough to fit an apple.
That mysterious door in his divine sea was his greatest trump card. But now Chu had exposed it in a single breath.
Your door? I found it. I'm the nourishment? What does that mean? Could it be that he has known all along that there's a mysterious door in my divine sea? Impossible, I've never revealed that information. He is bluffing. Gu hurriedly denied it. I don't know what you're talking about.
Ha! Chu merely smiled faintly, making no effort to explain.
For some things, a hint was enough.
Even if he did nothing next, Gu would still begin to question his very existence. His phantom form was gradually fading. Before disappearing, Chu reminded him once more, remember to show up, little greenhorn. Watching Chu's figure shatter like a play of light and shadow, Gu's legs gave way, and he slumped to the ground. If before he'd been brimming with confidence, convinced he could take on the Gravity Guild, including Chu at the Saint Stage.
All he lacked was time.
But now he was afraid, truly afraid. The moment Chu revealed the secret of the mysterious gate within him, it was as if his spine had been snapped. His eyes went blank, and all his confidence vanished. So the thing I've been hiding all this time is just a joke to others. That guy knew about the mysterious gate inside me from the very beginning. He, a Saint Stage cultivator, had appeared before me numerous times since I joined the Azure Sword Guild. He even went out of his way to give me opportunities time and again.
Could it all have been an act? What exactly is this gate? Could it really belong to him? Was I from the very beginning just a tool, a pawn?
Gu gazed at the mysterious gate floating quietly within his divine sea. As he reflected on his past interactions with Chu, a pale purple mist swirled in his dazed eyes. He had already begun to let his imagination run wild, questioning the meaning of life. His entire being was falling apart. Due to the wavering faith of the Havaness protagonist, Gu, and his loss of the heart of a strong warrior, fate points have been reduced by 10,000.
You have obtained 3 destiny chests.
Standing outside the Tianyuan chessboard, Ji watched Gu slumped on the ground, his gaze dark and menacing. He didn't know what the saint stage manifested from that red light had said to Gu, but judging by his appearance, it was clear he had suffered a severe blow. This was hardly surprising after all, these were the tactics of the saint stage. Now that official business was settled, it was time for personal matters. Even if I can't kill him, I'll make him suffer every possible torment. A cold gleam flashed in G's eyes. He felt not the slightest pity for Gu, who now looked as pitiful as a wounded beast. Instead, he raised his fist and manipulated the black and white pieces on the chessboard, slamming them viciously into Gu's vital points. Gu's agonized screams soon echoed across the heavens. Just as he was on the brink of despair, suddenly, a crack inexplicably tore open in G's Tianyuan chessboard, and a figure radiating a powerful aura flashed into view. "Who's there?" G was startled and shouted fiercely. But it was too late. A giant hand appeared out of thin air, reaching fiercely into the Tianyuan chessboard and seizing Gu directly. A shower of blood rained down as the hand vanished. The Azure Sword Guild fell into complete silence. The Tianyuan chessboard still trembled slightly in midair. Only the howling mountain wind remained, gently sweeping past and blowing into the gaping hole that had yet to heal. G stared blankly at the hole below where Gu had been snatched away. It was filled with chaotic void currents, and he could sense not a trace of energy within. His face turned deathly pale in an instant. A full-fledged king stage cultivator, yet upon discovering that Gu had vanished, his back was drenched in cold sweat. This is bad. Gu has been rescued. What if the saint stage holds me accountable? He was instantly overcome with extreme panic. G had never imagined he would slip up like this. However, the appearance of those massive hands moments ago had been so sudden that, despite his king stage cultivation, he hadn't been able to react in time. This left G utterly stunned. Who is the owner of that massive hand? His mind went blank. It took him a long time to gradually come to his senses. Half a month ago, there were indeed rumors that a saint stage cultivator had emerged from the bamboo realm and shattered a major star. Later, the powerful figures of the mystic realm generally believed that this saint stage was none other than the true saint stage currently at the Gravity Guild. But now it seems that might not be the case. Ah, such is the way of time and fate. Perhaps this is the destiny of my G clan. This Gu daring to compete with a saint stage for a woman had already thoroughly offended the saint stage. G knew that losing Gu would inevitably be a grave crime. He considered fleeing, but then thought better of it. Could he really escape? It would be all too easy for a saint stage to track him down. Besides, he wasn't a loner like Gu. Although the G clan was now severely weakened, it still maintained such a vast network. Where could he possibly run? If he reported the situation immediately, perhaps he could die with some dignity and leave a legacy for the G clan. Realizing this, G's face turned ashen, and he hurried back to the mystic realm. Upon returning to the mystic realm, G once again made his way to the gates of the Gravity Guild. Before he could even speak to request entry, the scenery around him suddenly shifted. Space transformed, and he found himself in an ancient, elegant hall. His pupils contracted as he saw, directly ahead, a couch crafted entirely from Baishian fragrant wood. A man clad in a black robe was reclining on the couch, casting a casual glance his way. "Greetings, Holy Chu." G immediately snapped to attention. His burly frame trembled as he knelt on the ground and hastily reported, "G has failed in his duty. Gu was rescued by others. I beg Saint Chu to punish me." Chu lifted his eyelids, his gaze resting on the head of the G clan kneeling before him. This man was decisive and ruthless, yet clear-headed. He knew when to yield and when to stand firm, truly a figure of note. He said with a faint smile, "It matters not. Your mission has been completed. Where Gu is gone and who rescued him are matters beyond the power of a mere king stage like you to prevent." The mission was complete? G was taken aback. He hadn't expected the saint stage to be so magnanimous, showing not the slightest hint of blame. He hurriedly bowed his head and said, "Thank you, saint stage." But an even greater surprise awaited him. Chu waved his hand, and G, who was kneeling, was lifted by a vast, mighty force. Looking at the flattered and astonished G, he continued, "I've always been clear about rewards and punishments. You handled this matter quite well. I bestow upon you 10 gene of cultivation techniques. Upon hearing this, G's heart skipped a beat. He wondered if his ears were playing tricks on him. Not only was he acquitted, but he was actually being rewarded? 10 gene of cultivation techniques? It couldn't be. He swallowed hard, and just then, the man in the black robe raised his arm and a small mountain radiating multicolored light suddenly appeared before him. He was completely dumbfounded, staring at these small mountains with eager anticipation. Every single one was Saint-Tier. My God! Although he mentally prepared himself, G still trembled with excitement. These book stacks, resembling small mountains, were all holy tier cultivation techniques. He was completely dumbfounded. If Chua's single finger had previously wiped out more than half of the G clan's foundations, leaving a lingering resentment in G's heart. Then upon seeing these 10 gene of holy tier cultivation techniques, all of that vanished into thin air. At this very moment, G's heart was filled with nothing but gratitude. These 10 gene of holy tier cultivation manuals were more than enough for him to rebuild an even more powerful G clan. Ultimately, the root of all this was that Gu's fault. What did Holy Chu have to do with it? G immediately declared, "Thank you, Holy Chu. I will never forget your great kindness. My G clan is willing to lay down our lives for Holy Chu. You may go." Chu didn't seem to care much about G's declaration. The G clan wasn't qualified to be his followers yet. It was simply that this fellow had chosen to return and report. If he had fled to evade punishment, then the G clan would have ceased to exist. After G respectfully withdrew, Chu released his Emperor Stage Divine Sense and began sweeping through the bamboo realm. After all, Gu still had quite a few fate points left. That he had managed to escape danger once again came as no surprise to him. What piqued his curiosity was, who was the mysterious figure who had rescued Gu? Whatever G could think of, he could naturally think of as well. To carry Gu away undetected in front of a grand achievement level king stage cultivator, the rescuer had to be at least a saint stage level being. Chua's Emperor Stage Divine Sense swept through the bamboo realm in an instant, but it detected no trace of Gu. He wasn't in a hurry. Under his Emperor Stage Divine Sense, anyone who wasn't also at the Emperor Stage would be exposed sooner or later, so he began to examine the area carefully. Come to think of it, Gu just dropped some gold coins again, exactly 10 destiny chests. I'll do a 10 pull first. Chu didn't sit idle while his Emperor Stage Divine Sense swept through the bamboo realm. Looking at the 10 dazzling chests floating in his Divine Sea, he decisively performed another 10 pull. You opened a destiny chest. You obtained 1 destiny shard. You opened a destiny chest. You obtained 50 gene of holy tier cultivation techniques. You opened a destiny chest. You obtained 1,000 metric tons of holy tier weapons. You have opened a destiny chest. You have obtained 1 destiny shard. You have opened a destiny chest. A flash of golden light flashed by, and you have obtained a great destiny talisman. As Chu performed his 10 draw, dazzling beams of light burst forth from the open chests. Instantly, Chua's Divine Sea sparkled with starlight as countless treasures appeared in an instant. What great luck! This 10 pull actually yielded 3 destiny shards. Chu noticed that this 10 pull had yielded quite a few destiny shards, 3 in total. Combined with the ones he had before, he now had 5 destiny shards. He was now just 5 destiny fragments short of crafting a destiny key, an item crucial for unlocking his next identity, which filled Chu with anticipation. They gave me so much toilet paper again. I haven't even used up the last batch yet. Chu glanced at the small mountain of toilet paper that had appeared in his Divine Sea and shook his head in exasperation. He'd only given away 10 gene last time, but this time they handed him over 200 gene. It was never ending. What was even more exasperating was that this time, besides toilet paper, there was other junk too. Chu looked at the huge pile of weapons shimmering with a divine glow in his Divine Sea. The 10 pull draw he'd just done had yielded 1,000 metric ton holy tier weapons. Although weapons were much bulkier than cultivation techniques, often weighing hundreds or even thousands of gene, weren't these 1,000 metric ton and 2,000 metric ton rewards a bit over the top? Do they think my Emperor Stage Divine Sea is a scrap metal yard? To Chu, holy tier weapons were utterly useless, just like scrap metal.
He even resented them taking up space in his divine sea. But what could he do? After all, you're bound to pull some junk when doing a gacha, right? Thank goodness there's a guaranteed drop. Finally, Chu fixed his gaze full of anticipation on the guaranteed drop from this 10 pull.
This golden legendary item was a blue talisman, covered in a jumble of cryptic symbols that looked incredibly profound and radiated a dazzling, divine majesty.
Chu stared at the blue talisman, a chill running down his spine.
As an Emperor stage player, facing this talisman named the Great Destiny Talisman, he actually felt as though his edge was being suppressed. This thing was no ordinary item. He carefully sensed its energy and quickly grasped the function of this great heavenly mandate talisman. It was, without a doubt, an extremely special treasure.
In terms of grade, it was in no way inferior to an imperial weapon.
But it was a consumable item. The purpose of this talisman isn't hard to understand. It can actually communicate with the Tao of Heaven to perform a perfect divination. Divination is, after all, asking a question. The fact that it allows one to communicate directly with the Tao of Heaven to ask a question speaks volumes about the prestige of this item. After understanding how to use it, Chu, without a moment's hesitation, channeled his spiritual energy and activated the great heavenly destiny talisman directly within his divine sea. Once the pale blue talisman was activated, a golden flame suddenly ignited at its edge, gradually consuming the paper.
Chu's divine sea instantly fell silent, as if frozen in time. From the burning talisman, a single character gradually emerged, ask. Clearly, this was the way of heaven signaling that the divination could begin. Chu was already prepared and immediately asked the question on his mind, Way of Heaven, how can I alter or conceal the ultimate villain fate? The ultimate villain fate was destined to be locked in a life and death struggle with the heavenly destiny protagonist from the moment of birth.
This was also his greatest crisis. Although Gu, his only current adversary among the chosen protagonists, had already been thoroughly crushed by him, all signs pointed to the fact that even this brainless fool would become a formidable enemy given enough time to grow. But not all chosen protagonists were as easy to deal with as Gu. His destiny would bring him face to face with many other chosen protagonists. If he were to encounter an opponent who was both immensely powerful and possessed a cunning bordering on the supernatural, that would be a real problem. The best solution would be to reverse or conceal his destiny pattern, allowing him to operate from the shadows and eliminate all these chosen ones. That would be a real thrill. However, after he posed his question, silence hung in the void for a long moment, and the burning golden flames on the talisman froze, as if they had stiffened. The great destiny talisman did not provide an answer. Is the way of heaven really this lame? Chu furrowed his brow slightly, feeling dissatisfied. After another moment, the burning destiny talisman displayed the words, cannot answer. Ask another question. Ask another question? Fine. He still had quite a few things he wanted to ask. Without hesitation, Chu asked, the question I want to ask is quite extensive. It includes 100 sub-questions. I hope you don't mind? The way of heaven. Are you treating me like a wish-granting machine? The characters appeared on the talisman once more, cannot answer. Ask another question. Chu felt even more disappointed. The way of heaven really was rubbish. Being unable to exploit a glitch left Chu a bit deflated. After pondering for a moment, he asked, how long until the next chosen one with combat power exceeding the Emperor level comes after me? Can you tell me everything about him? This question seemed like a single query, but it actually contained 3 sub-questions. It required satisfying the condition of combat power exceeding the Emperor level, obtaining all information about the next chosen one, and determining how long it would be before he showed up in front of Chu. The Tao of Heaven remained silent for a while. Although this divination question was also quite outrageous, it was relatively more acceptable compared to the previous 2. Just as Chu thought he would have to rephrase his question, the characters on the talisman finally burned their way through slowly. After calculation, the appearance time is 28 days from now. The individual who meets the criteria comes from the outside world. Specific details are unknown. 28 days from now? That fast? A cold gleam flashed in Chu's eyes as he sensed a sense of danger. Although the Tao of Heaven Han Ti provided detailed information about this destiny protagonist, it had still revealed a crucial piece of information. After responding, the Tao of Heaven seemed afraid to communicate with Chu again. The great destiny talisman in the Sea of Gods quickly burned to ashes. I never expected that the next destiny protagonist who would oppose me would already possess Emperor-level combat power. Chu didn't he let it bother him, making plans in his mind, from another world? That makes sense. Looks like I'll have to prepare thoroughly. Just to be safe, I'd better retrieve my eternal gate as soon as possible. A moment later, Chu slowly sat up straight, a streak of golden light bursting from his eyes. Found it. It's hiding quite well. At that moment, his Emperor Stage divine sense descended upon an extremely remote, dark region of the Bamboo Realm. Known in the Bamboo Realm as the Dark Forbidden Zone, it was a dangerous place that even powerhouses from the upper realm were unwilling to enter. When his Emperor Stage divine sense first swept through the area, it detected only vast expanses of eerie, dark mist. But as his Emperor Stage divine sense delved deeper, it discovered that within the eerie, dark mist lay a hidden world of veritable utopia. Gua's aura was right there. Oh. Gua's fate points have actually gone up a bit? Looks like he has had a stroke of good fortune. Under the watchful gaze of Chu's Emperor Stage divine sense, this utopian world unfolded completely before him, filled with green mountains and clear waters, and brimming with spiritual energy, rivaling even the mystic realm. What surprised Chu even more was that within such a small world, there were over 100 King Stage cultivators, 3 Saint Stage cultivators, and even 1 Great Saint Stage cultivator. He quickly locked onto Gu and discovered that the guy's fate points had actually risen by nearly 10,000 compared to before and were still slowly climbing. Chu wasn't surprised by this, though. Fate points, after all, are simply a manifestation of destiny, and destiny isn't static by nature. It drops when suppressed and rises when opportunities arise. That's perfectly normal. Not to mention that Gu was, after all, the protagonist destined by heaven for his fate points to struggle and bounce back was only fitting for a protagonist's nature. Chu didn't care either way. Gu was born to be a chive, or, in short, destined by heaven. Once they've grown, just cut them down. Let us see if you grow faster or I cut faster. Interesting. These guys don't seem to be of the human race. At the center of this peach garden world, surrounded by mountains and rivers, lay a village. It contained quite a few strange structures, almost all built of stone. Chu looked toward the belly of a green mountain, where a spacious cave opened up. The big sucker Gu was inside. Apart from Gu, the vast majority of this world's inhabitants were in the cave. He noticed that these powerful beings in the peach blossom spring, though humanoid, all had features that differed from the human race to varying degrees. Some had bodies covered in scales, others had horns on their heads and hooves for limbs, still others had wings sprouting from their backs and mouths like sharp blades. The cave sloped upward, and at the top of the slope lay a large green stone, upon which a burly man with bull-less horns sat cross-legged. This bull-horned man was none other than a Great Saint Stage cultivator. Standing beside the horned Great Saint Stage was a stunningly beautiful young girl with childlike features. In contrast to the Great Saint Stage, she appeared tiny. She had a pair of almond-shaped eyes that gazed at Gu, blinking playfully. Though she looked innocent, she exuded a soul-stirring allure. The girl also had a non-human feature, a fluffy, bushy fox tail growing from her back, swaying gently. It was utterly adorable. Chu narrowed his eyes, paying little attention to the Great Saint Stage and instead fixing his gaze on the fox-tailed girl. This girl was quite interesting. Xin? What are you doing here? At the very bottom of the cave, Gu, who had been looking around in confusion, looked up and saw the fox-tailed girl. Shock flashed in his eyes, and the words slipped out before he could stop himself. The girl above him was none other than his childhood sweetheart, Luna, whom he had thought was missing. Gu never in a million years expected to see her here. Gu, it's been a long time. The fox-tailed girl smiled as soon as she saw that Gu had recognized her and waved at him. Her voice was as melodious as silver bells, instantly soothing to the ear. What on earth is going on? The sudden appearance of Luna, who had been missing, filled Gu with a flicker of joy. But he was mostly baffled. At that moment, he also noticed that the people around him looked strange, unlike ordinary humans. Even Luna, though familiar, had something about her that felt strange to him.
What exactly was that tail on her back?
Faced with Gua's question, the people around him remained indifferent, staring at him coldly with eyes full of disdain and hostility.
No one answered him.
Only Luna kindly explained, "Gu, it's like this, they're all my clan members.
Don't let their appearance fool you, they're actually very kind people." Kin?
Gu froze, his first thought immediately turning to the Bai family. But something didn't add up. He met many members of the Bai family, yet not a single one here looked familiar to him. What shocked him even more was that, even though he was now at the peak of the dragon stage, he couldn't even sense the cultivation levels of many of the people around him with a casual scan. This could only mean their cultivation levels were far higher than his. In the mystic realm, they'd be a major power in their own right. How could the bamboo realm possibly possess such formidable strength?
Luna nodded.
Yeah, I never expected it either, that I'm actually a member of the demon clan. When Uncle Chang found me and told me I had demon clan blood, I was really surprised too. Luna, with her slightly dazed and innocent expression, suddenly remembered something and pointed at the burly man with horns beside her.
Oh, right, Gu, this is Uncle Chang.
We really owe it all to Uncle Ching this time. It was only with his help that we were able to save you. Upon hearing this, Gu immediately looked at the burly man with horns sitting cross-legged on the large green stone.
The man had a square face and exuded great authority.
Mentioned by Luna, the man's large eyes swept lightly over Gu, sending a shiver down Gua's spine.
That feeling. It was even more terrifying than that of many powerful figures he'd encountered in the mystic realm.
Gu wasn't stupid. Even though he had a lot of questions swirling in his mind, he immediately understood the situation. He hurriedly bowed to the horned man and said, "Thank you, Uncle Ching, for saving my life.
Gu will surely repay you handsomely in the future."
Humph.
At that moment, a cold snort rang out.
Not far below the burly man with horns stood a young man with horns who bore a striking resemblance to him. He snapped, "Who do you think you are, daring to call my father Uncle Ching? That is a title reserved only for the princess." A reproachful voice came from the other side as well. This man really has no sense of propriety.
Doesn't he know to call him Saint Ching? What a rude fellow. Saint Chang? That Uncle Ching Xiner had mentioned was actually a saint stage?
His heart jolted, and he instantly realized the truth. His expression changed completely. Only a saint stage could so easily rescue someone from the hands of a king stage.
What exactly is Sinu's status? To actually get a saint stage to intervene? Didn't they just call Sinu princess? A thought struck Gu.
Meanwhile, Chu, who was observing from the sidelines using his emperor stage divine sense, had figured it out.
So that's how it is. A member of the demon clan?
That's quite rare, hardly ever seen in either the bamboo realm or the mystic realm.
Come to think of it, this Luna is the female lead, isn't she?
He observed more closely than Gu did and noticed that these people treated Luna with great respect. This included that great saint stage figure. When Luna had just introduced Gu, the figure had looked down on Gu and hadn't bothered to acknowledge him. But when Luna mentioned him, the great saint stage figure visibly nodded slightly, as if in agreement.
That was definitely an instinctive reaction. Chu immediately began to imagine a storyline in his head.
This girlfriend, Gua's childhood sweetheart, came from an extraordinary background and was backed by a powerful faction composed of a group of formidable demon clans. Under normal circumstances, these demons who originally looked down on Gu would quickly be put in their place by him. He'd slay some and subdue others. Accompanied by Luna and those demonic brothers willing to call him brother, they'd become the foundation for his future rise to power. Very good, very powerful. It fit the script of a destined protagonist perfectly. Unfortunately, he ran into me, so this script would have to be rewritten through tears. Chu's lips curled into a smile as he continued to watch from the sidelines. So you're a saint stage after all. My apologies for my earlier rudeness, Gu.
I pay my respects to the Blue Saint.
Gu immediately bowed his head and paid his respects once more to the burly man with horns above him. Luna shook her head again to remind him, "No, Uncle Chang, he is not a saint stage, he is a great saint stage."
A great saint stage? Gu's heart skipped a beat. A great saint stage? How could he be a great saint stage?
The realm above saint stage is none other than great saint stage.
The implications were entirely different. For a great saint stage cultivator, killing a saint stage cultivator would be a piece of cake. He knew Luna's temperament better than anyone. He knew she would never lie.
If she said great saint stage, then it must be great saint stage.
Didn't that mean this person could easily subdue Chu?
As Gu thought of this, his heart began to race. Although he could clearly sense that everyone, including this great saint stage cultivator, was hostile toward him, he had Luna. That little girl, Shiner, has always listened to me the most since she was a child. If this green saint was willing to step in to save me for Shiner's sake, then with the right approach, perhaps I could persuade this great saint stage cultivator to help me take on Chu.
At this thought, Gu's breathing quickened.
Chu, his mortal enemy, had cast such a deep psychological shadow over him. Every move he made had been calculated to the last detail by his opponent. Even his greatest secret had long been seen through with crystal clarity. Just a few hours ago, he felt life was no longer worth living. He sunk into deep despair and had even considered taking his own life. But who could have imagined that the tide would turn, and now he could see a new glimmer of hope.
Kid, I'm saving you for the princess's sake.
At that moment, the bullhorn giant above finally spoke, his tone casual. Of course, I also think you still have some use to me, so I'd like to discuss a partnership with you.
A partnership with me?
Gu, who had been feeling anxious, felt a surge of joy at these words. He'd been thinking exactly the same thing.
He hurriedly replied earnestly, Xingsheng, you're joking. You saved my life. I can't thank you enough. If there's anything you need from me, just ask. Talking about a partnership?
That's a bit too much of an honor for someone like me. Luna tilted her head, giving Gu a puzzled look.
Gu brother has changed so much. He wouldn't have acted like this before.
Even Gu himself hadn't noticed just how desperate, subservient, and fawning he was coming across at that moment.
Oh?
Xingsheng's large eyes fixed on Gu, and a pressure as overwhelming as a thunderclap crashed down upon him. Gu's legs trembled uncontrollably. He clenched his teeth tightly, his body originally standing ramrod straight. But as if remembering something, his body shuddered instinctively, and he unconsciously hunched over slightly, his gaze shifting away, afraid to meet the burly man's eyes.
A flicker of contempt crossed Xingsheng's eyes as he said indifferently, It's really no big deal.
I've heard you're quite familiar with the mystic realm. As it happens, we need a guide to help us locate a few warding arrays there.
Then we'll step in and help you destroy those arrays.
As long as you agree, I want to take advantage of you. I can even offer you some terms.
A deal like this?
Gu froze in his tracks, never expecting that the Xingsheng's proposal would be exactly what he hoped for.
Although Gu was secretly delighted, he didn't agree immediately.
He understood that for a figure as influential as the Xingsheng, agreeing too readily would only make the other party look down on him.
He knew this much.
He deliberately put on a troubled expression and said tactfully to the Xingsheng, Well, I'm afraid this might be difficult. The warding array is guarded by a transcendent power. Besides, once whatever is sealed beneath the warding array is released, it will bring untold suffering to all living beings.
I, Gu, dare not be the one to bear such a sin.
The horned youth who had been so hostile toward Gu just moments ago immediately snorted coldly, Humph.
A good for nothing is still a good for nothing.
Hearing that word, Gu felt a flicker of anger in his heart.
He developed a bit of a knee-jerk reaction to those two characters. Luna, hearing this, said with a hint of annoyance, Brother Iron Ox, can't you be a little less impulsive?
Brother Gu isn't a demon. He must have his own concerns. Besides, only Brother Gu can accomplish this task.
Stop spouting nonsense.
Seeing Luna speak up for him, Gu's lips curled slightly, and he felt a little better inside. Thank goodness all the care he'd given that little girl, Shiner, hadn't been in vain. At that moment, Xingsheng cast a faint glance at Gu, the look of contempt in his eyes growing even more intense.
How could he have stepped in to rescue Gu without doing even the slightest bit of investigation? Of course he was well aware of the predicament Gu was currently facing.
He had seen right through Gu's petty schemes at a glance. That was precisely why he felt so disappointed. The princess had praised this Gu to the skies in his presence before. But now, seeing him in person, he found the reality fell far short. There was not a shred of a man's sense of responsibility or grace. All he saw was a scheming, petty little man. If it weren't for the princess, he wouldn't have wasted his time bickering with a kid who was only at the dragon stage. He spoke indifferently. It seems you know exactly what a warding array is.
That's good. Also, don't try to play mind games in front of a great saint. I see right through your little schemes.
Upon hearing Qing Sheng's blunt words, the smile that had just begun to form on Gu's face froze instantly. Qing Sheng stared coldly at Gu. As long as you can help me destroy a few warding arrays, I'll help you take out that human saint stage who is hunting you down, and I'll wipe out the Gravity Guild as well. Gu's pupils contracted at these words, and hatred and desire flared deep within his eyes. He said earnestly, since you already know everything, Qing Sheng, I won't pretend anymore. As long as you're willing to help me take down that saint stage, I'd be willing to destroy not just a few warding arrays, but every single one in the entire mystic realm. Hatred flashed in his eyes thinking of the ordeal he'd endured these past days. His heart was filled with rage and a sense of injustice.
Qing Sheng burst out laughing. Very well.
Though I look down on you, I'll admit you're a decent traitor.
Traitor. Hearing those two stinging words, Gu's breathing quickened. He felt his resolve cracking.
In less than a month, he had gone from being a prodigy revered by all to a traitor.
This stark contrast left him seething with indignation.
But the brutal beatings from Chu had also forced Gu to grow rapidly. His once sharp, brash edges had been swiftly smoothed away. Looking at the great saint stage figure before him, Gu knew full well that this was a figure even more terrifying than Chu.
He had no right to be angry. Gu's tone turned polite. Qing Sheng, I have one more request.
Speak. The Gravity Guild. I want to be the guild master. Also, leave a few people for me. I want to torture them with my own hands. Finally, seal that saint stage's cultivation and hand him over to me. Gu said coldly, his eyes reddened.
As long as his demands were met, he wouldn't hesitate to become a traitor.
He had nothing left to lose. All he wanted now was revenge. As long as he could succeed in his revenge, he was willing to do anything.
Agreed.
Qing Sheng gave a faint smile and said nothing more. Meanwhile, Luna, standing nearby, saw Gu in this state and a hint of concern flashed in her eyes.
What on earth had happened to Gu? He looked so terrifying like this. After the conversation ended, Luna led Gu away. Luna said to Gu, Brother Gu, I'll find you a place to stay first.
Uncle Qing needs to make some preparations. I'll let you know when the time comes.
Gu smiled and said, Okay, I'll do as you say. He suddenly asked, Was it you who set up the Gu family's graves? Luna nodded.
Yes. I was worried you wouldn't be able to see them when you came back, so I decided to have Uncle Gu and the others lay to rest there.
That way, you'll be able to see them as soon as you get home.
Gu. You did a great job.
Just don't do that again,
he said listlessly. Luna thought he was heartbroken, so she patted Gu's shoulder gently and said, Take care of yourself.
The dead can't come back to life.
When the subject turned to sad things, Gu fell silent.
Chu overheard the conversation and almost burst out laughing. This Luna is a fucking genius. Is this even something a human would do? No wonder Gu turned to the dark side. Aside from the Gravity Guild elders acting like monsters, Luna certainly played a big part in it too. His Emperor Stage Divine Sense kept a close watch on Gu. He discovered that although the guy's fate points had struggled back up to 25,000 after his encounter with the Demon Clan, his situation was now completely different from when they first met. Luna walked side by side with Gu. Along the way, quite a few demons spotted Gu and shot him hostile glances, immediately launching a barrage of verbal abuse. Hey, where did this human loser come from? Stay away from our princess, you bastard. Gu's face darkened slightly, and Luna immediately stepped in front of him. You're not allowed to bully Gu Ge. All of you, get lost. If you don't leave, I'm going to call Uncle Qing. Seeing Luna defend Gu so fiercely, the demons slunk away grudgingly, their eyes brimming with jealousy and envy. Gu's heart swelled with warmth. Even though Luna's status had changed, their bond remained as close as ever. He noticed how respectful those demon clans were toward Luna and couldn't help but ask, "Xiner, why do all these demon clans call you princess?" Luna shrugged. "It seems the demon bloodline I've awakened is considered rather noble.
When Uncle Ching first found me, he always called me princess, and those guys just now did the same. It felt a little strange at first, but I'm used to it now."
"Let them call me whatever they want." Gu was taken aback. He hadn't expected this.
It seemed there was something special about this girl, Shiner's bloodline. A thought crossed his mind, and he leaned closer to her with concern.
"So that's how it is.
You're too trusting. Don't put too much faith in them.
They might have ulterior motives." Luna shook her head. "No way. They're all really nice to me, Gu. Don't worry. If they really didn't care about me, they wouldn't have helped me save you, right?" Hearing Luna say this, Gu nodded slightly. "That makes sense. It seems like they're actually decent people." Seeing Luna's sweet and innocent expression, Gu's heart warmed.
He recalled how he and Luna had grown up together, but he'd always been so focused on his cultivation that he'd often neglected her, and he couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. It's only when disaster strikes that you realize how fickle people can be.
Maybe I should really work on building a closer bond with Luna, Gu thought to himself. Beep. Quest activated.
Destined protagonist Gu has developed feelings for his childhood friend Luna. Please win over the female lead, Luna, within 1 month to complete the swoop in and steal her away objective. Just then, Chu suddenly received a system notification.
He'd been assigned a quest. Win over the female lead.
It was very similar to the previous hidden quest, but this one had no completion progress bar. Chu wasn't surprised by this quest. The moment he confirmed Luna was the female lead, he'd expected this quest to appear.
He wasn't in a hurry either.
Compared to China's hidden quest, this was just a regular quest. It wasn't like he was a human bulldozer, so why rush? However, as Chu read the mission description, he couldn't help but sigh in exasperation. This Gu guy really is a total jerk.
It took him until now to finally develop genuine feelings for Luna. Judging by the way these two act, they probably haven't even held hands before, have they? Well, too bad for you. You had your chance and blew it.
Since you're about to kick the bucket anyway, I'll take care of Luna for you. Chu stroked his chin, a mocking look in his eyes. Just then, the system sent a notification. Host, please do not let your guard down. This female lead is extremely difficult to win over. We advise against attempting to court her the way Qin did, as it could easily backfire.
Chu smiled faintly and sneered, "You're just a system. What the hell do you know about emotions? My advice to you is, don't give any stupid advice." System.
The system may not understand emotions, but please don't mock it like that. Chu looked at Gu again and realized the two of them had already entered a small bamboo house. This small bamboo house had 3 stories, with emerald green exterior walls that looked exceptionally fresh and charming compared to the surrounding environment. At that moment, Gu and Luna, a man and a woman alone together in a room, hadn't seen each other in a long time.
Gu gazed at Luna. The young girl had bright, charming eyes and a lovely, playful smile.
Those dewy, almond-shaped eyes, even as she blinked them lightly, were a delight to behold. Especially with that fluffy white tail swaying gently behind her, it sent ripples through Gu's heart, and he couldn't help but say, "Xaner, it's been so long since we last saw each other.
You've become even more beautiful."
He reached out his hand, wanting to take Luna's small, fair hand to rekindle their bond.
Luna blinked, looking at Gu with some surprise. "Brother Gu, why are you acting so strange today? You never used to compliment me like this before."
Seeing Gu's outstretched hand, she naturally offered her own small, fair hand.
Seeing Luna's gesture, Gu's eyes softened with tenderness. This little girl was still just like before, willing to trust him unconditionally. For some reason, the voice of the Qian Holy Spring from back then floated into his mind, and a wave of inexplicable, restless heat welled up inside him. "Tonight maybe I'll just play a game of cards with Luna."
Far away in the mystic realm, Shu shook his head awkwardly. Just by making small talk like this, he could still pick up a girl. The perks of being the destined protagonist really are. The thought crossed his mind. The next moment, his figure vanished from the Chongming Palace, tearing straight through the mist of the bamboo realm's dark forbidden zone. Just as the two were about to clasp hands. Ah! Who are you? Accompanied by Luna's startled cry, Shu appeared in this opulent hall. With a casual slap right in front of Luna, he struck Gu on the neck. Gu's head separated from his body like a soccer ball, bouncing to the ground. His eyes closed peacefully as he was knocked unconscious. Inside the bamboo hut, the sudden appearance of a man in a black robe startled Luna. Seeing Gu's head fall to the ground like a rubber ball, her face turned pale with terror. Brother Gu. Shu watched as Luna, like a startled kitten, curled up and backed away, her fluffy tail behind her wagging frantically. He couldn't help but chuckle. Don't worry, he is fine, he has just passed out. Passed out? Luna's eyes locked onto Chu's, and her heart sank. You call that fainting? Panic flashed in her almond-shaped eyes. She glanced at the sight of Gu's head separated from his body, and as her gaze inadvertently met his vacant eyes, she nervously took several steps back. Who are you, anyway? How did you end up here? She quietly slipped her hand behind her back and cried out. This girl isn't stupid. Shu watched Luna, her subtle movements didn't escape his notice. This fox-tailed girl was feigning fear on the surface, but in reality, a translucent jade stone had appeared in her palm at some point, and she was crushing it with all her might. Shu watched Luna's furtive actions but paid them no mind. Seeking help from a great saint stage cultivator in the presence of an emperor stage cultivator was a bit like an ant trying to shake a tree. It's me, Shu. You've probably heard my name before. With a smile on his face, he approached Luna. She backed into the corner of the room, appearing strong on the surface, but her tail trembling wildly gave her away. Standing tall before Luna, his presence made her petite frame seem even more fragile and pitiful. Shu? Gu's older brother, the arch-rival of the Azure Sword Guild? A genius from the bamboo realm. No matter how strong, he has no more than dragon stage. Without a guide, how could he possibly have made it here? Luna froze for a moment. She didn't know Chu was at the saint stage, but she keenly sensed that he meant her no good. Her lips trembling, she warned, don't come any closer to me. I'm telling you, if you come any closer, I'll. A large hand pressed down on Luna's head, or what? Shorty. Shorty. Luna glared, baring her teeth in a threat. You. Get. Away. My Uncle Ching will be here any minute. Then you're dead meat. Stop screaming. You could scream until your throat is raw, and no one will come. Chu looked down at her with a calm expression. That jade pendant in your hand shattered ages ago. Is it even useful? No, it's not. Chu's words jolted her back to reality. Luna realized the summoning jade in her hand had indeed shattered long ago. Under normal circumstances, Uncle Ching should arrive by now, but there was still no response. Terrified, tears welled up in her eyes. Seeing her like this, Chu's smile grew even brighter. This little woman really makes you want to tease her. The system was stunned. Host, he isn't planning to force himself on her, is he? Forcing her isn't part of the strategy. It could even lead to mission failure. Chu ignored the foolish system and suddenly said to Luna, well, aren't you coming out? If you don't come out now, don't say I didn't warn you. His large hand gently patted Luna's head, as if he were patting a winter melon. Come out. Which way do I go? Luna trembled, her hands tightly shielding herself as she asked cautiously. Chu didn't answer, his gaze fixed impassively on Luna's almond-shaped eyes. Luna lowered her head in fear, not daring to speak. When she looked up again, those watery, almond-shaped eyes had suddenly turned sharp, and her expression shifted from fear to cold detachment. Her petite frame suddenly stood ramrod straight. With a flick of her delicate hand, she brushed Chu's large hand aside, her demeanor a stark contrast to what it had been moments before. Luna said calmly, a human saint stage? No, I suppose I should call you a great saint stage. This wasteland microcosm is so well hidden. How did you find your way here?
Wasteland microcosm? Was that the name of this utopian world?
Seeing that the main character had finally emerged, Chu's lips curled into a smile.
I just stumbled upon it while looking around. That's not important. Let us get down to business. Business? We're not exactly close, are we?
Luna felt this matter was crucial since her hideout had been discovered. She'd have to consider moving elsewhere. The other party wasn't willing to reveal anything, but she could actually guess. Her gaze fell on Gu's corpse, his head separated from his body. He appeared dead, but in reality, a glimmer of life remained firmly locked away. He had merely fainted. There was no doubt that he had detected the wasteland microcosm. The problem must lie with him. She'd been too careless. She shouldn't have listened to her younger sister and let the Blue Ox save him.
First time SA stranger, second time SA friend. I'm here simply to ask you to do me a favor. Ask me to do something?
Luna's lips curled slightly, revealing a hint of sarcasm, as she retorted, "You're a great saint stage human. If you need a partner, go find Uncle Chang."
Why are you bothering me, a lowly Dao Palace realm little demon?
Chu's lips curved into a faint, mocking smile. Are you still putting on a show? I bet even that Blue Ox would listen to you, a little demon at the Dao Palace realm.
Luna frowned and shook her head.
I don't know what you're talking about, but please leave immediately, or you'll face the consequences. Hearing Luna's warning, Chu calmly approached her, locking eyes with those peach blossom eyes, cold yet still dewy. One body, two souls. You must be a reincarnated or reborn demon clan powerhouse. You just woke up and saw me, yet you're not the least bit flustered.
It seems you were at least at the Great Saint stage before, or perhaps even the Saint King stage?
With her true nature exposed by Chu, Luna arched her delicate eyebrows and said warily, "You're no pushover either."
Since when did the mystic realm gain such a peerless Great Saint stage? A peerless Great Saint stage? Oomph, I can only say your imagination is still too limited. Or perhaps is she testing me in return? Chu didn't care about Luna's thoughts.
The moment his Emperor Stage divine sense first fell upon her, he had already discovered that the situation within her body was highly unusual. There were actually two souls coexisting simultaneously. The soul that usually took the lead was the innocent, childlike, and somewhat airhead Luna, Gu's childhood sweetheart. The other soul, currently in a dormant state, was the composed woman now standing before him, testing him in return. He had no desire to engage in mind games with this woman. It was too petty and pointless.
He waved his hand at Luna and said, "All right, let us stop this tedious back and forth.
I'm not interested in your demon clan's affairs, nor do I wish to get involved. This matter concerns only him." Chu pointed at the unconscious Gu.
Gu?
Luna narrowed her eyes to her. This whole situation was utterly absurd. The man before her was incredibly mysterious, giving her a rare sense of oppression. If he wanted to take Gu down, killing him 100 or 1,000 times would be a breeze. Not to mention, Gu was right there in front of them. If he decided to act, she wouldn't be able to stop him. Why would he go out of his way to find her?
What's the point? It's like taking your pants off to fart. Is this human Great Saint stage cultivator so lazy that he can't even be bothered to make a half-hearted excuse, even when lying?
Luna felt deep-seated wariness and aversion. She didn't believe a word Chu said. Of course, Chu wouldn't tell Luna about things like beating up the protagonist or looting gold coins. He cut straight to the chase and said to the woman, "According to your plan, Gu is next heading to the Mystic Realm to destroy the warding array.
When he arrives at the Gravity Guild, just follow my instructions and do what I tell you." Fine, he even knows our plan inside and out. The Mystic Realm is even more treacherous than I imagined.
A chill ran down Luna's spine, and her sense of danger intensified.
She flatly refused. "I refuse. Please leave."
However, Chu seemed to have anticipated her reaction all along, and the smile on his face grew even broader. "No rush.
I've never been one to take things for free. Won't you at least consider the terms I'm offering? Take a look at my sincerity. What does taking things for free mean?"
Luna furrowed her brow as she watched the mysterious man make a casual wave of his hand. Instantly, a floating golden orb appeared between them.
Agree to my terms, and all of this is yours.
Upon hearing Chu's words, Luna's pupils contracted sharply as she fixed her gaze on the golden orb. Her heart began pounding wildly.
Despite its seemingly small size, the orb actually contained the aura of a spatial pocket.
She looked closely and saw that inside the golden orb were a full 19 holy tier weapons.
Luna paused for a moment and said, "You're offering these 19 holy tier weapons in exchange for me helping you toy with goo?"
Chu corrected her without hesitation, "It's 10 metric tons.
Luna scoffed, "What's the difference? Do you humans use metric tons as the unit of measurement for holy tier weapons?" Chu shook his head. "It's just a personal habit. Weight is a direct way to express my sincerity." Ha! 10 metric tons was indeed a lot. Luna could feel the weight of his sincerity.
But she was even more puzzled.
She cast a casual glance at Gu.
Her younger sister and he had grown up together, but she only had a brief encounter with him when she first awoke. Her assessment was that Gu wasn't worth 10 metric tons of holy tier weapons. A human at the peak of the great saint stage, bringing 10 metric tons of holy tier weapons just to toy with a mere dragon stage, good for nothing. Even knowing the two might have a grudge against each other. But she didn't understand it. She was deeply shocked.
Despite this, Luna still refused Chu without hesitation. "No. Take your scrap metal and get out of here."
This deal was indeed very profitable for her, but she was a demon with a broader perspective. She couldn't just focus on immediate gains and losses. This man was too mysterious. She'd been leading him by the nose the whole time. Now that the critical moment was approaching, she couldn't let a small gain lead to a greater loss. If her true purpose were exposed, she'd be in big trouble. Chu didn't mind being rejected. Luna was right, it really was scrap metal. He waved his hand again and said to Luna, "Add another 30 metric tons." Luna parted her red lips, watching as 3 more golden orbs appeared before her, each filled with all manner of holy tier weapons. Although, back in her prime, holy tier weapons hadn't been anything particularly remarkable, this add another 30 metric tons still left her stunned all over again. Another 30 metric tons of holy tier weapons. How could holy tier weapons be as common as cabbages, just pulled out so casually? Are you a great saint tier weapon forger? She prided herself on being well-traveled and having witnessed countless grand spectacles, but the scene before her was truly unlike anything she'd ever seen. Seeing Luna's expression, Chu smiled and asked, "Do you see my sincerity now?" Luna fell silent, deep in thought. To be honest, she was starting to be tempted. Although she hadn't used to think much of saint tier weapons, that was in the past. Now she was down on her luck, and her former glory was a thing of the past. The only person she could rely on was Uncle Ching. One must think big. With these 40 metric tons of saint tier weapons, she could accomplish so much, including what she truly wanted to do. But that wasn't the point. The real question was, what was this man really thinking? So many holy tier weapons, just to have her join him in toying with Gu. Wasn't he getting the short end of the stick? He must have some other motive. What other motive could Chu possibly have? He simply wanted to loot gold coins from Gu. Watching Luna's hesitant expression, he smiled faintly to himself. This woman, Luna, she might have impressive connections, but so what? Don't fault him for expressing his sincerity in a rather traditional way, but it's simple, direct, blunt, and effective. The smarter a person is, the better they understand how to negotiate a mutually beneficial exchange. When his Emperor Stage divine sense swept over this desolate little world, he discovered that although it had quite a few powerful beings, it was truly, truly poor. Everything was dilapidated, let alone holy tier weapons. He hadn't even seen many near holy tier items. These demon clans were about to storm the mystic realm and destroy its warding array, the very lifeblood of the mystic realm, so their ambitions were undoubtedly immense. The closer the great war draws, the greater the need for supplies. And saint tier weapons are the best kind of supplies. Any leader with even a modicum of vision would not pass up this hefty olive branch he was offering. "I refuse." Just as Chu thought Luna was about to give in, a cold, firm refusal rang out once more. "The demon clan has its principles. We will absolutely never cooperate with the human clan." "Oh? Chu raised an eyebrow slightly, fixing his gaze on the woman. Unless you add 10 metric tons. Luna, seemingly afraid that Chu would turn and walk away, hesitated for a moment before immediately stating her condition. Her refusal this time was just to drive a harder bargain. As Luna made her demand, she felt a surge of anxiety. In fact, the moment Chu had produced 40 metric tons of holy tier weapons, she had already analyzed the pros and cons very clearly. But she couldn't agree so easily. This guy was acting far too casually. She judged that this great saint stage human's bottom line was definitely not just 40 metric tons. She remained rational and didn't try to drive a hard bargain or make exorbitant demands. The art of negotiation is ensuring both parties gain benefits they can accept. Luna wasn't greedy, she was simply seeking to maximize her gains. Add another 10 metric tons. In her view, this would at least drain most of his fortune, forcing him to take a massive hit. Another 10 metric tons? Chu stared intently at her. Seeing Luna visibly grow more nervous, he casually said, then 50 metric tons. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand again, conjuring another golden orb. Seeing this, Luna's eyes flickered, and she quickly said, "Deal." Her fair palm swept over the 5 golden orbs in an instant, and she tucked them away. "Tell me, how do you want me to handle Gu?" Luna was decisive. After accepting the 50 metric tons of holy tier weapons, she promptly sold Gu off. Chu then said calmly, "Once he arrives at the mystic realm, I'll tell you what to do." Luna finally couldn't hold back her curiosity. She glanced at Gu and asked, "What exactly is your grudge against him? Why are you targeting him like this?" She didn't understand. If he wanted to torment Gu, he could have just taken him away. She certainly wouldn't have stopped him. But why go to such great lengths, even paying the high price of 50 metric tons of holy tier weapons just to toy with him? Chu chuckled. "That's none of your business." He glanced at Gu. With the help of the Eternal Gate, Gu's head and body had gradually fused back together at some point, and he was slowly regaining his breath. He'd only just finished his deal with Luna, and already he was beginning to look forward to seeing Gu return to the mystic realm full of vigor. That look of despair on her face after the great saint stage Blue Ox, seeking revenge, had been ruthlessly stabbed in the back. Come to think of it. His gaze pierced straight through to Gu's divine sea, where he saw the Eternal Gate floating quietly, waiting expectantly for him. "After this, my fate points should be all but spent, right? Eternal Gate, I'm afraid you'll have to put up with staying inside him for a few more days." He's even helping him heal? Seeing this, Luna was even more baffled, convinced that Gu's recovery was the result of Chu's intervention. "Let us go." Chu waved to Luna. Luna, displeased with Chu's attitude, shot him a cold glance and turned to leave the bamboo hut. Chu watched Luna's back as she walked away. Her fluffy tail swayed gently, catching his eye. He reached out and gave it a gentle squeeze. "It feels nice, pretty, too." As soon as the words left his mouth, his figure vanished. "Ah!" Startled by the sudden touch on her tail, Luna recoiled as if electrocuted. She stood on tiptoe, her slender body tensing into a straight line, and her innocent face instantly flushed crimson. "That damned human! How dare he treat me so disrespectfully?" She bit her lip gently with her pearly teeth, her face a mix of shame and indignation, yet she remained utterly alluring and captivating. Her tail was far too sensitive. She clenched her legs slightly and stood there for over 10 minutes before gradually calming down. "Sister, please don't do this. We can't treat Brother Gu like this." At that moment, within Luna's spiritual sea, a white orb radiating a sacred glow striving to take control of her body pleaded desperately. "No." Opposite the pure white orb stood a pale blue one, and she coldly refused. But Brother Gu has helped me so much in the past." "Helped you? Wake up. He was only looking out for himself. The benefits he reaped from you back then were far, far, far greater than you could ever imagine. Besides, if he really cared about you, why didn't he even tell you a word before going to the mystic realm? If he truly cared about you, you must have sensed what he was trying to do just now, right? It's only because that guy showed up. Otherwise, I would have slapped him unconscious myself."
What a piece of work thinking he could lust after my body. The pale blue orb let out a cold laugh. No, that was him. Enough. Don't waste your time thinking so much about a man who is about to die. He has offended someone far too powerful this time. For that person, killing Gu would be as easy as crushing an ant. Although I don't know exactly what he plans to do to Gu, you mustn't get involved in this. I don't want our grand plan to be ruined because of a worthless piece of trash like him. The pale blue light orb's resolute words filled the pure white light orb with anxiety. She hurriedly said, but we can't make a deal with a tiger. That guy is clearly no good. Helping him could lead to trouble. The pale blue light orb replied, I know, but what can we do? He is offering too much 50 metric tons, over 100 holy tier weapons. You don't understand what that means. But what if he has ulterior motives? Ulterior motives? Ha! If he thinks he can outmaneuver me, he is in for a surprise. A cold gleam flashed in Luna's eyes. Her former power was beyond the imagination of these saint stage cultivators in the mystic realm. Demi-Emperor stage. A titan who had nearly walked the path to becoming an emperor. As long as she remained cautious enough, no one in this tiny mystic realm could outmaneuver her. Wah! Just then, the Gu on the ground let out a pained moan. Luna muttered to herself, all right, little sister. Since things have come to this, I'll take control of your body for the time being. Don't blame me for being ruthless. With a ruthless person like me setting my sights on you, Gu, you have absolutely no future. A mere Gu 50 metric tons of holy tier weapons. He has lived a worthwhile life. She raised her jade-like palm, and Gu, who had just begun to regain consciousness, was immediately knocked unconscious again. A rift has formed between Luna and the fate-chosen protagonist, Gu. Your fate points have decreased by 5,000. You have obtained 1 destiny chest. Chu, who had just returned to the mystic realm, received the system notification and smiled broadly. This side of Luna was completely different from her other, innocent and timid persona. She was pure evil through and through. It seemed Gu's situation in the wasteland microcosm wouldn't be too rosy from here on out. System, esteemed host, it appears you did not successfully conquer the female lead this time. Why the hell are you in such a rush? Conquering a female lead isn't something that happens overnight. Chu said nonchalantly, 1 body, 2 souls, that is high difficulty, got it? System. You were pretty fast before. Chu wasn't in a hurry with this romance quest. Indeed, progress hadn't been particularly fast during this encounter with Luna. Compared to when he was courting Qin, it was like night and day. Ultimately, it all came down to the fact that the two heroines were completely different. As the guild master of the Gravity Guild, Qin bore a heavy burden. She was steady and responsible, while also looking out for the fate of the Nangon clan. She had long since prepared herself for sacrifice. As long as the incentives were substantial and the approach was tailored to her needs, winning her over was naturally easy. But Luna was different. With 1 body and 2 souls, winning her over was like trying to win over 2 women with completely different personalities. Furthermore, this woman's background remains a mystery. Although their interaction was brief, Chu could sense the arrogance deep within her and a barely perceptible hint of contempt toward him. Consider this, even assuming Luna believed him to be at the Great Saint stage, she still looked down on him. That leaves only one possibility. She was once at least at the Saint King stage, or perhaps even 1 tier stronger. A powerhouse of that caliber wouldn't place much value on a Saint tier weapon. He could tell that the only reason Luna agreed was simply because she was broke. If he wanted to win her over with the same hereditary sincerity that Qin used, he'd probably need several hundred metric tons of imperial weapons. If Chu had that much, he'd just throw it all at her. He certainly wouldn't be losing out. Having won both her body and her heart, these things would simply be returned to their rightful owner. The key was that he wasn't some super rich tycoon. He didn't have spare resources at home, so he had to plan for the long haul, focusing on the heart first, then the body. The next day, in the wilderness microcosm, Gu woke up leisurely in the small bamboo hut, his head splitting with pain. Ah, my head hurts so much. What happened last night?
His throat felt parched, and he looked around in a daze.
He was lying on a bamboo bed, surrounded on all sides by bamboo walls.
A window on the east side let sunlight stream in, illuminating the simple furniture and ornaments inside the room.
Was this the room from last night? Where was that girl, Xin?
Pale-faced, Gu braced himself against the bamboo bed and struggled to his feet, trying to recall last night. All he could remember was that just as he was about to take Luna's little hand, everything went black.
Before I lost consciousness, did I see a figure? Gu frowned in thought.
His heart skipped a beat upon closer reflection. That figure bore a striking resemblance to Chu, the figure of his nightmares. He immediately dismissed the thought. No, that is impossible.
This is a hidden place overrun by the demon clan, and it's even guarded by a great saint stage cultivator.
It's simply impossible for Chu, a saint stage cultivator, to find his way here. Even if he did find this place, Xing Sheng would easily subdue him. It must be that my obsession with Chu runs too deep. I must have hallucinated.
I'll go ask Sister Xin for clarification first. He took a deep breath and walked out of the bamboo hut. Outside the bamboo hut lay a dim, yellowish patch of muddy ground.
In the distance, he could see scattered, dilapidated stone huts, and faintly make out the silhouettes of demon clan members moving about.
Gu felt a bit lost. Unfamiliar with the area and knowing only Luna, he didn't know where to start looking for her. Awake?
Just as Gu was looking around, a soft voice suddenly rang in his ear.
Gu looked back, his eyes lighting up. Little Xin, where have you been?
Luna cast a casual glance at him and said calmly, "Come with me." She moved gracefully, passing right by Gu, and headed east.
Where are we going?
Gu was a bit puzzled when Luna ignored him. She seemed unusually cold today.
Uncle Chang wants to see you. He has plans for you.
That great saint stage cultivator is looking for me?
Gu's heart skipped a beat.
Seeing Luna's figure growing increasingly distant, she clearly had no intention of waiting for him. He hurried to catch up, asking, "What is going on?"
Luna didn't even turn her head. She couldn't be bothered to respond.
His little sister treated him like a treasure, but she certainly didn't have that much patience for a man on his deathbed. Seeing that Luna remained aloof as ever, Gu began to wonder.
What is wrong? Is she in a bad mood? Why does this girl seem a little different from usual? Gu was puzzled, and a bit annoyed.
He quickened his pace to catch up, reaching out to grab Luna's small hand from behind. "Little Xin, wait for me."
What happened last night? Why did I suddenly pass out? Sensing Gu's sleazy behavior, Luna frowned.
She simply flicked her delicate hand to dodge his sneak attack, feeling a wave of disgust. "You're in such poor health. How am I supposed to know why you suddenly fainted?"
Don't get physical here. Uncle Ching is right up ahead.
Be careful he doesn't chop off your hand.
Luna's cold words made Gu's expression freeze. I'm in poor health? Are you serious?
Before he had time to think it through, he caught the key information in Luna's words. His eyes darted toward the distance. At the far end lay a massive training ground, where several enormous 9-pattern cauldrons stood. A crystalline jade-like light radiated from within them, shooting toward the sky to form a deep blue canopy.
Against this canopy, the faint, intertwining silhouettes of demonic beings could be made out.
On the central 9-pattern cauldron, the Blue Ox Great Saint stage sat cross-legged on one of the cauldron's handles. Its eyes, larger than fists, bulged as it stared straight at him. Stared down by the Blue Ox Great Saint stage's bull-like eyes.
Gu instinctively shuddered. He felt a bit uneasy inside. This feeling was terrible. Luna was no longer the little sister from the Bai family whom he could toy with at will.
As the princess of these demonic clans, even if Luna herself didn't care, the other members of the demonic clans clearly did.
If he dared to do anything to Luna in public, these demonic clans might just flay him alive.
I'll have to be more careful from now on. When the two of us are alone, it'll be fine to get a little closer to little Xin.
Gu reminded himself to exercise restraint. He knew this was only temporary.
He had complete confidence in his own cultivation talent. Reaching the saint stage was a foregone conclusion. Once I reach the saint stage, no one will dare to point fingers at me. Luna, meanwhile, had already moved a good distance away from him while he was lost in thought.
Gu caught up with her once more and followed her into the vast training arena.
From the outside, the arena had been shrouded by those pale blue canopies, completely silent. But the moment he stepped inside, Gu immediately heard a deafening roar that made him furrow his brow slightly. He looked up. He saw that the demons were all fighting each other. The fighting was fierce, showers of blood rained down, and the thunderous sounds were the result of their bodies colliding in the heat of battle. Their physical bodies are incredibly powerful. And even the weakest among these demon clans are at the peak of the dragon stage. Many are at the immortal stage as well. This demon clan truly is a place where hidden talents abound. Gu was a battle-hardened genius. As he watched their fierce battle, he immediately gained a basic understanding of these young demon clans' strength. Precisely because of this, his heart gave a slight jolt. He put himself in their shoes and weighed his options. If he were at the peak of his power, armed with a treasure, and fighting these demon clans, he might stand a 50-50 chance. Now, many of them were simply too strong for him.
Princess.
Just as Gu was intently watching the clash in the sky, the cold voice of the Blue Ox Great Saint Stage reached his ears. This Great Saint Stage had leaped down at some point without him noticing.
Luna was already standing beside the Blue Ox Great Saint Stage. Compared to the massive Blue Ox Great Saint Stage, Luna looked incredibly tiny. She glanced at Gu.
Gu immediately caught on and hurriedly clasped his fists in a bow toward the Blue Ox Great Saint Stage, saying, "Greetings, Blue Saint." He felt a twinge of confusion.
Why did the Blue Saint summon me at a time like this?
The Blue Ox Great Saint Stage looked at Gu and said indifferently, "Little guy, your cultivation level is far too low. With a cultivation level like that, going to the mystic realm, even if I wanted to help you, I wouldn't be able to. Now, I'm going to help you break through to the immortal stage as soon as possible.
That will make things easier for us." He thinks my cultivation is too low? He is going to help me break through to the immortal stage?
Gu was taken aback by these words. All his life, wherever he went, he'd been praised as a genius. This was the first time anyone had ever criticized his cultivation as being too low. But upon learning that the other party intended to help him break through to the immortal stage, his heart immediately filled with anticipation. With guidance from a great saint stage cultivator, this was undoubtedly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for him. He immediately responded with unwavering resolve, "Thank you, Xing Shang. I'll do whatever you say. Please make all the arrangements."
Xing Shang nodded faintly. "Very well. Time is of the essence, so let us get started right away."
He pointed to the massive ancient cauldron behind him, 110 meters taller than he was, and said, "If you want to break through to the immortal stage, your physical body must be thoroughly tempered. With such a frail physique as you have now, reaching the immortal stage will be far too difficult. For the time being, you'll stay here and bear the weight of these ancient cauldrons.
The longer you can hold them each time, the better the effect on tempering your physical body.
Once your physical body can simultaneously bear the weight of 5 ancient cauldrons, it will be sufficiently tempered."
Support the cauldrons?
Gu paused for a moment and glanced at the ancient cauldron behind the Great Saint Stage-level Blue Ox. The ancient cauldron stood about 15 meters tall, entirely blue in color, its surface covered with eerie beast-like patterns.
An ancient aura washed over him. To Gu's eye, this ancient cauldron was likely extremely heavy. His scalp prickled slightly, and he instinctively asked, "How much does one of these cauldrons weigh?"
The Great Saint Stage Blue Ox replied casually, "It's not that heavy, about 108,000 jin each."
108,000 jin?
Gu took a deep breath. That kind of weight was a bit over the top.
He knew his own limits better than anyone.
Just lifting a single ancient cauldron with sheer physical strength would be a massive challenge. And he had to lift 5 of them at once, over 500,000 jin. Just the thought of it made his heart sink.
Could he really do this? His hesitation lasted only half a second.
Thinking of the small graveyard of the Gu family and his dear brother Ji Wenfeng, who had died with unclosed eyes, Gu replied without the slightest hesitation, "All right, I accept this trial."
Cheng Niu, the Great Saint Stage, nodded and said, "You've got some guts after all." Let us begin. Start with one ancient cauldron.
As soon as he finished speaking, he pointed casually. Instantly, the massive ancient cauldron swayed and floated into the air, settling above Gu.
Against the backdrop of the massive ancient cauldron, Gu's figure was as tiny as an ant.
Support the heavens with both hands, push down with your feet, and keep your mind focused. The voice of the great saint sage Ching Niu echoed in his ears, and soon Gu felt a shadow looming overhead. His eyes flashed. Instantly, just as the great saint sage Ching Niu had instructed, he raised both hands above his head and braced himself against the black shadow descending from the sky.
Ah!
The very moment Gu braced himself against the cauldron's belly, he felt as if every bone in his body was about to snap, accompanied by a crackling sound. The power of this ancient cauldron was definitely far more than 108,000 Jin. Gu's face turned bright red. He clenched his teeth tightly, feeling as if his blood vessels were about to burst. Beneath his feet, a conspicuous deep pit had formed due to the ancient cauldron's immense weight.
Very good. Hold on for one day.
The great saint sage Blue Ox was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Gu to be able to support an ancient cauldron on his very first try and immediately said,
"One day?"
Gu felt his vision go dark and was tempted to give up. But the sight of Chu's mocking smile flashed before his eyes, and he gritted his teeth to persevere.
So what if it's just one day? I'll get my revenge. I'll make Chu pay with his life. Soon, Gu began to feel the ancient cauldron's effects.
Through his palms pressed against the cauldron's belly, he sensed a stream of heat constantly surging into his body, bringing a warm, soothing sensation.
This ancient cauldron is definitely a rare treasure.
If I could lift 5 of them at once, my physical body would surely undergo a qualitative transformation.
This is my chance.
Gu was grinding his teeth so hard they were about to shatter, yet he didn't utter a sound. This one do, Uncle Chang.
Gu doesn't have much time left. We need to add one more.
But just then, Gu heard a suggestion that nearly made him spit blood.
Add another ancient cauldron? Are you trying to kill me? Gu's eyes widened as he stared at Luna.
Luna seemed perfectly composed, her almond-shaped eyes clear and pure, as if she were earnestly offering a suggestion.
That makes sense.
The great saint sage Ching Niu readily accepted Luna's suggestion. Instantly, he raised his hand once more. Whoosh! An ancient cauldron 10 meters away was drawn by this force from the void, plummeting toward the giant cauldron Gu was supporting.
Clang!
The sound of the massive ancient cauldrons crashing together caused Gu, who was at the very bottom, to instantly drop to one knee only for his leg to snap right there on the spot. His stark white bones were instantly exposed beneath the torn flesh.
Ah!
Blood spurted from Gu's body, and the veins on his neck bulged. Endless power erupted from his divine sea, forcing him to lift both ancient cauldrons at the same time.
That's impressive. Looks like we can add one more. Luna looked surprised and suggested again. Luna! You idiot! Do you want me to die? Gu roared in fury. Add another? He'd be dead in no time.
Gu's ungrateful roar instantly drew the displeasure of some of the demon clan members engaged in the fierce battle in the sky. They all cursed angrily. Why are you shouting so loudly?
This lowly human actually dares to insult the princess. Is he asking for a beating? What an ungrateful fellow.
This is the Kuei-nyo cauldron. Every time it's used, it consumes a considerable amount of materials. If you weren't the princess, you wouldn't even be allowed to use it, and yet you dare to insult her?
I have no idea what the princess sees in him.
The young demons couldn't stand the sight of Gu, and they were particularly upset that he was using the Kuei-nyo ding. Something like the Kuei-nyo ding letting an outsider use it, and not just one but several in a row. If it weren't for the fact that the Blue Ox Great Saint stage had made them at the princess's suggestion, they would have caused a huge commotion. Gu hadn't expected that his instinctive howl would draw such a barrage of insults. His already pale face turned even paler. The crushing weight left him no time to react as he knelt on the ground, supporting the 2 stacked giant cauldrons with his back and hands. Luna narrowed her eyes, observing that Gu truly looked on the verge of death, and said, "Then let us stick with 2 for now." The Blue Ox, a great saint stage cultivator, nodded and said, "This Gu actually has some potential. For a mere dragon stage cultivator using the Kanyo cauldron for the first time, he managed to support 2 of them. He has a promising prospect. Luna thought of that mysterious human man, but said indifferently, compared to the enemies he'll have to face, he is still far from ready.
That human saint stage cultivator, you say?
Compared to the saint stage, the dragon stage is, of course, far inferior.
The Blue Ox Great Saint stage didn't he care.
As for that human prodigy, if it weren't for Luna, he wouldn't even have qualified to enter the wilderness microcosm. Luna said indifferently to the Blue Ox Great Saint stage, let him hold the line here for now.
You come with me.
Upon hearing her words, a hint of surprise flashed in the Blue Ox Great Saint stage's eyes.
This one isn't the princess? She's the sovereign? The sovereign has awakened?
His heart gave a start, and a glimmer of joy flashed in his eyes. He immediately waved his hand, and a special spatial passage appeared beside him. The 2 stepped into the passage. Gu, who was completely focused on bearing the cauldron and was now on the brink of death, didn't even notice what was happening.
At the end of the passage lay an ancient hall.
Inside the hall, altars of varying heights lined all 4 walls, each bearing a series of peculiar fox statues. Beneath the fox statues stood statues of a blue ox, a tiger, a lion, and many others. Upon seeing these statues, a look of nostalgia flashed in the eyes of the Blue Ox, a great saint stage cultivator. Facing Luna, a great saint stage cultivator in her own right, he knelt on one knee and respectfully said, "Old Ox pays his respects to the sovereign."
Luna nodded faintly and said, "You've just awakened, there's no need for such formalities. I summoned you to the ancestral shrine to teach you something." After speaking, she gave a light wave of her hand. Instantly, the spacious main hall of the ancestral shrine was filled with a dazzling array of radiant treasures, which rapidly filled more than half the hall's space. The moment the great saint stage Blue Ox's bull-like eyes caught sight of these radiant treasures, they widened in astonishment. Upon recognizing the true forms of the objects beneath the glow, his mouth gaped wide enough to swallow a goo. "My lord, what is this?" Luna replied nonchalantly, "These were left behind and stored all those years ago. Now is the perfect time to use them. Take them all. They were so broke right now. With these saint tier weapons, they'd be set for life."
The great saint stage Blue Ox rubbed his hands together excitedly. There must be at least 100 saint tier weapons here, right?
50 metric tons. His eyes lit up, and upon hearing Luna's words, he gasped, 50 metric tons? Whoa, a sovereign is truly a sovereign, measuring saint tier weapons in metric tons? Your grandeur is unmatched.
Faced with Blue Ox Great Saint Stage's effusive praise, Luna let a faint smile flit across her lips, seemingly quite pleased. She cast a reserved glance at the mountain of treasures and said, just a few trifles not worth mentioning." Hearing this, Blue Ox Great Saint Stage exclaimed with genuine admiration, "Your Majesty, I had no idea you still had so many divine treasures preserved from back in the day. This greatly increases the chances of our plan succeeding."
Luna nodded and said calmly, "This is all I can do. The actual execution is still up to you." The Great Saint Stage Blue Ox hurriedly nodded. "No problem. Leave it to this old ox."
Luna emphasized once more, "Remember, once the warding array is broken, don't worry about the creatures that burst out. Find that door. As long as that door appears, nothing else matters."
Hearing Luna's words, the Great Saint Stage Blue Ox's expression grew solemn.
He patted his chest and assured her, "Your Majesty, rest assured, leave it to this old ox." Although he didn't know what that gate was, he was well aware that the sovereign had always been a master strategist who had never miscalculated. The reason they had failed back then was simply because that fellow had had unbelievably good luck. He was the son of the era from the heavenly demon realm. Once they found the gate the sovereign spoke of, perhaps they could fight their way back to their original world and take on that plan once more. Just as Luna and the Blue Ox of the Great Saint Stage were discussing that gate, inside the training arena, Gua's face was deathly pale. His entire arm was in tatters, blood mingling with exposed bone, and the ancient cauldron above him was swaying precariously, threatening to crash down at any moment. He looked like a piece of porcelain on the verge of shattering, covered in cracks. The slightest tap could reduce him to dust.
"I can't hold on much longer."
"No, according to the Blue Ox at the Great Saint Stage, the longer I hold out, the greater the benefit to my physical body."
If I were to use the mystic gate. If I use that gate, I'll definitely be able to hold on. Gu was undergoing an internal struggle at this critical moment.
In the past, he would have had no hesitation in using the power of the mystic gate to help restore his body. Based on his understanding of the mystic gate, if he summoned its power, he might even be able to withstand not just the two ancient cauldrons, but even a third one. But whenever he thought of invoking the mystic gate, that guy's mocking smile would flash through his mind.
Nourishment. I can't use it.
Every time I use the gate, it might benefit that guy.
If I can avoid using this gate now, I will.
Even though Gu could sense the mystic gate within him already trembling faintly, constantly tempting him.
If he were willing, he could activate the mystic gate instantly and regain his strength. But I refuse to use it.
I'll rely on myself.
Even without the mystic gate, I can still do this. Gu's expression hardened. Boom!
He hurled the two massive ancient cauldrons perched atop his head straight down.
Accompanied by a thunderous roar, his entire body fell flat on his back, crashing onto the ground.
At that moment, every bone in Gu's body had been completely shattered, and his entire body was crushed under the weight of the ancient cauldrons. But the instant he released the Kanyo cauldron, waves of heat rapidly spread throughout his body, helping to repair his shattered flesh.
Gu gasped for breath, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Awesome! These ancient cauldrons are incredibly powerful.
Even without the mystic gate, it'll take me no more than 3 days to be able to hold them aloft for an entire day. Feeling the strength gradually returning to his body, Gu felt he'd made a very wise decision not to use the mystic gate.
Kid, you were really showing off just now, weren't you? Who gave you the nerve to insult the princess? Don't you want to live anymore? Suddenly, a series of cold laughs rang in his ears.
Just as Gu was gasping for breath, he suddenly felt a hard object being forcefully shoved into his mouth.
Gu's eyes widened.
He saw a large shadow encircling him. What had been shoved into his mouth was, to his horror, a massive, thick iron rod. And leading the group was none other than the young man with horns who'd taken a dislike to him yesterday.
What are they trying to do? Xing Shang, where's little Xin? Hearing the strange laughter ringing in his ears, Gu's expression changed drastically. Still in the midst of his recovery, he was completely powerless to resist.
Not to mention that every single one of these demons surrounding him was at least as powerful as he had been in his prime.
What do they want?
Before long, these young demons showed Gu exactly what a brutal beating at the hands of demons felt like.
You're an idiot, aren't you? Who are you calling an idiot? Yell. Keep yelling. Did you really think that just because the princess isn't holding it against you, none of us demons care? Big brother Iron Ox, move aside, I'll finish him off.
Shouts and insults rained down on him one after another. Accompanying them was the crackling sound of fists and feet striking his body.
He's not one of us.
A human among the demons was bound to be met with hostility from the start. Not to mention, he actually dared to partake of their most treasured artifact, the Kuei Nyoding. But the most unforgivable thing of all was exchanging flirtatious glances with Her Highness the Princess.
Didn't he know the princess was the love of our lives?
They hadn't found an opportunity before, but now that they finally had one, these young demons were determined to teach Gu a harsh lesson. They were careful not to kill him, but every punch and kick was designed to inflict as much pain as possible.
After the crowd dispersed, Gu was gasping for air and barely recognizable as human. I'm going to kill you all. If you've got the guts, don't run. Watching the demon clan youth scatter in a frenzy, Gu roared inwardly, his frustration reaching its peak.
Without using the mystic gate, his body healed far too slowly. Although he was tough as nails and used to getting hurt, this inexplicable humiliation left him feeling utterly frustrated. He knew exactly why these young demons had targeted him. Wasn't it just jealousy? What good is jealousy?
He and little Xin had grown up together since childhood.
They had their own way of communicating. These demon clan members didn't understand a thing. If little Xiner knew what had happened to him, who knows how heartbroken she'd be.
Gu lay on the ground wailing for a while.
Just as his physical body had nearly recovered, the cold voice of the Blue Ox, a great saint, rang in his ears. Why are you still lying on the ground?
At this rate, when will you ever temper your physical body? Don't slack off, keep lifting the cauldron.
No sooner had the words left his mouth than Gu saw another massive shadow appear in the sky.
Xing Shang, just now.
Gu was just about to say something when he suddenly swallowed his words. The young man with the bull horns who had led the beating was the son of the Blue Ox great saint.
If he went to complain now, would the Blue Ox great saint side with him or with the Iron Ox?
It was a no-brainer.
If the Blue Ox great saint took offense and forbade him from using the mighty ox tripod to temper his physical body, the loss would be immense.
Qingyo, at the great saint stage, raised an eyebrow and glanced at Gu. What did you just say?
Don't beat around the bush. Gu quickly waved his hands and said, nothing at all.
Qingyo, at the great saint stage, waved his hand, pressing the 2 quinio cauldrons down upon Gu. If it's nothing, then get back to cultivation. Don't dwell on all that nonsense. Reach the immortal stage sooner, and head to the mystic realm sooner to help me stir things up. Hearing his words, Gu didn't have time to think much before that boundless, colossal force once again bore down upon his head. Gu began another round of physical tempering. Several hours later, the sun set. Thud. Just then, Gu hurled the Quinyo Ding once more, slamming it onto the training ground with a heavy thud. He greedily gulped down the spiritual energy all around him, reveling in the nourishing feedback from the Quinyo Ding. Hey! You little brat, have you no sense of public decency? What if you damage the flowers and plants by throwing things around like that? Brother Iron Ox, why waste your breath on him? Just beat him up. Right. Beat him up. He is so ugly, yet he dares to show his face in public. I hate ugly humans like him the most. Beat him to a pulp. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang in Gu's ears. His eyes widened, but before he could react, a hard iron rod was shoved back into his open mouth. Those familiar figures from before had returned once again while he was recovering. FCK. This is too much. Gu felt like he was about to spit blood. He didn't even have to think to know what these snickering demons were about to do to him next. He was completely at his wit's end, so he instinctively tapped into the power of the mystic gate within him. A familiar, warm energy, like a stream of water, permeated his skin and his spiritual sea. Instantly, his body recovered more than half of its strength. Gu swung his palm, knocking the iron rod out of his mouth. The leader, Iron Ox, exclaimed in surprise, "You dare resist?" Then, he saw Gu take off running. Even with the power of the mysterious gate at his disposal, he was still no match for this group of young demon clan members. His reason told Gu that running away was the best option at this moment. Iron Ox glanced in astonishment at Gu's figure disappearing into the distance. He ran? That guy's no pushover. He has been holding up the Quinyo Ding for so long his physical body should collapsed ages ago, yet he still has the strength to run. Behind him, a burly man with tiger-striped markings whistled in amazement. He is running pretty fast, isn't he? The young man with wings on his back immediately scoffed, "Fast my ass. Chase him. Beat him up." Instantly, the group of young demon clan members set off in a massive pursuit of Gu, with no intention of letting him get away. Gu ran like mad, heading toward the small bamboo hut. Soon, he dashed into the hut and saw a familiar, slender figure. The swaying tail made his eyes light up. "Xiner. Save me." The petite figure in the bamboo hut heard the voice, turned her head, and upon seeing Gu's face bruised and swollen frowned slightly. "Weren't you supposed to be lifting that cauldron? What are you shouting about here?" Shouting? Gu froze for a moment, then immediately pointed behind him. "Xiner, it's not that I'm not lifting the cauldron, it's those guys. They keep interfering and attacking me." "Who?" "There's no one behind you." Luna frowned, her peach blossom eyes fixed on the space behind Gu. "No one?
That's impossible. Gu froze for a moment, then turned to look. Sure enough, he realized that at some point, the young demon clan members who had been chasing him were no longer there. His expression darkened, and he immediately snapped, "They're hiding on purpose." Luna said displeasedly, "Gu, I worked so hard to secure this cultivation opportunity for you. Is this how you're going to waste your time? The demon clan people are simple and kind-hearted. They're all good folks. They're usually too busy cultivating to have time to cause you trouble." Gu was taken aback by this. He pointed to his face and other parts of his body and said, "How could there not be any? Look at my face. And here, and here." Luna looked curiously in the directions he was pointing and asked, "Is there something wrong?" He pointed to various parts of his body. His skin glowed with a dazzling radiance. Nourished by the power of the mystic gate, he had fully recovered. Gu was taken aback for a moment, then immediately said, "That's not important. Those guys targeted me because of you. Why don't you stay by my side and help me with my cultivation?" Hearing Gu's suggestion, Luna refused without a second thought, "I don't have time. I have to cultivate too." Gu was taken aback. She actually turned him down. In the past, whenever he asked Luna for help, she always agreed without hesitation. Now that she has become a demon clan princess, has she suddenly developed a big head? He blurted out instinctively, "You're only at the Dao Palace realm. What's there to train for?" Luna stared straight at him. "Does being at the Dao Palace realm mean I don't need to train? Should I just stay with you instead of training?" Gu immediately replied, "That's not what I meant." "Then what did you mean? When you mentioned Tainyo and the others just now, were you blaming me for that too?" Faced with Luna's calm retort, Gu, who was already feeling quite annoyed, saw Luna's attitude and immediately scowled. Fine. If that's how you feel, then there's nothing I can do. I'm leaving." After saying that, Gu turned and walked away, heading back toward the training grounds. Seeing Gu leave, Luna cast a casual glance in his direction but paid no heed to his petulant behavior. "Brother Gu, why is he acting like this? Brother Tainyo and the others are all such nice people. Not only did he speak ill of them, but he was also mean to me." At that moment, within Luna's divine sea, the pure white light felt deeply saddened. It had been startled by Gu's attitude and behavior just now. This was completely unlike the sunny, passionate, and kind-hearted Gu of the past. Luna smiled calmly, "Ha! Little sister, do you really think he is any good?" Within the divine sea, the white light remains silent. A rift has formed between Luna and the fate-chosen protagonist, Gu. 5,000 fate points have been deducted, and you have obtained 1 destiny chest. Gravity Guild, Chongming Palace. Chu, who was playing cards with Qin, suddenly raised an eyebrow. "Oh? What happened? Why was Gu suddenly having fate points deducted out of the blue? Did he get into a fight with Luna? Wait a minute, weren't his fate points already deducted once before? System, are you even too lazy to write proper dialogue? System." Half an hour later, Chu slowly emerged from the Qianxian holy spring. Qin was behind him, straightening his robes, while he cast a casual glance at the wasteland microcosm. "I see." It didn't take long for him to figure out the whole story. Chu smiled faintly. That's just how a youthful protagonist is. Whenever things don't go smoothly, he tends to swing to extremes when faced with setbacks, naturally blaming those around him for his own mistakes. "I'm stepping out for a bit." After giving Qin a brief instruction, Chu vanished. "We meet again." The next moment, Chu appeared inside the bamboo hut. Upon hearing Chu's voice, Luna's expression shifted slightly. She immediately took a step back and quickly tucked her tail away. "What are you doing here again?" There was something rather endearing about Luna's gesture of hiding her tail. This woman seemed to place a lot of importance on her tail. Chu stared at Luna's fluffy, large tail with a half smile, then chuckled softly. "No ill will, I'm just here to bring some warmth." "Bring some warmth? What does that mean?" Chu couldn't be bothered to beat around the bush. He directly pulled a scroll shimmering with golden light from his divine sea and tossed it to Luna.
Luna froze for a moment, then flicked her jade-like hand to catch the golden book.
Is this a holy tear cultivation technique?
She narrowed her almond-shaped eyes, looking at the 3 prominent characters engraved on the golden book in her hand: the art of defying heaven.
Chu nodded casually. It's for Gu. The white light orb in the sea of divinity glowed brightly and said, Sis, what exactly is this guy up to? Giving brother Gu a cultivation technique? He seems pretty nice, though. Luna. She could tell that this sacred tear cultivation technique was far beyond that silly girl-esque comprehension. Did she really think the other party was just here to be kind?
Luna didn't ask any questions. Instead, she opened the art of defying heaven and skimmed through it briefly.
A few minutes later, Luna's expression shifted slightly.
She had already figured out the purpose of this sacred tear cultivation technique. It was, in fact, a secret art of cultivation. A special technique used to rapidly boost one's cultivation level. It could drastically boost one's strength in a short period. But the character absolute in its title indicated that using this holy tear cultivation technique wasn't without a price. It would consume a massive amount of one's lifespan. Not only that, though the absolute heaven technique didn't mention it in the text, Luna's keen eye could tell it would also drain a portion of one's innate talent. Without a doubt, this holy tear cultivation technique wasn't something legitimate. It was a path of darkness.
She cast a suspicious glance at Chu and said, You are giving this sacred tear cultivation technique to Gu? Chu nodded indifferently. That's right.
Your methods of training him are too slow. To have him break through from the great perfection of the dragon stage to the immortal stage, we have to wait at least another half a month, and I simply can't afford to wait that long.
Hearing Chu's words, Luna was at a loss for words. Slow?
Half a month to advance from the peak of the dragon stage to the immortal stage. If the transcendent powers of the mystic realm were to learn of such a cultivation speed, they'd be ashamed of themselves.
But that wasn't the point. Luna frowned hesitantly. Gu isn't a fool. He knows the side effects of the absolute heaven technique. Will he be willing to practice it?
Chu didn't seem to mind and replied confidently, He will. Just tell him that within 5 days, he'll definitely reach the immortal stage. He'll definitely be willing.
5 days? Luna frowned but didn't say anything else.
Seeing that Luna had put away the absolute heaven technique and realizing his goal had been achieved, Chu pulled out another item and handed it to Luna, saying, Oh, right. Give this to Gu when he goes to the mystic realm. Well, that's the favor I'm asking of you. After saying this, Chu's figure vanished.
Was it really that simple? Luna felt a pang of curiosity.
She glanced at the object in her hand and paused in surprise. She hadn't expected the task he'd given her to be this straightforward. Once Chu had left, Luna breathed a sigh of relief. Every time she interacted with this great saint-stage human, she felt a sense of oppression. This guy acted so strangely. She had no idea what his true intentions were. Compared to the good-for-nothing Gu, this man actually piqued her curiosity instinctively.
Within her divine sea, the pure white light hesitated and asked, Are you really going to give this to brother Gu?
Luna didn't care whether Gu lived or died. She replied coldly, Whether he cultivates or not is his own choice. The moon hung high in the night sky. Soon, she tracked down Gu, who was lifting the cauldron at the training ground. At that moment, Gu was lifting the quinio cauldron with a bit more composure than he had during the day. Seeing Luna appear, Gu gritting his teeth and with veins bulging growled, What are you doing here?
Luna looked at him calmly and tossed the absolute heaven technique in front of him.
Take it. The golden scroll containing the secrets of the absolute heaven technique hovered before Gu's eyes.
What is this?
A hint of astonishment flashed across Gu's cold face as he stared intently at the golden scroll. Luna said indifferently, A holy tear secret art. Seeing that Luna had brought a holy tear secret art, he froze on the spot. What is the purpose of this secret art?
Luna replied, I got it from Uncle Ching. It allows you to break through the immortal stage faster, though it does come at a cost. Break through the immortal stage faster?
Gu's heart stirred, and a smile spread across his face. As he focused his gaze on the golden scroll, its pages began to turn of their own accord. Soon, however, the joy on his face gradually gave way to a somber expression.
A secret art that consumes one's lifespan? He hesitated.
Based on his understanding, such unorthodox techniques carried significant side effects. His foundational cultivation was incredibly solid, but choosing this short-sighted approach could very well create major hidden risks for his future cultivation.
Luna wasn't surprised by Gu's hesitation.
She said softly, "If you use this art of severing the heavens, you can break through to the immortal stage within 5 days.
Break through to the immortal stage within 5 days?
Hearing this, Gu's heart skipped a beat. According to the invitation that Bastard Chu had given him earlier, there were less than 7 days left until the Gravity Guild's concubine taking ceremony. If he could break through to the immortal stage within 5 days, he might just make it in time. His mind was instantly clouded by excitement. I'll take the risk. Even if it's a secret technique with side effects, it was given to me by Sheener, so there surely won't be any major problems. And even if there are problems, I can use the Mystic Gate to eliminate any potential risks. His eagerness to attend the Gravity Guild's concubine ceremony wasn't to watch the proceedings, of course he intended to disrupt the ceremony. With that thought, Gu took a deep breath and thanked Luna, saying, "Thank you, little sister Sheener."
That idiot, is he really going to use it? Seeing Gu like this, Luna was instantly taken aback.
She didn't care at all about Gu's apology and waved her hand, saying, "Go back to your cultivation." Watching Luna walk away, Gu felt a pang of guilt. He knew that Sinua's current coldness meant she was still angry with him. He hurriedly called out to her, "This is very useful to me.
Thank you for helping me. I was in the wrong earlier. I'm sorry." Luna shook her head. "It's fine. I didn't really mind."
Seeing this, Gu couldn't help but say, "You're definitely upset.
If you weren't, would you stay and keep me company tonight?" Looking at Gu's hopeful gaze like that of a lapdog, how could Luna not know what he was thinking?
"You'd better get back to your cultivation. If you delay too long, even with the absolute heaven technique, you might not be able to break through to the immortal stage within 5 days.
A wave of nausea washed over her, and she turned and walked away almost without looking back.
Seeing Luna leave so decisively, Gu felt a pang of displeasure. "I already apologized, what more does she want from me?"
"But she's right, I need to focus on my cultivation. Romantic entanglements can wait until later." He immediately began silently studying the absolute heaven technique and started cultivating this secret art.
Fated protagonist Gu practices an evil secret art, damaging his foundation.
5,000 fate points deducted. You have obtained 1 destiny chest.
3 days later. With the help of the art of severing the heavens, Gu achieved an epiphany. His strength soared by leaps and bounds, and he was already able to lift 4 cauldrons simultaneously.
Another 2 days passed.
Gu was in the training ground when a beam of rosy light rose above his head, and a black jade immortal stage floated beneath him. He had broken through to the immortal stage. At that moment, the number of giant cauldrons above his head had reached 5. Seeing this, the young demon's expressions changed. This guy, what incredible talent! How long had it been since he broke through to the immortal stage, and now he could lift 5 giant ox cauldrons at once? Even the Blue Ox Great Saint, who had reached the Great Saint stage, looked at Gu with newfound respect. He stepped forward to retrieve the giant cauldrons. With a single slap, he sent Gu crashing into the ground and praised him, "Not bad, not bad. Now that you've reached the immortal stage, let us start making plans.
Get yourself ready, it's time to set off for the mystic realm."
Hearing the voice of the Blue Ox Great Saint, Gu's eyes lit up as he lay buried in the ground. The very reason Gu had been cultivating the absolute heaven technique was to return to the mystic realm as soon as possible. He wanted to present that couple, that scoundrel and his mistress, with a generous gift at their wedding. Now, hearing the Blue Ox Great Saint stage speak like this, Gu didn't even care that he was buried in the dirt. He craned his neck and asked eagerly, "Blue Saint, when can I set out?"
The Blue Saint glared at him and snapped, "What's the rush?"
Gu stirred the spiritual energy within his body, shattering the surrounding soil, crawled out of the pit, and hurriedly said, "The Gravity Guild will be holding a grand ceremony in the next few days.
This is a golden opportunity. I'm confident I can destroy a warding array outright. Hearing Gu's words, the Blue Saint snorted derisively and said, destroying the warding array is secondary. You're after revenge, aren't you? With his true intentions exposed by the Great Saint Stage Blue Ox, Gu made no attempt to hide them. He immediately snorted coldly and said, that's right, I do want revenge. I'm going to make the Gravity Guild and that pair of bastards pay the price. Seeing the hatred in Gu's eyes, the Great Saint Stage Blue Ox was not surprised. Fine, I'll grant your request. Since you're in such a hurry, why wait? Let us get ready to set out right now. A smile spread across Gu's face as he asked eagerly, thank you, Blue Ox Great Saint. So how do we get to the Mystic Realm now? The Mystic Realm was in the Upper Realm. Descending from the Mystic Realm was easy, but ascending to the Upper Realm was no simple matter. Back then, when he had ascended to the Mystic Realm, he'd gone through quite a series of twists and turns. Blue Ox Great Saint Stage gave him a casual glance and said, I've got my own way. Follow me. Where to? Gu's heart skipped a beat as he followed the Great Saint Stage Ching Nyo toward a cave to the west of the training ground. Creak, creak, creak. A series of grating, unpleasant sounds rang out. Instantly, a golden glowing fissure appeared inside the cave. Qingyo, a Great Saint Stage cultivator, casually tossed out, wait here. Watching Qingyo step into the fissure, Gu's eyes flickered. He twitched his nose and sniffed the air like a dog. There's something valuable in there. Drawing on his wealth of experience, Gu immediately made this judgment. But he harbored no greedy intentions. This was, after all, a Great Saint Stage cultivator's treasure trove. He didn't know what this Great Saint Stage practitioner intended to do, but a hint of anticipation welled up within him. It wasn't long before the Great Saint Stage Blue Ox emerged. As he raised his hand, several orbs of light suddenly appeared and shot toward Gu. What's this? With your meager abilities, even if you reached the immortal stage, breaking through the warding array would be a pipe dream. Take these items. Only with my help will you stand a chance of succeeding. Gu immediately examined the several orbs of light floating before him. What met his eyes were 5 treasures. An ancient sword with a hint of purple, a set of icy cold inner armor radiating a chill, a tattered ragdoll, a vermilion nail, and a green seed. These are 4 quasi-saint tier treasures. Gu's heart skipped a beat. He knew his treasures and recognized their origins at a glance. Except for that final green seed, the other 4 treasures had all reached the quasi-saint tier. The Taisu purple sword, the cold heaven armor, and the heavenly heart doll. These 3 are meant to save your life. If you go into the mystic realm empty-handed, even a random master stage cultivator could easily subdue you. You'll figure out the sword and armor on your own. The Heavenly Heart Doll is a rather special treasure. It can be used as a puppet, and it can also take a bullet for you. The last of these near Saint tier treasures is called the Godless Array Breaking Chisel. Once you've infiltrated the warding array, use it to destroy it. The Blue Ox, a great saint, briefly explained the uses of these treasures. Don't let his calm and composed exterior fool you. Deep down, he was actually marveling. In his entire life, the old ox had never fought a battle where the spoils were so bountiful. If it weren't for the sovereign's awakening and the many saint-tier weapons he bestowed, the Blue Ox wouldn't have had anything to give Gu besides the Godless Array Shattering Chisel. Thank you, great saint. Gu's eyes shone brightly as he stowed away all 4 treasures, bowing his head in gratitude. He felt a surge of satisfaction and thought to himself, the Demon Clan's resources are truly unfathomable. With just a casual gesture, they handed over a full 4 quasi-saint tier treasures. It seems that aligning myself with the Demon Clan might not be such a bad idea after all. In the past, he worked himself to the bone on adventures, exploring perilous ruins, all for just a single quasi-saint tier treasure. Now, this great saint stage had casually produced 4 of them. A great saint stage is a great saint stage. Their generosity is truly extraordinary. Although he didn't know why, he couldn't help but feel that the cold heaven armor looked somewhat familiar. It bore a striking resemblance to one he'd owned before. Never mind, that's not important. Gu's gaze fell on the last green seed. He grabbed it and gave it a gentle squeeze. So what's this?
The great Saint Stage Blue Ox puffed out his chest proudly.
This is the most important thing for saving your life. It's only because you're going to break the formation that I'm giving you one.
At the critical moment, all you have to do is crush the seed and recite the incantation I taught you, and you'll gain my great Saint Stage combat power for the duration of a stick of incense. Upon hearing this, Gu's fingers trembled slightly as he held the green seed. This green seed could actually grant great Saint Stage combat power for the duration of a stick of incense. Didn't that mean he might have a chance to kill Chu with his own hands?
Gu's breathing suddenly grew heavy as a plan formed in his mind.
He never imagined such good fortune would come so suddenly. Seeing this, the great Saint Stage Blue Ox warned, "Don't get too excited just yet.
After all, this is my power.
You're just a mere immortal stage cultivator. Once you use this sacred seed, your immortal stage cultivation will be obliterated. The consequences are extremely severe.
Use it only if absolutely necessary. Understood?" Gu nodded repeatedly and said, "I understand.
I'll use it with caution."
It was only then that he realized why the Blue Ox Great Saint Stage had tempered his physical body earlier. Until he reached the immortal stage, he wouldn't even be qualified to use this sacred seed. Good.
Now that you know, memorize the incantation. The Blue Ox Great Saint Stage opened his mouth and transmitted a mysterious, obscure incantation directly into Gu's ear.
Upon hearing the incantation, Gu's expression froze. He rubbed his nose and said, "Blue Saint, this incantation, could we use a different one?"
The Blue Ox Great Saint Stage glared at him.
"What? Are you dissatisfied?"
Gu quickly shrank his neck and waved his hands, saying, No, let us just stick with this one."
The Great Saint Stage Blue Ox finally nodded in satisfaction. Glancing at the sky, he said, "It's getting late. I'll send you to the mystic realm right now." Gu still had a hint of hesitation.
He said to the Blue Ox, "Great Saint Stage, Great Saint Ching, on this trip to the mystic realm, that Saint Stage named Chu is very powerful.
Are you sure you can subdue him?" He was still a little uneasy. The Blue Ox, Great Saint Stage, laughed heartily. "What? Do you look down on me? You seem to think the Great Saint Stage is too simple."
No sooner had the words left his mouth than the Blue Ox Great Saint Stage grabbed Gu by the neck, flickered, and vanished from where they stood. Gu felt a blur before his eyes. When he came to his senses again, an endless chill crept over him. He was surrounded by pitch-black darkness. All he could see were floating meteorites, and in the distance, he could vaguely make out some dim, massive stars.
Where is this? The cosmos?
A thought flashed through Gu's mind. He had once found himself in the cosmos by sheer coincidence.
For cultivators below the immortal stage, the cosmos was a death trap.
Not only was there not a trace of spiritual energy, but it also possessed an extremely terrifying, unique pressure that could easily put one's life at risk.
Why did the Great Saint of the Blue Ox bring me to the cosmos? Watch this closely. The Blue Ox Great Saint spoke indifferently, then unleashed a punch. Boom!
A massive, muffled roar echoed through the air.
That punch of his seemed ordinary, yet it sent the entire cosmos into a frenzy. In the distance, one, then two.
Gu's eyes grew wider and wider as he stared intently at this terrifying scene. A full 10 giant stars were blown to pieces by a single punch from the Great Saint Stage Qingniu. What was even more terrifying was that such a devastating blow didn't cause the slightest disturbance. This level of difficulty was even more terrifying. So powerful. Gu stood there in a daze, his heart deeply shaken. Is this what the Great Saint Stage is like? He was so stunned that he couldn't snap out of it for a long time. It wasn't until the terror in his heart gradually subsided that he came to his senses. He shouted, "Xing Sheng Shen Wu!" Just thinking about having such a terrifying Great Saint Stage as his backing.
"Chu, what do you have to fight me with?" At that moment, Gu's confidence soared. The Blue Ox Great Saint Stage carried Gu back once more. They landed back at the training ground. Hearing the commotion, the young demons including Luna rushed over and gathered around, gawking like monkeys at Gu, whose face was flushed red with excitement. The Blue Ox Great Saint Stage said calmly, "Kid, you can relax now, can't you?
Gu immediately nodded like a chick pecking at grain and said, "The power of the Great Saint Stage is beyond my comprehension. I was the one who offended the Great Saint Stage earlier." The Blue Ox Great Saint Stage grinned and said, "Don't suck up to me. Help me take down the warding array, and I promise I won't treat you unfairly." Gu immediately pounded his chest and pledged, "Rest assured, Ching Shang. Since I'm working for the Demon Clan, I won't have any ulterior motives. To put it bluntly, now that I, Gu, have fallen to this state, only the Demon Clan treats me with sincerity. So, of course, I'll repay the Demon Clan with sincerity as well." The Blue Ox, a great saint, patted Gu on the shoulder with satisfaction. "Very good. You're an excellent trader. The princess's judgment is indeed spot on." Gu's expression turned serious as he said, "Great Saint Ching, you're wrong about that." "Oh?" He replied calmly, "I'm definitely more than just an excellent trader, I'm a genius among traders. On this trip to the Mystic Realm, I'm not just going to blow up the Gravity Guild's warding array, all 77 warding arrays in the entire Mystic Realm are my targets." Gu had now cast aside any pretense of modesty. Since he'd chosen to defect to the Demon Clan, he had to adopt the attitude that came with it. So what if he is a traitor? If this place won't have me, there is plenty of other places that will. A genius will always shine. For the Mystic Realm to abandon him was sheer blindness on their part. They didn't know a good thing when they saw it. If he'd harbored any lingering resentment before, it had all melted away during the past few days while those young demons took the opportunity to beat the hell out of him. Pride, dignity, those are all just empty notions. What matters is strength. With strength, who would dare mess with him? If they don't like it, they'll just have to suck it up. Especially after witnessing the terrifying power of the Blue Ox at the Great Saint Stage just now, Gu became even more convinced of his resolve. Gu knew full well that the Demon Clan was using him. Even those despicable demons looked down on him. But he didn't care. If they're using him, it proves he is worth using. If he weren't even worth using, that would be truly pitiful. Besides, being used by a Great Saint Stage isn't something to be ashamed of. Once he grows powerful enough to wipe away this dark chapter of his past and exact revenge on every single one of those who bullied him, who is going to care about it then? He had that confidence. Countless times before, amidst political intrigue, he turned others' attempts to use him against them, ultimately turning the tables on them. Hearing Gu's words so matter of fact they bordered on shameless, even the Blue Ox Great Saint Stage couldn't help but chuckle. He really is a genius. As expected of a sovereign, his discernment is truly in a league of its own. He glanced at Luna, who was watching them from a short distance away, and nodded slightly. Luna looked at Gu with a calm gaze, showing no reaction whatsoever. But the white glow within her, however, was deeply saddened at that moment. Gu, how did he end up like this? He wasn't this easily swayed before. Luna, who had grown up alongside Gu, had noticed during their time together that he was becoming less and less like the person she remembered. The Gu of the past was carefree, chivalrous, gentle, kind, and upright. The Gu of today was sleazy, mercenary, and even a bit lecherous. Luna didn't pay much attention to her silly little sister's thoughts. Sometimes, gaining more life experience isn't necessarily a bad thing. Once the rose-colored glasses shatter, one won't be so naive anymore. Gu hadn't noticed that Luna was already deeply disappointed in him. Seeing the satisfied smile on Ching Nyo Great Saint Stage's face, he couldn't help but grin foolishly along with him. He said earnestly to Ching Nyo Great Saint Stage, "Great Saint Ching, can we set off now?" Ching Sheng laughed heartily and said, "Let us go. I'll give you a ride." Was he planning to force his way through the Two Realms passage? Gu's eyes flickered, but then he witnessed a scene that surprised him even more. He saw Ching Nyo, the Great Saint Stage, pull out a massive iron hammer. Boom! He struck the void with all his might. Instantly, a familiar dark hole appeared before Gu's eyes. From within the hole came the eerie howl of the wind. Void turbulence. Earlier, when Gu had descended through the inter-realm passage, he had charged headlong into the void turbulence in an attempt to escape. The void turbulence was extremely dangerous, it was easy to die on the spot. But by sheer luck, he had survived and returned to the bamboo realm.
He stared in astonishment at the hole the Blue Ox Great Saint stage had smashed open and said, This is. Aren't we going through the inter-realm passage? The Blue Ox Great Saint stage shot him a withering glance and snapped, Do you want me to manifest my divine power right here in public and lead you to wipe out the mystic realm? Do you really think the mystic realm has no resources? If it were that simple, why would I be hiding out here? I'd just take over the mystic realm and do whatever I wanted. I wouldn't need you to act as a mole. Keep a low profile, do you understand? Just dive right in and smuggle me into the mystic realm. Hearing the Blue Ox Great Saint stage's words, Gu's mouth twitched. Smuggle him in? Gu said worriedly, the void turbulence is dangerous. The Blue Ox Great Saint stage pointed inside and said, I'm the one who opened this passage. Do you think I don't know what's inside? Are you trying to tell me how to do my job? Just get me in there. If I die, I'll pay you back with my life. Hearing the Blue Ox Great Saint stage speak with such confidence, Gu said no more. He immediately nodded and said, All right, I'll go. After he finished speaking, he looked over at Luna. From a distance, he saw that Luna had her arms crossed, standing there and gazing at him impassively. Their eyes met. Her almond-shaped eyes were bottomless, without a single ripple. Little Xin, I have to go. Ever since Luna had given him the absolute heaven technique that day, he hadn't been nearly as angry with her. He beckoned to Luna, flashing his signature warm, gentle smile. To his surprise, Luna didn't respond at all. She merely nodded indifferently, which left him feeling a bit displeased. That girl with so many demons watching, was she deliberately acting aloof? Feeling somewhat disappointed, he took a step toward the hole. Wait. Gu turned to look at the Blue Ox Great Saint stage, confusion in his eyes. Put on that near Saint tier armor. Do you want to die? Hearing the Blue Ox Great Saint stage's warning, Gu realized his mistake. He immediately summoned the Cold Heaven armor, slipped it on, and vanished into the hole. Soon after, Gu's agonized screams echoed out. The Blue Ox at the Great Saint stage wasn't surprised by this. He'd only guaranteed that Gu would reach the mystic realm alive. He'd never said he wouldn't suffer a few scrapes and bruises. Just then, Luna came to his side and said calmly, Have the other pawns set out as well? The Blue Ox at the Great Saint stage chuckled good-naturedly. Don't worry. While we were sending this kid on his way, the other pawns began their operations as well. They had been planning this massive operation for a long time. Naturally, they wouldn't have put all their eggs in Gu's basket. Just as Gu had set off for the mystic realm, the other pawns planted by the demon clan were now being activated one after another. Luna nodded, her eyes flickering as she stared at the hole. She wasn't worried about Gu's safety at that moment. Instead, she was pondering a question. What exactly was that man up to? She had already had Qing Niu deliver the item he gave her to Gu. But she had examined it carefully several times and found nothing unusual about it. This made Luna increasingly curious. She instructed Qing Niu, a Great Saint stage cultivator, activate the blue sky mirror and keep a close watch on the mystic realm's movements at all times. Leave it to old Ox, Your Majesty. You can rest assured. The 10th day of the 3rd month, 3,200 years of the Taiyin calendar. A day auspicious for weddings, but inauspicious for long journeys. As a transcendent power within the mystic realm, the Gravity Guild was decked out in festive decorations today, with the color red symbolizing great joy everywhere. Master Zhang of the Hall of 10,000 Natural Laws has arrived. Gift, 1 cloud branch of the celestial tree. The Li family head of the Li family has arrived. Wedding gift, a pair of gold and jade peepas. Star Gathering Tower Master Stargazer has arrived. Wedding gift, 1 clear fortune celestial star. The main gate of the Gravity Guild. Auspicious clouds and blessings filled the air, with clear clouds spreading far and wide. From time to time, divine carriages and celestial beasts arrived from the horizon, bathed in a dazzling rainbow of colors. Those arriving today all came from distinguished lineages with deep-rooted backgrounds. They had all brought extremely valuable gifts to attend the wedding ceremony of Chu and Qin. The sun in the sky was gradually rising to its zenith. At that moment,
Two Gravity Guild elders dressed in red robes gazed at the distant sky and remarked, "Most of the major factions have arrived by now.
The ceremony is about to begin.
Our duties here in welcoming the guests are nearly complete. We'd better hurry over to the festivities, it would be a shame to miss the celebration." They were eager to make their way to the White Jade Immortal stage. That was where today's wedding ceremony was being held, and by now, all the guests had gathered there.
But just then,
from the distant sky, a beam of white light descended. Clothed in white, with white hair, his gaze was defiant, laced with coldness and hatred.
"Hold on. My gift hasn't been registered yet."
No sooner had the words left his mouth than the white-clad, white-haired youth made a single throw. Instantly, a massive bell of the most ordinary quality plummeted from the heavens.
"A bell as a wedding gift. An unwelcome guest has arrived."
"Goo!" The elder in charge of welcoming guests glared, staring at the massive bell already covered in cracks from its fall from the sky. Upon recognizing the figure, his hair and beard stood on end as he roared in fury.
The two elders guarding the entrance to the Gravity Guild were stunned.
They never expected to see that little bastard Goo on this joyous occasion.
Hadn't he hidden away in the lower realm? How had he suddenly resurfaced? And he actually dared to show up on such a joyous day to present a bell. Did he want to die?
One elder flew into a rage, his beard bristling and eyes bulging. A massive sword, as wide as a door, materialized in his hand, and he was about to smash it right into Goo's face.
"Hold on." Another elder immediately pulled him back.
Staring intently at Goo, he said, "Back when this little bastard was in our Gravity Guild, he was already cunning and devious, and he has got a sharp mind. Given his current situation, if he dares to show up at the Gravity Guild so ostentatiously on a day like today, it certainly isn't just a bluff. Let us see what he is up to first." The cautious elder's warning caused the other elder to lower his heavy sword.
Those who rise to become elders of a transcendent faction are all seasoned veterans, powerful figures whose intelligence is undeniably high.
Goo, with his flowing white hair, saw that the two elders hadn't struck immediately and couldn't help but sneer. "Ha, I'll give you credit for having a bit of sense. Open your dog eyes and see what this is." As soon as the words left his mouth, he waved his hand and nonchalantly tossed out a golden invitation. It was the very one Chu had given him. "What's this?" The two elders looked at the invitation unfolding in midair, exchanged glances, and both revealed surprise in their eyes. "This that wanted little bastard, where on earth did he get an invitation? Could it be from the guild master? Impossible. The guild master has already cut ties with him. There is no way he'd do something so foolish."
"Then shouldn't we seek instructions?"
Goo, watching them from above, sneered repeatedly. "Good dogs don't block the path.
Move aside. Don't delay my viewing of the ceremony."
He was arrogant and domineering, as if he had returned to his prime, becoming once again that spirited genius of the Gravity Guild. Except now, he no longer belonged to the Gravity Guild, nor did he have the slightest respect for these elders. The two exchanged glances quickly, just as a faint voice rang out beside their ears. The two Gravity Guild elders' pupils immediately contracted. They looked up at Goo as if he were a clown and said indifferently, "Go ahead and go in if you want." Seeing this, Goo's expression remained unchanged, though he was somewhat surprised inwardly. He hadn't expected it to be this easy to get in.
This was a bit different from what he'd imagined.
But, since that's the case, he'd just have to make a bigger scene once he was inside. He swept his white robe aside, summoned a cloud beneath his feet, picked up the massive bell below which was on the verge of shattering, and hurried toward the White Jade Immortal stage. Seeing Goo enter, the two elders exchanged a glance. "Follow him. It looks like we're in for a show today." They immediately vanished and followed close behind. Not long after the two elders vanished, a shadow flickered, leaking almost no aura, and slipped into the Gravity Guild as gently as a breeze, making its way in the opposite direction with the ease of someone who knew the place well.
The wilderness microcosm.
In a hall filled with all manner of strange statues, two figures stood in place, gazing at a 5-meter-tall ancient mirror ahead of them that radiated a blue-gray halo. The surface of the ancient mirror perfectly reflected the scene that had just unfolded at the Gravity Guild. The blue ox, at the great saint's stage, nodded with satisfaction.
This Gu has some brains.
He made a grand entrance into the Gravity Guild, trying to stir up chaos. Meanwhile, the puppet created by Tianxin doll slipped into the Gravity Guild carrying the array-breaking chisel.
This is a diversionary tactic.
Given the attention this little guy is currently drawing in the mystic realm, he is sure to stir up quite a bit of trouble. If the Gravity Guild lets its guard down even slightly, there is a high probability he'll succeed in destroying the warding array beneath the Gravity Guild.
Hearing the blue ox, a great saint stage cultivator, praise him.
Luna, standing nearby, cast a casual glance at the shadow infiltrating the scene in the projection, a hint of puzzlement flashing deep in her eyes.
Is that even possible?
A hint of shock welled up inside her.
Though shocked inwardly, Luna remained composed on the surface. Let us wait and see.
The warding array isn't as easy to break as one might imagine.
That human saint stage isn't someone to be underestimated.
The great saint stage blue ox, unaware of the inner workings, said dismissively, "What kind of waves could a mere human saint stage possibly make? You're being far too cautious, Sovereign."
Luna remained silent.
From the very beginning, she and T held out much hope that Gu could destroy the Gravity Guild's warding array. Ever since that man had sought her out, Gu had become nothing more than a sacrificial pawn in her mind. If Gu's actions could draw that man's attention and allow the other pawns she deployed to complete their missions, then it would be worth it. But for some reason, Luna couldn't shake a sense of unease. It seemed as though every move Gu made had been anticipated by that guy. The blue ox at the great saint stage didn't notice the sovereign's concern at that moment. His ox-like eyes were still fixed on the image displayed on the azure sky mirror. The image, following Gu, had already reached the white jade immortal stage. Layers upon layers of white clouds stretched across the sky, and dense spiritual energy had materialized into a tangible, ethereal mist that drifted among the clouds. A massive cloud platform, over 10,000 meters wide, hovered in the sky. All around it floated countless miniature cloud platforms, creating a breathtaking scene.
The area was teeming with people at a glance. The entire mirror's surface was a sea of bright red, symbolizing celebration. Let us see what this kid has in store next. Who knows, I might even have to step in and lend a hand.
As the blue ox of the great saint stage muttered to himself, a burst of commotion erupted within the blue sky mirror.
Gu entered the arena alone.
With his hands clasped behind his back and a defiant gaze, his white hair fluttered in the wind, exuding an intense air of swagger.
At first, many master stage practitioners didn't notice him, but once their eyes fell upon him, they couldn't look away. Is that Gu? Gu?
That morally corrupt, depraved scoundrel who tried to make a pass at our master and steal a woman from the saint stage? That's right, the ugly bastard who, after being expelled from his sect, still had the nerve to slander the saint stage everywhere, earning himself a wanted notice from the Gravity Guild.
Ugh, I know him.
He offended Chu Shang, refused to surrender peacefully, tried to fight back, and even caused the death of the Ji family's eldest son.
Didn't he flee back to the lower realm?
Where did he pop up from?
What is he doing carrying a bell? Upon recognizing Gu, everyone present was taken aback.
They never would have imagined that Gu, that pariah everyone wanted to hunt down, would actually show up at this wedding ceremony.
What was he thinking? Wasn't he afraid of dying?
You little bastard.
You actually dare to set foot in the Gravity Guild.
The elders of the Gravity Guild glared at Gu with murderous intent, fire blazing in their eyes as they closed in on him, magical artifacts in hand.
Gu's face was as cold as iron as he listened to the clamorous whispers all around him, nothing but pointless gossip and nonsense directed at him.
In the past, he would have flown into a rage, his face turning deathly pale with fury. But times had changed. He was no longer the Gu he used to be. He would never let his guard down again.
He has grown.
No matter how these people gossip or attack him, he remains unfazed. Let them curse all they want, it's like a gentle breeze caressing the mountain ridge. Facing the murderous-looking elders of the Gravity Guild, Gu narrowed his eyes, his entire body radiating a terrifying aura.
He flung the bell down onto the vast immortal stage below.
His left hand quietly clutched the green seed, while his right hand rose as he growled, "Sword, come."
Instantly, a divine sword shimmering with purple light appeared in his palm, as if ready to do battle with these Gravity Guild elders. "You're just standing on a lousy immortal stage, what the hell are you trying to pull?" Gu's aloof, show-off act, however, drew the ire of a master stage cultivator present. G struck out with a direct slap. In front of countless master stage cultivators, a massive palm strike landed squarely on Gu's head. Put! A fountain of blood gushed forth. Gu, who had been strutting like the wind just moments ago, staggered, tumbled through the void, his head severed from his body, and was sent flying 100 jung away. Those who had come to witness the ceremony today were all prominent figures in the mystic realm. They all adopted a wait-and-see attitude toward Gu's sudden appearance. If even the gatekeeper elder could think of this, these influential figures naturally could as well. This man, wanted throughout the entire mystic realm by the Gravity Guild, had appeared here brazenly, carrying a massive bell in his hand and daring to provoke such hostility. He must certainly have something to rely on. The Gravity Guild elders present were originally ready to act immediately to subdue Gu, drag him away, and torture him mercilessly. But there was one person in the crowd who was even faster than they were. G. Watching Gu show off, his hands immediately itched to strike. As the head of the G family, whose own son had been killed by Gu, and whose entire clan had been nearly destroyed because of him, he harbored an intense loathing for Gu. Not to mention, he was well aware of Saint Stage's attitude toward Gu. This Gu dared to compete with Saint Stage for a woman. Others might be able to hold back, but he couldn't. For the sake of the G family, for the sake of Saint Stage, he had to decisively crush Gu's arrogance right then and there. When they saw G, enraged, strike out and split Gu in two, the entire hall fell silent. Before long, a cheer rang out, "Bravo! Well done! The head of the G clan has thought this through on a day of great joy. One must see some blood to soak up the good fortune." What the hell does "seeing blood brings good fortune" even mean? As soon as those words were spoken, countless eyes turned to the person who had cheered. It was a slightly plump young man with a square face, clapping his hands. Dressed in fine silk and brocade, he wore a gaudy, oversized gold bracelet on his wrist and a massive gold chain around his neck, every inch the show-off. The eldest son of the Li family, Li Jiangyang. Many people instantly recognized this chubby young man's identity. True to his merchant family roots, he sure knows how to talk. Many influential figures murmured among themselves. They glanced at Gu. Although his head was separated from his body, he was, after all, a teenage prodigy. Ji hadn't dared to kill him on a whim. He only intended to dampen Gu's spirit and had deliberately held back. Now, Gu's body was frantically searching for his head. Under the gaze of the crowd, Gu finally reattached his head to his neck. His eyes bulging with rage, he glared at Ji and growled, "Ji, for the sake of my brother's father, I won't hold this against you." Ji sneered, "Who do you call your brother? My Wen Feng is far too good for you." At that moment, Li Jiangyang also roared, "Gu, who do you think you are, daring to attend this ceremony? Kill yourself right here and now to celebrate the Saint Stage." Facing his former friend, Li Jiangyang didn't hesitate to unleash his ultimate move right in his face. Friendship be damned. Ever since Gu had offended the Saint Stage, Li Jiangyang had already written him off. Not to mention that the Li family was well connected. They knew that although the Ji family had been punished by the Saint Stage, they later turned misfortune into fortune and obtained quite a few Saint tier cultivation techniques. Saint Stages were rare, but one as generous as this was practically impossible to find even with a lantern. He'd been worried about not finding an opportunity to curry favor with the Saint Stage, but he never expected that Gu, that good for nothing, would show up at a time like this. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Jiangyang unleashed a barrage of insults at Gu. Commit suicide on the spot to celebrate the Saint Stage? Upon hearing this, Gu's already pale, bloodless face turned an ashen gray. How had he never noticed before just how venomous Li Jiangyang's tongue was? A murderous intent had already taken root in his heart. He resolved to kill Li Jiangyang on the spot after the Saint Stage ceremony. He'd come here with the sole intention of causing a huge ruckus anyway, so he immediately gritted his teeth and snarled, "Celebrating the Saint Stage? You stinking bootlicker!" The Gravity Guild is also a transcendent faction.
That slut Sheen sold her body for a pittance, shameless, willing to degrade herself.
She is content to be a concubine yet still holds a wedding ceremony.
It's like being a whore and trying to pass yourself off as a virtuous woman. I bet there are quite a few of you here today just to watch the spectacle, aren't there? Those words were incredibly venomous. In just a few sentences, he had completely disparaged both the Gravity Guild and Sheen.
A female king stage cultivator from the star-plucking tower immediately sneered, "A measly bit of profit? Have you been living in a bubble your whole life? Do you even know what 300 gene of holy tier cultivation techniques represent?"
Never mind 300 gene. If you could bring this lady 10 holy tier cultivation techniques, I'd say you've got potential. A stunningly beautiful woman from the 10,000 Laws Natural Pavilion couldn't hold back after hearing Gu's ridiculous remarks.
She sneered, "So what if I'm a concubine? If you're capable of securing 300 gene, I'll be your concubine, and not just that, I'd even be happy to be your foot-washing maid, you fool."
Another female sovereign from a transcendent power also let out a cold laugh. "You're young and impetuous, jumping to conclusions. You have absolutely no idea how much your former master benefited from this arrangement. The way you talk, it sounds like he was the one who got the short end of the stick. I hear you little brat have a thing for the Nangong Pavilion Master. It's a good thing your Pavilion Master isn't blind, otherwise, the entire Gravity Guild would have been ruined because of you." Gu's words were utterly ridiculous. This was a fantasy world where the strong preyed on the weak. What could a 300 gene holy tier cultivation technique possibly bring? Any top tier powerhouse with half a brain knows its true value. In truth, they couldn't be bothered to criticize Gu. Rather, upon hearing her words, these stunning divine maidens were all seething with envy.
They were green with envy. Just as they said, given such an opportunity, forget being a concubine even if it meant being a damn foot-washing maid, they'd be jumping for joy, right? Gu hadn't expected that no one from the Gravity Guild would object. Instead, it was these people from other factions who jumped out to humiliate him. And these bigwigs were all top-tier goddesses from the mystic realm, without exception. Beings he used to look up to. Each with a third-degree smile, yet spouting such cold, cruel words. It sent a chill down his spine. Gu was seething with rage. Even the Blue Ox at the Great Saint stage, watching from afar through the blue sky mirror, couldn't help but click his tongue. So this girl from the Gravity Guild can get a 300 gene Saint tier cultivation technique just for being a concubine? Who the hell is this Chu Sheng? He is way too generous. Even an old ox like me is starting to get tempted. 300 gene. Although she knew Gu was being hunted down by the Gravity Guild, he had never brought up the events in the mystic realm on his own, so Luna wasn't entirely clear on the details. Upon hearing this, even she was shaken to the core. Quasi-Saint tier weapons weighing tens of metric tons at a glance, and Saint tier cultivation techniques weighing hundreds of gene. Did that guy dig up an Emperor stage tomb or something? Not even a demi-Emperor stage cultivator is that rich. Her mind was in turmoil. Given her former standing, a mere 300 gene of a Saint tier cultivation technique certainly wouldn't impress her. But putting herself in his shoes. If there really were that much, though it wouldn't go so far as to sell her body, selling something else might actually be worth considering. That guy has shown up. Just as Gu was trembling with fury. Inside the blue sky mirror, Luna's pupils contracted as she saw a familiar figure slowly emerge from the immortal stage below. Today, Chua's profile was as perfect as a sculpture, his eyes like the starry sky, infinitely deep. He wore a pale purple robe, its surface shimmering with the radiance of the sun and moon, his demeanor exuding a lazy yet opulent air. At his side stood Sheen, dressed in a deep red gown that made her skin appear whiter than snow. Her stunning features were set against an icy expression. Sheen gazed calmly at the youth high above, whose hair had turned white at some unknown point. Her beautiful phoenix-like eyes were like a deep well, serene and devoid of any ripples. Gu also saw Sheen. Upon seeing his former master once more, his eyes narrowed. Sheen was stunning today. Her snow-white skin, set against the deep red phoenix-patterned robe, radiated even greater nobility. Her long, jet-black hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders, and her exquisite features embodied both icy beauty and sacred purity. Yet that touch of deep red added a hint of alluring beauty, like a peony in full bloom. He had never seen Sheen look so beautiful. In that moment, he found himself unable to look away. But when he saw the man standing beside Qin, his already pale face turned as ghastly as if he swallowed shit. Chu! The woman of his dreams was about to marry his most hated enemy today. And as a concubine, no less. At the thought, Gu's chest heaved, and he felt his composure crumbling. Chu, too, was watching Gu, who looked like a clown. He had orchestrated Gu's arrival himself, so he was naturally not surprised. He looked at Qin and smiled faintly. How would you like to handle this? Qin's phoenix-like eyes flickered slightly in that instant, her cold, elegant expression melted like ice and snow, as if all creation were coming back to life. She shook her head gently and said, "He has nothing to do with me anymore. My husband may do with him as he pleases." Her voice was calm, as unruffled as the light in her eyes. But those words were like a sharp sword, plunging straight into Gu's chest. Even if they no longer had any connection. Yet Qin's heartless words still shattered Gu's heart into a million pieces. Before Chu could speak, Gu's face contorted, and he growled, "You slut. I really did misjudge you. How long has it been? How long? You've already gotten so used to calling him husband. The wedding ceremony hasn't even started yet. Are you really that lowly? How could I, Gu, have been blind to fall for such a vulgar woman like you?" Gu hadn't failed to take those words from the master stage to heart. And it was precisely because he had taken them to heart that he was now even more furious and humiliated. The voice he heard that day at the Chenxian Holy Spring instantly flashed through his mind. Rage surged within him. A mere 300 gene of a holy tier cultivation technique and she has already yelled like a bitch. If it were his little sister Sinew, she certainly wouldn't have agreed. Gu had come with the intention of causing a huge scene to begin with, so speaking up now, he didn't feel he'd done anything wrong. Upon hearing Gu's words, Qin's body trembled. Her previously rosy complexion turned pale, and her lips quivered slightly. Even though she had appeared calm from the moment she entered, seemingly unconcerned by Gu's attitude. When she heard Gu call her a slut, it still cut through her heart like a knife. Even Chu narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze on Gu. Instantly, Gu felt a jolt run through his body. It was as if an invisible prison had materialized out of thin air, enveloping him in an instant and causing a look of agony to cross his face. "Shut up! Gu, you heartless, ungrateful wretch!" Before Chu could speak, the elders of the Gravity Guild could no longer contain themselves. Jiang was the first to step forward, his mustache quivering with rage. Pointing at Gu, he shouted angrily. "Back when you were gravely wounded and on the brink of death from the Tai ice toxin inflicted by the Ice Venerable, who ventured deep into the forbidden South Ming Fire realm to retrieve a wisp of primordial heavenly fire to save your life? When you provoked the Void Sword sect, the Guildmaster fought the Void Sword King, damaging his foundational cultivation and severing his chance to attain sainthood, all to settle the score for you. Do you remember that? And when you were cultivating the secret technique, the Shenming body who defied public opinion and seeded a heaven-grade secret realm from the Gravity Guild to the 10,000 Laws Natural Pavilion, securing you 10,000 years worth of Shenming primordial essence in exchange? At first, I thought you'd simply failed the Saint stage trial and, harboring romantic feelings for the Pavilion Master, couldn't accept reality. That's why you acted on impulse and committed such a grave error. But now it seems there really was a reason why Chu Xing didn't take a liking to you. You're nothing but an ungrateful wretch who can't be trusted. The Pavilion Master treated you like his own child, yet your heart is as small as a pinhead. If it weren't for Chu Shang, who knows what a shambles the Gravity Guild would have become under your leadership. As the Grand Elder of the Gravity Guild, Jiang was fully aware of the Guild's affairs and naturally knew just how good Qin had been to Gu back then. For Gu's sake, he even had several heated arguments with Qin. Qin had sacrificed so much for Gu. Yet now, on Qin's wedding day, Gu not only came to cause trouble but even called Qin a slut. How could you even say that? What a fucking piece of work! Jiang's furious rebuke instantly silenced the entire hall. Is that even possible? The powerful figures from the major transcendent factions who had come to witness the ceremony today all looked astonished upon hearing Jiang's words.
A master stage expert from the star-plucking tower gazed into the distance with a look of recollection. Come to think of it, it seems there is some truth to that. Last year, the head of the Nangong Pavilion did indeed engage in a battle with the Void Sword King. The head of the Nangong Pavilion won a hard-fought victory, forcing the Void Sword King into seclusion for 1,000 years, and the Void Sword sect has not emerged since. I never imagined that the root cause of this King Stage battle would actually be that goo. Another King Stage cultivator from the 10,000 Laws Natural Pavilion immediately chimed in. I recall that as well. The Gravity Guild traded a heaven-grade secret realm for a portion of 10,000 year Xianming primordial essence. That substance is extremely rare. Our pavilion possesses only a single portion of it. I hesitated for quite some time before agreeing to the exchange. In hindsight, it might as well have been fed to the dogs. What a waste of the Gravity Guild's goodwill. The first-hand accounts from these powerful figures further corroborated Jiang's statement. One gaze after another pierced Gu like sharp thorns. Their eyes were filled with contempt and loathing. If, earlier, some might have understood Gu's actions, now, no one held Gu in any regard. Everyone present was a big shot from a transcendent faction, and what they hated most were ungrateful ingrates like Gu who couldn't be trusted. You can despise the Gravity Guild, you can despise Chu Shang. But what right do you have to act so brazenly toward Qin, a mentor who recognized your potential and poured his heart and soul into you? Not to mention the powerful figures present. Even the Blue Ox at the Great Saint stage, far away in the wilderness minor world, frowned upon hearing this. Is this kid really such a scumbag? He is truly an ungrateful little wolf cub. Luna, gazing at the Qing Tian realm at that moment, remained as cold as ice and offered no response. She knew Gu wasn't a good person, but she never imagined he could be such a piece of trash. Not to mention her, even the white glow within her body, now somewhat dimmed, emitted a puzzled voice. Gu, he what gives him the right to act like this? That's way too much. The actions of the Chosen One, Gu, have sparked widespread outrage, causing his fortune to decline. His fate points have been reduced by 5,000, and you have obtained 1 destiny chest. Since Qin has completely given up on the Chosen One, the completion rate for the hidden quest win over Qin has increased by 50%. Current completion rate, 270%. Do you wish to claim the reward? 2 system notifications came in succession. Chu looked up at Gu, who stood pale beneath the sky, with only 5,000 fate points remaining. He hadn't expected that before he even made a move, someone would have already spoken out on his behalf. He certainly hadn't expected that, as the Chosen One, Gu would act so outrageously. According to Jiang, Qin had been exceptionally kind to him. This was like biting the hand that fed him. Even he couldn't bear to watch any longer, and said with a hint of sarcasm, Gu, doesn't your conscience bother you? Gu clenched his teeth. Jiang's words had left him deeply unsettled. He never would have imagined that Qin would sacrifice so much for him. He had always believed that, as the guild master of the Gravity Guild, Qin's favors toward him were nothing more than a trivial gesture. He never in a million years imagined there would be so much more to the story. Looking down at Qin, who appeared so pitiful and heartbreaking in her grief, he admitted that at that moment, he felt a twinge of regret and remorse. But hearing the torrent of abuse ringing in his ears and the mockery from his archenemy, he forced himself to stand his ground. I have a clear conscience. After saying that, he wanted to turn and walk away. He admitted he cracked. He didn't want to stay here another moment. He wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. But unfortunately, Gu had long been firmly confined and couldn't take even a single step outward. Since you're already here, don't be in such a hurry to leave. After all, everyone hasn't seen your performance yet. Chu's calm voice rang in Gu's ears. Performance? What performance? Everyone present exchanged puzzled glances. Was there something about Gu they didn't know? A performance? When was I supposed to perform? Gu's face froze. Originally, when he realized Chu had frozen his space, he was clutching the seed bestowed by the Blue Ox Great Saint stage, so he hadn't been too panicked. But when Chu uttered those words, for some reason, a familiar sense of dread welled up in Gu's heart. In that instant, all the misfortunes he'd encountered recently began to flood his mind. He racked his brain, trying to figure out what kind of leverage this guy might have seized upon. But no matter how hard Gu racked his brain, he couldn't find a single flaw in his own behavior.
Gu glared intently at Chu. Don't spout nonsense here. I don't know what you're talking about.
Chu ignored him. He wasn't just bored out of his mind, there was a deeper meaning behind inviting Gu here at this specific moment.
These past few days, he'd grown a bit tired of milking Gu, this little chive. Last time, the Tao of Heaven had specifically warned him that a new protagonist was on the way.
So, today was the perfect day to uproot this, once and for all, and reclaim what he deposited in Gu's eternal gate.
Snap.
Under everyone's gaze, Chu snapped his fingers. The moment that sound rang out, a pale blue halo suddenly appeared at the back of Gu's neck.
It rose like fireworks, gradually coalescing into an image that everyone could clearly see.
Jiang and the other Gravity Guild elders immediately focused their attention on the gradually emerging image.
Two figures soon appeared in the scene. One was easily recognizable, it was Gu.
The other, however, was a complete stranger, a towering, burly man with two massive bull horns on his head, exuding savagery and dominance.
Who is that? Gu, and is that a demon? A member of the demon clan? Isn't the demon clan a very rare race? Could it be that Gu has actually had contact with them?
The high-ranking figures present at the ceremony immediately fixed their gaze on the horned, burly man appearing in the image above Gu's head. With their vast experience and knowledge, they quickly identified him as a member of the demon clan.
Some inexperienced Gravity Guild disciples asked curiously, the demon clan? What kind of race is that? An elder explained, the demon clan is a hybrid born from the union of our human race and ferocious beasts. They're extremely rare and are considered a lowly race in the mystic realm, like scraps with very low status.
I never expected Gu to have sunk so low as to associate with such hybrids. Upon hearing this, the young Gravity Guild disciples nodded in understanding, their eyes taking on a peculiar look. The mystic realm, including the lower realm of the bamboo realm, is predominantly inhabited by humans, and other races are rarely seen. For many disciples, the demon clan was particularly rare, and after learning of his origins, they all looked at Gu with strange expressions. After all, the origins of the demon clan were truly unspeakable. For Gu to be mingling with them, well, he really was.
Gu had no time to pay attention to those strange glances.
When he saw an image of himself and Qing Sheng appear above his head, his heart leapt into his throat.
How could he have an image of me in Qing Sheng? Gu's mind was in turmoil. The scene that followed, however, sent a chill down his spine. Because from the somewhat blurred image, a voice gradually emerged.
Rest assured, Qing Sheng.
Since I'm working for the demon clan, I have no other intentions.
To put it bluntly, now that I, Gu, have fallen to this state, only the demon clan treats me with sincerity so naturally, I'll repay them with sincerity as well.
Excellent. You're a fine trader. The princess's judgment is indeed spot on. The demon clan? Working for the demon clan? What kind of work?
One after another, Gu's resonant, powerful voice rang out in a steady stream.
As soon as the voice sounded, the heavens and earth fell into complete silence. Gu, you son of a bitch. Soon, a furious curse rang out.
Blood rushed to Li Zhengyang's face as he raged. You could have been a decent person, but instead you choose to be a dog for the demon clan. You're a real fucking genius. Good thing I didn't help you back then, otherwise, the Li family would never be able to hold our heads high in the mystic realm for the rest of our lives. His outburst caused all the bigwigs in the hall to unconsciously nod in agreement. It wasn't just him. Xiao Xingjuan from the star-picking tower, who had once been on good terms with Gu, now glared at the stunned Gu and roared, Gu, you disgust me.
A traitor to humanity.
You fucking traitor, you're actually going to betray your own kind.
Do you even know that the demon clan is a marginal, trashy race with absolutely no presence in the mystic realm?
You were once a top-tier genius of a transcendent power, and now you've sunk so low that you're willing to become a human traitor. It's like one piece of disgusting shit opening the door for another. It's utterly revolting. She finally realized who had rescued him back in the bamboo realm and couldn't help but ask, Gu is acting as a human traitor, what is he trying to do?
He keenly grasped the crux of the matter.
The demon clan members in this scene were clearly up to no good.
They'd gone after someone like Gu, a former genius, surely not just because they admired his looks, right? There must be something in it for them. Something wrong, something definitely very wrong. It wasn't just G, the other bigwigs had all realized this as well. They all stared intently at Gu, whose face had turned pale and drained of all color, trying to discern the truth. The voice in the vision hadn't stopped yet. Soon, Gu's voice rang out again. Xing Shang, you're wrong about that. Oh? I'm definitely more than just a competent human trader. Believe me, even if it's just for little XINR, I'll give it my all. On this trip to the Mystic Realm, I'm not just going to blow up the Gravity Guild's warding array. All 77 warding arrays in the entire Mystic Realm are my targets. Warding array. Hearing the voice coming from the screen, the bigwigs present could hardly believe their ears. The Demon Clan, a lowly race in the Mystic Realm. How dare they even entertain the thought of tampering with the warding array? That's the Mystic Realm's Achilles heel. If the warding array were to malfunction, the entire Mystic Realm would be in serious trouble. A puny Demon Clan actually intends to take on the warding array? And what's most damn crucial is that one dares to think it, and the other is actually willing to do it. This Gu's visit to the Gravity Guild today is definitely about more than just causing trouble. His target is the warding array. Almost instantly, many of the Mystic Realm bigwigs present realized what was happening. Jiang quickly turned his head and waved at Su, shouting, "Hurry! Check Wanjiang Mountain." Wanjiang Mountain is also a restricted area within the Gravity Guild. But Wanjiang Mountain is far, far more important than the Yomi Cliff, where Gu was once imprisoned. That's because Wanjiang Mountain is the core of the warding array, specifically designed to seal and suppress it, and it's guarded year-round by the Gravity Guild's strongest warriors. Anyone with even a shred of common sense could figure it out. If the footage is real, then Gu's purpose in coming to the Gravity Guild today must undoubtedly be the Gravity Guild's warding array. Don't panic. Since my husband knows this, then the warding array must be fine. Just as chaos reigned within the Gravity Guild, Qin's calm voice rang out. Her phoenix-like eyes fixed on Chu, and she noticed the familiar, half-smile on his face. Keep watching. The show has only just begun. Chu's calm voice caused the elders of the Gravity Guild to pause in surprise. They noticed that the scene had already changed. A massive, dark green mountain loomed across the screen, filling most of the frame. A pitch-black figure, identical to Gu, was sneaking toward the mountain, holding a vermilion red long spike in his hand. Deep within the mountain, layers upon layers of magical arrays were in place. Even though today was Chu Sheng's wedding day, 2 king stage elders remained on guard here, keeping a constant watch over the warding array. On the screen, that gray shadow moved stealthily yet nimbly, like a rat. He was far too familiar with the terrain. Neither the layers of magical arrays surrounding Wanjiang Mountain nor the 2 elders on guard had detected anyone infiltrating the area. Carrying a long spike, this gray figure was drawing ever closer to Wanjiang Mountain. He didn't rush forward but crouched in an extremely well-hidden corner, seemingly biding his time until the moment was right. As the image zoomed in, all the powerful figures present could easily make out the gray figure's face. Gu. The face of this gray figure was identical to Gu's. Elders of the Gravity Guild were drenched in cold sweat. In that split second, they realized exactly what was happening. Today is the big day of the wedding ceremony. Elders Zhang and Li have clearly let their guard down. Many eyes were firmly fixed on the vermilion red long nail held in the gray figure's hand. This object was clearly meant to break the formation. If Chu Shanghan discovered this today, and if this Gu were allowed to cause trouble, the forces on Wanjiang Mountain would absolutely seize the opportunity. The expressions of every Gravity Guild elder turned as grim as could be. If Gu were to break through the warding array, chaos would reign, and the people would suffer. The Gravity Guild would bear full responsibility. Even knowing that with Chu Shang watching over it, the warding array wouldn't suffer any major problems. The Gravity Guild elders were on the verge of a mental breakdown. Jiang pointed at the Gu with trembling fingers, his voice shaking, "You beast, how dare you? Do you want the entire Mystic Realm to perish with you? Sua's face was etched with murderous intent. Seize him. Kill him. We absolutely cannot let him escape. Rage boiled within him as a pale blue paintbrush materialized in his hand, its tip erupting with a terrifying glow. Before he could strike, a flash of red streaked past like a swan in flight as earth-shattering killing intent erupted from the white jade immortal stage below. Sheen, the guild master of the Gravity Guild, one of today's main protagonists, held a cold, blue blade in her fair, jade-like hand. It emitted a terrifying sword glow as she slashed toward Gu. Today, she would cut down this traitor with her own hands. Gu was horrified. As he watched the events unfold on the screen, his mind turned to chaos, and he was completely stunned. Why? Why was my plan exposed? It's absolutely impossible. This plan to infiltrate the Gravity Guild and destroy the warding array, though not flawless, had him feeling invincible. With the in hand and the backing of the Great Saint stage, Gu had never imagined any mishap could occur. The moment he entered the Gravity Guild, he had already mapped out how to humiliate Chu and capture Qin. He intended to make the entire Gravity Guild pay a heavy price. But now, the scene he'd been anticipating had vanished into thin air. Before he'd even begun his operation, he'd met his end before achieving victory. Every detail of his plan had been exposed by Chu. How is this possible? How did he do it? Gua's face was drained of all color as he felt a searing pain in his chest. He stared intently at the flawless, radiant features before him, his phoenix-like eyes brimming with murderous intent. A long sword had already pierced his chest. The lightning-fast strike from the King stage was simply too swift for a mere immortal stage cultivator to react to. The master he had once respected and admired most was now mercilessly trying to kill him. If it weren't for the mysterious state within his body instantly releasing a surge of warm, mysterious energy to repair his body, Gu would already be dead by now. Gua's face contorted in fury as he glared at Qin. You're so ruthless. Qin paid him no mind as his blue blade erupted with sky-piercing sword energy. Boom! In an instant, everything was torn apart. Before everyone's very eyes, Gu was reduced to fragments. Good. Well done. A villain like this deserves to be executed with lightning-fast precision. A furious shout rang out. A powerful figure from a transcendent faction nearby felt a surge of satisfaction upon witnessing Gu's demise. Ji, however, frowned and said, he died too easily. He should be cast into the void abyss, sealed away for 1,000 years, and tortured to death. Only then will our bitter hatred be appeased. His words were met with agreement from the other powerful figures around him. Scum like Gu who dares to commit such heinous acts, what else is there he wouldn't do? Don't rush. He's tough, he's not dead yet. Not dead? Could this Gu actually withstand a King stage strike? The powerful figures present all paused in surprise, then realized the voice belonged to Chu, and immediately ceased their doubts. Chu gazed impassively at a certain direction in the void. There, a golden light flickered, and Gu's form reappeared. This eternal gate is truly remarkable. But it's nothing more than a death throw. He gave a faint smile. As Gu's treacherous deeds were exposed before all the powerhouses of the mystic realm, the system's voice rang incessantly in his ears. The actions of the chosen protagonist Gu have sparked widespread outrage. His fortune has plummeted, and his fate points have been reduced by 3,000. You have obtained 1 destiny chest. The actions of the chosen protagonist Gu have sparked widespread outrage. His fortune has plummeted, and his fate points have been reduced by 3,000. You have obtained 1 destiny chest. The fate protagonist Gu's fate points have fallen into negative territory. His fortune has been lost. His protagonist constitution has collapsed. He has forfeited his status as the protagonist. You have obtained 3 destiny chests. Looking at the mystic realm powerhouses filling the arena, all gritting their teeth and seething with rage, it was exactly as he had anticipated. For the major factions of the mystic realm, the warding array was of paramount importance, a matter of life and death. After Gu's plot to destroy the warding array with the help of the demon clan was exposed, the consequences were far more severe than mere social humiliation. Before he was reincarnated, there was a saying, those who follow the righteous path have many allies, those who stray from it have few. Gu's actions went far beyond simply straying from the righteous path. Gu's last few fate points were no match for the wrath of the mystic realm's inhabitants. The facts confirmed his suspicions. After he was exposed, Gu's fate points were wiped out almost instantly. They even plunged into negative territory.
Fate points are, in essence, one's fortune. Falling into negative territory meant not only an overwhelming tide of misfortune but also the complete loss of his status as the protagonist.
This meant the pig has finally been fattened up, it's time to slaughter it. This rebirth would be his last. His figure flickered, and he instantly appeared before the golden light. Raising his arm, he reached toward Gu's crown, ready to seize the top of his head. With his fate points gone, it was finally time to hand over the eternal gate. Gu saw Chu right before his eyes, staring at that handsome face that filled him with both utter loathing and profound terror. His whole body trembled, but he had no time to think about it anymore. He suddenly crushed the green seed he was holding in his hand. A loud shout echoed across the skies above the Gravity Guild. "Great Ox grandfather, please possess me, little ox." Boom! An unprecedentedly terrifying aura erupted from Gu's body. In the distant wasteland microcosm, within the ancestral shrine. As Gu crushed the green seed and chanted the incantation, a green flame suddenly blazed from the body of the green ox at the great saint stage. The two massive horns on its head, like a pair of antennas, erupted with wave after wave of green vortexes the instant green flame ignited. The vortexes intertwined with the flames, coalescing into a miniature green ox at the great saint stage, which vanished in an instant and, using the green seed as a conduit, burrowed into Gu's body. What the hell is going on? Damn it! How did this human saint stage figure out Gu's plan? How did he suddenly get exposed out of nowhere? The aura emanating from the blue ox great saint stage suddenly weakened slightly, but he didn't care at that moment. Staring at the footage transmitted by the blue sky mirror, he was completely baffled. By deploying his great saint stage seed in a last-ditch effort, Gu had effectively sealed the failure of his attempt to destroy the warding array. It wasn't just Gu who was utterly baffled. This great saint stage was now just as bewildered. The fundamental reason he'd been willing to bestow one of his great saint stage seeds upon Gu wasn't because he held Gu in such high regard, but because, in his assessment, Gu had a very good chance of destroying the warding array this time. But now, damn it, not only was Gu's secret puppet infiltrating the Gravity Guild discovered ahead of time, but even his earlier conversation with Gu in the wilderness microcosm had been inexplicably discerned by that human saint stage practitioner. This was completely out of the ordinary. Monarch, can you make sense of what's going on? The Blue Ox Great Saint stage turned to look at Luna and asked in shock. Luna's expression darkened slightly. She looked just as surprised as he did and shook her head. I don't know. However, it seems this human saint stage is also a great saint stage. Her tone was suggestive. A sharp gleam flashed in the Blue Ox Great Saint stage's bull-like eyes. Great saint stage? So what? The demon clan is invincible at the same rank. Even if he has a great saint stage, we have nothing to fear from him. Luna didn't respond. She, of course, knew exactly what was going on. Ever since Gu hadn't yet entered the mystic realm, everything had already been predetermined. The reason he was exposed, the root of it all, was actually quite simple. That Tianqing doll was the one the man had given her that day she had passed it on to the Blue Ox, and it eventually ended up in Gu's hands. From the moment he obtained the Tianqing doll, this near Saint-Tier treasure had been recording Gu's every word and deed. Luna suspected that even Gu's tactic of using the Tianqing doll to create a diversion, a feint to draw attention elsewhere, had been orchestrated for him by that man long ago, just waiting for Gu to set it in motion. Sure enough, everything unfolded exactly as she had predicted. Gu was like a fat pig waiting to be slaughtered, running straight into the slaughterhouse on his own. Luna shook her head. It didn't matter anymore. The moment she accepted that man's terms, Gu's fate had already been sealed. From the very beginning, she knew the Gravity Guild's warding array could never be destroyed. That was why the focus of this operation in the mystic realm had never been on Gu in first place. She glanced at the blue sky mirror, drawing on the power of the Blue Ox Great Saint stage. Gu had already unleashed earth-shaking might.
A radiance of the great sun rose above his head, the mark of a great saint stage practitioner exerting their full power. Surprisingly, the luminous white light within Luna, sensing Gu's current state, did not emit even the slightest sound.
Luna instructed the Blue Ox Great Saint stage, the Gravity Guild operation has failed. Shift our focus elsewhere. Switch to the vast sea.
The Blue Ox Great Saint stage nodded, waved his massive hand, and the scene in the mirror before him shifted, revealing a vast sea of rippling emerald waves, with several shadows emerging. He muttered, "Let us see just how much of a stir that kid can cause with that little bit of Great Saint stage power." Although the failure of the Gravity Guild's warding array was unexpected, they had been planning this for a long time and naturally had other contingency plans in place. While Gu was causing a commotion, the other pawns the Demon Clan had planted within the Mystic Realm were all springing into action as well.
Gravity Guild, White Jade Immortal Stage. Boom! Boom! A colossal roar shook the heavens. The Immortal Mountain was on the verge of shattering, and the many ancient halls within the Gravity Guild teetered on the brink of collapse. At that moment, high above the Gravity Guild's 9 heavens, a figure, like a great sun, radiated boundless fiery light. All around him, a dazzling golden light illuminated both heaven and earth. That boundless might burned away all the spiritual energy in the void, causing mountains, rivers, and all the land to bow in submission. Well, what is the divine radiance of the great sun? How could this Gu possess the divine radiance of the great sun? The many Mystic Realm powerhouses who had come to witness the ceremony today now looked up at the celestial gate with terror and disbelief, their voices trembling. What did the divine radiance of the great sun signify? The emergence of a great saint. But this was simply too absurd. Just moments ago, Gu, who had been hounded by everyone like a rat in the street and narrowly escaped being slain by Qin, had suddenly shouted some incomprehensible words, and then the great sun's radiance erupted from his body. Run! Hurry, escape! A king stage cultivator from the Li clan snatched Li Zhenyang from beside him and turned to flee. This was the great saint stage, after all. A great saint stage cultivator who could slay a king stage cultivator with a single thought. Even that Chu Shang would have to retreat 3 shi. No matter how this great saint stage appeared, it was not someone they could afford to provoke. In any case, fleeing first could never be wrong. As soon as the Li family's king stage fled, it triggered a chain reaction. The many prominent Mystic Realm powerhouses present that day scrambled in disarray, chasing and being chased, as they fled toward the exit of the Gravity Guild. Where is the Chu Saint? Where did the Chu Saint go? Could he have been suppressed? The elders of the Gravity Guild all looked shocked as they searched for Chu's figure. They discovered that as the might of the Great Saint stage erupted from Gu, Chu, who was closest to him, had already been swallowed up by the blinding light. Jianya's face turned ashen, his clothes were nearly burned to ashes by the afterglow of the great sun. He exclaimed in disbelief, "Gu, he is merely at the immortal stage. How could he possibly possess the power of the Great Saint stage? It's the Demon Clan. The Demon Clan he is allied with gave him this trump card. That traitor truly deserves to die." G's eyes flashed with shock as he stared at Gu within the great sun, only to discover a pair of bullless horns had sprouted from the top of his head. At this sight, his face turned ashen with a mix of shock and rage. "Don't panic. The power of the Great Saint stage doesn't belong to him at 1 last long. Jiang, summon the Council of Elders and activate the sect's protective formation." Qin appeared at Tianke with an icy expression, calmly issuing her orders. Yet her phoenix-like eyes were frantically searching for Chu's whereabouts. "Ha ha ha ha. No one is going to survive today, you're all coming with me to the afterlife." From high above the sky, Gu's loud laughter echoed down, his voice tinged with madness. His immortal stage was shattering, covered in cracks, yet he had never felt the world to be so wonderful. Gu had gone mad. The power of the Demon Clan's Great Saint stage had not only granted him boundless strength but had also driven him into madness. But he didn't mind going mad at all. "Chu, do you regret it?" He grinned savagely, staring at the figure mere inches away, the shadow he hated with every fiber of his being, and slammed a fist into Chu's form. The heavens shook and the earth trembled. The might of the Great Saint stage was terrifying to the extreme,
as if the entire world were about to be shattered by that single blow.
Chu, do you regret it?
With a roar filled with boundless delight, Gu unleashed his fist and the very heavens and earth changed color. The mystic realm powerhouses present all averted their gaze, utterly stunned. None of them had ever imagined that Gu would possess such a terrifying trump card.
Chu Shine, can he hold out? G's throat went dry. He looked up at Gu's fist in the sky.
A single punch wielding the power of the Great Saint Stage was enough to raise the entire Gravity Guild to the ground. Even though Chu, a Saint Stage cultivator, had always maintained an extremely composed demeanor. How could he possibly respond when faced with such terrifying Great Saint Stage power?
It's over. Completely over.
That little bastard Gu, he actually has this kind of power. The elders of the Gravity Guild were as frantic as ants on a hot pan. The guild's protective formation could only buy time and was absolutely incapable of helping Chu withstand the full force of that punch. Sheen clenched her jade-like hands tightly, her phoenix-like eyes filled with anxiety.
At that moment, a faint voice echoed from the void, regretting it? I do regret it a little. Using power that doesn't belong to you, I hope it doesn't harm what I left with you, right?
His voice carried a sense of composure, seemingly without a trace of panic, and even carried a hint of flippancy.
Gu, whose power was overwhelming, flew into a rage the moment he heard Chu's words. The thing he had left there. What else could it be? That mysterious door.
This had always been his most prized treasure, and every time he heard Chu claim it as his own, Gu felt an inexplicable, excruciating pain in his heart. Just like the feeling he had when Sheen was snatched away by Chu. He unleashed a punch.
Tough talk, huh? Keep barking like a dog.
Wait until I blast you to smithereens, then let us see if you can still bark. Gu was brimming with confidence in his current power.
Boom! His punch struck Chu. But it felt as if he struck a wall of iron.
Gu's whole body shuddered, and he felt a numbing sensation spread through his limbs. Why can't I break through? Just as this thought crossed Gu's mind, he was suddenly sent flying backward, his body turning into a bloody mess in the blink of an eye.
Is that all you've got? You think you can kill me with that? How naive of you. Chu's indifferent voice rang out. As the light faded, he stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at Gu with a cold, detached expression he hadn't even taken a single step back from start to finish. He is fine? Yet it was Gu who was sent flying?
The crowd below, who had been worried about Chu, saw this scene and their pupils contracted, their eyes filled with disbelief.
Gu had just possessed the power of the Great Saint Stage, yet he hadn't even managed to harm Chu? That didn't make sense.
The higher one is cultivation realm, the more difficult it is to fight against a higher realm. The gap between the Saint Stage and the Great Saint Stage was like an uncrossable chasm. Even if Gu was merely borrowing that power, he should still have been able to overpower someone at the Saint Stage.
G stammered, what on earth is going on?
His gaze followed Chu as he paced through the sky, drawing closer to Gu. Gu, who had been enveloped in the radiance of the great sun, now looked utterly disheveled. After regaining his footing, his face was likewise filled with shock, and he instinctively tried to step back.
But unfortunately,
the moment he tried to retreat, his legs felt as heavy as if they were filled with lead, leaving him completely unable to move. From the perspective of bystanders like G and the others, there was simply nowhere for Gu to retreat to.
This. That doesn't make sense.
The elders of the Gravity Guild were utterly stunned. Sheen suddenly spoke in a somber tone, it seems we've never asked whether my husband is actually at the Saint Stage or the Great Saint Stage.
As soon as her words fell, the entire hall fell silent.
In the mystic realm, where King Stage practitioners were considered the pinnacle of power,
the emergence of a Saint Stage cultivator sent shockwaves throughout the realm.
People naturally and instinctively assumed that Chu was merely at the Saint Stage. But clearly, everyone had forgotten that in the ancient era of the mystic realm, Saint Stage cultivators were a dime a dozen, and Great Saint Stage cultivators were as common as dogs. There were even those at the Saint King Stage. Now that they'd seen Chu effortlessly crush Gu, who was drawing upon the power of the great saint stage, even the most foolish among them finally understood.
Chu Shang had never been just an ordinary saint stage cultivator.
He was, in fact, a great saint stage cultivator. Thinking of it this way, Chu's casual display of a vast number of saint tier cultivation techniques suddenly made perfect sense. At this realization, everyone present let out a collective sigh of relief.
That Gu must be completely dumbfounded.
His trump card turns out to be nothing but a joke.
Just then,
Li Zhangyang, who had returned at some point, looked up at the sky and couldn't help but say, "Holy shit!" At that moment, seeing Gu subdued, the great saint stage blue ox, far away in the wilderness microcosm, was startled.
This guy isn't a saint stage at all. How the hell did I not see that before? This Gu was so damn unlucky he borrowed my great saint stage power, and still got subdued.
Luna, standing beside him, wasn't surprised by this turn of events.
This man had known everything about Gu from the very beginning. How could he possibly not have been prepared?
If her guess was correct, this guy might actually be a Saint King stage cultivator.
Sis, what is going to happen to Gu? At that moment, the white light within her asked softly. Luna replied indifferently, what else could happen?
He is as good as dead, of course. Even if that man spares him, with his immortal stage shattered, his chances of survival are slim. The white light remained silent for a while, but in the end, it said nothing.
If she could, she would certainly want to save Gu.
But she couldn't do it now, and her sister wasn't offering any support either. Moreover, for some reason, her mindset had shifted somewhat. In the past, she would have fought to the death to get her sister to intervene, but now, after witnessing many of Gu's actions, Luna's resolve had weakened considerably.
Qing Nyo. Has it begun? Luna's peach blossom eyes gazed calmly at the blue sky mirror. It's about to succeed.
On the Hanhai side, their SA warding array its core is about to be shattered. Qing Nyo's voice rang out with delight.
Just as she had expected.
Gu, who couldn't even withstand the power of the great saint stage against that man, had completely lost all hope. That man had seized him effortlessly.
And then, he vanished? Luna furrowed her brow, watching Chu and Gu disappear from the mirror, a hint of surprise in her heart. Of course, Chu hadn't actually vanished. The moment he closed in on Gu, he didn't hesitate for a second. He didn't even waste a single word on Gu.
Without mercy, he slapped him squarely on the crown of his head. Having lost his fate points and his protagonist's destiny, Gu should, by all
logic, have been utterly destroyed. Unexpectedly,
the eternal gate within his body suddenly burst open.
It sucked Gu right in, vanishing into the void. Chu, raising an eyebrow, instantly gave chase. This is bad.
On the White Jade Immortal stage, the Grandmaster of the Natural Law Guild suddenly cried out in alarm. Her expression was grim as she said in a deep voice, the Guild's formation, the formation core has been stolen.
What?
The moment those words were spoken, the Gravity Guild fell into dead silence.
The Array's core has been stolen. At this revelation, nearly all the Mystic Realm experts present were stunned.
If the warding Array's core has been stolen, doesn't that mean the Natural Law Guild's warding array is about to collapse?
Jiang's eyes widened with shock. His body trembled as he asked, his face full of disbelief, the core was stolen? How could this happen?
Every warding array guarded by our transcendent factions is protected by no fewer than 2 King Stage Guardians. Your sect is renowned throughout the Mystic Realm for its profound mastery of array arts. How could the core have been stolen? Qin furrowed his brow and took over the conversation, asking directly and decisively, Su Ran, who took it?
How long before the formation collapses? Sect Master Su Ran looked grim.
Seeing all eyes in the hall fixed on her, she couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh.
It was Su Nan who did it.
He struck suddenly while the sect was vulnerable. Neither of the 2 King Stage Guardians stationed there could stop him.
The sect's elders are currently reinforcing the formation.
Without the core, no one can say for sure how long it will hold.
Deputy Sect Master Su Nan? How could it be him? Has he gone mad? Why would he steal the core? Is he a traitor like Gu? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Gu had no other choice, but what would he gain from the demon clan, that trash of a race? The entire hall erupted in an uproar. At first, everyone had assumed it was a traitor like Gu, someone who'd been bribed, who'd secretly struck and stolen the warding array's core. They never expected it to be a mole from within. And such a high-ranking one at that. Deputy Sect Master Sunan, Sect Master Su Ran's junior brother and a member of the Natural Law Guild's absolute inner circle. He is also a king stage cultivator. How could he do something like this at a time like this? Suran, the sect leader, who was the focus of everyone's attention, now wore a grim expression on her delicate face. She waved her hand at the crowd and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, I'll be taking my leave first. We'll discuss this later." As soon as her words fell, the sect leader vanished from the spot, accompanied by several master stage cultivators present. Seeing Suran vanish, the expressions of the other Mystic Realm powerhouses present shifted between anxiety and uncertainty. Some stamped their feet and followed suit. Once the Natural Law Guild's warding array was breached and the demonic fiends on the other side of the passage burst forth, the other transcendent powers of the Mystic Realm would be dragged into the chaos as well. This is bad. Just as the atmosphere in the hall grew heavy, another holy master from a transcendent faction's expression changed. "Everyone, please convey my apologies to Chu Shang. We also encountered some trouble within our holy land." More? Although he didn't state it as clearly as Sushu Ran's sect master had. This holy master looked flustered and hurried away at a rapid pace. Clearly, the problem was no less serious. This was only the beginning. Soon, several others found themselves in the same situation. With grim expressions, they all swiftly departed. The Gravity Guild fell into dead silence. Those who remained exchanged bewildered glances. No one had expected that on this joyous occasion, the Mystic Realm would be struck by such a major upheaval. Su sighed. Who is behind today's chaos? Could it really be those weak demonic tribes? Jiang, his face full of worry, waved his hand. We'll have to take it as it comes. What should we do now? At the foot of the 10,000 Zhang mountain, the figure Gu had transformed into had already been easily subdued. But with Chu Sheng absent and many of the guests having left, and with the Mystic Realm on the brink of turmoil, the elders of the Gravity Guild all looked troubled as they turned their gaze toward Qin. Qin remained silent for a moment before saying slowly, "Wait. Those old fools from the Mystic Realm want to just stand by and watch the warding array collapse." Her words served as a reminder to everyone present. Over the years, the Mystic Realm, aside from transcendent powers like the Gravity Guild and the Natural Law Guild, had certainly not lacked resources. It was just that these resources were beyond their control. Unless it was a matter of life and death, those old fools would never intervene. Southeast of the Mystic Realm, the vast sea. The sea's surface was pitch black, and a sinister wind howled as if it were the end of the world. This was the domain of the transcendent power, the Void Guild. A massive man with a giant horn on his head appeared atop the churning waves as the void warped around him. Perched on the man's broad shoulders was a petite girl with a fox's tail, dressed in a white gown. "It's about to break. Lord, shall I intervene?" The Blue Ox, a great saint stage cultivator, stared intently into the depths of the sea, where several beams of light emanating from king stage cultivators shone like flames on the ocean floor. Luna shook her head and said, "No rush. The Mystic Realm has more to offer than this. Let us wait for their saint stage cultivators to appear." The great saint stage Blue Ox nodded, subduing his aura until he became virtually invisible amidst the turbulent heavens and earth. Boom! Thud! Soon, a muffled, thunderous roar echoed from the deep sea. A beam of golden light pierced through the dawn, cutting through the dark clouds and cascading into the depths of the ocean. In an instant, the golden light transformed into a bridge. The great saint stage Blue Ox raised an eyebrow and said, well, a saint bridge has appeared. This Void Guild has quite the depth of resources. They actually have a king stage cultivator who has broken through to the saint stage. This saint bridge, which had materialized out of the void, was a manifestation of the heavenly Tao in response to a cultivator's breakthrough, a sign that a king stage cultivator had ascended to the saint stage.
Invoking a Saint Bridge isn't something that can be achieved through mere arduous cultivation. It requires supreme serendipity and innate talent. Out of 1,000 king stage cultivators, not even one might be a prodigy capable of summoning the sacred bridge to attain the saint stage. And now, deep within the vast sea, the sacred bridge has appeared. Someone has attained the saint stage just as the warding array is about to collapse. That's to be expected. The warding array is the lifeblood of the mystic realm. Once the warding array is broken, the mystic realm's primordial essence will greatly deplete, and the chances of attaining sainthood at that moment are much higher. Seated on the shoulder of the blue ox at the great saint stage, her fair, smooth calf swaying playfully, Luna wasn't surprised. As the two spoke, the sacred bridge in the deep sea grew ever brighter, and a figure shimmering with golden light, radiating boundless might, surged upward. Luna said calmly, "Kill it." The blue ox great saint stage let out a savage laugh and unleashed a punch. The heavens and earth shook. The golden figure that had just appeared was blown to pieces by the blue ox great saint stage's punch before it even had a chance to manifest as a saint. At the same moment, the warding array in the deep sea shattered. One sovereign. The great saint stage blue ox smugly held up a single finger. Luna watched as a massive vortex formed in the deep sea following the collapse of that saint stage, emitting a terrifying aura. She immediately said, "Let us get out of here fast. Those pesky creatures from the passage are coming. On to the next one, the Natural Law Guild." Upon hearing this, the great saint stage blue ox's expression darkened, and he vanished. Several hours later, the two appeared in a desolate desert. The great saint stage blue ox had several blood-soaked holes in his body, and his aura was much weaker than before. Luna remained spotless, pure, and adorable. "My lord, this mystic realm has considerable depth. It even has two great saint stage cultivators who've awakened. I've lost everything I'd accumulated in the mystic realm over hundreds of years, and more than half of the young men from the wilderness minor world have died, all just to activate 3 warding arrays in the mystic realm. It's all that good for nothing Gu's fault. I even gave him a great saint stage seed, but it was completely useless. If he succeeded, we'd have 4. The great saint stage blue ox's eyes were bloodshot with rage. Luna, however, remained unhurried as she patted his neck and said, "Don't worry. 3 is enough. The source of the mystic realm should be revealing itself soon. We'll just lie low and wait." Upon hearing the words "source of the mystic realm," the great saint stage blue ox exhaled a cloud of murky breath and swiftly sank into the desert. Although the outcome hadn't met her expectations, Luna was already satisfied. She thought of that man who smiled sweetly as he struck a deal with her. "Did you think you had everything under control? And now?" A mocking smile curled at the corners of her lips. "Little man, what are you doing now? Did you kill Gu? Once I get my hands on the mystic realm's origin, I can't wait to see the look of surprise on your face." High above the 9 heavens of the mystic realm, in the silent void of the cosmos, a figure walked slowly toward them. In the distance, a golden speck of light, moving as fast as light itself, fled tirelessly toward the edge of the universe. But unfortunately, no matter how hard the golden speck tried to escape, the figure behind it maintained a constant distance, as if walking a dog. Interesting. Really interesting. An imperial weapon forged from the source of a realm. Now that's exciting. Getting you will be much harder than I imagined. Chu smiled faintly as he led the golden speck along, showing no hurry to capture it. The current turmoil in the mystic realm was clearly having a massive impact on the golden speck. He could clearly sense that the golden speck's power was waning at a visible rate. Before long, it would completely expose its aura and true form, the Eternal Gate. Buzz! Buzz! Just then, the golden speck manifested by the Eternal Gate emitted a sound with a peculiar rhythm. "Chu! You lied to me." Soon after, a furious roar rang out from within the golden speck. "Oh? What did I lie about? Little greenhorn?" Chu smiled and asked casually. Although the voice was somewhat shrill and piercing, it didn't take much thought to realize that the source of this voice was none other than Gu, who had been swallowed by the Eternal Gate. Gu was currently in an extremely peculiar state. Upon hearing Chu's voice, he fled another 10,000 li before finally answering sullenly, "This gate has never been yours.
Chu frowned and waved his hand to cut him off. What nonsense are you spouting? This is my gate. I know the gate's name is the Eternal Gate. Do you? You don't. You only know it as the Mysterious Gate. System. Holy shit. Gu was furious. He felt utterly wronged. It wasn't until this moment that he learned the truth. Precisely because he knew the truth, Gu was completely devastated. How could there be such a shameless person in this world? If he weren't currently in a special state of chaos with the Eternal Gate, he would never have found out the truth. Sensing the look of self-righteousness on Chua's face, Gu retorted fiercely, I'm the reincarnation of the Eternal Gate's spirit. You're trying to fucking deceive me. He finally understood everything. Just moments ago, he had faced a life or death crisis. Chua's power was far too overwhelming. So overwhelming that the Eternal Gate was utterly incapable of protecting him through conventional means. The only solution was to fuse with him completely from this moment on. He was the Eternal Gate, and the Eternal Gate was him. And it was precisely because of this that Gu had awakened the memories of his past life. It turned out he was the reincarnation of the Eternal Gate's artifact spirit. He had hoped to harness the power of this world and the remnants of the Eternal Gate to forge a new path to attain enlightenment through the artifact. But now, everything was ruined. All destroyed by this mortal enemy who had suddenly appeared. Gu's state of mind was now even more shattered than before. Now that he had fused with the Eternal Gate, not only was this life completely ruined, but even the Eternal Gate's true form was about to be corrupted. Restoring the Eternal Gate to its former state would be impossible without thousands, even tens of thousands, of years of cultivation. Hearing Gu's revelation, Chu was taken aback. What? You're the spirit of the Eternal Gate? This was truly an unexpected yet, in a way, inevitable turn of events. True to his status as the protagonist of destiny, his approach is truly unconventional. He seemed to realize something and furrowed his brow. Doesn't that mean you're mine too? Gu was dumbfounded. What the hell are you talking about? Before he could continue his rebuttal, Chu shook his head again. No way, absolutely not. I'm not in the habit of collecting men. Besides, how could a scumbag like you ever be the spirit of the Eternal Gate? Now that you mention it, that actually makes sense. A mere imperial weapon doesn't need a spirit. I'll just erase you. As soon as the words left his mouth, Chu swept his hand through the air, snatching the golden speck right into his palm. FCK. Gu's melodious mystic realm voice echoed from within the golden speck of light. He never would have imagined that the moment he revealed himself, the other party would capture him. Damn it! How is that even possible? I'm a manifestation of the mystic realm's primordial essence once fused with my main body. Even a Saint King stage opponent wouldn't be able to catch me. What the hell is going on with this Chu? Gu's composure completely shattered. He thought he lost everything, but relying on the power of his origin, he at least expected to make a run for it and find a secluded spot to recuperate. But now it seemed he'd been wishful thinking. His opponent was handling him with ease, as if he were nothing more than a bunch of chives to be cut however they pleased. Don't get so worked up. Chu chuckled lightly, reproaching him. I haven't even blamed you for ruining my wedding yet. Besides, since I caught you, you should blame your little childhood sweetheart. Weren't you the one who fucking invited me here? And you dare blame me for ruining things? Gu was beside himself with rage. And little childhood sweetheart? What does that mean? Gu froze. He immediately realized that little childhood sweetheart referred to Luna. What does this little brat Luna have to do with any of this? Although they had some unpleasant arguments with Luna back in the little world of the wasteland, Gu had never held it against her. That girl had always been outspoken, and it was only natural for her to do silly things every now and then. But Gu knew very well that Luna had a place for him in her heart. Having come this far, Luna was the last white moonlight in his heart. But now, judging by the implication in Chu's devilish words, could it be that? Could there be something wrong with his white moonlight too? Chu felt the golden specks in his hand, pulsing with blazing light, a heat intense enough to burn an entire ocean, yet in the palm of his, he sensed only a faint, warm glow. Within the light, a silhouette was already beginning to take shape. Square, angular edges and an ancient, desolate aura were gradually emerging. This meant that a massive upheaval had occurred in the mystic realm. Its source was beginning to be damaged, and it would soon be unable to conceal the true form of the Eternal Gate. With a deep smile, he refined this supreme treasure while whispering to Gu in a voice like a demoness, surprised? I'm not a god, how could I possibly know what you're up to out of the blue? Every cause has its effect, everything leaves a trace, doesn't it? Gu, what exactly are you trying to say?
Chu smiled faintly as he grasped the golden speck of light, turned toward the vast expanse of the mystic realm, took a single stride, traversed infinite distances, and returned to the mystic realm.
The surrounding scenery shifted: mountains, seas, lakes, giant trees, abysses.
One scene after another unfolded beneath his feet.
Quick! Stop those guys! The warding array has been broken.
We're doomed, we're all finished.
A Tianyu Saint stage cultivator has fallen. How could this happen? Shouts, angry roars, and howls.
They rose and fell in waves, echoing throughout the entire mystic realm. At this moment, the mystic realm was in utter chaos, with the surging auras of its powerful beings radiating everywhere. However, the entire mystic realm seemed shrouded in a shadow. People were constantly being gravely wounded, and others were constantly falling.
3 warding arrays have been destroyed. Gu, did you see that? This golden age is just as you wished.
It shouldn't be long before the passage beneath the warding array is fully opened.
It really is a turbulent time, Gu. Who do you think is behind all this?
Chu narrowed his eyes and spoke softly, coaxing Gu gently.
Who is behind it? I'm just an artifact spirit, how the hell would I know? Gu didn't want to hear what Chu had to say.
He just reintegrated with the Eternal Gate, and his mind was a chaotic mess, with countless thoughts bubbling up uncontrollably. Just processing all this information while fending off that bastard Chu had already drained every last ounce of his mental energy. He didn't have a single spare thought left to ponder such questions.
Fortunately, Chu had no intention of actually making Gu answer.
His smile remained unchanged. Come on, I'll take you to see it for yourself. He pinched the golden speck between his fingers, rolling it like a bead, his hand clenched into a fist. Yet with a single stride, he quickly appeared in an ocean where black winds howled furiously.
Rumble, rumble, rumble. Rumble, rumble, rumble.
Muffled thuds echoed ceaselessly from the pitch-black depths.
The sea churned violently, and earth-shattering tremors shook the seabed. One could faintly sense that the divine sea was undergoing a cataclysmic transformation.
Chu gazed downward, his gaze piercing through the darkness of the ocean floor. The first sight to meet his eyes was a pile of corpses.
One after another, Mystic Realm Master Stage cultivators now lay dead on the seabed.
Hundreds of glowing orbs swirled frantically around these corpses, accompanied by constant shouts as a fierce battle raged. The battlefield was dotted with stone steels. On the seabed stood over 100 stone steels, each about 100 zhang tall and glowing with a deep blue fluorescence, their surfaces engraved with extremely complex array runes. These steels stood in every corner of the seabed. Though seemingly scattered, they actually moved like the stars in the heavens, in harmony with the laws of the universe. At this moment, spider web-like cracks had already appeared on the surface of every steel, spreading in all directions.
In just a few minutes, the surfaces would shatter completely. The passageway sealed beneath the formation would also break free entirely.
Even so, a fierce battle was still raging on the ocean floor as the final efforts were being made.
Chu, with Gu coiled around his hand, asked casually, "Little Leak, did you see who that was?" Gu. He had seen it. Not the scene on the ocean floor.
Chu was now positioned high above the 9 heavens, with a clear, unobstructed view of everything on the ocean's surface. He sensed 2 familiar figures. The Blue Ox Great Saint stage was hovering above the ocean's surface. And there was another figure that took him by surprise. Sitting on the shoulder of the Blue Ox Great Saint stage was
Little Xin.
I can understand why the Blue Saint personally descended into the mystic realm to destroy the warding array.
But what is Little Xin, a mere Dao Palace cultivator, doing meddling in this mess?
Even though I'm currently as helpless as a fish on a cutting board, Gu still felt a sense of strangeness and confusion when he saw Luna.
It's about to break. Sovereign, shall I intervene? No rush.
The mystic realm has more to offer than this.
Wait for their saint stage to appear.
Soon, he overheard a conversation between the Blue Ox Great Saint Stage and Luna.
Isn't Cindy the princess of the demon clan? Why is the Blue Saint calling her sovereign? Her tone of voice is very different from usual. What's going on? The exchange between the Blue Ox Great Saint Stage and Luna startled Gu. He knew Luna all too well. Even from just these few words, he keenly sensed that she was completely different from her usual self. What shocked him even more was that the Blue Ox Great Saint Stage being seemed to be extremely obedient to Luna while speaking with her. Respect and obedience are two completely different concepts. The Blue Ox didn't even take a top-tier genius like him seriously, so what gives this little fool, Luna, the right to make the Blue Ox Great Saint Stage act like this? Something's very wrong here. Gu was completely baffled. At that moment, a dazzling golden light shone through the sky. The light pierced the dark clouds covering heaven and earth, cascading down into the deep sea. Soon, the golden light transformed into a bridge. Whoa, the Bridge of Enlightenment! This Void Guild has some serious depth. They actually have a king stage cultivator who has broken through to become a saint. The words of the Blue Ox at the Great Saint Stage sent a jolt through Gu's heart. Someone on the ocean floor had just attained the saint stage. What shocked him even more was the casual command that followed from Luna, perched on the Blue Ox's shoulder: kill him. At Luna's command, the Blue Ox at the Great Saint Stage let out a sinister laugh and directly blasted the newly ascended Saint Stage figure deep beneath the ocean floor into smithereens. As the Saint Stage perished, the stone steels on the ocean floor collapsed all at once. A massive black vortex suddenly appeared, emitting a chilling aura that swallowed up the surrounding steels and corpses. Gu's mind went blank.
He recalled the question Chu had posed just moments ago. Whose handiwork was this?
Could it be her?
No, that is impossible. She is so foolish. How could it be her? That woman must think she has everything under control. Chu smiled without speaking, offering only a brief comment. He did not intervene to stop what was happening below. After the Blue Ox Great Saint Stage and Luna had departed from these waters, he casually clenched his hand, forcefully drawing in the sacred bridge which had not yet dissipated from the heavens and earth, and stored it within his divine sea. With a flash, he followed after them once more. Several hours later, Chu appeared high above a desert, where he saw the Blue Ox Great Saint Stage cursing at Gu as he and Luna sank deep into the desert. He continued to spin the golden speck in his hand. Due to the warding array being broken and the mystic realm's primordial essence leaking away, the golden speck had already taken on the outline of a gate. The golden glow on its surface was also gradually turning a pale purple. He wasn't just idly wandering around with Gu out of boredom for the past few hours. He had been continuously refining the eternal gate. The more the source energy drained away, the easier it was to refine. The pale purple hue was a sign the gate in his hand would soon take on his own form. She just mentioned the mystic realm's primordial essence? Luna's goal is also the eternal gate. The warding array is closely tied to the mystic realm's primordial essence. Destroying the warding array would only work against me. Having followed Luna and the other person the whole way, no matter how naive or clueless Gu was, he finally understood everything at that moment. He also belatedly realized just how ridiculous he'd been earlier. The mastermind behind all this was actually Luna. The ridiculous part was that he hadn't even suspected a thing. If Luna had wanted to sell him out, he would even helped her count the money. Wait, how could I have even thought of destroying the warding array? Isn't that basically shooting myself in the foot? Gu had thought he could use destroying the warding array as a way to get back at the mystic realm, the Gravity Guild, and Sheen. Suddenly, he realized the boomerang he dethroned had come back to hit him. He was completely stunned. Now that the mystic realm's 3 warding arrays had been broken, demons and monsters were pouring out endlessly from the sealed passageway. He could already sense that something was wrong with the eternal gate. Its energy was draining at an alarming rate. If Chu hadn't exposed him, and he actually succeeded in destroying one of the warding arrays,
The consequences would be dire.
His eternal gate would surely be stolen.
Wait, in my current situation, what is the difference between this and having the eternal gate stolen? It's all that bastard Chua's fault.
Gu suddenly realized an even more serious problem, his heart filled with rage and frustration. Chu toyed with Gu as he left the desert and wandered throughout the mystic realm, as if observing something. A few hours later, sensing that the eternal gate was about to be completely refined.
Do you get it now? Actually, you're kind of pitiful.
I was just testing the waters back then. I never expected that by throwing out a few arbitrary conditions, this woman would sell you out.
Gu, this world isn't worth it.
To demonstrate the spirit of end-of-life care, Chu sighed wistfully and offered Gu a bit of comfort. Of course, the compassion was just an afterthought. While the eternal gate was being refined, this guy who, as luck would have it, was an artifact spirit had nothing better to do. Figuring he might as well have some fun, he thought he could maybe farm some destiny chests, a little extra income for the household.
Luna sold me out just because I gave her a few conditions?
Gu, who had been silent until then, took the bait as expected. He immediately recalled everything that had happened at the Gravity Guild earlier, and it hit him like a bolt of lightning. Crack, crack, crack. It felt as if something inside his heart had shattered.
He demanded, "What do you mean?" Gu, the fated protagonist, harbors hatred toward Luna.
Fate points reduced by 3,000.
You obtain 1 destiny chest. Though he was still puzzled, the system's message made Gu's current attitude crystal clear.
Chu's lips curled into a smirk.
It really happened.
Just as I'd expect from my good brother on the villainous path.
Damn system, how can the protagonist still have fate points and a destiny chest after his destiny has collapsed? He asked the system offhandedly.
Fate points are a manifestation of destiny. Once they go negative, they can naturally continue to be deducted.
The destiny chest is exclusive to the protagonist.
With Gu's status having fallen, it shouldn't have been produced, but as the spirit of the Eternal Gate, and the Eternal Gate is exceptionally unique, it absorbed part of Gu's fate point loss, extracted its essence, and produced the Destiny Chest. Destiny chests are extremely rare. Very few can be produced by anyone other than a protagonist of Heaven's will.
Oh, negative numbers, so that's just bad luck, then?
This Eternal Gate has some potential. Shu received the answer and fell deep in thought.
I'm asking you, what does that mean?
Seeing that Chu was ignoring him, Gu's anger boiled over, and he demanded an answer once more. Watching Gu's frantic expression, Chu cast a casual glance toward the distance. She has come to find you.
If you have anything to ask her yourself.
In the distance, 2 figures could be seen racing toward his location.
On the barren hill, an eerie, ghostly flame flickered.
Luna sat on the shoulder of the azure ox at the Great Saint stage, her slender, jade-like fingers clutching an emerald-green rui. The rui glowed with a faint light, its tip constantly flickering toward the southwest direction of the hill.
We're almost there.
An object formed from the primordial essence of a realm. It's highly likely to be an imperial weapon. If we can acquire it, then we'll finally be qualified to confront that fellow from the celestial demon realm once again.
Luna's almond-shaped eyes sparkled.
To seize the primordial essence of the mystic realm, she had been laying the groundwork there for years now. The time had finally come to reap the rewards. The blue ox, at the Great Saint stage, was also exceptionally excited. Sovereign, I sense the aura of the primordial source.
It must be just ahead.
Those old fools in the mystic realm are completely tied up with the passageway under the 3 warding arrays. There's absolutely no one left to stop us. Luna gripped her jade-green rui tightly and said calmly, "Don't get carried away.
Everything is going too smoothly." Smooth? Isn't that a good thing?
Luna didn't reply for some reason. The figure of that man flashed before her eyes. That guy had taken Gu with him and vanished without a trace. There had been no sign of him until now.
As one of the mystic realm's top-tier powerhouses, shouldn't he be helping to suppress the 3 passageways right now?
Yet not a single one of her spies stationed near the passageways had spotted that man.
This left her inexplicably unsettled. Is that man? Luna's pupils suddenly contracted as she stared intently ahead.
The summit of a solitary mountain, dark and jagged like a dog's fangs, was the final location where the source of the mystic realm, as indicated by the emerald ruby, was set to appear. She spotted a familiar figure. Luna's expression changed drastically. She could hardly believe her eyes. What you fear most is exactly what happens. Why would she run into him in a place like this? Chengnyo, a great saint stage cultivator, also paled. Holy crap! Sovereign, who was that? He hadn't seen Chu before, but upon realizing someone had arrived even before them, he instantly radiated overwhelming might, causing the spiritual energy within a 10,000 li radius to come to a standstill. Chu glanced at the two figures finally arriving in the distance, raised his left hand, and waved, calling out, "Oh, you're here? Luna!"
Chengnyo, a great saint stage cultivator, blinked and was already 100 meters away from Chu, hovering in midair, his blood-red eyes fixed on him.
Isn't this the saint stage cultivator Gu wanted to take revenge on? This son of a bitch, does he seem to know me? Luna took a deep breath and said slowly, "I never expected to see you here." Chu looked at her with a smile but didn't respond. The great saint stage Blue Ox was even more baffled. He glanced at Chu, then followed his gaze to Luna. "Sovereign, do you two know each other?" Luna ignored him. "You've already killed Gu, haven't you? Congratulations." She still had no idea that this guy who was at least at the great saint stage had such a strange quirk, treating a minor figure like Gu like a clown, making him dance to his tune. Chu smiled faintly. "Ha, I have you to thank for that. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gotten to see such a good show. Maybe we can collaborate again in the future." "Collaboration is certainly no problem, as long as you can afford to pay the same exorbitant price as before." Gu. He understood everything. He understood it all. Before, he still suspected that Chu, that vile beast, was deceiving him again. But now, Luna and Chu had just met in the space of a few brief exchanges and they completely shattered his defenses. So, from the moment he set foot in the wilderness microcosm, he'd already been sold out completely. "Luna, you have such a cruel heart. Was our relationship always just an act on your part?" Gu recalled all that had happened. The sweeter it was before, the sharper the knife is now. Betrayed once again, his heart felt as cold as ashes. He couldn't even bring himself to put on a brave face anymore. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Luna decided she didn't want to beat around the bush anymore. "What are you doing here?" Chu looked at her and said softly, "Whatever you're here for, that's what I'm here for." "Luna. Just as I thought, was I right?" Her expression darkened. Her foreboding had come true. Just when she was about to cross the finish line, something truly troublesome had happened. This man had also set his sights on the source of the mystic realm. Although Chu's response was vague, Luna knew their goals were the same. The world has never lacked smart people. Having made it this far, to continue deluding oneself would be an insult to one's own intelligence. She said seriously to Chu, "Well then, from here on out, let us see who comes out on top." Chu tossed a miniature bronze door shrouded in purple mist in the air and asked in confusion, "Huh?" The jade-green ruby in Luna's hand the very moment Chu tossed the miniature bronze door. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Began to vibrate wildly. Her peach blossom eyes widened, revealing a look of disbelief. You've already got it." Standing nearby, the great saint stage Blue Ox, who had been completely lost in the confusion, also turned pale with shock. He was dumbfounded. "Holy crap! What the hell is going on? Why do I feel like someone just stole my peach?" Chu shrugged indifferently. "Hasn't this thing always been mine?" "Bullshit. How could the source of the mystic realm possibly be yours?" The great saint stage Blue Ox exploded in fury. Chu smiled, unperturbed by the insult, and tapped the small door with his knuckles. "Allow me to formally introduce the spirit of the Eternal Gate." As he tapped, the door opened slightly, and a beam of light shone through, forming a transparent human silhouette. "Chu, I'll kill you." Gu's tone carried 3 parts anger and 7 parts terror. Just as Chu had tapped the door with his knuckles, he found his body acting of its own accord. He had burst out of the Eternal Gate almost instinctively. What did this mean? It meant that at some unknown point, he, the spirit of the Eternal Gate, had completely lost control over this imperial weapon.
He had been assimilated without even realizing it. When did Chu make his move? It took Gu only a moment as thought to figure it out.
He had only just refused with the Eternal Gate and wasn't yet fully accustomed to being in the spirit form. Every time Chu used words to disrupt his mind, he'd fall into a state of confusion and naturally lose his connection to the Eternal Gate. Then that bastard seized the opportunity to frantically refine the Eternal Gate. Just as Luna's provocation had shattered his defenses, he was stunned to discover that the Eternal Gate had already been completely refined.
How the hell am I supposed to play this game now?
This meant that starting today, Chu would become his master, able to toy with him however he pleased. At the thought of his future miserable fate, Gu felt that death would be a better fate than this. Night had fallen in the sky, though he didn't know when. A sliver of silvery moonlight cascaded down upon this jagged mountain peak.
Chu! I'll kill you!
Accompanied by a piercing scream, the silver light like a spotlight converged on the translucent silhouette drifting out from the small bronze gate, revealing Gu's form. Luna's peach blossom eyes narrowed, and a look of astonishment flashed across her youthful, flawless face.
She blurted out, "Gu?" Chu smiled faintly. Surprised? Unexpected? How could he be the artifact spirit? Luna was utterly shocked.
Chu watched the fox-tailed girl's astonished expression with great interest. Her fair, youthful features, accentuated by her peach blossom eyes, gave her a sweetly dazed look. Even more amusing was the faint blush that crept across Luna's cheeks like an evening sunset, making her look inexplicably charming and endearing.
To actually blush when surprised. So innocent yet alluring, a completely different vibe from that other little shorty.
Chu smiled as he tossed the small bronze door in the palm of his hand. The Gu that emerged from the door, half translucent, half mist-like, immediately
bouncing wildly like a basketball, looking both abstract and bizarre.
Even the blue ox at the Great Saint stage couldn't help but twitch the corner of his eye as he grumbled, "Damn it, this is freaky.
This damn thing is actually a primordial artifact spirit. Does he even deserve it?"
His ox-like eyes fixed on Gu, bathed in moonlight, then glanced at Luna.
He rubbed his hands together and asked Luna for instructions on what to do next.
Luna, after all, was no ordinary figure. She quickly regained her composure. Her palm-sized face showed no trace of surprise. With a solemn expression, she leaped lightly off the shoulder of the blue ox at the Great Saint stage, her snow-white jade feet hovering in midair as she looked straight at Chu. "It seems I miscalculated.
I've known this guy for so many years.
I just assumed he'd gotten lucky, combined with decent natural talent, which is how he made it this far. I never imagined he was the spirit of a primordial treasure."
If he hadn't had this kind of fortune, that would actually be the unreasonable part.
At this point, her peach blossom eyes fixed on Gu as she sighed, "I really am a fool."
Chu chuckled, "No need to be so hard on yourself.
That little shorty is such a goofball, it's only natural you didn't see through him.
If you'd spent more time with Gu, I think you would figured out his secret pretty easily."
Knowing the truth about Luna's dual souls, he understood that her self-deprecating remark wasn't actually directed at herself, but at her other soul. Hearing this, Luna flashed a sweet smile. "You're such a charmer, you really know how to sweet talk. But even if it happened all over again, I wouldn't bother wasting my breath on a fool like that." She shot Gu a glance, then turned her gaze back to Chu and said earnestly, "You won this time."
Chu blinked. Win or lose? Did we even compete? Is she just trying to make this into a drama? What on earth is going on here?
Seeing how familiar the two seemed with each other and hearing her cold, ruthless words, Gu felt a chill run through his entire body.
He demanded angrily, "Why did you betray me? What did I do to deserve this?"
Chu patted his dog head and said pityingly, "You really are a naive one.
You still haven't figured out what's going on?" "Shut up. I'm already in this state.
You can do whatever you want from now on, but this is between me and Sheener. Even if I lose, I want to lose with a clear understanding."
Gu, severely flustered, snapped back fiercely. Chu shrugged. You sound so righteous, it's as if I'd done something terrible to you. Luna cast a casual glance at Gu and remarked offhandedly, actually, you already know the answer deep down. Why ask again? Gu's voice trembled. No, I want you to tell me with your own mouth. It was you, wasn't it? You teamed up with Chu to betray me, right? Doesn't your conscience hurt? Luna's other soul form had a conscience, but this one didn't. Mimicking Chu, she spread her two small, fair hands. This isn't betrayal, it's just a deal. To be honest with you, Chu is at least a great saint stage. Killing you would be easy for him. From the very first day you were rescued by the Blue Ox and brought to the wilderness microcosm, he has already been looking for me. She looked at Gu impassively. Do you know what that means? Gu was stunned. He sought out Luna on the very first day he was rescued to the wilderness microcosm? Great saint stage. There's no way this guy could be at the great saint stage. Although he already suspected as much when Chu effortlessly subdued him while he was borrowing the Blue Ox's great saint stage power, hearing Luna say it herself still made him question his own reality. Was it that night when I was unconscious? He immediately caught on. Luna said calmly, do you get it now? It's not that I'm betraying you, there's no need for that. If Chu wants you dead, there's no way you'll survive. I'm only telling you this out of consideration for our past. As she spoke, her gaze suddenly froze. She looked at Chu in disbelief, as if she had just realized something. Gu stood frozen in shock. Luna's words had plunged him into a different kind of terror. It turned out that from the very beginning, he had been right under Chu's nose the whole time. Memories of the past kept drifting past his eyes like passing clouds. What's the point of all this? What's the point of all this? If you wanted to kill me, you should done it sooner. You could killed me back when we were at the Azure Sword Guild. Why did you let me get to this point? Chu, are you a demon? Gu had no desire to continue this conversation with Luna. Upon learning the truth, he had completely broken down. It felt as if he had been a caged beast from the very beginning. Every time he broke free from his cage, obtained food, or caught prey, he thought he was chasing freedom and unleashing his wild nature. But looking back now, absolutely everything was a damn illusion. He had never once escaped this demon's grasp. He had never once escaped from that cage. Qingyo, at the Great Saint stage, was left speechless. So many things have happened in the little world of the wasteland, have they? Why didn't Her Majesty the Sovereign tell this old ox about them? Aren't I part of the little world of the wasteland, after all? Even the Blue Ox at the Great Saint stage was infected by Gu's anguish. He couldn't help but empathize deeply. This guy really is a demon lord. Chu smiled faintly. What's the rush? Haven't you already fulfilled your mission? He actually agreed with Gu's point. If you're going to take action, you definitely have to do it early. If he crossed over sooner, before Gu a chance to grow stronger, he could taken him down easily even without a system, let alone with one. But the thing is, I've only just crossed over not too long ago, and I've already been doing my best to catch up on everything. And now you're blaming me? Chu slapped the small bronze door with his palm, and Gu's face immediately contorted as he wailed in agony. So that's how it is. I finally understand why you've been picking on Gu all this time. You really are a demon. Watching Gu being bullied by Chu at the drop of a hat, Luna's expression relaxed, and she finally figured everything out. What did you figure out? You know I have a system now? Chu raised an eyebrow, his star-bright eyes locking with her peach blossom eyes. Why? Gu was even more agitated than Luna. Enduring the agony of purgatory, he immediately demanded an answer. Luna gazed intently at Chu. If I'm not mistaken, you probably never realized Gu's true identity as an artifact spirit from the very beginning. So that's why Gu has been able to keep growing. Chu looked at her with a smile but didn't answer. Never mind the beginning, he hadn't even cared what tricks Gu had up his sleeve. If it weren't for his interest in the Eternal Gate, he never would have accidentally discovered that this guy was actually an artifact spirit. Luna continued her analysis, lost in her own thoughts. I looked into it.
The time you revealed your true form and targeted Gu was during that public display at the Gravity Guild. The artifact spirit must have accidentally revealed something at that moment, and you picked up on it. From that day on, you began relentlessly suppressing him and tormenting him, yet you never killed him.
Ultimately, it's because you wanted to control Gu, the artifact spirit, in order to manipulate the Eternal Gate. That's where I lost to you.
If I'd known Gu's true nature sooner, you wouldn't have had a chance to get him at all.
Hearing Luna refer to him as the artifact spirit over and over again, Gu couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. I have my own name.
That pure and adorable side of Cinny from before, it turns out it was all just a facade.
No wonder she never let me lay a finger on her.
How could such an old demon let me get the upper hand when she was disguised like that?
He glared at Luna and said coldly, "Get to the point. Just because he knows I'm an artifact spirit, he wants to suppress me and torment me? On what grounds? Are artifact spirits supposed to be bullied?"
The great Saint Stage Blue Ox glared at him. "Don't interrupt.
If you cut off the Lord again, I'll break your damn legs." Gu glared back, "I'll scream all I want. I'm already at this point, why should I be afraid of you? If you've got the guts, come at me. Damn it."
The great Saint Stage Blue Ox thought about it and realized the kid had a point. He had nothing to lose at this stage. So, cursing under his breath, he said, "You little ox brat, what a waste that Grandpa Ox bestowed a seat upon you.
You're a real pain in the ass. Gu. Luna. Stop arguing. Go on. Why do you think I didn't just kill Gu right away?"
Chu turned Gu into a wisp of smoke with a single finger, his expression now one of genuine interest. You have to admit, Luna had a knack for this. She was a master at outwitting even thin air. Luna wore a confident expression as she parted her cherry red lips, "Because you don't dare. No, I should say you can't bring yourself to do it."
Chu? This guy? What's there to be reluctant about? Chu watched the smoke like Gu, snarling and writhing in agony.
The only reason he hadn't killed him was because he dropped gold coins. He already dropped a huge pile of destiny chests. Just tap him and he explodes, and when he explodes, gold coins spill out. It's way too easy to milk him. The key point is that he hadn't known before that this thing was the spirit of the Eternal Gate. To reclaim his Eternal Gate, according to the insight from the Genesis sigil, he had to drain the Gu's fate points dry. If it weren't for that little fox showing up just in time, he would tried to squeeze a little more out of the Gu before it died. Now this Gu is just swimming around looking for its mommy. Do foxes really think differently from normal people? She actually said I couldn't bring myself to kill him? Seeing the astonishment on Chua's face, Luna gave a faint smile and waved her delicate little hand. "You suppressed Gu and humiliated him to crush his destiny. The spirit of an artifact born from a primordial treasure possesses boundless destiny, free from calamity and misfortune. If you don't suppress its destiny, the artifact spirit simply cannot be subdued. That's why you turned him against the Gravity Guild, left him without a single ally, made the whole world his enemy, and stripped him of all opportunities. Once his destiny has waned to a certain point, subduing him becomes much easier." It's laughable, really. If I hadn't been laying the groundwork behind the scenes, you might have had to torment this artifact spirit for quite some time longer before you could subdue him. But as it happened, my plan was to damage the Mystic Realm's primordial source by breaking the warding array, forcing the primordial treasure to emerge to save the world, intending to seize the opportunity to subdue this treasure. I never imagined, however, that the Mystic Realm's primordial treasure had already given rise to an artifact spirit with sentience. One misstep led to a cascade of errors. Luna gazed regretfully at the small bronze door in Chua's hand, her peach blossom eyes brimming with tears, 3 parts bitterness, 7 parts regret. After a century of scheming, she never imagined that a single misstep would allow Chu to seize the initiative. In this round, Chu held the upper hand. The smoke-like Gu, relying on an iron will, barely managed to take shape once more. He was in excruciating pain, so that's how it is. Is all of this my fault because I'm the artifact spirit? The great Saint Stage Blue Ox nodded. That's right. You're just out of luck, kid. Chu couldn't help but nod as well. That analysis actually makes some sense. He wasn't just paying her a compliment. Although many of Luna's points were off the mark, she couldn't possibly have known he was carrying a system based on the concepts of destiny and the artifact spirit. Her explanation actually held water. This woman was much smarter than he imagined. He. Upon hearing Chu's words, Luna smiled sweetly, seeming somewhat smug.
Chu asked again, then why do you think I wouldn't be willing to kill Gu? Luna countered, what do you think? A primordial treasure that's an imperial weapon level existence. Unless you've reached the emperor stage, who has the qualifications to wield an imperial weapon? Every time you use it, there's a price to pay. She stated matter-of-factly, how rare is it for an artifact spirit to be born within an imperial weapon that requires seizing the essence of heaven and earth. It depends on serendipity and fortune. I don't know if you're at the Great Saint stage or the Saint King stage. With Gu, this artifact spirit, helping you, the cost of activating the Eternal Gate each time will be much lower. This is a treasure. Would you really be willing to kill him? Luna's eyes shone brightly. Her youthful, flawless face radiated with the brilliance of spring, a result of her confidence. The Great Saint Stage Blue Ox immediately chimed in, Lord Ox. If it were me, I certainly wouldn't have the heart to kill him. He didn't understand why Luna and this human Great Saint Stage were wasting so much time on idle chatter here, so he kept giving Luna meaningful glances, signaling that the Lord himself could step in and take the treasure at any moment. Chu suddenly realized so that's how it was. He glanced at Gu. What you said makes perfect sense. Gu finally understood as well. A weight lifted from his heart, and he let out a cold chuckle. Ha, so that's how it is. Chu, we have a blood feud between us. You want to boss me around? No way. I advise you to give up that idea. He said this to Chu without hesitation. Chu shook his head. A mocking smile, little fox, what you're saying does make some sense. But you're wrong. Little fox? You called me a little fox? Luna froze for a moment, staring at Chu in disbelief. It was one thing for him to call her little sis or shorty earlier, but now he was actually calling her a little fox. Do you have any manners? She was furious, yet remained confident in her deduction. There's no way I'm wrong. Chu waved his hand at her. There's no such thing as fate or luck. I had no idea he was even an artifact spirit. Suddenly, the corners of his mouth turned up, and he flashed Luna a Zhang Zifeng-style smile. The truth is, I'm just a plain old mean-spirited, petty person who enjoys tormenting others for fun. Gu crossed me, so I targeted him, drove him to the brink, and left him unable to live or die. He is an artifact spirit. It was just a coincidence that he crossed my path. I don't care at all whether he can help me or not. That said, I actually have to thank you. His mental state was already shattered, but now you've given him a glimmer of hope. You see, if I were to kill Gu right now, would he die hating you or hating me? As soon as the words left his mouth. Under the stunned gazes of the Blue Ox Great Saint and Luna, Chu clasped Gu in his palm. A dazzling golden light shone, and boundless pressure descended upon Gu, whose face was frozen in shock. The Eternal Gate trembled violently, channeling an endless stream of power, but it was all cut off by an unknown force. Golden flames blazed like dazzling fireworks. Gu fell. A series of system notifications rang in Chu's ears. Destiny protagonist Gu has lost his protagonist fate. You have successfully defeated Gu and obtained 10 destiny chests. Host has perfectly defeated the chosen protagonist and received an additional special reward, 1 divine tier destiny chest. Do you wish to open the divine tier destiny chest? Host has defeated the chosen protagonist, unlocking the villain achievement module. Congratulations, Host, on completing the achievement Defeat the Chosen Protagonist 1. You have earned the title Rookie Villain. Do you wish to equip it? Congratulations, Host, on completing the achievement Beginner Stamp Collector. You have received the corresponding achievement reward, Charisma 10. A flurry of system notifications buzzed in Chu's ears. Killing Gu was, without a doubt, a monumental milestone. The system was thrilled. An extra reward, a God-tier destiny chest. And it even unlocked a villain achievement mod?
Shu was a bit surprised he hadn't expected so many rewards after killing Gu. All his hard work tangling with the chosen protagonist these past days hadn't been in vain. He flipped the small bronze door in his hand and glanced at the two people standing there, dumbfounded. Luna hadn't lied to him after erasing Gu, the artifact spirit. There were indeed some minor issues with his control over the Eternal Gate. But unfortunately, he was just an ordinary Emperor stage cultivator. He was just barely able to keep the Eternal Gate firmly under his control. An artifact spirit? Not even a dog needs one. After successfully refining the Eternal Gate, Shu couldn't even think of a reason to keep Gu around. With such a blood feud between them, what was the point of keeping him alive? To let him team up with the next chosen one? There has never been such a thing as reconciliation between a villain and the chosen one. Shu had absolutely no qualms about killing him. Do you wish to open the God-tier destiny chest? The system asked again. The eunuch is more anxious than the emperor. Can't you see there is still someone here? Shu retorted irritably. Eunuch system. Host, have you ever gone through drug withdrawal? How can you possibly resist opening the chest the moment you get your hands on it? Did you really go through with killing him? Luna's rosy lips parted slightly, forming an O, her peach blossom eyes brimming with shock. She was still processing what Shu had just said. No big reason, I just wanted to toy with Gu. Is that even human speech? This guy's personality is way too nasty. Just because I was certain he wouldn't have the heart to kill him, I immediately slaughtered Gu as a sacrifice to the heavens. Even Luna, who'd seen it all, was deeply shocked at that moment. The Blue Ox Great Saint stage also gaped. You didn't have to do that. The Sovereign was just saying that there was no need to kill him out of spite. Having an artifact spirit is so convenient and saves so much trouble. Even if Gu had a grudge against you, you could just worked him to death like a beast of burden. Why waste such a great artifact spirit? This Great Saint stage was genuinely heartbroken. Because in his view, although the Eternal Gate was currently in the hands of this human Great Saint stage, it could always be taken back. If they managed to take it back, the difference between a primordial treasure with a spirit and one without would be like the difference between an old ox and a calf. Shu laughed. I can do whatever I want with my spirit. Is there a problem with that? The Great Saint stage Blue Ox choked on his words, glanced at Luna, and signaled once more, asking if she intended to take action against Shu. Even without its artifact spirit, a primordial treasure was still a primordial treasure. He wouldn't turn his nose up at it if he could get his hands on it. Luna, however, shook her head at him. Her snow-white jade feet stepped forward lightly. The sky rippled like water, and as her snow-white feet touched down, they sent out beautiful ripples. Her black hair swayed without a breeze, and her fox tail fluttered in the air like a dandelion. She glided gracefully forward, and in just a few steps, Luna stood before Shu. Locking eyes with him once more, she said with a hint of grievance, I've been planning this for so long, but you beat me to it. May I take a look? Just one glance, and I'll owe you a favor. Shu looked down at the little fox, who stood only as tall as his chest, her almond-shaped eyes radiating a captivating allure. He smiled gently and said, sure. He casually tossed the Eternal Gate to Luna. The small bronze gate floated through the air, drifting down like a snowflake, seemingly weightless. Luna's expression remained unchanged, though a hint of surprise flashed deep in her eyes. For some reason, she found this man much more pleasing to the eye now than before. With a flick of her slender, fair hand, she caught the Eternal Gate, cradling it gently in both hands. She brought her high, defined nose close to it, sniffed lightly for a few seconds, and her eyes began to sparkle. Just as I thought, the primordial power has already been depleted. 3 warding arrays in the mystic realm have been breached. The entity on the other side of the passage is no ordinary foe. There is a constant threat of the realm being destroyed at any moment. The Eternal Gate in your hands could become useless at any time, so be careful. With that, under the anxious gaze of the Blue Ox Great Saint, she handed it to Shu. Shu took the Eternal Gate and smiled faintly. I thought you'd just grab it and run. The Blue Ox at the Great Saint stage nodded repeatedly. He couldn't agree more. Why on earth wouldn't the Sovereign just run away? If you ran, this old ox would block your path, and just like that, the eternal gate would be mine for the taking.
Luna's eyes were clear as she asked innocently, I thought you wouldn't let me see it. Shu retorted, so do you want to see it or not? I'm not in the mood for pointless arguments.
We'll meet again someday if fate allows. After saying that, Luna gave a light sway of her hips and turned to leave.
Leaving already? She really isn't going to fight? The great saint's stage blue ox, itching for a fight, grew impatient.
Seeing how decisively she walked away, Shu reminded her with a smile, don't say we'll meet again someday.
You still owe me a favor. If I need anything, I'll come find you right away. Luna froze for a moment, then said helplessly, you really aren't willing to take a single loss, are you? Never mind.
I don't like owing favors for too long either.
Let me give you a heads up.
The primordial treasure of the mystic realm has appeared, and I'm not the only one coveting it. The passage on the other side is already open. There is a terrifying creature over there who has definitely sensed its presence. If the passage can't be sealed soon, the moment that guy arrives in the mystic realm, you'll be as good as dead with the primordial treasure in your hands.
Oh? I'm so scared. You're trying to settle a debt of gratitude with nothing but a rumor like this? Let me finish.
500 years ago, that guy was already at the demi-emperor stage. I don't know how powerful he is now, but he could easily subdue you. If you doubt my skills, go ahead and use everything you've got to seal the passage.
That's not enough. Name? War Emperor. Still not enough. Race, backing, heritage, and gender. Watching this man ask his questions with such shameless persistence, Luna was speechless.
She turned and walked away. I'll just keep this favor in my debt.
Goodbye. Seeing that Luna was actually leaving, the great saint stage blue ox quickly took a step forward and gave chase. Sovereign, are we really leaving?
Watching Luna and the blue ox at the great saint stage fade into the distance, Shu fell deep in thought. That woman had genuinely intended to seize the eternal gate just now, but compared to that impulsive and reckless Gu fellow, she was clearly much more intelligent. She only dared to test the waters back and forth. Upon realizing he was too formidable, she could only put it off for another day. As for that so-called favor, it was likely just a deliberate ploy.
The martial emperor, was it? The new protagonist of Heaven's mandate? System, is there any way to look up information on this martial emperor? System, host, I apologize.
Activating 999 God-tier identities has exhausted the system's resources. I can currently only provide broadcast functions and emotional support for the host.
Shu. Useless is useless. All it does all day is unlock things emotional value my ass. System, would you like to open a God-tier destiny chest?
He ignored the system. He glanced at his stash. After ruthlessly milking the newbies, he now had a whopping 22 destiny chests. 2 sets of 10 pulls shouldn't
be a problem.
Of course. The most precious of all, however, was the God-tier destiny chest that the system couldn't stop raving about. It was a destiny chest completely enveloped in purple mist, its body a full size larger than ordinary chests, adorned with intricate, high-class Taoist patterns. With a single thought, Shu's divine C trembled slightly as he began to open the chest. The very first chest he opened was, of course, the best one. Shu felt a surge of anticipation. A divine tier destiny chest. I wonder what kind of surprise it has in store for me. Without hesitation, he opened the chest shrouded in purple mist. As he focused his thoughts, the top of the chest burst open, and a dazzling white gold light instantly illuminated Shu's vast divine sea. 2 orbs of light, as brilliant and white as crystal, drifted out of the chest, carrying an aura of boundless depth and antiquity. Shu focused his senses and instantly stripped the 2 orbs bare, laying them bare before his perception. To his surprise, they were 2 diamond-shaped crystals. One was pink, the other deep blue. He immediately discerned the information contained within the 2 crystals. First was the pink crystal, the protagonist's authority divine crystal, a rather peculiar name. Its function was simple and direct. After refinement, it would grant him the strongest talent of any destiny protagonist he had slain. Shu was somewhat disappointed. What kind of talent could Gu possibly have?
Out of respect for a divine tier destiny divine crystal, he went ahead and refined it anyway.
The moment he refined it, the pink crystal shattered, transforming into tadpoles composed of extremely complex Tao patterns, which spread throughout every fiber of Chu's body. Instantly, Chu gained a brand new talent: immortality. Oh, as the reincarnation of the Eternal Gate-S artifact spirit, Gu does indeed have quite a thick health bar. This immortality talent does have some value after all. As Chu sensed this talent, he immediately understood. This so-called immortality meant that, just like Gu in the mystic realm, he could be resurrected infinitely and would never die. Moreover, unlike Gu, there was no risk of being killed once his fate points were depleted. Chu didn't feel particularly impressed, though. As an Emperor stage cultivator, he was already invincible in the mystic realm, a small world without even a single Saint King stage cultivator. Who could possibly kill him? Unless this talent remained effective even after leaving the mystic realm, it would be nothing more than a useless gimmick. Of course, Chu, who understood that the principle of immortality stemmed from the mystic realm's destiny, knew this was impossible, unless the mystic realm were powerful enough to influence other worlds, in which case it might take effect. Let us see if this other item can give me a pleasant surprise. Chu focused his thoughts on another deep blue crystal he obtained from the treasure chest. The Supreme Destiny Crystal, an object of infinite creation. When using the Destiny Key to unlock a God-tier identity, consuming the Supreme Destiny Crystal grants a chance to unlock a Supreme God-tier identity. If the draw is unsuccessful, you'll receive blessing points. Once these reach 10, you're guaranteed to unlock a Supreme God-tier identity. Upon sensing the function of this crystal, known as the Supreme Destiny Crystal, Chu's face immediately fell into a look of astonishment. Damn system, there is something like this? What the hell is a Supreme God tier identity? This crystal was actually directly linked to the God tier identities rewarded by the system. Chu's expression grew somber as he questioned the system. Esteemed host, among the 999 God tier identities provided by this system, there are 18 Supreme God tier identities. Each time you attempt to unlock one, there is a small chance of success. What is the difference between a God tier status and a Supreme God tier status? Compared to a Supreme God tier status, a God tier status isn't even worthy of tying its shoes. It's the difference between a calf and a grandfather cow. You're damn good at putting what you just learned into practice, aren't you? Chu raised an eyebrow. For example? Give me some info on a Supreme God tier status. Hostess current strength is insufficient, access is denied. Fine. Insufficient strength, so you look down on even the Emperor stage, huh? Anyone else hearing the system say that might have given up, but Chu loved learning new things. He pleaded earnestly, cut me some slack, just tell me one. Otherwise, I won't open a single destiny chest from now on. I'll save up a fucking 1,000 of them and stack them up to play with. System. Dear host, you really are a piece of work. There was a long silence. Supreme God tier status, Dao Consort, a harem-style status. Once unlocked, you can designate one Dao to transform into a female, becoming your Dao consort with full loyalty. This identity is scalable. For every star you level up, you can designate one additional Dao. You can easily amass a harem of wives and concubines, and with the help of the corresponding Daos, dominate the realm and effortlessly crush the heaven-s will protagonist. Chu. This left Chu speechless. Is that even possible? Designate a Dao to turn it into a wife? And it can even level up? Easily build a harem of wives manifested from various Daos? Did some wild imagined genius come up with this? Unlock this Supreme God tier identity, designate the Dao of Fire, and manifest a curvy, busty, and fiercely sexy Princess G-style older woman. Designate the Dao of Ice, and manifest a cold as ice, celestial-like mirror flow-style older sister. Just thinking about it gave Chu a thrill. Chu now fully understood the true value of this Supreme God tier status. It was all the system's fault. After learning of the existence of Supreme God tier status, he suddenly felt that an ordinary God tier status like the Emperor stage just didn't cut it anymore. He couldn't help but scold the system. System, you really are a jerk. Is this something I'm supposed to hear? Don't ever do this again. System.
I think I've already collected 5 destiny shards, right? There are still 22 chests left. I should be able to get 10 in total. Shu cast an eager glance at the remaining destiny chests and, without a moment's hesitation, pulled off 2 sets of 10 consecutive opens. You opened a destiny chest. You obtained 100 gene of holy tier cultivation techniques. You opened a destiny chest. You obtained 1 destiny shard. You opened a destiny chest. You obtained 1 destiny shard. You opened a destiny chest. You obtained 300 metric tons of holy tier weapons. You opened a destiny chest. A golden flash flickered, and you obtained the Imperial weapon 9 netherworld ropes. You opened a destiny chest and obtained 1 destiny shard. You opened a destiny chest. A golden flash appeared, and you obtained an immortal tier scroll great calamity spell. You opened a destiny chest and obtained 1 metric ton of enlightenment tea. With both hands, he pulled off 10 consecutive pulls, opening destiny chests like crazy. Shu has always had good luck. Aside from the guaranteed golden legendary item in every 10 pull, he directly obtained 6 destiny shards from just 20 destiny chests. In addition to near Saint tier cultivation techniques and Saint tier weapons, he also uncovered a brand new treasure enlightenment tea. However, Shu's mind was no longer on these extremely ordinary items. Without hesitation, he took out 10 destiny shards. The crystals formed from the 10 destiny shards began to fuse naturally as they drew near, bursting with a rainbow-colored glow. The system immediately activated, beginning to provide Shu with emotional value. You have consumed 10 destiny shards to synthesize a destiny key. Do you wish to unlock your new god tier identity? Do you wish to consume the Supreme Destiny Crystal to increase the probability of unlocking the Supreme God tier identity? Unlock. Consume. Shu confirmed without hesitation. Instantly, the Supreme Destiny Crystal in his Divine Sea, which had been radiating a deep blue glow, shone with a crystalline brilliance before dissolving into nothingness. The 10 destiny shards scattered in a rainbow of colors, coalescing into a dazzling long-handled key, its lock resembling a sharp dragoness fawn, radiating a cold gleam. Once again, a golden frame over 100 kuns wide was reflected in Shu's pupils. The golden frame still hovered at the center of his field of vision, densely packed with pitch-black cards sealed within it. At the center of the frame was a keyhole corresponding to the lock on the Key of Destiny, as deep and abysmal as an abyss. The Key of Destiny reached toward the keyhole, fitting perfectly as it struck right at the heart of the matter. Click! Accompanied by a crisp sound. The golden frame slowly opened, revealing the pitch-black cards before Shu's eyes, emanating an unparalleled aura of authority. Shu stared intently at these pitch-black cards, hoping to find the 18 special cards among the 998. Unfortunately, only the backs of the cards were visible, all covered in mysterious runes resembling shooting stars so enigmatic that not a single clue could be discerned. As the golden frame opened, a strand of crimson gold light flowed from its edges, swirling like a spinning wheel from left to right and beginning to dance across the pitch-black cards. The crimson gold light resembled a leaping sprite, constantly darting back and forth at varying speeds, moving randomly and erratically. Just then, a deep blue light suddenly appeared atop the crimson gold glow. With the addition of the deep blue light, the crimson gold light's movement across the cards seemed to slow to a crawl, moving much more slowly. 5 seconds later, the golden light gradually came to a halt, settling on a pitch-black card. Light surged around the card's edges as an invisible giant hand flipped it open. The revealed card depicted a blood-red eye, its pupil layered with countless intertwining runes ferocious and eerie. The blood-red eye intertwined with Shu's own, instantly trailing phantom-like afterimages that etched themselves into Shu's eyes. In the next instant, Shu's eyes, too, turned blood-red, demonic, seductive, and savage. His towering figure now naturally radiated a terrifying aura of dominance, overwhelming the 8 corners of the universe. Divine tier status unlocked, ancestor of 10,000 demons. You have obtained the Demon Emperor SI. You have obtained the Imperial Weapon Tower of 10,000 demons. You have obtained the God tier cultivation technique Sutra of the Demon Ancestor. You have attained Emperor stage power. The power of the Supreme Destiny Crystal has not detected a Supreme God tier identity. The gears of fate have begun to turn slowly, and you have gained 1 point of blessing value. A new god-tier identity has been drawn. Just like when he first drew the Emperor stage identity, a deluge of rewards rained down upon Chu, ancestor of 10,000 demons. This god-tier identity represents the supreme nobility of bloodline. All demons, upon seeing him, will have their bloodlines suppressed and find themselves restricted at every turn. Eyes of the Demon Emperor.
It is precisely that pair of blood-red eyes.
What use are they?
Chu sensed it carefully. With these eyes of the Demon Emperor, he could instantly strip a demon clan member of a single ability if their strength was inferior to his. There was also an imperial weapon and a matching divine-level cultivation technique, the Demon Ancestor Sutra, both transformed into orbs of light, floating quietly in his divine sea.
To Chu's surprise, has this divine-level identity granted me Emperor stage strength once again?
It feels like my power has increased significantly.
He was a little taken aback.
2 divine tier status as Emperor stage plus Emperor stage had clearly boosted his strength once again. It was definitely not as simple as just 1 plus 1. He glanced at his stats panel and found that his assessment was indeed correct.
Host, Chu title not equipped. Fate, Ultimate Villain. Physique, Emperor Physique. Talents, Demon Emperor's Eyes, Immortality. Realm, Emperor Stage. Mastered Techniques, Chaos Scripture, Demon Ancestor Sutra.
Possessions, Emperor Sword, Genesis Sigil, Eternal Gate, 9 Netherworld Chains, Tower of 10,000 Demons, Immortal Great Scroll 1, Fragment of Heaven Will 1, Destiny Chest 2. Achievements, Beginner Stamp Collector, Novice Villain. His stats had undergone a complete transformation compared to when he first started. After drawing a new god-tier identity once again, persistence paid off. Chu's realm finally leaped from the Emperor stage to the Emperor stage after stagnating for many days. There's too much, they've given me way too much.
I can't even keep up.
Chu muttered to himself as he continued to browse through his latest haul.
South of the Mystic Realm, Yusin Hill. Big sis, Gu is dead. Why doesn't it hurt as much as I thought it would? He was scum.
He's dead, what's there to be sad about? I told you before, he only got close to you for his own gain.
Don't dwell on it.
Luna hovered in midair in the lotus position, her finger resting on her chin, comforting the pure white orb of light within her divine sea. Qing Nil, at the Great Saint stage, stood on a large round boulder. White mist swirled above his head, and flames shot 3 zhang high.
He shouted defiantly, Sovereign, your power should be nearly restored by now, right? Why didn't you step in just now? With the 2 of us against 1, even if he were at the Saint King stage, he'd be down for the count. Luna shook her head, things are different now. We can't afford to lose. I'm not confident I can't read this man. Let us leave it with him for now.
We'll take it back when the opportunity arises. The Great Saint stage Blue Ox sighed heavily, My lord, you were once a peerless prodigy who reached the Demi-Emperor stage in just 100 years. Even in the celestial demon realm, you'd be a top-tier existence.
What could this tiny mystic realm possibly be capable of? Can that man even compare to you?
He felt he'd missed out on a fortune beyond measure. On top of that, they'd lost so much of their foundation, the frustration was enough to make his chest ache.
Luna slowly stood up. The mystic realm isn't as simple as it seems. We can still wait until my little sister has cultivated enough. There will be plenty of opportunities.
Her eyes flashed with light, brimming with confidence. Seeing this, the Great Saint stage Blue Ox could only shake his head. They'd have to wait yet again, until the flowers had withered away.
Luna patted his shoulder, don't lose heart.
With the primordial treasure in the hands of the mystic realm, the martial emperor will have his own plans. Once he crosses over, if that person has sufficient resources to stall the martial emperor for a while, we can reap the benefits.
But the Great Saint stage Blue Ox remains skeptical. Even if that human is at the Demi-Emperor stage, could he possibly withstand a single finger of the martial emperor?
The martial emperor is of the primordial celestial Pang bloodline, the leader of the 10 fiends of the demon clan. Even at the Demi-Emperor stage, he was able to defeat your majesty. 500 years have passed since then. I've heard that the calendar of the celestial demon realm has even been changed to the Wokuan calendar. Upon hearing this, Luna narrowed her eyes. Everything you say is true, But after all, this is the mystic realm.
Objectively speaking, the great Saint Stage Blue Ox was absolutely correct, but for some reason, she recalled that man's mocking smile, and the image of the martial emperor in her mind overlapped with his. It was a tie. The great Saint Stage Blue Ox was about to argue further with Luna. The mystic realm trembled as a surge of supreme pressure swept through. The two powerful demons suddenly shuddered, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured down from the crown of their heads, sending a chill deep into their hearts. The great Saint Stage Blue Ox stammered, "Whoa, holy, this is the ferocious might of demonic bloodlines. Is the mystic realm really that unlucky with only 3 passageways? It's drawn the martial emperor's descent? How could that be? What a coincidence!" The great Saint Stage Blue Ox shot up from the large boulder in a flash. That overwhelming aura sweeping across the mystic realm couldn't be faked in the eyes of the demon clan. The demon clan values bloodlines just as much as the human clan values physical constitution. Any member of the demon clan could instantly sense the ferocious aura of that bloodline within the overwhelming pressure sweeping across the mystic realm. This was something only a primordial great demon possessing a supreme bloodline could unleash. Although this aura had only swept past briefly, it still made even him, a great Saint Stage demon, shiver uncontrollably. The great Saint Stage Blue Ox was as frantic as an ant on a hot pan. With a worried expression, he paced back and forth on the large boulder. "We're in big trouble now. If the martial emperor descends, sovereign, we'll have to retreat. Why not take this opportunity to return to the celestial demon realm? We should still have some former followers there." That one do. Have you forgotten what happened to Gu after he was expelled from the Gravity Guild? Those former followers can't be relied upon.
Luna narrowed her eyes. The martial emperor has always been arrogant and domineering, acting in a high-profile manner. Just after descending upon the mystic realm, he is already exerting his might across the 8 desolations. That's exactly the kind of thing he do. But this guy has always been utterly arrogant. Why would he suddenly appear in a remote place like the mystic realm? Could it be that he just happened to sense the aura of the primordial treasure? Her eyes flickered as her thoughts raced. The Blue Ox, a great saint, hurriedly interjected, "Your Majesty, let us discuss this later. For now, we must leave immediately. If the martial emperor discovers us in the mystic realm, we'll be in serious trouble." Just then, a breeze blew by. She took a light step forward with her snow-white jade feet, her foxtail swaying gently as she walked on air. "Let us go to the Tianwu minor realm." The Blue Ox, at the great saint stage, immediately followed, and a tiny vortex appeared ahead of them, drifting with wisps of light. Luna, however, suddenly stopped in her tracks. "My lady, why have you stopped again? There's one more thing I must do." Luna's eyes flickered as her slender, fair fingers gently flicked at her fluffy tail behind her. Her fingertips pinched a tuft of pure white tail hair. Puff! A wisp of cool breath escaped from the corners of her pink lips, scattering the tuft of tail hair. It drifted away on the breeze and soon vanished from sight. The Blue Ox of the great saint stage asked in confusion, "What are you doing?" Luna replied, "Just in case, I'd better let that man know. The martial emperor has descended upon the mystic realm. We need help." "But he is just a lowly human. Can he really stand up to the martial emperor? Do you have any other ideas, then?" Luna stepped into the barely perceptible vortex ahead, and her figure vanished. The great saint stage Blue Ox scratched his head, stepped into the vortex as well, and muttered, "True enough, finding a scapegoat to take the brunt of it isn't a bad idea. It'd just be a shame if our primordial treasure were to be snatched away." Mystic Realm, Natural Law Guild, Sea of Divine Trees. Over 1,000 giant trees, each with a diameter exceeding 100 meters, stood here, their emerald canopies soaring skyward, blocking out the sun. Every single divine tree here represented the Natural Law Guild's foundation and heritage, comparable in power to a master stage cultivator. The entire sea of trees formed a magical array capable of intercepting even a saint stage cultivator. But now, figures darted through the sea of trees. From time to time, thunderous roars and dazzling flashes of magic erupted among them, as precious divine trees toppled to the ground with thunderous crashes. A white-haired, white-bearded master stage cultivator from the Natural Law Guild, already missing a section of his arm and covered in blood, shouted with his fading breath, "Stop them!
Stop them. We absolutely cannot let these demons break through. Hold out for another half hour, and the warding array will be repaired. Put. Before he could finish his sentence, a shadow suddenly appeared behind him. A massive, razor-sharp claw slammed down on his head, unleashing boundless force that instantly sent his brains splattering across the ground. How noisy! A mere trash race from a petty realm dares to stand in the way of the great Skywolf clan. It was a werewolf about 5 meters tall, with the head of a wolf and the body of a human, covered in long, turquoise-blue fur. He shook his claws, seemingly disgusted by the blood that had stained them. Whoosh! The wind whistled. The werewolf, who had just slain a master stage opponent, suddenly felt his pale yellow pupils narrow to slits, and every hair on his body stood on end. Some despicable ant had ambushed him, damn it all. The werewolf felt as if the world had turned upside down. His vision gradually blurred, and his final glimpse looking up from below revealed his own neck spurting a fountain of blood and a blood-red figure. After slaying the werewolf, the blood-red figure did not linger. Countless dazzling halos bloomed beneath her feet, propelling her to extreme speeds. As the cold gleam of the blue blade in her hand flashed, the sword rose and fell, unleashing a surging tide of murderous intent. From beneath the sea of trees, strange figures radiating overwhelming energy kept bursting forth. The vast majority looked just like the werewolf from earlier. They had only just emerged and hadn't even had time to react. The sword-esque glow rained down. Heads flew left and right, unleashing a feast of slaughter. The demons and monsters surging from this area were swiftly cut down by her. The woman in red was not alone. Behind her, figure after figure continued to appear. Jiang, Su, one by one, the elders of the Gravity Guild, having quelled the chaos within their own guild, had come to the Natural Law Guild to lend their support. Guildmaster Nangong is incredibly powerful. Ji had also come to lend support alongside the Gravity Guild members. Witnessing Qin's slaughter, a hint of shock flashed in his eyes. Though they were both at the king stage, he knew he couldn't compare to Qin. Jiang fought side by side with him, unleashing a Vajra bracelet that shattered a werewolf. Head of the Ji clan, our guild master possesses extraordinary talent. Back in the day, he subdued the prodigies of his generation. He was poised to cross the threshold of the king stage and connect to the sacred bridge to attain sainthood. If it weren't for that little bastard Gu, who dashed his hopes of becoming a saint in this lifetime, given our guild master's pride, he might not have agreed to the marriage proposal from the great saint stage of Chu. His words were laced with regret. As one of the few transcendent powers in the mystic realm with the deepest historical roots, Qin had fought her way to the position of guildmaster. Back then, countless suitors had fallen at her feet, but she hadn't even bothered to glance at them, consumed as she was by her cultivation. Even if her path were cut off now, Qin's strength was far beyond what an ordinary king stage cultivator could hope to challenge. Hearing Jiang's words, Ji couldn't help but say, that little bastard Gu really deserves to die. Guildmaster Nangong sacrificed so much for him, yet he still acted so treacherously. Enough of this. Sua's face ashen, he pushed past the two of them and urged them, hurry, go help. The pavilion master is in trouble. Ji's expression shifted slightly. Only then did he realize that Qin's earlier efficient slaughter had drawn the attention of the demons bursting out of the warding array. At that moment, 10 werewolves had surrounded Qin. Each one was a king stage cultivator no weaker than him. In the blink of an eye, blood poured like rain, the divine tree collapsed, and the scene was a sea of corpses and blood. Even more terrifying was that more werewolves were charging out. Ji's heart skipped a beat as he sensed an even more terrifying aura emanating from the shattered array at the bottom. Ji summoned the Tianyuan chessboard and charged forward, only to be immediately targeted by 3 king stage werewolves, one of which swatted the chessboard away with a single claw. He felt an icy chill run through his body as the star of death flared brightly. Qin is in danger. The Natural Law Guild is in danger. The mystic realm is in danger. Just as the situation reached its most critical point, suddenly, a terrifying aura descended from nowhere. Qin, Ji, and the others watched in astonishment as all the demons and monsters that had burst out of the formation suddenly trembled and froze in place, as if paralyzed by that terrifying pressure. What is going on with these demons and monsters? Although the mystic realm is powerful, Warriors were also affected by the pressure, they did not become completely immobilized like those demons. Sheena's phoenix-like eyes blazed with murderous intent as she barked coldly, "Kill!" Her long sword shot forth like a rainbow, piercing the skull of a king stage werewolf frozen before her. Blood spattered in all directions, accompanied by blazing flames erupting from the blade, instantly slaying the king stage werewolf. Sheena's decisive strike snapped everyone out of their daze, and they immediately sprang into action. Strike while the iron is hot. Never mind why these demons were suddenly immobilized, that didn't matter. Kill first, ask questions later. In an instant, multicolored beams of magical light shot straight into the sky. Weapons and magical artifacts of every hue blazed with dazzling light, severing the heads of the demons one after another. This life and death battle was free of any frills. It was the simplest, purest form of slaughter, with every strike delivered with full force. In the brief moment they were caught off guard, 80% of the werewolves in the sea of trees had been slain. Good news! The demons in the passage beneath the formation have suddenly stopped pouring, and they even seem to be retreating. At that moment, a message came from the Natural Law Guild's elite at the very front. Retreating? The powerful figures across the field exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock and confusion. Sheen flew down to the bottom of the sea of divine trees and quickly returned. This is likely closely related to that overwhelming pressure from earlier. The demons in the passage are indeed retreating. Demons can speak human language, find a way to capture one and interrogate it using speech magic. Her jade-like hand produced a crystal-clear jade vial. The special jade stopper sealing the opening floated away, releasing a rich, intoxicating medicinal fragrance. One by one, cinnabar-colored elixirs tumbled out, scattering among the crowd. Faced with the great crisis and that great fiend-level demon. As he spoke, his face suddenly paled, and a flicker of panic crossed his eyes. Oh no! It can't be. It didn't break out of one of the other two warding arrays, did it? At Jiang's words, a single thought instantly and simultaneously crossed the minds of all the Mystic Realm powerhouses present. Shit. Sue, who had been in charge of contacting the other two warding arrays, hurriedly said, "It's fine. Both the Void Guild and the Cohen Guild have responded. The situation on their end is under control for now. No so-called Great Fiend has emerged." Hearing this, the crowd finally relaxed slightly. But they remained deeply concerned. A great menace-level demon emerging merely by revealing its aura, it could exert bloodline suppression. Even these frenzied demons feared it. If it were to actually appear, how could the Mystic Realm possibly fight it? Sheen spoke up again, asking, "What kind of power does a great menace-level demon possess?" The wolf-headed demon, controlled by the word spirit art, immediately replied, "I don't know, but even the clan chief fears that aura." The clan chief? What is his strength? Where is he now? Saint King stage. He escaped through the passageway. The wolf-headed demon's words plunged the entire room into silence. What exactly was the origin of these demons in the passageway? Even just the clan chief possessed the strength of the Saint King stage. Once they enter the Mystic Realm, who could possibly stop them? What is even more terrifying is that this Saint King stage clan chief, he fled. He actually fled? Damn it! Doesn't that mean this great menace is powerful enough to beat a Saint King stage cultivator to a pulp? No one doubted that the wolf-headed creature, under the influence of the word spirit art, could speak, and that is precisely what made the whole situation even more surreal. Ji asked softly, "What realm lies above the Saint King stage? Do any of you fellow cultivators know?" Jiang, who had read extensively through ancient texts, replied without hesitation, "The Demi-Emperor stage. Above the Demi-Emperor stage lies the Emperor stage." Another elderly king stage cultivator spoke up. "It is said that during the primordial era of our mystic realm, a Demi-Emperor stage cultivator once emerged. Later, he left the mystic realm and vanished without a trace. Since then, despite the vast resources of our mystic realm, we have been unable to produce another Demi-Emperor stage cultivator. We've barely even seen a few Saint King stage cultivators." The crowd fell silent once more. Saint King stage, Demi-Emperor stage. Are these things even within the realm of for us mere king stage cultivators? We had thought we were lucky enough to have a chance to survive this calamity,
but now it seems the mystic realm's fortune has run out. Now, it appears a demi-emperor stage demon is descending upon the mystic realm.
I'm tired of this. Why not just let it all end quickly? Many lost their composure, staring at the wolf's head as they collectively fell into a state of panic. Sheen took a deep breath and, remaining calm, continued to question the wolf's head. Who is this clan chief you speak of? Where do you come from? Why are you invading our mystic realm? The wolf's head opened its mouth again, the Heavenly Wolf Clan. Boom! Just as the wolf's head was about to continue, suddenly, the heavens and earth shook, and an inexplicably terrifying force descended. The wolf's head exploded on the spot. Put! Shun! Shun! The middle-aged man who had released the crimson scroll instantly turned as pale as a sheet of gold paper. He coughed up a mouthful of old blood, staggered twice, and, amid a chorus of gasps, fainted. Seeing this, Zhang sighed. If the information on the other side of the passage were so easy to uncover, we in the mystic realm wouldn't still be in the dark after all these years. He looked at Qin and asked, Sect Master, what should we do now? Qin watched the wolf's head split open, her expression somber. She said slowly, wait a moment. I'll first relay the information from here to my husband. She held a white jade stone in her hand, capable of two-way communication. Chu had left it behind earlier when he bathed in the Qianxian holy spring so he could summon her easily, and now it came in handy. Chu Shang? Even if he were at the Great Saint stage, surely he couldn't go head-to-head with someone at the Demi-Emperor stage? Concern flashed in the eyes of the gathered powerhouses as they watched Qin hold the white jade and transmit the information, yet not a single one of them spoke up. This matter was too immense, it was beyond their ability to handle. Within the divine sea, a white jade stone vibrated gently. Chu, who had just finished browsing the treasures drawn from the destiny chest, raised an eyebrow. Little Qin. Oh right, today's wedding ceremony isn't over yet. He sensed the white jade stone and quickly understood everything. At the same time, not far away, a tuft of pure white tail hair drifted over and landed before him, a faint blue glow flickering through it. Before Chu's eyes, several large characters flickered into view. The martial emperor is here. Run for your life. Unnoticed, night had crept in. A silver moon cast its glow, bathing the characters formed from the fox hair in a dreamlike, ethereal light. The martial emperor is here? Chu narrowed his eyes. He calculated the time. According to the date he divined earlier using the Great Heavenly Mandate Talisman, there was still 1 day left before the next Heavenly Mandate protagonist was due to arrive. With his terrifying cultivation level, if he so desired, his Emperor stage divine sense could sweep across the entire mystic realm in an instant. After receiving Qin's message, he casually scanned the area and found everything calm and peaceful. And apart from the warding arrays at the 3 passageways not yet being repaired, everything in the mystic realm was perfectly peaceful. It took him only a moment as thought to figure out what was going on. He casually waved his hand to disperse the large characters before him. You little fox, how laughable. Mistaking the aura I unintentionally released for the martial emperor, your judgment leaves much to be desired. He clasped the white jade stone in his hand and replied, I know you're anxious, but don't worry, everything is under control. After briefly reassuring Qin, Chu didn't rush to leave. This time, he demilked Gu for all he was worth, and the rewards were simply too generous. Take, for example, the newly activated achievement system. Chu's gaze fell to the bottom of the system panel, where a new sub-tab had appeared, Achievements. The display was very basic currently, it showed only 2 achievements. Kill 1 Destiny protagonist. This achievement can be upped to obtain the title Rookie Villain. Rookie Villain title, a wearable title that grants a special effect when equipped, a chance to deal double critical damage when obtaining a Destiny chest. Beginner Collector Upgradable Achievement, Recruit a Harem Heroine 199999, Charisma plus 10. Passive effect takes effect without needing to be equipped. This title is really tacky. I'm the ancestor of 10,000 demons, Chu Emperor stage. How can this be called Rookie Villain? I'm not wearing it. Not even a dog would wear that. Chu muttered a complaint, then glanced at the maximum limit for heroines listed under the stamp collector entry, and his lips twitched. Damn it, you call this a harem? Even if I, the future great Dao consort,
personally designated all 3,000 Dao incarnations to join the harem, it wouldn't even amount to a fraction of this. The achievements in this villain system are utterly ridiculous. The achievement system was simple. Chu glanced at it and immediately understood how to continue earning achievements. It boiled down to the same old rules: kill the protagonist, steal the female lead, follow the protagonist's path, and leave the protagonist with no way out. Chu casually adopted the title of rookie villain, and a small bronze gate appeared in the palm of his hand. The Eternal Gate as a source-class Imperial weapon was no ordinary item. He saved it for last to study. Having lost its artifact spirit, the Eternal Gate seemed to have lost its soul, its appearance shifting ever so slightly. The ancient aura still lingered, but spiderweb-like cracks had appeared on the doorposts, giving it a slightly damaged appearance. The most significant change was at the center of the doorframe, where a slowly rotating stellar sphere had emerged. Inside the sphere was a layer of clear, iridescent liquid, floating quietly within. However, the liquid was very shallow, occupying only 1/10 of the sphere's volume, barely covering the bottom. This mystic realm really has fallen on hard times. As the master of the Eternal Gate, Chu knew exactly what the liquid inside the sphere was, and he let out a sigh. As a supreme treasure born from the primordial source, the liquid within the stellar sphere represented the very essence of the mystic realm. Chu understood very little about the primordial source. It could be summed up in 2 sentences. A strong primordial source means a strong realm. If the source is weak, the realm is weak. Right now, the mystic realm's source was just this tiny bit. The mystic realm, which appeared to be at its peak, was actually all show and no substance, a total letdown. In fact, it wasn't surprising. In a realm as vast as the mystic realm, the participants in the peak-level tournaments were generally all at the king stage. As for powerhouses at the saint stage or great saint stage levels, you can tell just by the treatment they receive when they appear. They're immediately given the full fanfare. As for the Saint King stage, to be honest, Chu, at the Emperor stage, scanned the entire mystic realm with his divine sense and did find one in a restricted cemetery, but he is brain dead, nothing more than a walking corpse. And that is the current state of the mystic realm. It's no wonder its primordial source is scarce. If I, the villain, hadn't stepped in, following the normal plot progression, it would have been Gu, the protagonist destined by heaven, who, after enduring countless setbacks, would have ascended to the pinnacle of the mystic realm, then expanded and strengthened it, leading it to glory. What a pity! Chu clapped his hands. Snap! Now it's all gone. He wasn't really interested in how much primordial energy the mystic realm possessed, nor did he have any intention of expanding and strengthening it. As a native of Dragon Nation, pragmatism ran deep in his bones. The right path was to focus on building his empire, beat the Chosen One to a pulp, and avoid getting killed in return. Well then, let me take a look at this Chosen One's golden finger, the ultimate power within the memory gate. What exactly is it? Chu tossed it forward, and the small bronze door in his hand suddenly grew larger, emitting a misty, ethereal vapor that made it look hazy and dreamlike. He stepped closer and roughly pushed open the Eternal Gate with his palm. Creak, creak, creak. The moment Chu's palm struck the door, the bronze gate began to tremble, emitting a creaking sound. This tightly shut gate was suddenly forced open by Chu's immense strength, revealing a narrow crack. The iridescent liquid inside the celestial sphere on the doorframe began to drop rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chu had forced open a gap 18 centimeters in diameter. Countless beams of pure white light streamed from within the gap, forming a vast, dense fog that obscured everything. Though he could see nothing, a sound reached his ears. Ethereal celestial music, ancient Buddhist chants, and soft murmurs, all intertwined. Chu's eyes flickered. As he listened to the celestial music and his form was enveloped by the dense light, he sensed something terrifying. Already at the Emperor's stage, his power was surging wildly. The moon hung high in the night sky, and time passed with blinding speed. Bathed in these extraordinary phenomena, he felt as if he were riding a rocket, his body crackling and crackling as he underwent the ultimate transcendence. Chu was somewhat surprised. He glanced at the display panel. His cultivation realm had, in the blink of an eye, advanced from the Emperor stage to the peak Emperor stage. The ultimate power within this gate is no simple matter. No, I haven't even pushed the gate open yet. Just a glimpse of the phenomena inside has allowed me to advance from the Emperor stage.
It must be that the mystic realm is no simple matter. Chu stopped. He didn't continue pushing the door.
The liquid inside the stellar sphere was nearly depleted. Moreover, given the Eternal Gate's current state, it was fundamentally impossible to open.
He managed to open it only through brute force.
As he pushed, the Eternal Gate
kept emitting shrill, explosive crackles, and the cracks on the doorposts kept multiplying.
If he kept pushing, forget about opening the door to see the so-called ultimate. Even this primordial treasure, which he worked so hard to recover, would be destroyed on the spot. Chu tapped the door shut, stowed away the Eternal Gate, and mused, clearly, pushing the door consumes the mystic realm's primordial essence. To open it completely, one needs sufficient primordial essence.
Brute force won't do.
Suddenly, another thought occurred to him. Come to think of it, I've just depleted almost all of the mystic realm's primordial energy.
Won't that affect the mystic realm? Just as this thought crossed Chu's mind. Boom! A deafening roar echoed through the air.
Chu's gaze sharpened as he looked toward the southeast. There, a streak of purplish-black flame shot skyward. And it wasn't just that direction, the northwest, southwest, and north as well.
Oh my God!
The warding array has been breached. In every direction, purple-black flames were now shooting skyward, accompanied by cries of terror. In that very instant, all 77 warding arrays of the mystic realm were struck by a great terror and collapsed into ruin.
10 minutes earlier.
Natural Law Guild, Sea of Divine Trees. Figures had gathered there, and as the warding array gradually stabilized, the powerful figures from various transcendent factions were holding a small meeting. Jiang looked at a middle-aged man whose clothes were somewhat disheveled. Li, what about that hidden saint you mentioned?
How is he now?
Li gave a wry smile upon hearing this. The hidden saint, after receiving the message, he stopped responding to me.
Perhaps he has already left the mystic realm.
The gathered powerhouses fell silent for a moment. The hidden saint was a saint stage cultivator who, true to his name, remained hidden most of the time. No one knew when he had attained the saint stage or which sect he came from. Previously, when the warding array on the Kuan Guild's side was damaged, this hidden saint had chosen to step in and help.
Now that he knew the news of the deadly demon, well, he'd just taken off. Ji gave a wry smile. I understand.
At the saint stage, one can already travel across the heavens. Fleeing is the best strategy. If I were in his shoes, I might have made the same choice after all. This is a being even stronger than the great saint stage. Another elder smiled wryly. The ancestor just replied to my message. At his words, the eyes of all the powerful figures present lit up. Sima, what did the ancestor say?
The Sima clan is a reclusive ancient clan that hasn't appeared in the mortal world for many years.
When the warding array shattered this time, they had gone to the vast sea to help slay the demons.
Most reassuring of all was that the Sima clan had a great saint stage expert stationed there.
Although it was said his time was nearly up, he was still a top-tier figure in the mystic realm.
Sima shook his head and said, he said he doesn't know us well. His surname is seen no ma in it. Ji. Jiang. Li.
Next, several powerful figures from other transcendent factions spoke up more or less. They all had connections to beings above the saint stage in the mystic realm, but the results were all dismal. Upon learning that the mystic realm harbored such a terrifying figure, these saint stage and great saint stage cultivators were all preparing to pack up and flee. Some had even already fled the mystic realm. After asking around, only one saint stage cultivator, who was on the verge of death and too frail to run, expressed a willingness to stay behind to help write everyone's epitaphs if necessary. Sima turned his gaze to Qin, who was dressed in a wedding gown, his face full of worry. Pavilion Master Nangon, your husband, is he also said to be at the great saint stage? How long does he plan to stay in the mystic realm?
Qin reassured everyone. Rest assured, everyone. My husband isn't leaving.
He says everything is under control. He should have a way to deal with that monstrous demon. The hall full of mystic realm powerhouses exchanged glances. They had all been calculating what kind of auspicious burial site to find for themselves so they could be laid to rest as soon as possible. Hearing Qin's words suddenly, they were all stunned. Pavilion Master Nangon, is this true?
Of course it's true. My husband knows you're anxious, but he asks that you not worry for now.
He should be here very soon to take charge of the situation.
Li, however, let out a bitter laugh and poured cold water on their hopes. Don't get your hopes up too high.
Master Nanganya's wedding hasn't even taken place yet, and today is almost over. He still hasn't shown up. It's clear he doesn't care about you. Perhaps he was just going through the motions. After saying this, Li realized it might have come across as harsh, so he added, that Hidden Sage made a similar promise to me earlier as well. Hearing this, the crowd suddenly remembered that today was supposed to be a joyous occasion for the Gravity Guild, yet such a major setback had occurred. It had to be said he had a point. Qin pursed her red lips, her phoenix-like eyes shining brightly. I believe in him. Moments earlier, she had already clasped the white jade stone, transmitting the location of the Sea of the Divine Tree to Chu. Though their interaction had been brief, Qin could sense the eternally calm and composed aura surrounding Chu. It was as if even if the sky were to fall, she would show no surprise. Most importantly, she refused to accept her fate. At this moment, the major transcendent powers of the mystic realm needed confidence. Regardless of whether Chu would come or not, she had to stabilize the situation for the time being before making further plans. Boom! Boom! Just as everyone's hearts had settled slightly and their expressions relaxed, the newly repaired warding array below erupted with a terrifying roar. Holy shit! The warding array has been breached. Purple-black flames shot skyward, accompanied by terrified screams. Report, the warding array at Nan Yuan has been breached. The warding array at Longxi Heavenly Tomb has also been breached. All the Mystic Realm powerhouses present turned ashen-faced, staring blankly at Qin. What happened to everything being under control? One king stage expert lost his composure and roared, how could they have been breached? How? Aren't all the warding arrays heavily guarded? That great Saint Stage demon had been plotting for years and managed to destroy only 3 warding arrays. How were these 77 breached? He wasn't the only one who lost his composure. Many of the Mystic Realm powerhouses present were also stunned. To say the least, the warding array beneath the Sea of Divine Trees where they were gathered had only just been repaired. They were absolutely certain it had been restored to perfection. So many top-tier powerhouses were gathered here for this meeting, yet not a single one had sensed the slightest disturbance, and yet the warding array below had cracked open once again. What kind of being could possibly cause such a massive upheaval? The thought was terrifying. Who could possibly withstand this? Old Sima wept bitterly, his tears soaking his robe. It's over. It's all over. Every single warding array in our mystic realm has been shattered. It must be the work of that great malevolent demon. No wonder that great malevolent demon went quiet after casting its aura over the mystic realm. It turns out it was playing a grand game all along. Li was shaking like a leaf. All 77 warding arrays are destroyed. Once those demons break out, the mystic realm will be razed to the ground in an instant. Everyone, accept your fate and rely on your own skills to find a way to survive. Ji clenched his fists, utterly unprepared for such a cataclysmic turn of events today. All of the Mystic Realm's warding arrays have been breached. The demons lurking in those unknown passages beneath the arrays are too terrifying. Just 3 passages alone had already forced nearly 90% of the Mystic Realm's powerhouses to fight one after another. Now that 77 passages have been breached simultaneously, this is truly a situation beyond their control. The powerful cultivators of the mystic realm were now like startled birds, transforming into beams of light of various colors as they fled in all directions. Not a single one dared to think of blocking the inter-realm passages beneath the warding array. John looked at Qin and suggested in a trembling voice, Sect Master, let us leave too. The mystic realm will fall today. We must find a way out. In my opinion, we should take the core disciples and elders and retreat to the bamboo realm first. Qin's chest rose and fell rapidly. She had not anticipated such a sudden catastrophe. She turned her head to glance at the towering purple-black flames behind her, which radiated an aura of evil and immense power. Seeing the elders all around her filled with anxiety, she paused for a moment before saying slowly, "You all return to the sect first to make preparations. I'll wait a little longer." Su exclaimed anxiously, "Sect leader, are you still waiting for Chu Shang?"
He definitely won tea becoming. I'll wait 1 more hour. Qin gazed at the purple-black flames. 1 more hour? What does that mean? Su froze for a moment. Jiang immediately realized what she meant. Guild Master, you don't have to do this. The wedding ceremony can be held again, but if you perish, everything will be lost. Qin nodded. I know, but since I've accepted such a precious gift from him, I should set aside this day for him. Once today is over, I'll go to Wanjiang Mountain. If I should unfortunately perish, Jiang, you will lead the Gravity Guild. As soon as she said this, the expressions of all the elders present changed. They immediately realized, given Qin's temperament, what she intended to do. The guild master was a glaze physique. Once she perished, she could naturally manifest a Nanming Liuli formation. The function of the Nanming Liuli formation, also known as the replication formation, was to replicate any other known formation. Qin wasn't just waiting for Chu, she also intended to seal another passage. There wasn't enough time for them to argue any further. The elders knew Qin's temperament all too well. She was far too rational. With the mystic realm falling today, how many members of the Gravity Guild would truly be able to escape? It would be better to make one last desperate attempt to preserve some hope for the Gravity Guild. Watching the elders leave with their heads hung low, Qin's gaze grew icy as she held her blue blade and looked down at the sea of divine trees. Vast swaths of the divine trees had fallen, and disciples and elders of the Natural Law Guild were fleeing in droves. From the passage below, demons and monsters were once again surging forth. The air was thick with smoke and miasma, and the killing intent soared to the heavens. She suddenly looked up at the sky. In the sky, the dome of the mystic realm. A massive golden sacred sword, its blade inscribed with the characters Heavenly Emperor, suddenly materialized, shining like a blazing sun and illuminating the heavens. It wasn't just Qin. This golden sacred sword, named after the Heavenly Emperor, was vast enough to cover the sky. The light it emitted illuminated every river and valley, transforming the sky, which had already plunged into the depths of night, into a scene as bright as day. What is this? The powerful figures of the mystic realm, currently scurrying about like ants on a hot pan, all instinctively looked up at this suddenly appearing Emperor's sword, their mouths gaping wide enough to fit a thick, long magic staff. This sword is too huge. Its aura is too overwhelming. It's stronger than any powerful figure they've ever seen. Under their gaze, the golden holy sword swung down with tremendous force. Its radiance scorched the heavens and earth, and its sword energy swept across the 8 corners of the universe. With a single strike, it simultaneously struck the 77 passageways scattered throughout the mystic realm. The passageways were filled with surging demonic energy, much like the werewolf before. There were sphinxes, tiger-headed giants, fur-armed monkey demons, and silver-scaled snake demons. From the 77 passages, the demons and monsters that surged out this time were of even greater variety and possessed even more staggering power. The lowest cultivation levels were Master Stage and King Stage. The strongest reached Saint Stage, Great Saint Stage, and even the aura of a Saint King Stage could be sensed. Regardless of their origins, power, or intentions, as that sword struck down, they all crumbled to dust. As the sword light slashed through, an endless mist of blood erupted. A single sword stroke wiped out 10,000 demons. Am I dreaming? I didn't see that wrong, did I? All the demons that burst out of the passages were wiped out? Who was the one wielding that sword? Is it one of our mystic realm titans? What titan? This must be the Tao of Heaven. O Tao of Heaven, I thank you for saving my wretched life. Near the entrance to the passageway, the mystic realm powerhouses struggling on the brink of life and death stood completely dumbfounded as they watched the demons and monsters vanish without a trace. Once they came to their senses, they could do nothing but gasp in shock. That single sword strike was too surreal, too awe-inspiring. It left the entire mystic realm in a daze, with everyone speculating about who could have done it. Qin stood atop a branch of the divine tree at that moment, leaning against the canopy. Her phoenix-like eyes flickered with astonishment from her vantage point. She could clearly see the situation inside the passageway beneath the tree. That single sword strike was by no means merely about annihilating the demons that had burst forth.
She focused her gaze and realized that even the demons within the passageway who hadn't yet emerged had been completely wiped out by that single strike. Wave after wave of telepathic transmissions reached Sheena's ears. The Gravity Guild's communication channels had not yet collapsed, and information from passageways throughout the mystic realm was being relayed to her simultaneously. She murmured, "That single sword strike is truly earth-shattering." 77 passages. The demons surging out of each one possessed terrifying power and were countless in number.
Just what kind of immense power would it take to accomplish something so extraordinary?
She stared intently at the words "Heavenly Emperor" engraved on the golden sacred sword high above, and suddenly her pupils contracted as if she had remembered something. She remembered a time when Chu had suggested they play a game, handing her a sword and some strange garments. The blade of that sword seemed to be engraved with the characters "Heavenly Emperor." As Qin recalled this, her breathing quickened, and she fixed her gaze intently on the celestial gate once more, wanting to confirm it again. But she discovered that the golden sacred sword was gradually fading from the sky, and night fell once more. A gentle breeze blew, causing the branches and leaves of the remaining divine trees within the sea of divine trees to tremble lightly, exuding a sense of joy. Qin froze. Her gaze fell once more upon the passageway below. It was completely empty, with still no demons or monsters in sight. It was as if nothing had ever happened. High above the 9 heavens, Chu stood atop the clouds. With a wave of his hand, he stored the Emperor's sword within his divine sea. He narrowed his eyes, his gaze resting on his hand. He weighed the eternal gate in his palm. Well, it seems you've reaped quite a few benefits. Earlier, when he had tried to push open the eternal gate, he barely managed to open it a little before nearly exhausting the mystic realm's very essence. Within the celestial sphere on the eternal gate, the iridescent liquid which had previously been nearly depleted had, without his noticing, accumulated a thin layer once more.
Does slaying these demons and monsters increase the mystic realm's primordial essence? Or is this an effect of the mystic realm connecting with the world on the other side?
Chu tapped his finger against the frame of the eternal gate as he pondered. Although he didn't care much about the mystic realm's fate, he did have his own sense of honor. Since the situation had been caused by him, it was only right that he stepped in to deal with the demons that had burst out of the mystic realm's passageways. After clearing out the demons, the 77 passages had practically turned the mystic realm into a sieve, forcibly linking the world on the other side to the mystic realm. He had originally considered whether to seal off all these passages and restore the mystic realm to its original state, but now that he saw the mystic realm's essence beginning to grow, his mind began to race with ideas. Whoosh! Just as he was pondering this, Chu sensed an eerie sound emanating from one of the passages. Immediately afterward, a terrifyingly overwhelming aura surged through the passage, bearing down on the entire mystic realm as if intent on sweeping across the heavens and earth. This aura far surpassed the Saint King stage.
Is there another big fish?
He narrowed his eyes, his pitch-black pupils suddenly turned blood red, and countless patterns emerged within them. Before the aura could even emerge from the passageway, it was frozen in place by the gaze of those blood-red eyes. You have activated the Demon Emperor SI, stripping the Fate protagonist, the Martial Emperor, of one of his talents Celestial Pang's blazing speed. The fated protagonist, the Martial Emperor, has lost the talent Celestial Pang's extreme speed. His fate points have been reduced by 10,000, and you have obtained 1 destiny chest. The effect of your title, Rookie Villain, has been activated. When Emperor Stage Divine Consciousness probed into the passage, it glided through effortlessly, reaching the bottom in an instant.
An endless, surging energy emanated from the bottom. It was boundless spiritual energy.
Rain was falling at the entrance. Rain formed from condensed spiritual energy, pattering and splashing ceaselessly. Wow, the sheer concentration of spiritual energy alone was enough to illustrate the gap between the mystic realm and the world on the other side of the passage.
Chu let out a sigh of admiration.
Just as his Emperor Stage Divine Sense was about to extend outward to sweep through the rain.
Boom! A terrifying divine sense, like an ancient deity descending, crashed violently into Chu's Emperor Stage Divine Sense. The clash was incredibly intense. It was as if a small electric scooter had charged headlong, crashing into a dump truck hauling dozens of metric tons of cargo. Thud! The terrifying divine sense, akin to that of an ancient deity, was instantly crushed to smithereens.
Although the ambushing divine sense was instantly defeated, Chu couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, "That guy's divine sense is definitely emperor level." The Chaos Scripture, his primary cultivation text, bestowed an extremely unique enhancement upon his divine consciousness.
Moreover, he had just ascended to the emperor stage.
Although his opponent was emperor level, he was merely at the level of a newly ascended emperor, not even a match for Chu before his breakthrough, let alone now that Chu was at the emperor stage. On top of that, this guy was a member of the demon clan. Facing his long-lost ancestral forebear, he was already severely suppressed by nature. Forget it, no need to make excuses for the martial emperor. Weak is weak, and no amount of training will change that. This martial emperor has indeed reached the emperor level, but compared to him, he is still a tiny bit short. This chive, I, Chu the demon ancestor, am determined to harvest. Sensing that the little electric donkey was retreating after being shattered by the attack, Chu didn't hesitate to give chase and kick him while he was down.
Hand it over.
The dump truck transformed in an instant into a colossal pillar, gripping the martial emperor's little electric donkey in a single palm. Chu didn't crush it outright, his divine sense scanned it, and the martial emperor's stats suddenly appeared.
Martial Emperor. Current realm, Demi-Emperor stage. Fate points, 990,000.
Possessed treasures, black feathered heavenly gold halberd, imperial weapon, divine light 10,000 wheels armor, imperial weapon, heaven and earth great seal, imperial weapon, mystic azure peerless staff, imperial weapon. Possessed physiques, supreme Kuanping physique, Taiyin physique, Taiyang physique, 10,000 laws physique, heavenly origin domineering physique. Special abilities, true immortal stage possession. As another protagonist of Heaven's mandate, the moment the martial emperor's stats appeared before Chu, he felt a slight jolt of surprise.
This newbie isn't someone to be underestimated.
His fate points, even accounting for the 10,000 previously deducted, were exactly 10 times those of Gu. Based on Chu's experience, the more fate points one has, the stronger their destiny and the more hidden cards they hold.
But that wasn't the point.
From that brief exchange just now, he already realized the opponent was undoubtedly at the emperor level.
This emperor wasn't some knockoff like the demi-emperor stage, it was genuine emperor stage combat power.
Even if it were the weakest possible emperor stage, it was still emperor stage. But when he took a closer look at the stats panel, he discovered this guy was actually only at the demi-emperor stage. He hadn't even reached the emperor stage yet.
Even more outrageous was that not only was this guy rolling in imperial weapons, but he also possessed a whopping 8 different physical constitutions? Are your physical constitutions just a set of disguises? Do you switch them out every day?
Clearly, the martial emperor was by no means a chosen one, still in the process of growing up. Like Gu, he was a fully matured chosen one.
A chosen one like this was infinitely more troublesome than Gu.
What concerned Chu even more was this martial emperor's golden finger. On the interface visible only to him, there were just 4 simple characters: true immortal stage possession.
But the information it contained was immense. A body-snatching chosen one.
This means the martial emperor isn't actually the martial emperor, he is another powerful entity who has taken over the original
emperor's body to live a second life. Chu is in a similar situation.
But the biggest difference is that, before he took over Chu's original identity, he was just an ordinary, all-around good kid from Blue Star. And before the martial emperor took over this body, he was at the true immortal stage.
What is the true immortal stage? It sounds even stronger than the emperor stage.
You lousy system, give me some real information, tell me what the true immortal stage is. Chu was terrified and, without hesitation, crushed the martial emperor's divine consciousness in front of him. The martial emperor's divine consciousness collapsed without a doubt.
You have slain the fate-chosen protagonist's emperor avatar.
The emperor's fate points have been reduced by 50,000, and you have obtained 5 destiny chests. The effect of your title rookie villain has been activated, granting you an additional destiny chest.
System. You call that being scared?
You've only just met, and you're already going for the kill. The emperor must be questioning the meaning of life by now.
So it really is an avatar. Do all 8 avatars have special constitutions? This Emperor Wu is quite interesting.
Seeing the system as silence, Shu knew its nature all too well and said gently, "Don't play dumb and pretend you don't know the answer to such a simple question, system.
You don't want me to get killed in return, do you?
If I bite the dust, you'll have to find a new host.
The next host with the villain destiny might not be as kind as me.
Be a good boy and do as I say. I'll introduce you to a female system later."
System. Host, don't try to manipulate the system.
Once this system has successfully bonded, it will not seek a new host, it will only live and die alongside the host.
Shu was relieved. I knew you'd say that. We're practically brothers at this point. Spit it out.
Above the Emperor stage lies the immortal realm, which is divided into mortal immortals, the true immortal stage, the immortal lord stage, and the immortal king stage. After speaking, the system emphasized, "I hope the host keeps his word."
Sure enough, above the Emperor stage, the immortal realm did exist. Keep his word? Shu blinked, confused. You actually want to find a female system? That's not something someone your age should be thinking about. This system is simply advising you to be kind.
This host was such a jerk the system often felt overwhelmed by him. Shu considered himself full of goodwill toward the system. After learning what the true immortal stage entailed, he ignored the system and analyzed, the true immortal stage, huh? The little fox mentioned that this guy was already at the demi-emperor stage 500 years ago. Reaching the emperor stage shouldn't be too hard for him.
But he is still stuck at the demi-emperor stage after all this time. Could he be playing a long-term game? We can't let him reach the emperor stage. He dared to attack me the moment we met. If he actually becomes an emperor, he just get even more arrogant?
Without hesitation, he reached into his divine sea and pulled out a long, jade-green whip that billowed black smoke and glowed with a ghostly light. Special class imperial weapon, the 9 Netherworld's demon rope. In addition to its basic functions of reaping lives and snatching souls, this imperial weapon also possessed a search capability. He dripped a drop of his own demon ancestor's blood onto it, then gathered a wisp of the martial emperor's shattered divine consciousness and waved it near the whip's tip.
After a moment's thought,
Shu produced a scroll and tied it to the body of the 9 Netherworld soul-snatching whip.
Go. Find the martial emperor.
At his command, the 9 Netherworld soul-snatching whip, billowing black smoke, shot off like a soaring dragon. The exit of the passage was a dark vortex. The dark clouds covering the entire sky were extremely thick. Rain formed from spiritual energy continued to fall, drifting down ceaselessly.
The vortex resembled a lake, surrounded by a vast, wild mountain range stretching for hundreds of thousands of li.
The mountain ridges were shrouded in dark shadows, teeming with demonic beings. The auras of these demonic beings ranged from the weakest at the master stage to the stronger ones at the king stage, with quite a few even reaching the saint stage. High in the sky floated a totem pillar, upon which stood a giant wolf howling at the moon. Its fur was as sharp as swords, its expression ferocious and menacing, and its glowing green eyes brimmed with murderous intent. If one looked closely at the moon, it would gradually transform into 3 peculiar ancient characters, Heavenly Wolf Clan. Beside this totem pillar stood a gigantic grey wolf, its aura surging and radiating the divine brilliance of the sun. The great saint stage grey wolf growled, "Clan chief, what has happened on the other side of the passage? Why have all the clan members who went ahead perished? Could it be that great evil has struck?" Across from him stood a giant wolf with entirely white fur and green glowing eyes. Hearing the question, it replied, "You ask me? How should I know?" The great saint stage grey wolf retorted indignantly, "How could a great fiend possibly exist in that trashy world? If you ask me, we shouldn't have reported this at all. If the martial emperor hadn't known, he wouldn't have sent us to invade this realm again, and we wouldn't have suffered such heavy casualties." The chief of the Heavenly Wolf Clan cut him off sharply, "Shut up. Don't spout nonsense. His Majesty the Martial Emperor is currently traveling far and wide to capture great evils for artifact forging. If he subdues them, life for our Heavenly Wolf Clan will become much easier." Sanlong, a great saint stage cultivator, retorted, "Those great evils are all supreme races of noble bloodlines. How could our Heavenly Wolf Clan possibly meddle in such matters? Chieftain, you reported this to the Emperor, yet he didn't intervene personally. Instead, he ordered us to first slaughter every worthless creature in this trash world.
It's a thankless task.
The Heavenly Wolf Clan chief twitched his paw slightly, and flames seemed to flare in his deep green eyes. Even if it's thankless work, we must do it.
If we don't do it, the Mystic Tiger Clan and the Fiery Monkey Clan aren't they just as eager to take it on?
You young fool, you simply lack a broader perspective. Grey Wolf Great Saint Stage shot a displeased glance at the dark clouds, then swept his paw to disperse them, revealing a crescent moon. They're just lining up to die, aren't they?
Don't lecture me on big picture thinking it doesn't put food on the table. The Heavenly Wolf Clan chief shook his head. We must think big.
What's the big deal about losing a few wolf pups? If we can catch the martial emperoress just once, our celestial wolf clan will rise to the top.
Once we become the leader of the 8 celestial demon clans, what kind of wolf cubs do you think we want to be able to breed?
Grey Wolf Great Saint Stage opened his mouth, his sharp fangs glinting, just as he was about to retort, when he heard the celestial wolf clan chief mutter under his breath, "You young clan members have absolutely no idea just how magnificent His Majesty the Martial Emperor truly is. In our celestial demon realm, His Majesty the Martial Emperor is the very sky itself. Even a single great ping feather that falls from his body is thicker than the leg of a giant elephant."
Sanglong, a Great Saint Stage cultivator, watched the Heavenly Wolf Clan chief's expression that of a die-hard fan of the Martial Emperor and shook his head, somewhat skeptical.
You'll understand in time. Seeing Sanglong's reaction, the Heavenly Wolf Clan chief saw no need to explain further. In the Heavenly Demon Realm, the Martial Emperor is an undefeated legend. He is the supreme being of the mortal world. The Martial Emperor is the heavens. The Martial Emperor is a god. The Martial Emperor is the guiding light for all demon clans. A great leader. Sanglong, a pure-blooded descendant of the Celestial Wolf Clan and a prodigy, had only recently reached the Great Saint Stage. His understanding of the Martial Emperor was not yet deep. Once he met the Martial Emperor, which Great Saint Stage member of the Celestial Wolf Clan would not share his fervent devotion? Boom! Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the air. The dark clouds that had just been scattered by Sanglong, the Great Saint, split open completely. Sanglong, the Great Saint, and the chief of the Celestial Wolf Clan saw a shadow resembling a soaring dragon. Swift as lightning, it pierced through the dark clouds in the sky, carrying a burst of golden light as it streaked straight toward the moon. What is that? If I'm not mistaken, it looks like the Martial Emperor? Sanglong, at the Great Saint Stage, exclaimed in shock. His eyesight had always been excellent, especially at night. It was simply unbeatable. Although the figure had sliced through the sky at an incredible speed just now, he had still managed to make it out clearly. It was a long, jade-green whip, emanating endless black mist, which had driven straight into the chest of a figure. This figure was covered in golden feathers, clad in golden holy armor, with a massive, imposing build. A mane of golden hair fluttered through the air behind a pair of giant phoenix wings, making him exceptionally dazzling and instantly recognizable. It was none other than the idol of the Heavenly Wolf Clan chief, His Majesty the Martial Emperor. At that moment, he was being relentlessly pursued by that serpentine whip. Not only was it embedded in his chest, but the whip was also violently thrusting in and out, tearing and biting with a howling roar. 1 bite. 2 bites. Endless afterimages, golden blood spurting everywhere. Like a shooting star, he vanished from sight in an instant. Chief of the Heavenly Wolf Clan. Grey Wolf Great Saint Stage. Why does the Martial Emperor look so disheveled? Grey Wolf Great Saint Stage was stunned. He strained his limbs and instinctively gave chase. The Heavenly Wolf Clan chief was also stunned. He immediately said, Sanglong, you've made a mistake. That certainly isn't His Majesty the Martial Emperor. It's just someone who looks a bit like him. As he spoke, he too gave chase. Soon, the two wolves were locked in a pursuit, chasing from the heavens into the cosmos, until finally, near the Taiyin star, they spotted a blonde-haired man whose golden wings fluttered slowly behind him, making him look like a divine being. At that moment, the man with golden wings and hair had a vertical golden pupil on his forehead, radiating divine light that shone toward his palm. Between his fingers lay a long, dark green whip. It writhed violently, like a jade snake gripped by the throat, yet remained utterly unresponsive. Divine radiance poured from the man's eyes as if sensing an approaching presence, he cast a calm glance in their direction. Sanglong Great Saint Stage and the chief of the Celestial Wolf clan instantly felt their limbs go limp, their spines trembled and bent under that terrifying aura. We pay our respects to the Martial Emperor. May the Martial Emperor be victorious forever.
The two wolves immediately bowed in homage. The Martial Emperor calmly withdrew his gaze. So it's you two. What brings you here?
Sanglong, at the Great Saint Stage, hurriedly said, just now, when I saw you, Martial Emperor, you seemed. The chief of the Tianlang clan quickly interrupted, Martial Emperor, your might is divine. Congratulations on acquiring such a precious treasure. The Martial Emperor nodded slightly, weighing the long whip in the palm of his hand, and forced it to remain still as he said, this is quite unexpected. While walking along the road, a treasure has revealed itself, seeking to acknowledge me as its master. However, to become mine, it must first withstand my trial.
The Heavenly Wolf clan chief immediately declared in a loud voice, this is an auspicious sign.
The Martial Emperor's fortune is flourishing, and the Tao of Heaven favors him. Sanglong, at the Great Saint Stage, twitched the corner of his mouth and whispered, Your Majesty, behind you there is a peculiar scroll that also to wish to acknowledge you as its master.
A scroll?
The Martial Emperor frowned, not turning around. With a flick of his palm, the world inverted, and the scroll shifted to his front, radiating an overwhelming aura. It was a scroll made of ancient-looking material, exuding a profound aura.
At some unknown point, it had unfurled, its surface was completely blank, yet it radiated a spiritual glow, clearly no ordinary object.
The Martial Emperor glanced at it and said indifferently, it's merely a useless, discarded scroll that must have drifted in from some corner of the cosmos. He then turned his gaze to the two wolves, if you have no further business here, you may withdraw. The Heavenly Wolf clan chief immediately caught on and, accompanied by the Grey Wolf, a Great Saint Stage cultivator, turned and left. As the two wolves departed, the Martial Emperor's expression suddenly darkened. He clenched the scroll in his hand and said, enunciating each syllable, Immortal Tear Scroll. That monstrous demon within that nameless minor realm was no ordinary foe. It had actually managed to fight his avatar to a standstill and even dared to use an Immortal Tear Scroll to trick him. Unfortunately, he had no idea what kind of being he was up against. You have opened the Destiny Chest. You have obtained a fragment of Heaven's Will 1. You opened a Destiny Chest and obtained 5 metric tons of Enlightenment Tea. You opened a Destiny Chest. A flash of golden light appeared, and you obtained the Imperial weapon, the Qingming Dao Sword. You opened a Destiny Chest and obtained 1,000 metric tons of Holy Tier weapons. You opened a Destiny Chest and obtained 1 Destiny Shard. Chu smiled as he opened all 10 Destiny Chests he had just collected in one go. He fondled a Destiny Shard with satisfaction. My luck is not bad, I actually got 2 Destiny Shards.
Spot on.
Chu was no longer fazed by the guaranteed golden legendary reward, which had once again granted him an Imperial weapon, let alone the junk like scrap metal, toilet paper, and
energy drinks.
In his eyes, Destiny Shards were still the most important thing. 10 Destiny Shards could be combined to craft a Destiny Key to unlock God tier status, and there were no tricks involved. No, collect 9 Destiny Shards, then start getting the last one kind of decimal point scam. Compared to the random junk that came out of the treasure chest, only the Destiny Shards were genuine treasures.
After opening the Destiny Chest, Chu suddenly raised an eyebrow. Oh? What level are you, thinking you can suppress my 9 netherworld chains?
With a wave of his hand, a boundless surge of power suddenly surged through the void, sending a shockwave across endless space and time. Before long, from the passageway below, a long, jade green whip shot out like lightning, hurtling toward Chu's position. Buzz! Buzz! Once the 9 netherworld whip drew near Chu, it gently brushed against his skin with its body, as if feeling a bit wronged. Chu smiled faintly as he patted the 9 netherworld's demon whip. His eyes flickered thoughtfully. This new recruit is no pushover. If it weren't for me, this Imperial weapon might have been forcibly subdued by him. The Martial Emperor stood conspicuously in the world on the opposite side of the passageway. The 9 netherworld's demon whip successfully locked onto his position and completed its mission with flying colors. Just as it was about to return, the Martial Emperor, a mere demi-emperor stage cultivator, managed to suppress the 9 netherworld's rope's imperial might and even attempted to refine it. His methods were domineering, but it was nothing but a pipe dream. He was only able to suppress the 9 netherworlds rope because Chu Han-ti deliberately exerted control. Once Chu took it back, the martial emperor lost all grip on it and Chu reclaimed it. Even so, Chu still found this martial emperor quite impressive. Compared to Gu, who had absolutely no power to resist, the martial emperor was clearly far more formidable.
Let us test the waters first. The Great Calamity Art should give him a run for his money.
The 9 netherworlds nether rope was merely a tool for locating the martial emperor. The true welcome gift he had prepared for the martial emperor was that immortal tear scroll, the Great Calamity Art. This item was a guaranteed drop from the Destiny chest's golden tier. It was a consumable. The fact that it was immortal tier spoke volumes. It was a scroll pertaining to the immortal path, a realm beyond the emperor stage. The immortal tier spell recorded within lived up to its name. Once cast on a target, misfortune would beset them, causing everything to go wrong, and it would even affect those around them. As everyone knows, the simpler it is, the more brutal it is. Chu wasn't sure exactly what the effects would be, but he knew the Great Calamity spell would last for 2.5 days. In short, it wasn't a good idea to have too much contact with the martial emperor right now. It would bring misfortune upon himself. There was, of course, a reason he chose to entertain the martial emperor with the Great Calamity spell rather than confronting him head-on and suppressing him like Gu had done. Having drawn so much junk, he actually had little use for most of the imperial weapons. With a single immortal grade treasure that surpassed his own rank, he just couldn't rest easy without finding someone to test its power on. He was, after all, a kind-hearted person certified by the system. He wouldn't do something so unconscionable as to randomly select a lucky reader to unleash it upon. After much deliberation, he concluded that such an item would only be fitting for a heaven's chosen protagonist with boundless fortune, a true case of a fine horse deserving a fine saddle. He snapped out of his thoughts, stamped his foot, and a golden silhouette of a celestial Pang appeared behind him, radiating overwhelming ferocity. Celestial Pang's blazing speed talent. A permanent 10-fold increase in speed and incredibly overpowered talent. In the blink of an eye, Chua's figure vanished into the vast sky. Gravity Guild, Grand Council Hall. The atmosphere was solemn. The elders of the Gravity Guild sat upright on either side. Their expressions were grave, their faces filled with gravity. Creak. The sound of a door opening. A stunningly beautiful woman, clad in a crimson wedding gown and exuding an icy aura, walked in gracefully and nodded at them, confirmed. Hearing this, the elders all froze in shock. Holy shit! Holy shit! In less than half a minute, exclamations of shock rang out from the Gravity Guild elders. Their solemnity melted away like ice, and they all burst out laughing. Immediately afterward, a flurry of discussion ensued. All those demons are dead just like that? What exactly is the origin of that Emperor sword? Does our mystic realm actually have such a powerhouse? The guild master has confirmed the report. The might of that single sword strike was terrifying. It swept through the mystic realm, wiping out every single demon in all 77 passageways. Not to mention us, even those demons were terrified. To this day, not a single demon has emerged from those passageways. Damn, that's incredible. I've lived a long life, old Zheng here. What haven't I seen? But I've never seen anything this outrageous. Yeah. I'd already packed up my valuables and was ready to make a run for it, but old Zheng called me back, saying all the demons were wiped out. I even cursed him for tricking me into coming back to kill demons and fill the pit, but turns out he was telling the truth. Old son, you little bastard, you called me a liar, yet you still came with me. Weren't you afraid of dying? Afraid of what? If it really came down to that, do you really think we could escaped? We got to thank that mysterious powerhouse from the mystic realm for stepping in. If he were standing right in front of me, old son, I'd definitely kowtow to him. Having narrowly escaped death, the elders of the Gravity Guild had all set aside their usual airs. They cursed and swore, joking and laughing just like ordinary mortals. Sheen gazed at the elders with her phoenix-like eyes, the corners of her mouth curving upward. Her smile was like a gentle spring breeze, melting the ice of eons. She didn't join the discussion, but at that moment, no matter how aloof her demeanor might be, her heart was ablaze with passion. She knew better than anyone who the master of the Emperor's sword was, but she kept silent. Her husband had intervened, yet he hadn't revealed himself personally. He naturally had his own reservations. Not even the primary wife had the authority to make decisions for him, let alone a concubine like her.
Just then, Jiang suddenly pricked up his ears, a smile lighting his face. Everyone, we've got news. Regarding the owner of the Emperor's sword, that patriarch of the Sima clan seems to have uncovered a few clues. The plump elder Zhang pressed down on his round belly, sprang to his feet, and exclaimed, "That patriarch of the Sima clan? Rumor has it he is a great saint?
What he says must be reliable."
"Who is it?" Sheena's phoenix-like eyes flashed. Could that ancient patriarch of the Sima clan possibly have a past connection with her husband?
Jiang didn't beat around the bush without hesitation. He blurted out two words, Xian.
Xian? Who is that? Hearing these two unfamiliar words,
the elders present all froze in surprise, and Qin furrowed her brows slightly.
Jiang, seeing the puzzled looks on the elders' faces, immediately explained, "Do you all remember when we were interrogating that demon in the Sea of Divine Trees earlier? When we mentioned the emergence of that great calamity, did I not bring up the demi-emperor stage?" Su's expression shifted.
He clenched his left fist and struck it against his right palm. Saint stage, great saint stage, saint king stage, and beyond that lies the Emperor's path. The realm of the Emperor's path grants eternal life and a lifespan of tens of thousands of years. Who knows how much profound power has been accumulated there? Since the Emperor's sword bears the name of an emperor and can unleash an invincible sword strike, its master must already be at the Emperor's path. Legend has it that our mystic realm once gave birth to a demi-emperor stage figure in the primordial era. Could this Xian be that very person? Elder Zhang, listening intently from the side, was utterly captivated. He couldn't help but clench his fists and exclaimed in awe, if a demi-emperor stage were to intervene, perhaps they have the power to accomplish the heroic feat of wiping out all the demons and monsters in the mystic realm with a single sword strike. Jiang nodded in agreement. If it were a demi-emperor stage cultivator, everything would make sense. Xian was originally from the mystic realm. He even participated in the construction of the warding array back then. If he encountered them, his motive for intervening would be entirely reasonable. Having said this, he added with a hint of doubt, but I've heard that this Xian left the mystic realm long ago and has been traveling through the myriad realms for who knows how many years. Could it be that he sensed the great upheaval in the mystic realm? Just then, a voice as clear and crisp as a mountain spring interrupted, "Then why is that great saint stage cultivator from the Sima clan so certain that the master of the Emperor's sword is Xian?" The elders turned to look at Qin and instinctively nodded. The master of the Emperor's sword could be at the demi-emperor stage, but Xian has certainly been away for a long time. What grounds are there to conclude it's him? Jiang said. Other fellow cultivators have similar doubts. That great saint stage cultivator from the Sima clan mentioned that there is a portrait of Xian kept within the clan. Coincidentally, he is depicted with a golden holy sword at his waist, the blade pointing inward, and the character heaven is also visible. That great saint stage from the Sima clan said he would immediately unveil this portrait of Xian so the world may pay their respects. A golden holy sword, the character heaven engraved on its blade, and a demi-emperor stage figure who has lived since the primordial era. The elders exchanged glances. All the elements align. The likelihood that Xian is behind this is as high as 99%. It's practically a certainty. Even Qin was stunned. So my husband is actually Xian? No wonder he always seems so calm and composed, as if everything is under his control. After all, he is a great figure who reached the demi-emperor stage back in the primordial era. I never imagined his background would be this profound. I've truly married above my station. When the powerhouses of the mystic realm speak of the primordial era, they generally refer to a time 10,000 years ago. To imagine the terrifying strength and profound depth of a being who had already attained the demi-emperor stage 10,000 years ago is almost beyond comprehension. Sheena's shock far exceeded that of the elders present. This was because she had personally held the Emperor's sword and was absolutely certain that Chu was its master. And now, combining this with the intelligence Jiang had obtained, she could conclusively determine that Chu was Xian. With that, everything fell into place. Only a being of this caliber would use a quasi-saint tier cultivation technique worth a fortune by the gene, as if it were toilet paper. Putting herself in his shoes, given his vast span of time, a quasi-saint-tier cultivation technique might very well be nothing more than toilet paper in his eyes.
I wonder if the portrait of Xian shows my husband's true appearance.
By this point, Xin was already eager to see Xian's portrait.
Little did he know that someone was even more impatient than he was.
Elder son slammed his fist on the table and exclaimed anxiously, "How long will it take for the Sima family to release Xian's portrait?
Hurry it up.
I simply must kowtow to Lord Xian. If it weren't for him, my bones would be turning to dust by now."
Zhang rolled his eyes at him and said, "Why are you in such a rush?
It's hard to imagine that with a temperament like yours, you could become an alchemist and achieve such high mastery at that. The Tao of heaven must be blind." Elder son puffed out his mustache and glared, "That's a personal attack.
Has the portrait arrived yet?" Zhang waved his hand in exasperation. "Here it comes."
The moment Jian waved his hand, a wisp of whiteness spiritual energy emerged from his sleeve and drifted toward the ceiling of the council hall. The mist swirled and coalesced into a long scroll.
On the scroll's surface, black and white lines flowed naturally, rapidly taking shape. The figure's outline soon materialized in 3 dimensions before the elder's eye.
It was a handsome youth with hair as black as ink. The youth wore a gentle smile, but his most striking feature was a small tear-shaped mole beneath the corner of his left eye, like a crystal-clear teardrop poised to fall. He wore a flowing blue robe, one hand rested casually on his waist, where a pale red perfume pouch hung, with a golden sacred sword suspended from one side of the pouch. The sacred sword flickered with light, and the exposed blade faintly revealed the character Sky Heaven. The painting was incredibly lifelike. Even just looking at the scroll, one could sense the gentle and refined demeanor of the sword-bearing youth, yet the tear mole at the corner of his eye added a touch of tenderness to his appearance.
"Is this Xian? He is so handsome."
You can tell at a glance that he is a beacon of the mystic realm who cares deeply for the world. I wish I could have been born in the same era as Xian, just to witness his rise to glory. As the elders admired the mystic realm scroll, they couldn't help but gush with praise.
If it weren't for Xian, the entire Gravity Guild would be doomed.
Even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms, or 3 noses and 5 eyes on his head, the elders would still praise him to the skies from the bottom of their hearts.
Why do I get the feeling this Xian is a bit of a sissy? Just then, an untimely voice rang out. A sissy? How could he possibly be a sissy?
That's called refinement.
Elder son instinctively retorted.
The voice remained adamant, but he is just so effeminate. Look at that tear-shaped mole, so soft and delicate. Xian is a grown man, yet he wears a scented pouch. It's a bit gross.
Xiaoqin, what do you think?
Xin paused for a moment, then hesitantly said, "Yes, he is a bit effeminate." A flash of delight crossed her phoenix-like eyes.
Do you even understand what poise means?
Who do you think you are to judge Xian like that, Chu Shang?
Chu Shang, you're back?
We pay our respects to Chu Shang. At that moment, the elders followed Qin's gaze and saw a man in white who had, at some point, taken a seat on the Tianxin sandalwood chair. He sat with one leg crossed over the other, his gaze fixed on Xian's portrait as he offered a casual critique. This man in white had eyes like stars and a laid-back demeanor. Though he sat casually in the chair, he exuded a subtle yet undeniable air of dominance. Just as the elders of the Gravity Guild were buzzing with discussion about Xian's portrait, Chu had taken a seat there without anyone noticing.
Upon seeing Chu, the elders grew somewhat self-conscious.
After all, Xian had saved their lives, yet Chu Shang was clearly showing some disrespect toward Xian, even if it was only a portrait. Anyone who had risen to the rank of elder had at least a level 6 water balancing proficiency. They knew that at this moment, remaining silent and not interjecting was the wisest course of action.
Chu, however, didn't seem to mind. He continued to smile as he replied, "Oh? It seems little Qin's taste is very similar to mine." Under the elder's gaze, he stood up and walked over to Qin's side, suddenly asking, "Huh? Why on earth would you want to look at my big sword?"
Qin froze for a moment, blinking as she looked at him.
"Didn't I already tell you?
I'm not supposed to show this to just anyone unless I'm playing a game." Chu shook his head, casually shrugging, never mind. I can't help it. After all, our relationship is special."
"You're only allowed to look this once, though."
Under the elder's incredulous stares, a golden holy sword engraved with the words Heavenly Emperor, blazing with radiant light, was casually slipped by Chu into China's fair, delicate palm. In the council hall, you could hear a pin drop. Pair after pair of eyes, white as copper bells, stared in astonishment at the sword in China's hand. It looked familiar, all too familiar. Qin. Jiang, WW. The elders, equals. Qin instinctively raised the sword. The golden holy blade burst into a blaze that illuminated the hall, and the characters Heavenly Emperor engraved on its blade shone so brightly they were dazzling. Holy shit! Holy shit, holy shit! Jiang tremblingly raised a finger, pointed at the sword, and stammered, "Isn't that the Emperor's sword?" The Emperor's sword, what a supremely powerful artifact that is. Even if Qin were at the king's stage, how could he possibly pick up the Emperor's sword so easily without his master's permission? What does this mean? Everyone turned their gaze in unison toward the white-robed youth sitting casually in a chair with his legs crossed, a broad smile on his face. Elder Zhang, with his round face, had his mouth wide open as well. He blurted out, "Chu Shang, so you're Xian." At that moment, everyone realized the truth. Why the hell were they even asking what the hell the Sima family's great saint stage was up to? It turned out the Buddha had been enshrined right here in their own temple all along. No wonder. No wonder. No wonder Chu Sheng told the pavilion master earlier that everything was under control and told us not to worry, so that's how it was. Brilliant. That's fucking brilliant. Once the elders caught on, their faces were split with laughter. To be honest, during the great upheaval in the mystic realm earlier when life and death were on the line, there were surely some among them who had harbored doubts, thinking that this Chu Shang had been blowing his own horn so loudly that when it came down to it, he hadn't even shown a single hair's worth of proof. It turned out he wasn't just showing off, he was showing off on such a massive scale that they, a bunch of foolish old fools, simply couldn't keep up. Bang! 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 A series of muffled thuds rang out, and here came the absolute best part. The elders stared at Elder Sun in horror as he immediately dropped to his knees and rapidly kowtowed to Chu several times. "Thank you, Xian, for saving the masses, saving Chongxian, and saving my old life." Elder Sun was a man of his word. He said earlier that if he ever met the master of the Emperor's sword, he'd kowtow, so kowtow he did. He didn't care one bit about his image as the head of the medicine hall of the Gravity Guild. His sliding kneel instantly left the other elders at a loss, and they exchanged glances. Should we kowtow too? Xian is from the primordial era, kowtowing to him wouldn't be embarrassing at all. Stop. Just as the elders were about to follow Elder Sun's lead, Chu quickly held out his palm, turning it from an upright position to a downward press, signaling them to stop. "Xian has nothing to do with me. Don't mistake me for him." For some reason, the moment he saw Xian's portrait, he instinctively felt a sense of aversion. "No, it has nothing to do with me. I'm such a kind person, it must be this Xian who has done something wrong. Come to think of it. This Xian is hyped up so much, could he be a chosen one protagonist?" He narrowed his eyes and pondered for a moment. "Ha! You're not Xian?" Elder Sun was dumbfounded. He looked at Qin. Qin pursed her lips and nodded slightly at him. Her husband most likely wasn't Xian. She'd already figured that out a moment ago. If he were Xian, he certainly wouldn't be putting himself down so wildly. Men always like to boast about how big, strong, and capable they are. Who would ever call themselves a sissy? She had in-depth conversations with Chu and knew he wasn't just strong, he was incredibly strong. That's the quintessential macho personality. How could he possibly speak of himself that way? Elder Sun's display of gratitude just now was directed at the wrong person. It might even have upset her husband. She didn't speak up, but gave Elder Sun a slight nod to confirm this information. How to handle it would depend on him. Earlier, Elder Sun had been the most devout toward Xian and had shouted the loudest. Now he was completely caught off guard. Awkward? No problem. Cultivation isn't about fighting and killing, it's about navigating the intricacies of human relationships. Elder Sun had his own little tricks for diffusing awkwardness. Bang!
Bang! Bang! Bang! Bang!
Without hesitation, he shouted again, "Thank you, Emperor Chu Tian, for saving the masses, saving Chongxian, and saving my old life."
Qin. Jiang. The elders? Are you playing Russian nesting dolls here? No. That bastard bowed one extra time. He is even more devout now.
One elder, quick to pick up on the subtlety, openly called Elder Sun a smooth operator. Chu raised his eyes, smiled at him, and waved his hand, saying, "It's fine. This celestial emperor has never cared about such empty titles."
"I've felt your sincerity, Elder Sunday."
As he waved his hand, Elder Sun's body, which had been sliding on his knees, naturally straightened up. What surprised him even more was that his entire body now felt completely at ease. All his previous internal injuries had vanished, and even his cultivation, which hadn't improved in years, showed signs of progress.
"Celestial Emperor Chu, you're amazing."
Elder Sun's heart swelled with joy. Seeing this, Qin quickly handed the emperor's sword in her hand to Chu and said softly, "My husband's great sword is truly dazzling." It seems the elders were so surprised and overcome with emotion that they mistakenly misidentified you.
I apologize on their behalf.
Chu took the emperor's sword and, seeing that Qin was deliberately playing along, smiled at her. "So that is how it was. You've been put through quite an ordeal this time." Earlier, unable to resist Qin's request, he pulled out the emperor's sword for her not to show off. There was no need for that. Showing off was the one thing he was worst at.
But play is play, and fun is fun.
The fact that I, Chu Tiandi, wiped out all the invading demons of the mystic realm with a single sword strike must be made clear. Walking in fine clothes at night, playing the fool to catch the tiger, that's the sort of thing a protagonist destined by heaven likes to do. As the saying goes, an upright person doesn't hide behind a facade. He was the villain. After all, if he'd done a good deed, he should admit it openly and honestly. Earlier, when the Emperor's sword had wiped out the horde of demons, it wasn't that he didn't want to reveal himself and show off. It was simply that he just unlocked a new god-tier identity, and the sudden flood of information had nearly overloaded his CPU, so he just instinctively swung the sword. By the time he came to his senses, the demons were all gone. Chu deeply regretted not having seen the stunned expressions on the faces of the mystic realm's powerful figures. What surprised him, however, was Qin, that woman. Although he previously felt little for Qin, viewing her merely as a tool to complete a mission, and their interactions had largely been a matter of mutual benefit. After spending time with her these past few days, he found himself beginning to admire her. High emotional intelligence, a sense of the bigger picture, a sense of responsibility, and no crying or fussing. She really was a good woman. Qin pursed her red lips, knowing exactly what Chu was referring to. The wedding ceremony had already been ruined because of Gu and the major events that followed. She was merely a concubine. She had no right to ask for anything more. If she felt wronged, so be it. At that moment, Jiang, standing nearby, timidly suggested, "Since that's the case, why don't we hold the wedding ceremony again?" The Celestial Emperor Chu saved the people of the mystic realm, yet the people of the mystic realm don't even know it yet. We could use this opportunity to clear up the misunderstanding. What do you think, Celestial Emperor? He paused to think for a moment. Wait a minute. With a flick of her slender hand, the red letter unfurled instantly, its contents leaping into view. As she read the letter, a hint of astonishment flashed across Luna's eyes. That guy, has he taken yet another concubine? How soon could this have happened? No, that's not the point. We're hiding in the Tianwu minor realm. How did he find me again? Luna set the invitation aside, her heart sinking. That day, when she sensed the martial emperor's aura sweeping through the mystic realm, she had taken the blue ox, a great saint stage cultivator, and hidden in this Tianwu minor realm. This minor realm was extremely well hidden. Moreover, as a safe haven, she and the blue ox, a great saint stage cultivator, had set up numerous concealment techniques here. Most crucially, she was determined this time to lie low until she became invincible before re-emerging into the world, so within this small realm, she had set up a two-way isolation barrier. Not only could no one from the outside find the Tianwu minor realm, but even while they were inside it, not even the Qing Tian Mirror, a demi-emperor stage artifact, could detect any activity from the outside world. Never mind the great saint stage. Even if the martial emperor himself were to descend here, unaware that she was hiding here, he would instinctively overlook her.
And yet this guy had found her again. This sent a chill down Luna's spine. At that moment, the great saint stage blue ox had already widened his bovine eyes in curiosity. After making out the contents of the invitation, he exclaimed in shock, "Holy shit! Is that guy surnamed Chu? Is he holding another concubine-taking ceremony? Is he part of the stud clan or something? Wait a minute, how did this guy find us?"
It suddenly dawned on him, and his expression immediately turned grim. Earlier, when they'd been hiding in the wilderness microcosm, they hadn't even realized they'd been tracked right to their doorstep. This time, they'd hidden in an even more secluded spot, yet they'd still been discovered. Even the great saint stage blue ox was a bit baffled. He snapped back to his senses and looked at Luna, whose face was set in a pensive expression. "Sovereign, shouldn't we find a new place to hide? This spot has been compromised." Luna clutched the invitation in her hand, which felt slightly warm. "Not yet. Let us head to the mystic realm first." The great saint stage blue ox exclaimed in surprise. "To the mystic realm? The martial emperor he..." Luna narrowed her eyes and waved her hand. Since that guy dared to hold another wedding ceremony so openly, it must mean the crisis in the mystic realm has temporarily passed. By now, the mystic realm should have repaired the warding arrays on all three passageways. That man probably has some special method to evade the martial emperor's detection. If my judgment is correct, the mystic realm should be calm and peaceful right now, safe for the time being. The blue ox, a great saint, disagreed, however. He scratched his head. "Even if the mystic realm is safe, we've been stirring up trouble there for so long. Now that this guy surnamed Chu is inviting us to his wedding, it's definitely not going to be a friendly gathering." Luna nodded, agreeing with him. "That's true. But it was you, Qingniu, who caused all that chaos in the mystic realm. What does that have to do with me? I'll go alone this time. You stay in the Tianwu minor realm and take good care of the other clan members." "Qingniu, great saint stage? I'm just the one running errands and doing the heavy lifting. You, Your Majesty, are the one pulling the strings behind the scenes." Come to think of it, she does have a point. When the sovereign appeared in the mystic realm before, no one else knew about it except that man surnamed Chu. He hesitated, as if about to speak but holding back. "But your safety?" Luna smiled faintly. "With the martial emperor absent, no one in the mystic realm can hold me back. That man invited me this time. I doubt it's just to watch the ceremony. He has probably seen the martial emperor's might by now and is in a real bind. This means he wants to join forces with us." The blue ox, a great saint, hesitated. "But that Chu fellow is, after all, a human. He might not be trustworthy." Luna walked to the edge of the grassland and looked up at the azure sky. "Whether he is trustworthy or not doesn't matter. Facing a terrifying opponent like the martial emperor, no matter how many ulterior motives one has, they must be set aside first. We must respond with all our strength, otherwise, the only outcome is death and the destruction of our Tao." That man is very clever. He certainly wouldn't fail to understand such a simple truth. 3 days later, the sky was somewhat overcast, with thick, layered clouds piling up one upon another. The gates of the Gravity Guild. A plump old man dressed in the robes of a Gravity Guild elder soared into the air and roared, "Get out of here!" Instantly, a terrifying spiritual pressure swept through the air. The clouds scattered like a pack of dogs being chased, fleeing in a panic, scrambling to vanish one after another. The sky cleared at once, bathed in blazing sunlight. Elder Zhang nodded with satisfaction. A clear, cloudless sky, a magnificent spectacle of heaven and earth, perfect for a wedding. Even the heavens are lending their support. Today's wedding ceremony is bound to be flawless. He rubbed his hands together in anticipation. This time, the wedding ceremony was held on an even grander scale than before. They had even invited some saint stage and great saint stage cultivators who hadn't shown up previously. Over the past few days, he'd seen some old friends from other factions still going on and on about Shen. He snorted in disdain, brimming with a sense of superiority. What the hell is Shen? It's outdated and obsolete. Right now, in the mystic realm, only I Chu Tian D of the Gravity Guild am the absolute badass. Just thinking about how these Saint Stage and Great Saint Stage cultivators would be left speechless and wide-eyed in awe of Chu Tiandi made Elder Zhang so excited that every ounce of his flab was trembling. Damn it, this was even more exhilarating than showing off himself. Soon, a rainbow-colored light streaked across the horizon. Elder Zhang bowed his hand. Head of the Ji clan, it's good to see you again. Elder Zhang. Ji smiled and flicked his hand, causing a beam of golden light to descend. A loud announcement rang out from the mountain gate. The Ji clan. The head of the Ji clan has arrived. A gift, a pair of quasi-Saint tier weapons, the flowing cloud heavenly heart bracelets. Near Saint tier weapons. That's quite the gesture. Elder Zhang was somewhat taken aback. Head of the Ji clan, you've gone to great lengths. Please come inside. Ji smiled, offered no further pleasantries, and headed inside. Before long, another rainbow-colored light flashed on the horizon. Koan Guild, Li has arrived. Gift 1 Jade Void Mist Orb. Star-picking Tower, Master Guanqing has arrived. Gift 1 Qinghui Purple Star. In the eyes of many transcendent factions, Chu was now regarded as a great Saint Stage powerhouse. Even though the wedding ceremony was being held again, they didn't take it lightly. They remained courteous and presented gifts once more, even more valuable than before. But as time passed and the auspicious hour drew near, Elder Zhang began to grow somewhat anxious. Powerful figures from all the major transcendent factions had arrived, yet so far, not a single great Saint Stage cultivator had shown up. Not even a Saint Stage cultivator was in sight. It felt rather empty. If you don't come, I'll have to skip a few pieces of braised pork at today's banquet. Elder Zhang's gaze suddenly sharpened as he spotted a petite, exquisite young woman in the distant sky, slowly gliding through the air. Her eyes were as clear as lapis lazuli, and her aura was ethereal. Her snow-white, jade-like feet touched the air, delicate and adorable, truly captivating. Elder Zhang's heart gave a slight jolt as he realized he couldn't fathom this young girl's aura. He was a king stage cultivator, yet even he couldn't see through her. He instantly understood. Which Saint Stage cultivator was this? Just as Elder Zhang was taken aback, the young girl gave a faint smile and cast a soft beam of light toward the mountain gate below. Instantly, a wave of commotion and uproar rose from below, as if the crowd had reached the height of excitement. Soon, a whisper reached Elder Zhang's ears. Upon learning what treasure had been received down below, his pupils dilated in utter shock. He stared at the young girl in disbelief, instinctively swallowing hard. Then, a gentle breeze swept into her side, and he bowed slightly, saying, "Please forgive my rudeness, Saint Stage. May I ask your name so that the Gravity Guild may record this favor you've bestowed upon us?" The young woman let out a silvery, bell-like laugh. "Call me by Shang." After speaking, she took a light step with her jade-like feet and strolled toward the White Jade Immortal Stage. In preparation for future cooperation against the Martial Emperor, she held that man in high regard, and this gift had certainly cost her a fortune. By Shang, you say? This mystic realm is so vast, with powerful figures emerging one after another. Yet, despite my limited knowledge, this is the first time I've ever heard the name by Shang. Elder Zhang watched the stunning young woman's retreating figure, a hint of surprise in his heart. Immediately, an unprecedentedly loud and resounding call rang out from below, echoing throughout the Gravity Guild. By Shang present. Gift 1 Liang of Enlightenment Tea. White Sage present. Gift 1 Liang of Enlightenment Tea. To emphasize the solemnity of the occasion, the shouts outside the Gravity Guild's mountain gates were not only thunderous but were deliberately repeated 3 times. This ensured that every living being within a 10,000 li radius could hear them. It wasn't a matter of treating him differently from others, it was simply that this gift was too grand. It was so damn impressive. Sure enough, as the announcement rang out from outside the mountain gates, the many Mystic Realm powerhouses already waiting at the Gravity Guild's White Jade Immortal Stage immediately erupted in commotion. Holy shit! Enlightenment tea? Just for a wedding ceremony? Giving this? Is that really necessary? Who is this Bai Sheng? Has he lost his mind? You mean that enlightenment tea, the kind where a single sip brings the Tao into harmony with nature? Exactly. This tea is a supreme treasure of heaven and earth, incredibly rare.
Every qian used is one less.
Even the major transcendent powers, with their deep-rooted traditions and vast reserves accumulated over countless years, might not be able to scrape together even one liang.
I'm so jealous. So jealous. The already wealthy Chu Shang is getting even richer.
This enlightenment tea is so rare, a true rarity in this world. If there were a place to trade for it, I wouldn't be greedy. I'd settle for just one liang.
I'd gladly trade a saint-tier weapon for it. What are you thinking? Enlightenment tea has long since vanished from our mystic realm. You think a saint-tier weapon is enough to trade for one liang?
One Chen would be a stretch.
You talk as if you could actually find a place to trade for it.
This is the saint stage. Only the saint stage can be this extravagant.
Extravagant? Is your family so extravagant that you just give away enlightenment tea?
Though I don't know who this white saint is, I'm certain he must have a life and death bond with Chu Shang.
These powerhouses of the mystic realm were all stung by the remark.
One by one, their eyes gleamed with envy like rabbits.
Enlightenment tea. This is a whole liang of enlightenment tea. Do you even understand how valuable that is?
Legend has it that when brewed with the supreme spiritual spring, a single sip brings sudden enlightenment, 2 sips break through a cultivation realm, and 3 sips bring bliss like that of an immortal.
Unparalleled and extremely rare.
Apart from the treasuries of some ancient factions, it's virtually impossible for this to surface anywhere else. And now, for Bai Shang to present it as a congratulatory gift, he has truly given Chu Shang the utmost prestige. The elders of the Gravity Guild were all grinning from ear to ear. They hadn't expected that, even before they begun helping Emperor Chu Tian show off today, someone would be so supportive. Although it wasn't a gift for them, Emperor Chu Tian was marrying the guild master of their very own Gravity Guild. Giving face to Emperor Chu Tian was, after all, the same as giving face to the Gravity Guild.
What an honor!
White Sage, please take a seat. White Sage, this is your seat. Gazing toward the mountain gate, they saw a stunningly beautiful, petite young woman in a white dress, barefoot, stepping through the void as she approached. One by one, the elders scurried forward to greet her, escorting her to the white jade immortal stage high above the clouds, the prime spot on the immortal stage with the best view.
Although they didn't know Luna's background, just that single, hefty liang of enlightenment tea was enough.
Never mind the VIP seats, no one would dare object even if she sat at the head table.
He.
Hearing the buzz of conversation around her, people acting as if they'd never seen anything like this before, Luna's lips curled into a faint smile. Enlightenment tea isn't just rare in the mystic realm, even in the celestial demon realm, which is countless times vaster than the mystic realm, it's an absolute rarity. Even in this former demi-emperor stage, there were fewer than 5 liang of it. And this time, she had brought out a full liang.
You stinking man, this generous gift should settle our debt, right? Luna's peach blossom eyes sparkled as she looked down at the massive white jade immortal stage below.
Since the auspicious hour hadn't arrived yet, Chu hadn't made an appearance. Just thinking about the look of surprise on that man's face, the one who never stopped going on and on, filled Luna with an inexplicable sense of delight.
Ha!
She glanced again toward the edge of the celestial gate, and the smile on her lips grew even broader. Gone already? What a bunch of short-sighted fools. During her visit to the Gravity Guild, Luna had been in disguise and couldn't use her divine sense on a large scale, but the auras outside the mountain gates were still far too conspicuous. They were easily detectable. Outside the Gravity Guild's mountain gates, there were nearly 10 saint stage auras. Just moments ago, as the chant for the enlightenment tea echoed through the air, more than half of the saint stage cultivators turned on their heels and vanished without a trace. The few who remained also chose to leave after a moment's hesitation. They were all saint stage cultivators from the mystic realm. Some had arrived long ago but had chosen not to reveal their presence.
The reason was simple: as saint stage cultivators, they naturally intended to make their grand entrance as the finale.
If Chu Nt already reached the great saint stage, these saint stage cultivators wouldn't even have bothered to attend this modest wedding ceremony.
Who could have imagined that someone would present something as mind-blowing as enlightenment tea? How were they supposed to play the game now? Everyone has a competitive streak. They were all at the saint stage. If you're giving out enlightenment tea, don't I have to offer something of the same caliber?
It wasn't that they couldn't produce something on the level of enlightenment, it was simply not worth it. They weren't close enough, a token gift would have sufficed. But now that someone had given enlightenment, how could they just make a token gesture? Damn it all. It would have been better if they never even shown up. So these saint stage cultivators might as well pretend they never came. It's better than being forced into something they don't want. But in Luna's view, Shu was no ordinary person. His value far exceeded 1 or 2 Wu Dao Ts. He was worth at least 1 gene. Attending a wedding like this to show support was an excellent way to build connections. To give up on befriending him simply because of a desire to keep up with the Joneses would be an extremely foolish move. Luna snapped back to reality and suddenly spotted a figure appearing outside the mountain gate. She narrowed her eyes. Sima, great saint stage present. Wedding gift 3 Qian of enlightenment tea. A loud, resonant announcement suddenly rang out from outside the mountain gate. Someone else is offering enlightenment tea. Although it was only 3 Qian, it was still a substantial offering. Not to mention that the visitor was a great stage cultivator. Everyone's gaze turned in unison. At the far end of the sky, a man in blue robes, not particularly tall but with a sturdy build, approached, floating on a cloud with a warm smile on his face. Though he wasn't overweight, his round face exuded a friendly, approachable charm that made people instinctively feel drawn to him. Greetings, fellow Taoists. The man in blue walked over without a trace of arrogance, waving to everyone around him with an even brighter smile. Sima of the Great Saint Stage. We pay our respects to Sima of the Great Saint Stage. Ancestor, you've arrived. Instantly, the powerful figures from all the major transcendent factions present lowered their stances, responding to the man in blue with a bow. Among them, an elderly man approached with a wry smile, none other than the patriarch of the Sima clan. And this man in blue was none other than Sima Budo, the ancestor who had previously claimed to have severed ties with them. Sima Budo greeted everyone with a smile, then turned to Jiang, who had come forward to meet him, and apologized. I'm so sorry. My pockets are empty these days. I only have 3 Qian of enlightenment tea. I hope the fellow cultivators from the Gravity Guild 1 tea look down on it. Jiang quickly waved his hands, flattered and surprised. Not at all. Everyone here at Chongshin today is a distinguished guest. Sima Great Saint Stage, with such kindness on your part, how could we possibly turn it down? Ha ha ha. Sima Budo laughed and said, that is good. As soon as I arrived, I could feel the wonderful atmosphere here at the Gravity Guild. It really feels like home. As if remembering something, he announced to everyone around him, by the way, everyone, please don't call me Sima Great Saint Stage. I've changed my name, just call me Great Saint Stage. Sima. The group of Mystic Realm powerhouses. Luna. Veins were practically popping out of Sima's temples, and he couldn't help but say, Ancestor, stop messing around. The crisis in the Mystic Realm has already been resolved. Elder Xian has wiped out all the demons and monsters. With him holding the fort, even if all the warding arrays were gone and all 77 portals were wide open, not a single demon or monster would dare to emerge from over there. You don't need to be so cautious. Luna? What the heck? Who is Shen? All 77 portals are wide open. What on earth is going on? She knew all too well how crucial the warding array was to the Mystic Realm. Back when 3 warding arrays were destroyed, the Mystic Realm's primordial treasure was forced to reveal itself. If all 77 portals were breached, wouldn't she be fleeing for her life instead of standing here holding a wedding ceremony? She felt like she'd missed something, as if she'd been hiding away for thousands of years only to emerge and find the world had been turned upside down. Seeing her great-grandson approach, she waved him off dismissively. You don't know a damn thing. You wouldn't understand even if I explained it. Stay out of my business right now, we're not related. Let us just mind our own business. But. Enough with the buts. Get out of my way. Today is the Gravity Guild's big day. Don't force me to slap you right in the middle of the celebration, Sima Qi. Faced with an ancestor like this, Sima Qi was on the verge of tears. Ancestor, since we're not related, could you please give me the 3 Qian of enlightenment tea you just gave away? If I'm not mistaken, that was from the clan treasury.
Smack!
With a single slap, C sent Sima Chi flying. He then walked toward the immortal stage where Luna was standing, chuckling as he went, "Ha, my little brat at home is so unfilial I've made a spectacle of myself in front of everyone."
Go on, carry on. The entire venue fell silent.
So it turns out you really do have nothing to show for yourself. All along, the great saint stage had been seen in their eyes as something as prestigious as Chu.
Sia's appearance shattered their illusions. They never imagined a great saint stage cultivator could be so out of touch. C clearly didn't care about saving face. After arriving at the immortal stage arranged for him by the Gravity Guild, he glanced at Luna, leaned in, and said, "Huh? You look a bit unfamiliar, fellow Daoist." Luna replied coolly, "I've lived in seclusion for years and don't care for socializing." C nodded in understanding. Right. He suddenly asked, "If you don't care for socializing, why send such a valuable gift? Are you here to seek a partnership with this Saint Chu as well?"
Luna narrowed her eyes and looked at him. C gave her a mysterious raised eyebrow and a knowing look. "Don't worry, I'm in the same boat. The mystic realm is on the brink of collapse. We need to stick together. If that terrifying entity from the other side of the passageway attacks, we won't even know how we died."
Hearing this, Luna's heart stirred.
This human great saint stage cultivator seemed to know quite a bit about the situation in the celestial demon realm.
She replied calmly, "What makes you say that? Wasn't the chaos at the passageway already resolved?" C gave Luna a wink and whispered, "Are you really that naive, or are you just playing dumb?
Anyone who can produce a pot or two of enlightenment tea is at least a great saint stage cultivator. I don't believe you haven't been curious enough to sneak into that world on the other side to take a look.
Compared to that world, the mystic realm is just a nameless little realm."
The mystic realm used to be fine not because the warding array could contain it, but simply because there were far too many connected worlds on that side. The worlds blocked by the array were ones those tribes didn't bother to go to the trouble of breaking through. The resources possessed by the world on the other side far exceed our imagination.
If there is an opening into the mystic realm, it's better to prioritize exploring those worlds that can be entered directly.
That is precisely why our mystic realm has endured to this day.
But now, all 77 arrays have vanished overnight. The mystic realm simply lacks the resources to rebuild them, and demons and monsters could return at any moment. Xian stepping in once was already pushing the limit.
After that Emperor sword struck, I searched everywhere in the mystic realm afterward, but after that strike, there hasn't been a single trace of its presence.
Something's not right.
Xian is a man who cares deeply for the world and loves to do good deeds. If he had intervened, he would certainly have seen it through to the end and completely eliminated the threat to the passage. But he still hasn't shown up.
Do you get it?
Their world is too powerful. He has most likely already given up on the mystic realm.
If we don't get out of here now, we're done for. We're all fucking done for. C cut straight to the chase, revealing his true motive, to recruit her.
Ever since she emerged from the Tianwu minor realm, she kept a low profile and headed straight for the Gravity Guild, making no deliberate effort to investigate the status of the mystic realm warding array. Now, hearing C say this, she was still a bit dazed. C's words, combined with the buzzing discussions all around which kept mentioning the Emperor's sword and how it had slain all demons and monsters, helped Luna piece together a rough picture of what had happened. She was utterly shocked. She never imagined that the mystic realm had produced such a powerful figure, one who dared to act right under the martial emperor's nose and had temporarily resolved the threat to the passage.
Luna wholeheartedly agreed with his assessment.
She even knew of something even more terrifying. In the celestial demon realm, those tribes were actually nothing to worry about. The most terrifying threat was the martial emperor himself. Once the martial emperor appeared, everything would be reduced to ashes. However, there was one point on which she and C differed in their judgment. This Xian was most likely already in grave danger by now, having been slain by the martial emperor. With him gone, he could naturally no longer protect the mystic realm.
Seeing the shock flicker in Luna's peach blossom eyes, C smiled and nodded. "So, do you understand now, fellow Taoist? Shall we team up and make a run for it?"
I've already made contact with several fellow Taoists.
When the time comes, we'll find a small world to establish our own sect. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Luna didn't respond, but asked instead, then why did you seek out fellow Taoist Chu?
She smiled faintly and said, naturally, for the same reason as you. I've seen fellow Taoist Chu in action. He is only slightly inferior to me, but judging by his vitality, spirit, and energy, he is very young and has a long lifespan. If we're going to team up and make our mark in other worlds, we certainly want to settle for some small world. We need to find one that is at least as good as the mystic realm. If our strength isn't up to par, we'll get our asses kicked. Fellow Taoist Chu is a very suitable partner. Hearing this, Luna found herself nodding involuntarily. This jerk, though arrogant, narcissistic, and domineering, was undeniably powerful. Even in the celestial demon realm, he'd be a prodigy capable of competing for a spot in the top 10 among his peers. She was skeptical of CS words. She believed that based on Chu's ability to find her twice, along with his immense, deep-rooted power, he was at the very least stronger than C, who was more interested in fleecing juniors than in obtaining 3 chin of enlightenment T. Boom! Just as the two were talking, a thunderous roar echoed from the cloud platform below. Accompanied by a muffled thud, endless celestial blossoms, wondrous lights, divine phoenixes, and auspicious omens transformed into shimmering shadows, drifting through the void. From the 9 heavens above, celestial music echoed, shaking the very heavens. The auspicious hour is upon us. Your presence here, having traveled from afar, truly graces this humble gathering. The Gravity Guild extends its deepest gratitude to all fellow cultivators. John, dressed in festive robes and exuding an air of divine grace, bowed slightly to those present. He was so excited his heart was pounding like a drum. Every cell in his body was screaming. Hurry! Hurry the hell up and reveal it! Our Gravity Guild's Chu Sheng is the absolute best. Emperor Sword, come forth! Everyone, stand up! Roar, roar, roar! No, we've got to follow protocol. I need to build up these guys' anticipation first. I don't want to get so excited I wet myself later. John forced himself to suppress his excitement, pulled out a black scroll covered in dense mystic realm script, stared intently at it, cleared his throat, and continued, on this grand occasion, witnessed by heaven and earth, all of the mystic realm. Just as he was about to launch into a long-winded, rambling speech and the mystic realm powerhouses above were starting to yawn. Cut the nonsense. Everyone here is a guest of mine, Chu. Eat and drink to your heart's content. Suddenly, a faint voice drifted down from the sky. All the mystic realm powerhouses present perked up. Clap, 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 clap. Instantly, thunderous applause erupted from all directions. Snort. Hearing this, Luna couldn't help but cover her mouth with her delicate hand and giggle softly. John looked a bit embarrassed. He opened his mouth, exchanged a glance with the elders beside him who were also holding copies of their densely written speeches, and couldn't help but let out a wry smile. Chu Tiandi truly did march to the beat of his own drum. Our council of elders had spent days and days writing these speeches, meticulously crafting every word, citing classical texts, and covering everything from the sages of the mystic realm's ancient era to the essence of the harmonious ways practiced by the various schools of the mystic realm today. They were convinced their words were deeply moving and earth-shaking. While proofreading, they even shed tears reading those pearls of wisdom and thought-provoking passages. They were absolutely certain that after hearing their proclamation, the guests would be deeply moved. The towering, radiant image of Emperor Chu Tian, the savior of the mystic realm, relied entirely on this flattery. But plans don't always go as expected. It had only just begun, and they never imagined Emperor Chu Tian would be so down to earth. A simple eat well and drink well left him and the council of elders completely dumbfounded. They all stood there frozen. But if we don't finish all this flattery, how can we highlight your Majesty's majestic image as the savior of all beings in the mystic realm? This was the most crucial part of the show-off plan they meticulously prepared. They hadn't even started their opening act, and their chanting was already interrupted. How are we supposed to play this now? How are we supposed to pull this off? The council of elders turned to Jiang. Jiang gave a wry smile and waved his hand, do as Emperor Chu Tian instructed.
We'll have to wait a bit longer for the auspicious hour. First, serve our distinguished guests some food and drink, and treat them with the utmost hospitality."
The elders nodded and immediately mobilized the disciples of the Gravity Guild to get to work. Soon, a variety of exquisitely prepared dishes appealing to the eye, nose, and palate were served onto the guests' cloud platform tables. In addition to the delicious dishes, each guest was presented with a teacup covered by a lid made of mysterious black sand.
"This guy can be quite amusing at times."
Luna recalled Chua's carefree tone from earlier. She pursed her red lips and smiled sweetly. Her slender hand reached across the table, casually picking up the teacup in front of her. She gently lifted the lid just a crack, and a strange fragrance wafted through the gap to her nostrils. Her peach blossom eyes suddenly widened, and she was struck as if by a thunderbolt.
Luna stood frozen in place, still holding the teacup.
Wisp after wisp of tea fragrance lingered around her nose, like mist that refused to dissipate. She felt a cool breeze wash over her, cleansing the dust from her heart and leaving her feeling refreshed and at peace. This is. In disbelief, she looked down at the tea inside the cup. The tea was crystal clear, and ripples of Taoist patterns naturally formed in concentric circles on the surface, revealing countless profound principles. But what was most astonishing were the tea leaves at the bottom of the cup. They were a deep, ink green color, as translucent and lustrous as jade. She knew these tea leaves all too well and recognized them at a glance.
Enlightenment tea? A whole chan in such a tiny teacup? Are you out of your mind? Don't you have a life anymore?
Her pupils dilated slightly, and she gasped in shock. In the celestial demon realm, the proper way to use a chen of enlightenment tea was to place it in a specially crafted large vat, steep it in top-grade spiritual spring water for 99 days, and thus obtain a vat of enlightenment divine spring water.
And yet, in this fist-sized teacup she was holding, there was actually 1 chen of enlightenment tea. What a waste of a heavenly treasure! Before Luna could think any further, she heard a friendly voice by her ear. "Fellow Taoist Bai, are you going to drink this tea? I'm a little thirsty." Si, sitting next to her, wiped the tip of his nose with his finger and asked apologetically, "Sorry." Luna's eyes flashed as she looked at Si. This human at the great saint stage, could he have noticed something was off about my tea? Her gaze fell on Si's table. The sumptuous feast remained untouched, but that teacup, well, he was cradling it like a treasure, his fingers clenched so tightly that the veins were standing out. "Don't you have some yourself?" Under Luna's intense stare, Si's face flushed red. He flashed a row of white teeth, hurriedly lifted the lid, tilted the bowl, and gulped down the tea in one go. What was even more outrageous was that after finishing the tea, the old man stuck his tongue inside the bowl, licking it completely clean, then scooped up the remaining enlightenment tea and swallowed it whole. Crunch, crunch, crunch. It was like a starving ghost reincarnated. He devoured it with wild abandon. Luna. After finishing his feast, Si's eyes immediately lit up. "It's all gone now, and I'm still thirsty." "If you don't want to drink it." "No way, I refuse." Luna clutched her teacup tightly and shot him a wary glance. Could it be that this old guy also had 1 chen of enlightenment tea in his cup? She suddenly realized something. Was this Chu guy really that generous? Si and I both gave him enlightenment tea, so he is returning the favor by treating us? That's thoughtful of him. But the thing is, enlightenment tea is meant to be stored as a reserve, not for drinking. But soon, both Luna and Si's faces froze. Holy shit! Holy shit! This TS wrong. Fellow cultivators, this TS wrong. Wrong? What's wrong with it? It's just a bowl of tea. Holy shit! This tea, gulp, 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 enlightenment tea. It's enlightenment tea. Holy crap! A chorus of startled cries rang out. Luna looked over and saw the Mystic Realm powerhouses who just moments ago had been sitting upright on the cloud platforms, looking so dignified, now howling in chaos, tumbling all over the place. Some, disregarding their dignity, cradled their teacups with the utmost care, as if holding a beloved wife. Others, their eyes gleaming with excitement, covered their sleeves to hide the teacups behind their robes. Still others looked around, fixing their gaze on those who hadn't drunk the tea yet,
hoping to pull a fast one on their fellow cultivators just like C had. Unfortunately, the cries of "holy shit" filled the entire hall. This caused everyone else who hadn't been paying attention to pick up their tea bowls and take a closer look. And then all hell broke loose. The eyes of every Mystic Realm powerhouse lit up. Enlightenment tea. Enlightenment tea. Enlightenment tea. This is actually enlightenment tea. Every single one of the hundreds of people here today has some. Is this even something a human being would do? Upon realizing they were being served enlightenment tea, many people didn't bother with formalities. They hurriedly lifted their cups and downed them in a series of loud gulps. Then, some began breaking through cultivation barriers, while others attained enlightenment. The sky, which had been bustling with noise just moments ago, instantly fell silent by more than half, leaving only the dazzling, otherworldly phenomena arising from enlightenment like auspicious omens. Enlightenment tea? Where did it come from? The Council of Elders was dumbfounded. They hadn't arranged for this at all. Wait, even if they had, how could they possibly arrange for such a sacred artifact? Soon, they snapped out of it and realized just how foolish they'd been. This is Emperor Chu Tian, after all. Everything he says carries deep meaning. How could it be that simple? This must have been Emperor Chu Tian's doing, right? I don't know if they ate well, but everyone was practically drinking their way to heaven. Jiang trembled as he held the enlightenment tea for everyone? I'm blown away. Blown away. So epic. Those who didn't come today are going to regret it for the rest of their lives. He downed a gulp of tea. The effect was incredible. Jiang attained enlightenment right then and there. Even if they helped Chu recite his show-off speech 10,000 times, it wouldn't have been as satisfying or direct as giving everyone a bowl of enlightenment tea. What the hell is enlightenment tea? Who knows how many people will attain enlightenment or break through their cultivation realms today? Even if the Emperor's sword incident hadn't been exposed, this act of kindness alone would be enough for every powerful cultivator from the mystic realm present today to remember for the rest of their lives. He nudged Elder Zhang, who was sipping his tea in small sips beside him, with his shoulder, filled with emotion. Old Zhang, do you get it now? What grand vision? This is. However, at that moment, no one was paying the slightest attention to this breathtaking scene. Even C had slipped away without anyone noticing. Luna saw the old man run over to Sima Qi, who was holding a cup of enlightenment tea and had entered a state of meditation. The old man was dangling a teapot filled with spirit spring water, continuously pouring it into Sima Qi's teacup, then chugging it all down in one gulp. Gulp, gulp, gulp. In just a moment, she downed 5 full bowls of that precious Qian enlightenment tea, taking full advantage of the situation. Never mind. This is a rare opportunity. I'm drinking too. She took a deep breath and, without hesitation, drained the tea in her bowl in one gulp, then began her meditation. Before she knew it, the auspicious hour had arrived. Many were still deeply immersed in their state of enlightenment, unable to pull themselves away. Chu arrived quietly at that moment, leading Qin by the hand. Chu was as strikingly handsome as ever. Today he wore a pale purple robe adorned with swirling stars and outlined with Yongzhen embroidery, looking as if a deity had descended to earth. His gaze swept across the crowd, a hint of a smile flickering in his eyes. Not bad. My hunch was right. He had served these guests the enlightenment tea not to show off, but to verify his own hypothesis. The vast majority of the mystic realm powerhouses present today were among the realm's top-tier warriors. After consuming the enlightenment tea, quite a few of them had achieved breakthroughs. With each breakthrough, the mystic realm essence within the star pearl on the eternal gate increased by a fraction. Accumulated over time, the amount was quite substantial. Chu did a quick calculation. If he could accumulate enough essence to fill half a bar, he might just be able to push the gate open completely. Opening even a small crack would mean advancing from the Emperor stage to the Emperor stage. And if he opened it all the way, wouldn't he just skyrocket? All he had to pay for it was a mere few gene of enlightenment tea. It was an absolute steal. He had so much enlightenment tea that he even used it to soak his feet. He didn't even know what was so special about it. What surprised Chu even more was
At that very moment, a system notification suddenly rang in his ears.
Good news, host has successfully won the hearts of the people, is deeply beloved by the mystic realm as powerful figures, and aligns with the path of a villain.
Reward, 10 metric tons of enlightenment tea.
The fated protagonist, the martial emperor, has suffered a sudden misfortune. His fortune has been damaged, and his fate points have been reduced by 30,000.
You have obtained 1 destiny chest.
The fated protagonist, the martial emperor, has faced a life or death crisis. His fortune has been damaged, and his fate points have been reduced by 50,000.
You have obtained 1 destiny chest.
At that moment, 3 system notifications rang out in Chu's ears.
Chu narrowed his eyes. What the hell was that first message? Win over hearts and minds? I was just conducting an experiment. How does that count as winning over hearts and minds? Do I even need to?
I'm just as handsome as the readers. Even if I just stood there doing nothing, people would still throw themselves at me.
Do I need to? And good news? You dog of a system, is this the emotional value you're offering me?
Chu felt a new pile of emerald green leaves appear in his sea of consciousness and was utterly speechless. I'd barely managed to give away a few gene of this enlightenment tea, and now you've dumped 10 metric tons on me.
Forget soaking my feet, I wouldn't even be able to use it all up for a bath.
Esteemed host, the martial emperor has gone off the deep end. The system acted like a clueless fool, hastily changing the subject. A thought struck Chu, and he shifted his attention to another message. The martial emperor has gone off the deep end. His fate points dropped by 80,000 in the blink of an eye. What the hell just happened? Could it be that the immortal tear scroll has taken effect? Glancing around, he saw that most people in the arena were still immersed in their enlightenment. Keeping his composure, he randomly projected his Emperor's stage divine sense into a passageway within the mystic realm and plunged straight in. After passing through the passageway, Chu was stunned. Complete darkness lay ahead. His Emperor's stage divine sense felt as if it had landed on an abandoned planet in a desolate universe. His perception was filled with nothing but fucking storms. The energy was chaotic as hell. Was this immortal tear scroll a nuclear bomb? How did it turn the place over there into a mess even worse than Shori Island? Chu quickly withdrew his Emperor's stage divine sense. In this situation, forget about finding the martial emperor. He couldn't find a damn thing. Imagine a massive typhoon sweeping in. You'd have to run all the way back from your office in another city to your beloved hometown, which has been blown sky high, and then find the pair of underwear you left out to dry on the balcony that got blown away. How much effort would that take? It's just too much trouble. Better to wait until the storm on the other side dies down. With the Emperor's stage's divine sense withdrawn, Chu finally understood why no demons or monsters had been coming through the mystic realm passage from the other side lately. 77 portals may seem like a lot, but in reality, they're mostly concentrated in a single area of the otherworld. With the otherworld on the brink of apocalypse, no wonder hardly anyone's come over these past few days. Could it be that the otherworld blew up not long after I stepped out of the portal a few days ago? Chu pondered this, thinking that the martial emperor was truly a scoundrel for doing something so outrageous that it provoked the wrath of both heaven and earth. He vowed to teach him a proper lesson the next time they met. By this time, the first group of mystic realm powerhouses who had fallen into a state of enlightenment were gradually waking up. Their faces were lit with surprise and delight, and they cradled their teacups as if they were holding the urns of their ancestors with the utmost care and reverence. Holy Chu, I bow before you. I have no way to repay today's kindness. Should you ever need anything in the future, just say the word. I'll go through fire and water without hesitation. Suddenly, a loud, resonant shout rang in his ears. Chu looked over and saw a burly man on the cloud platform, his eyes blazing with divine light, his entire demeanor transformed as if he'd been reborn. At that moment, he leaped down from the platform, knelt on one knee from a distance facing Chu, clasped his fists together, and his tiger-like eyes shone with intensity. Ji was already at the king's stage. With this enlightenment, he might just have a chance to become a saint. At that moment, Sheena's voice reached his ears, tinged with a hint of envy. Becoming a saint. It had once been within Arm's reach, yet because of Gu, it had become a distant dream, one that often left her filled with regret. Now, seeing Ji's current state, her mind was racing with thoughts.
I, Guan Xingzi, will forever cherish the kindness of Saint Chu. Should Saint Chu ever need anything in the future, the star-picking tower will always be here. Thank you, Saint Chu. I've finally broken through. After being stuck at the late king stage for 300 years, I've finally achieved great success today. I now have hope of attaining sainthood in the future, all thanks to your enlightenment tea. Ji awoke from her epiphany, and the other powerful cultivators began to awaken one after another, their faces flushed with vitality as they followed Ji's lead in expressing their gratitude. Some among them had grasped profound teachings through the enlightenment tea, others had broken through the shackles that had plagued them for years, and some even sensed they were on the verge of becoming saints. Before long after today, the mystic realm would gain at least 3 or 5 new saint stage cultivators. This was both a blessing and a matter of karma. And what had they done? Nothing at all. Hadn't they simply come for a meal and given an ordinary gift? Who in the mystic realm hasn't gone through this kind of ordinary social interaction 1,000 or 800 times? No one expected to gain anything from it. It's unrealistic. But damn it, he actually treated me to enlightenment tea. Is there any justice or law left in this world? We're not even close. What right do I have to drink enlightenment tea? And it's enlightenment tea that costs 1 coin per person. This kind of thing should only happen in dreams, okay? All the mystic realm powerhouses who drank the enlightenment tea were now filled with immense gratitude toward Chu, and at that moment, they were deeply regretting their decision from the bottom of their hearts. I really should be dead. Why didn't I just send over my sect's most treasured resources? Chu Shang got totally ripped off. I feel bad for him. Luna was deeply moved by this scene. Although the enlightenment tea wasn't of much use to her, it was extremely valuable to her younger sister, so she was bound to owe him a favor. She suddenly froze. Wait, I came here today to give 3 qian of enlightenment tea. How come I drank 1 qian and now owe another favor? Luna was a bit baffled. She felt something wasn't quite right, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. Chu, watching the mystic realm powerhouses one by one float up into the sky from the cloud platform, smiled faintly and said, everyone, take your seats. It's standard procedure, nothing to make a fuss about. C immediately chimed in, right. Chu Sheng's auspicious hour has arrived. Sima Qi, you little brat, sit down properly right now, don't make a fool of yourself. Sima Qi's face turned bright red. Watching his own ancestral master snatch the enlightenment tea from his teacup and run off, he completely lost his composure. This ancestral master was getting more and more shameless, drinking my tea, snatching it from me, and then running off. If it weren't for the fact that you're my ancestor, I'd cut ties with you right here and now. As soon as Chu finished speaking, all the mystic realm powerhouses present obeyed without exception, obediently returning to their original seats. Jiang stepped forward once more. He gave Chu a slight nod, seeking his approval. Chu nodded slightly. Jiang rubbed his hands together expectantly and announced, very well, the wedding ceremony will now officially begin. For today's wedding ceremony of the Chu sage, we will perform an ancient ritual that has been passed down for generations in our gravity guild, the Union of the Twin Swords. The Council of Elders was now buzzing with excitement. Although their show-off routine had been interrupted, they still had to pull out their ultimate move. Even if the effect was slightly less impressive than they anticipated, it was sure to blind everyone's eyes. C frowned and asked, Union of the Twin Swords? What kind of ritual is that? Isn't a wedding ceremony just about conjuring some supernatural phenomena to let the Tao of Heaven bear witness to the union? The other powerhouses from the mystic realm were also a bit baffled. But since they accepted the hospitality, no one would be so foolish as to step forward and question it at this moment. Jiang said expectantly, I'm sure you're all puzzled. The so-called Union of the Twin Swords refers to drawing 2 divine swords from their sheaths, symbolizing that as long as the 2 of us are together, we can unleash even greater power, a sight that even the Tao of Heaven would approve of. The other powerhouses were still baffled, but considering it was Chu Sheng's wedding ceremony, they assumed there must be a deeper meaning, so they could only nod in agreement. That is certainly a rather unusual ritual. Chu looked up at the sky. Is that it?
He de-asked the Council of Elders to make an appearance purely because Jiang and the others had previously spoken in mysterious terms about giving him a surprise.
And this is all they got to show for it? Your imagination seems a bit lacking. She furrowed her brow slightly, sensing something was amiss. Husband, shall I go stop them from making a fool of themselves? Shu glanced at Qin.
Qin's features were ethereally beautiful, her phoenix-like eyes burning with intensity. Her wedding gown was as dazzling as a cloud of dawn, and the exquisite embroidery shimmered with a magnificent luster in the light, as if she were draped in the morning glow from the horizon. Even with her brow furrowed, she remained breathtakingly beautiful, exuding a captivating charm like a fully ripened peony that made one want to hold her close and caress her. He smiled and waved his hand.
No need. It's our wedding day, a little chaos won't hurt.
By the way, the wedding ceremony was disrupted earlier due to certain circumstances, and I know you were put through a lot.
I've prepared a little something for you.
Earlier, during the wedding ceremony, he'd been too busy chasing the Eternal Gate, and then the martial emperor had ruined the ceremony. He'd settled the score with him sooner or later. The only one who'd been wronged was Qin. A child who doesn't cry or make a fuss shouldn't be left without candy.
A little something? It's okay, I wasn't thinking that much of it.
Qin gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear with her delicate hand. Her clear, flawless face radiated a radiant glow. This exquisite woman, whose inner character had been meticulously sculpted by the passage of time, understood the true meaning of contentment. By this point, Jiang had learned from his previous mistake.
After a brief explanation, he cut to the chase and announced in a loud voice, "Now let the ceremony begin. Xu Sheng, draw your sword.
Pavilion Master, draw your sword."
Xu took a step forward. Come.
His purple star robe fluttered without a breeze as he raised his hand in a graceful, effortless gesture. Above the heavens, all the clouds suddenly swirled upward, forming a vortex. At the center of the vortex, a golden sacred bridge plummeted downward.
The resplendent golden bridge stretched a direct line through the vortex in the sky as it plummeted downward.
This sacred bridge was a vision that countless powerful beings in the mystic realm had longed for.
The bridge to sainthood.
Once the bridge to sainthood was activated and recognized by the Tao of Heaven, one could ascend to the saint stage, undergoing a complete transformation. From that point onward, not only would one's lifespan reach 10,000 years, one's physical body can even briefly withstand the void storms to journey to other worlds. This means that if a world faces a catastrophic disaster, a saint stage cultivator can at least escape.
This is the gap between the saint stage and the king stage.
In the mystic realm, the king stage is certainly impressive, but in the presence of a saint stage cultivator, you can only humbly play second fiddle.
CS eyes widened. The bridge of sainthood? What blind fool would summon the bridge of sainthood on such a joyous occasion as someone's wedding?
Luna, however, paused, hesitating. It seems that Guy summoned it himself.
Jiang stood frozen in place, his gaze vacant. The bridge of sainthood? No isn't a time to draw the sword? Emperor Chu Tian, what are you doing? Why aren't you playing by the rules again? Elder Zhang stood beside him, equally dumbfounded. The bridge of ascension, such a supreme phenomenon, can it really be summoned? I've seen it all now, I've seen it all. Elder Sun also stared blankly. Why did Emperor Chu Tian summon the bridge of ascension? Could it be that he wants to, but the guild master has already?
Everyone turned their gaze toward Qin. Since Xu Sheng had already attained sainthood, he certainly couldn't be using the bridge of sainthood for himself. It must have been summoned for someone else. But who in the Gravity Guild didn't know that Qin had suffered a severe injury, cutting off her path forward? Even if she could activate the bridge of sainthood, the Tao of Heaven would never consent to such recklessness. The moment Qin saw the bridge of ascension, her slender frame trembled. With tears welling in her eyes, she gently embraced Chu and said, "My husband, you are so thoughtful. I accept your kindness, but even if the bridge of ascension were to descend, my current body could not withstand it, nor would the Tao of Heaven approve of my ascension to the path of the saints." She never expected that the little thing Chu had mentioned would actually be the bridge to sainthood. She was deeply moved. The inability to attain sainthood had always been her deepest obsession. It was also the true reason she had willingly accepted the role of a concubine. Yet now, this man who had always been carefree and seemed to take nothing to heart had given her a surprise right at their wedding ceremony. The bridge to sainthood. Even if it was just a glimpse, even if it appeared solely for her, it was enough to move Qin to the very depths of her heart. At that moment, her feelings for Chu reached their peak. Qin's affection for you has reached maximum. Hidden quest completion rate, 300%. The hidden quest has been automatically completed. You have obtained the flawless gift pack. Do you wish to open it? Ha! When Chu received this notification, he almost forgot that there was still a hidden quest left to complete. He picked up this Changsheng bridge on a whim while wandering around with Gu earlier. It was useless to him, so he figured he might as well give it to Qin. He never expected that a spur-of-the-moment decision would actually max out this hidden quest. The body in his arms felt as soft as jade, smooth and warm. Chu smiled at her and said, "Don't say that. You can handle even me. How could you possibly not handle a mere bridge to sainthood? Just do as I say." His tone left no room for doubt, causing Qin's heart to skip a beat. She knew Chu's capabilities when he spoke like that. He certainly wasn't joking. But even if her injuries could be healed, she still couldn't get past the Tao of Heaven. At that moment, the resplendent, golden bridge to sainthood in the sky had already descended to a point less than 100 meters above Qin, and was about to connect with her. Luna's peach blossom eyes sparkled. That guy isn't really planning to give the bridge to sainthood to this woman, is he? It'll destroy her. Qin faced two major obstacles on the path to sainthood. First, her constitution was flawed, she couldn't withstand it. Second, the Tao of Heaven would not compromise. Given this guy's flamboyant style, he might have a way to resolve the first issue, but how could he solve the second? The Tao of Heaven was the supreme will, strictly adhering to the rules of the world. What was even more terrifying was that a conflict with the Tao of Heaven would invite hostility from all Taos of Heaven. Wherever she went in that world, she would face major trouble. Although the Tao of the mystic realm is nowhere near as formidable as that of the celestial demon realm, even at the peak of her power, she would never lightly go against the Tao. The sacred bridge is descending. What on earth is fellow Taoist Chu thinking? C, who had been acting erratically all along, now wore an extremely grave expression. Rumble, rumble, rumble. However, no matter what the crowd present might think, the bridge of sainthood had come crashing down. It landed directly on top of Qin's head. Golden light bathed her clear, flawless face, making her appear sacred and elegant. Sect Master. Jiang and the others clenched their fists, filled with anxiety. Fortunately, they trusted Chu. This was Chu Tiandi, an invincible figure at the demi-emperor stage. He must have had his reasons for doing this. Qin also gently closed her phoenix-like eyes. Although Chu had summoned the bridge of sainthood, she could interrupt it at any moment if she wished. She chose, at this very moment, to trust Chu unreservedly. Seeing this, Chu's lips curved into a smile. He patted her on the shoulder, and the chaos scripture within his body began to circulate effortlessly. As a god-tier cultivation technique, the chaos scripture possessed countless wondrous applications. After circulating through Qin's body just once, all her hidden injuries vanished without a trace. The golden light from the bridge to sainthood sank into the top of Qin's head. Her entire slender form shone like lapis lazuli, and a powerful aura erupted from her. She was ascending to the saint stage. It would take no more than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn for her to become a saint. Whoosh! Just then, a violent tearing sound suddenly echoed from the heavens. Then, a dazzling divine might enough to make everyone present turn pale crashed down from above. The way of heaven manifests. We're done for. C choked on his words, let out a roar, then took a swift step and ducked beneath the cloud platform, crouching there. The other mystic realm powerhouses were also thrown into chaos at that moment. Although the vast majority of the powerhouses present often spoke of the way of heaven, very few had actually experienced its terrifying might. It was a completely different kind of pressure from that emitted by cultivators. It was cold, rigid, and merciless, like a wolf king that ruled over all beasts. Everyone swept by it felt as though they were salted fish locked away in an ice cellar for over a decade. Faced with such a vast disparity in the food chain, it was impossible for them not to shiver uncontrollably.
We meet again.
You worthless way of heaven. Chu shot the Tao of Heaven a glance and raised his hand.
The last time he encountered the Tao of Heaven through the great heavenly mandate talisman, although the Tao of Heaven hadn't deliberately shown it, he still keenly sensed that it seemed to fear him just a little. Since it fears me, I won't hold back. Instantly.
A golden holy sword, ablaze with resplendent heavenly might, shot skyward. That terrifying sword aura, bolstered by Chu's imperial might, borrowed the tiger's might to the fox's advantage, sweeping through the void with a mighty roar. With the appearance of this golden holy sword, the cold, terrifying pressure in the void suddenly faltered, as if momentarily stunned.
Someone dares to resist? And this person, their aura seems very familiar? Holy shit! It's that god of slaughter who killed my chosen one. Run! Run! Run!
Even setting aside the previous incident, the Tao of Heaven seemed to possess a sentient spirit and had an innate fear of Chu. In the next instant, that intimidating pressure receded like a tide.
The golden lapis lazuli light surrounding Qin grew ever more perfect, and he instantly attained sainthood. Luna? See? Mystic Realm Powerhouse? Chu? He just ran away? What the hell?
All I did was call you trash.
He never expected the Tao of Heaven to actually run away. This guy isn't like a wolf king, he is more like a husky. Everyone gasped in shock.
No one could have imagined the situation would take such a turn. As the Tao of Heaven receded like a tide, the golden light surrounding Qin gradually faded, yet her aura grew ever more perfect and complete.
Qin has attained sainthood.
Having fulfilled her wish, Qin's eyes welled up with tears. She gazed at Chu with love-struck eyes and whispered gratefully, "Thank you, my husband." Chu laughed heartily, wrapped his arms around her, and murmured, "How do I repay you?"
Qin's pretty face flushed, and she whispered back, "The wedding ceremony isn't over yet. We'll talk about it later."
No one noticed the couple's little moment of romance.
Because what had just happened was just too damn crazy. Folks, who would believe this? I just saw someone chase the Tao of Heaven away like a stray dog.
Witnessing this scene, everyone was stunned. Ji couldn't help but murmur in awe, so this is what the union of the twin swords ceremony is like, truly worthy of the holy Chu.
Hearing this, Luna's mouth twitched.
That clearly wasn't some ridiculous ritual, even a blind person could tell that. Even so, a strange emotion inexplicably welled up inside her at that moment.
This stinking man seemed a bit different from the one she'd known before.
He was actually willing to offend the Tao of Heaven just for a king stage.
Look!
The characters engraved on that sword.
Just as everyone was left dumbfounded,
Jiang let out a shriek, her whole body trembling, eyes wide with shock, as she pointed at the Emperor's sword. Although Jiang's acting was over the top, the effect was truly explosive. Everyone had been immersed in the shock of the Tao of Heaven vanishing after just 2 casual words from Chu.
Reminded by Jiang, everyone instinctively glanced at the sword. Ha! Ha!
Why does this sword look so familiar? Once they saw it, they couldn't look away. The blade, the hilt, and that sheen. Soon, Elder Zhang, who had been prepared all along, was the first to realize what was happening. His face flushed crimson in an instant, and he pointed at the sword, shouting, "The Emperor's sword!
This is the Emperor's sword!"
Zhai Xingzi's body shook violently as he shouted in disbelief, "What the?
Xu Shenghe is actually Xian. Xu Sheng is Xian."
The powerhouses of the mystic realm were all stunned after recognizing the Emperor's sword. They never in a million years expected to see the Emperor's sword, the blade that had slain all demons and monsters, right here in the Gravity Guild.
He hurriedly added, "I knew it."
Saint Chu was clearly dignified and extraordinary, truly first-rate among mortals.
Compared to him, I'm like a firefly next to the full moon. Luna was stunned as well. Xian, that jerk, was actually at the Demi-Emperor stage too. Was this the identity he'd been hiding all along?
Just thinking about it made her face flush a little more for no apparent reason. They were both at the demi-emperor stage. No wonder Shi Di failed time and again when Shi Di tried to outmaneuver Chu before. In the end, Shi Di been far too careless.
He D hidden it so well. Thank goodness she hadn't gone head to head with him back when the primordial treasure appeared.
Thinking back to when the primordial treasure had emerged, Shi Di only briefly tested Chu's limits without directly attacking him, and a sense of relief welled up in Luna's heart. If Shi Di struck back then with that guy wielding the primordial treasure and already at the demi-emperor stage, a head-on clash would VE left her barely escaping, while the blue ox would V ended up as roast beef. Sheen had known Chu's true identity all along now. She puffed out her chest with inexplicable pride, her magnificent curves nearly bursting through her wedding gown, which shimmered like a cloud of dawn. Chu, having witnessed Sheen's ascension to sainthood, shifted his gaze away and heard the gasps of astonishment all around him. With a flick of his wrist, the Emperor's sword, like a fawning dog responding to its master's call, scurried back and dived into Chu's divine sea. He remained silent. At that moment, Sheen's lips parted slightly, and her voice echoed throughout the hall, "My husband, he isn't Xian."
Not Xian?
Those words struck like a bolt of lightning out of the blue. Everyone turned to look at her in disbelief. Seeing Qin speak, Chu stood beside her. He did not speak up to refute her, but merely nodded faintly.
Is it really not him? Could it be that our mystic realm actually has someone at the demi-emperor stage? This caused everyone present to question the very fabric of reality. Guan Xingzi stammered, "If it's not Xian, then who else could it be? Your power is undoubtedly at the demi-emperor stage. That single sword strike that wiped out the demons I've even dreamed of you while cultivating." Ji took a deep breath. He was even more direct, making a move as if to kneel on both knees. "No matter who you are, Holy Chu, you once saved the mystic realm from the brink of disaster. That is a fact. Please accept this bow from Ji." Elder Sun panicked. Everyone else had already stolen the spotlight. It was finally his turn, so why was someone else hijacking his scene? "I'd been rehearsing this moment for days." He immediately performed an extremely practiced sliding kneel. "Thank you, Heavenly Emperor Chu, for your great mercy. I, Sun Miao, will be the first to kowtow to you." Thud, 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 thud. Ji stood there dumbfounded, watching Elder Sun steal the show, and immediately hurried to kneel down as well. Someone had taken the lead. At a time like this, anyone who didn't kneel would be in an awkward position. Not to mention, thanks to the favor of the Enlightenment tea earlier, quite a few people had already been itching to kowtow. Now that they knew Chu was not only at the demi-emperor stage but also the great savior of the mystic realm, they had even less hesitation. Instantly, a wave of people knelt down, throwing the wedding ceremony into complete chaos. "Husband, what are we going to do?" Qin, who had already reached the saint stage, looked out over the entire White Jade Immortal stage area. Everyone was on their knees except for the two saint stage cultivators on the cloud platform at the very top who had come to witness the ceremony. Chu smiled and waved his hand. "It's fine. Just call me Chu Tiandi and don't get it wrong again. The name Chu Sheng didn't sound right. And that sissy Xian, he didn't want anything to do with him either. Chu Tiandi, that name was just right. It had a tiny bit of dominance and a tiny bit of arrogance. Perfect for the role of a villain." Hearing him say this, all eyes instantly turned toward the sky. Chu Tiandi, huh? They silently committed the title to memory. No one had the guts to actually inquire about Chu's background. Nor was there any need to. Just look at the might of that single strike from the Emperor's sword. If Emperor Chu had set his sights on them, they'd have been finished long ago. All they could do was kneel and sing a grateful heart. "Emperor Chu, it's all C's fault. It was his nonsense that led us to mistake you for someone else." At that moment, an overzealous individual named Sima Qi stepped forward to point the finger. C, sitting at the head of the table with an embarrassed expression, now realized he misidentified the person earlier. "What? How could we have mistaken him? Xian is also carrying the Emperor's sword. This is a grave sin." C muttered to himself. "This is a major affair. Such a great merit as saving all sentient beings nearly vanished in the blink of an eye because of a few words he spoke.
If the Emperor of Chu were to hold this against him, he'd be torn to pieces on the spot.
Emperor Chu, it's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding.
He hurriedly flung back his sleeves and rushed down from the highest immortal stage in the heavens. You little brat, Sima Qi, don't go spreading false rumors here. I had no idea our mystic realm still had such a selfless demi-emperor stage cultivator secretly governing the universe and protecting all sentient beings.
Xi let out a loud shout, showering him with flattery. This is my fault, my fault. I beg Emperor Chu to forgive me. I am willing to accept punishment. He made an unexpected move.
Realizing he had committed a grave error, he didn't hesitate to drop to his knees in front of Elder Sun right there in public.
The entire crowd was stunned. You're a great saint stage, whereas your dignity? Kneeling just like that? Luna was also stunned.
Even the dim-witted Blue Ox had his own great saint stage dignity. He would never do something so shameful.
Chu was taken aback as well, watching him impassively.
Although this matter indeed had little to do with Xi after all, no one would have imagined that the mystic realm had an emperor stage figure like him secretly pulling the strings and protecting all sentient beings. He still had to maintain his authority.
In consideration of the 3 Qian of enlightenment tea the other had brought upon his arrival, he said indifferently, "What do you propose?" Xi straightened his neck and said, "If I've done wrong, I deserve a beating. I humbly ask Emperor Chu to grant me a chance to reform. I've drifted aimlessly for half my life, regretting only that I've never met a wise ruler. If your majesty will not reject me, I wish to bow before you as my adoptive father." As soon as he finished speaking, he began banging his head against the ground in a series of loud thuds before Chu.
Sima Qi.
Qin. Chu. You fucking bastard, your face is all wrinkled, and you still want to call me your adoptive father? Whereas your dignity?
Seeing Chua's silence, Xi cowed out again, pleading with tears streaming down his face, "As long as you accept me, father, even if you make me drink enlightenment tea every day or punish me by having me copy quasi-sage level cultivation manuals, I'll do it willingly. I beg you, father. PS2, please support this out of love." Xi's seamless series of moves completely stunned everyone present. Oh my god. Is that even allowed? Luna was dumbfounded. In all her years of cultivation, she'd never seen such a shameless move. Sima Qi's veins were bulging. Having a relative like this was way too embarrassing. Adopting the Emperor of Chu as a godfather? Do you really want to do that? Damn it, your abacus beads are about to fly right into my face. Drinking the enlightenment tea, copying a true saint tier cultivation technique, what the hell are you thinking? This good-for-nothing ancestor. No. I've got to get him out of here fast. I can't let him keep making a fool of himself here. Just as Sima Qi was about to lift his ancestor away, he suddenly froze, as if a thought had struck him. He watched as Xi, with tear-streaked eyes and snot running down his face, pleaded pitifully, occasionally banging his head on the ground in a fit of desperation. Wait a minute. If the old ancestor really could recognize Emperor Chu Tian as his adoptive father, wouldn't he Emperor Chu Tian then have to call me dear eldest grandson too? Holy crap! There's actually such a good thing. Sima Qi snapped out of it. He silently dismissed his earlier thought and began nervously watching Chua's expression, silently praying in his heart that the old ancestor's wishes would come true and his dream would become reality. What kind of expression could Chu possibly have? He looked at Xi impassively. If this move were scored out of 10, Chu would be willing to give him full marks because he truly deserved it. But as for wanting to be his son? Forget it. He didn't actually hold much of a grudge against Xi. On his first visit to the Gravity Guild for the wedding, Xi had presented 3 Qian of enlightenment tea as a gift. Now, with this sincere apology, he saved face, so it was best to leave it at that. Just as Chu was about to slap Xi so hard he'd fly across the room. Ding! A character meeting the criteria has been detected. Villain system hack modules activated. As a qualified villain, strategizing from behind the scenes and overseeing the entire situation, how could one possibly do without a group of qualified henchmen? Activating the lackey module allows the host to receive special rewards when recruiting lackeys. A system notification suddenly rang in Chua's ears.
What the heck? What this lackey module thing?
Chu froze for a moment, but quickly caught on, his mouth twitching slightly.
Lackey just means henchman. If the system lacks cultural knowledge, it should consult me first. Don't go adding drama to the story on your own.
Muttering to himself, he looked at the system panel with a straight face and noticed a new entry, Hackle, had appeared next to achievements. His gaze sharpened as he expanded the Hackle panel.
There, he saw CS name listed. C. Realm, late Great Saint stage. Current relationship, stranger. Loyalty to host, 99. Hint, C meets the requirements. You may recruit him as a lackey.
Chu wondered if his eyes were playing tricks on him, so he deliberately glanced at CS loyalty rating a few times.
Holy shit, this guy isn't messing with me. I treated you as a guest, and you actually want to be my lackey? He was stunned.
C was, after all, a great saint stage cultivator in the mystic realm. In this mystic realm, he was undoubtedly a top-tier being. On their very first meeting, his loyalty was this high. He even managed to pry open the system's heart and, single-handedly, helped Chu activate the henchman module.
Shocked, extremely shocked. What's this guy after?
Chu was stunned inside, but his expression remained unchanged. Looking at C, he said calmly, "Forget about Godfather.
If you really want to work under me, I actually need someone to guard the gate." Is that even possible? Did he really win over Chu Tiandi?
Everyone around them was stunned.
Who was Chu Tiandi, after all? A demi-emperor stage cultivator. And most importantly, he was both domineering and generous. Even if he couldn't become an adopted son, just being a subordinate would be a huge win. C was also taken aback. He hadn't expected Chu to take this attitude. A look of delight flashed in the round-faced man's jet-black eyes, and he hurriedly pounded his chest in assurance. No problem, no problem. As long as you're willing to let me tag along with you, I'll guard any gate you want.
He genuinely wanted to latch onto Chu's coattails. Few people knew that he made it this far precisely by following the path of clinging to coattails. Back when he was at the king stage, his nickname was the King of Coattails.
Whose leg was the thickest? He clinged to it tightly. Absolute loyalty, absolute obedience. Work diligently, cultivate earnestly. Thick skin?
That didn't exist for him. This had always been his way of doing things. But having lived for so long, outliving many of his contemporaries and having reached the great saint stage, he could no longer find anyone to cling to. This often made C feel secretly melancholy. Unexpectedly, on a whim, he came to the Gravity Guild this time. He originally planned to recruit Chu, a great saint stage cultivator, to join him in making a run for it, but he never imagined the other party would be a supreme demi-emperor stage cultivator. Memories of the past suddenly began to surge through him.
It was an incredibly exhilarating sensation. Every cell in his body was buzzing with excitement. Chu smiled. "Those were your own words. Also, don't call me Godfather. If you do it again, you can go back to wherever you came from." See, his expression unflinching, scanned the Gravity Guild in all directions. "Emperor Chu, I have always been a man of my word my whole life. Which gate do you want me to check? I'll go right now." Chu gave a half smile. "There are 77 gates here, aren't there? They're all under your watch now. Keep a close eye on them. If anything goes wrong, I'll hold you responsible." 77 gates? The crowd was puzzled. Where could there be so many gates?
Luna and Sheen's eyes suddenly darted in unison, both instinctively glancing toward the Wanzhong mountain range of the Gravity Guild.
Could he possibly be referring to that place? C finally caught on. Struck as if by lightning, he stammered, "Emperor Chu, do you mean to guard the passage beneath the warding array?"
"I'm afraid one person won't be enough to watch over that gate."
Chu smiled. "It doesn't matter. If you don't want to, you can leave any time. I don't mind." C was torn. With his vast experience and keen insight, he could tell that latching onto this new powerful ally would definitely be worth it. But this assignment, it might be called guarding the gates, but it sounded absolutely terrifying.
Don't let the fact that he was a late-stage great saint fool you. It was precisely because of that he knew exactly how terrifying the world on the other side was.
This is a test for me.
After agonizing over it for a while, he finally seemed to make up his mind and said, "All right.
I'll do as you say, Emperor Chu Tian.
I'll help you keep an eye on these 77 passageways for now."
Ding!
C has become your junior lackey, with loyalty permanently increased to 100%.
Your destiny and fortune have increased. Destiny and fortune? The ultimate villain fate? Is this the reward for taking in a lackey?
Chu narrowed his eyes, lost in thought.
Why are you still here?
He snapped out of his reverie and looked at C, who hadn't left yet. C looked at him with pleading eyes. But what if too many people come from the other side and I can't beat them? Chu asked, puzzled. If you're guarding the gate, you need to act like a gatekeeper.
You're not allowed to let anyone in, no matter who it is. If you can't beat them, don't you know to call for help?
C felt like crying but had no tears left.
Call for help? In this mystic realm, who else could he call besides you?
He hesitated for a moment, then for some reason felt an overwhelming trust in Chu and blindly believed his words. Then I'll do as you say, Emperor Chu Tian.
Chu patted him on the shoulder. Do a good job. The future for gatekeepers is bright.
C turned and walked away, transforming into a cloud of mist that split into 77 streams before vanishing. Everyone stood frozen in place.
How did the celestial Emperor Chu manage, in just a few short sentences, to send C, who had been as cunning as a fox just moments ago, off to guard the gate? Is this what they call charisma? Seeing everyone's dazed expressions, Chu waved his hand with a smile. What are you all standing there for?
The wedding isn't over yet. Keep playing the music and dancing.
Oh, right.
Upon hearing this, the crowd snapped out of their trance.
The entire wedding once again became lively.
Amidst a barrage of effusive praise, this unremarkable wedding finally came to a close. That night, the full moon hung high above the tower.
Gravity Guild, a courtyard hung with bright red lanterns. Ha ha ha. Old Zhang, wasn't he that shot of mine today just spot on?
If it weren't for me, Emperor Chu Tian's sword strike today would have lost half its flair right there on the spot.
Put.
Old Zhang, your acting was way too over the top.
If I hadn't reacted quickly, those guests would definitely realized we were deliberately showing off. If you ask me, that's not the case.
Chu Tian didn't follow our script at all, but I have to say, Chu Tian is Chu Tian. It was way better than the script we'd been discussing for so many days.
That kneel of mine was the real deal. I definitely wasn't acting.
Outside the courtyard, in another small building, the elders of the Gravity Guild were constantly boasting about their masterful moves during the wedding ceremony earlier that day.
Glasses clinked, and the atmosphere was lively. Inside the courtyard,
Chu had his arm around the alluring Sheen, making his way into a room that had been prepared long ago.
Chu, when will you have time to talk? Luna's voice reached his ear. He replied reluctantly, Are you being polite? What do you mean, polite? Luna froze for a moment.
Before she could react, even though she was far away on another celestial peak, everything went black as Chu knocked her unconscious. Having dealt with the impolite visitor, Chu turned his attention to business. As night fell, the tower was bathed in moonlight, and all things seemed to come back to life. It wasn't until the next day, well past sunrise, that Chu slowly sat up and suddenly remembered something.
Oh, right, I still haven't opened that flawless gift package yet.
He looked toward the Sea of Divinity, where a striking red treasure chest floated quietly. The flawless gift package had been floating in the Sea of Divinity for quite some time. It was a treasure chest radiating a bright, festive red glow, with an air of joy drifting from it, as if it were a red envelope sent to celebrate Chu's wedding.
Chu decisively chose to open it. You have opened the flawless gift package.
You have obtained a special treasure, the seal of heavenly destiny ascension.
You have opened the flawless gift package.
You have obtained an immortal tier treasure, 100 Han Yuan Jaime spheres. The lid of the bright red treasure chest swung open, and a vast array of items drifted out. Leading the way was a large golden seal. Next to drift out was a swarm of tiny, jet-black specks of light, floating through the sea of consciousness like little tadpoles searching for their mother. The system immediately provided emotional context, helping Chu quickly understand the information about the treasures obtained from this flawless grand gift pack. First was the Seal of Heavenly Destiny. Chu sensed the energy of this large golden seal. The characters Heaven's Destiny inscribed upon it were profound and ancient, imbued with a strong sense of predestination. As a treasure born from the flawless gift pack, its utility was also quite significant to Chu at this moment. The Destiny Upgrade Seal, as a special treasure, contains boundless power. Each time it is activated, it can upgrade the quality of a Destiny chest. The power within the seal can upgrade the quality of a Destiny chest a total of 50 times. However, the same chest cannot be upgraded consecutively. The purpose of this golden seal is to upgrade the quality of the Destiny chest. Upon learning its function, the image of a supreme Destiny chest immediately flashed through Chu's mind. Could this Destiny Ascension seal actually upgrade an ordinary Destiny chest to Supreme tier? Dear host, the Supreme Destiny chest is the highest tier chest quality and only appears when the Destiny protagonist dies. The system decisively dashed Chu's delightful fantasy. You lousy system, you're such a killjoy, you'll never find a mother system in the future. System? I was just providing standard information. How did this get tied to a mother system? Chu ignored the system, selected a Destiny chest from the Sea of Gods, and used the Destiny Upgrade Seal to give it a try. You have used a Destiny Ascension Seal 4950 to enhance a Destiny chest. This Destiny chest has been upgraded to a high-grade Destiny chest. Do you wish to open it? The Destiny chest, enhanced by the Destiny Ascension Seal, was enveloped by waves of golden light resembling quicksand. It gradually began to emit a pale blue glow, and the chest itself grew slightly larger. Open it. Although the 10 pull has a guaranteed drop, it's not that easy to gather 10 of these. He was just doing a simple test right now, testing the waters to see what the difference was between this high-grade Destiny chest and a regular one. You have opened the high-grade Destiny chest. You have obtained 10 metric tons of Demi-Emperor stage treasures. As the lid of the high-grade Destiny chest swung open, Chu was stunned. In an instant, his divine sea felt as though it had been flooded with a vast, dark mass of weapons and armor of every variety. The aura emanating from them was as dense as ink, causing the small mountain of holy tier weapons piled nearby to tremble in awe. It was then that Chu realized the treasures yielded by a high-grade Destiny chest were not only more powerful but also more numerous than those of ordinary quality. Fine, so they're no longer giving out holy tier items, they switched to Demi-Emperor stage ones instead. It used to be 100 or 1,000 metric tons, wow, and now you're giving me a whole 100,000 metric tons. Damn it, has my divine sea turned into a junkyard? If it weren't for my boundless divine sea, these items alone would be enough to crush me. All in all, this Destiny Ascension Seal is more useful than I imagined. I wonder what the guaranteed drop from a high-grade Destiny chest will be. I'll go find the Martial Emperor later to scavenge some chests and give it another try. After testing the Destiny Ascension Seal, Chu turned his attention to another treasure from the flawless gift pack. All of them were immortal tier treasures. A full 100 of them. While Chu felt a sense of inflation, he also felt this hidden quest was well worth it. He'd definitely do it again next time. However, after briefly learning about the function of the Hun Yuan Jaime sphere, he was a bit disappointed. This item was quite plain and unremarkable. Each Hun Yuan Jaime sphere could unleash the power of a standard attack from a red dusty mortal. Its power was nothing to write home about, barely enough to blast a wild Emperor stage creature to death. And he now had 100 of these little trinkets. After a moment's thought, Chu flickered and appeared at the entrance to a passageway. Watching C, who was cautiously nibbling on a Wudao tea leaf like a hamster, Chu tossed something his way. Here's a little something for you, use it to guard the gate. Ha! It's Emperor Chu. C immediately straightened his expression, quietly clutching the Wudao tea leaf in his palm, then was instantly captivated by the 77 plump black spheres floating before him. He concentrated intently, studying them for quite a while. He couldn't make heads or tails of them. Even with his great saint stage insight, he had absolutely no idea what they were.
However, CS' greatest virtue was his complete lack of pretension, so he quickly asked before Chu could vanish, "Heavenly Emperor Chu, what are these things? How do I use them?"
Facing his only lackey, Chu mustered a bit of patience. "If someone comes through the passage, just toss one in.
There's nothing else to worry about."
"Oh, right." He seemed to remember something else and warned, "Don't eat them." CS' face immediately betrayed a look of embarrassment, and he hurriedly waved his hands, saying, "No way, no way.
It's not like I'll eat just anything."
Since Emperor Chu had personally given these instructions, it was obvious they must be a formidable weapon. Based on CS experience, with a total of 77 of these, they could easily take down several great Saint Stage cultivators or even Saint King Stage cultivators.
"I've got things to do. I'm heading out. Keep a close watch on the gate, and remember to report anything that happens." Chu tossed out the words and prepared to head back for a quick nap. C hurriedly asked, "Emperor Chu, what are these things called?"
Chu thought for a moment. He found the original name hard to remember, so he said offhand, "Let us just call them Koriko-S basketball."
C was taken aback and muttered to himself, "Koriko-S basketball? That's a really strange name." Back at the Gravity Guild, Chu spent the rest of the afternoon playing cards. It wasn't until nightfall that he remembered something. He walked to the Gravity Guild's council hall and casually beckoned.
Instantly, a slender figure with an ashen face materialized. She had been unconscious the whole time and had only just been awakened by Chu. Anyone would be in a bad mood under those circumstances. Meeting Chu in private, Luna dropped her disguise. A stunningly beautiful young girl with childlike features, tiny and delicate, revealed the fluffy, bushy fox tail trailing behind her. It swayed gently, looking utterly adorable.
Chu admired the girl's exquisite beauty and said to her, "Thank you for the enlightenment tea.
That's quite a generous gift. It wipes the debt you owed me last time clean."
Luna pouted, "Are you mocking me? You have so much enlightenment tea for me to give you this well, it just makes me look ridiculous." Chu smiled, unconcerned. "It's not that bad.
It's the thought that counts." Hearing this, Luna pursed her lips. So this guy actually knew how to comfort people. After all, she felt a slight warmth in her heart. Even though enlightenment tea is indeed a dime a dozen, at least you put some thought into it.
"I appreciate the gesture."
Chu's voice continued.
Luna's little chest heaved with anger. "A dime a dozen? Do you even realize what you're saying? This is enlightenment tea, for heaven's sake."
"You jerk."
She suppressed her anger and said coolly, "Why did you ask me to come here? What exactly do you want?"
Chu casually found a chair and sat down, smiling faintly.
"You're from the other world, aren't you? Could you tell me a bit about the situation over there?" Luna narrowed her eyes and sat down across from Chu. This question didn't come as a surprise to her.
Now that 77 portals have opened, and Chu has stationed a great Saint Stage cultivator to guard them, it's clear he's wary of the other side. It makes perfect sense for him to ask her, a resident of the celestial demon realm, to gather intelligence. She was willing to join forces with Chu and had no intention of beating around the bush, so she told him directly, "The world on the other side of the portal is far vaster than you can imagine.
If you want to put a name to it, you could call the world on the other side the celestial demon realm." "The celestial demon realm? Well, it's full of demons over there. Doesn't that mean I can do whatever I want?" "Don't talk nonsense.
You have absolutely no idea of the gap between the celestial demon realm and the mystic realm. I know you've obtained a primordial treasure and your power has surged, but the celestial demon realm is truly terrifying."
"Oh? What makes it so terrifying? Let me give you a brief overview of the celestial demon realm."
The celestial demon realm is divided into 9 tiers. 8 of these tiers are controlled by the 8 great clans, and each tier is supported by hundreds of smaller realms that make regular offerings. At the center of the 8 tiers lies the core world, the 9th tier, also known as the central domain, to which the 8 tiers must also make regular offerings. If we were to rank the mystic realm by size, it would only be classified among the 100 realms at the very bottom of the celestial demon realm, and even then, it would be one of the weakest. If that still doesn't give you a sense of its scale, let us talk about the number of powerful beings in the celestial demon realm. Across the entire celestial demon realm, there are hundreds if not more at the Saint King stage alone. Each of the 8 major realms is also guarded by 3 supreme demi-emperor stage beings. Just imagine for yourself what a terrifying number that is. Luna paused here, looking into Chua's eyes, only to find them still unruffled, as if he felt nothing at all. She tapped the table with her knuckles and emphasized, and that's not even the scariest part. The celestial demon realm has a highly centralized form of rule, unlike the mystic realm, where major transcendent factions fight among themselves. The celestial demon realm has an absolute emperor, the martial emperor. He was a peerless genius born 800 years ago into the ancient celestial Pang clan. In just 300 years, he reached the demi-emperor stage, crushed all the tribes of the celestial demon realm, ended 10,000 years of strife, and became the celestial demon realm's undisputed, universally revered ruler. Upon hearing the name Martial Emperor, Chu finally perked up with interest. Is this Martial Emperor really that powerful? He ended the celestial demon realm's 10,000-year conflict at just 300 years old? He had sought out Luna not only for information on the celestial demon realm but also to gain a clearer understanding of the Martial Emperor. Although he was confident he could easily handle the Martial Emperor, he didn't let it go to his head. He knew full well that the Martial Emperor was different from Gu. He was a protagonist who had fully realized his potential. Even if he were a bit stronger than the Martial Emperor and possessed a bit more foundational power, wouldn't it be a more prudent approach to know both himself and his opponent, and then strike with precision? Upon hearing Chua's question, Luna's expression turned grim. She said, if he were of an ordinary bloodline, that would indeed be impossible. But he happens to be of the ancient emperor's bloodline of the primordial celestial Pang clan. That's crucial. In the celestial demon realm, bloodline is everything. The higher the bloodline, the higher one's status, and the greater the resources one can obtain. Originally, the ancient celestial Pang clan was already the leader of the 10 ancient fiends and the most prestigious bloodline in the celestial demon realm. The Martial Emperor also possesses the bloodline of an ancient emperor. So when he burst onto the scene and demonstrated his invincible combat prowess, many ancient clans of the celestial demon realm chose to support his conquest, helping him achieve the great unification of the celestial demon realm. Hearing this, Chu raised an eyebrow. Is this bloodline really that incredible? It can't just be because of his high bloodline, right? Luna, however, nodded firmly. The power of our demon clan's bloodline is something you humans in the mystic realm simply cannot comprehend. There are countless demon clan races. Why are we called the Demon Clan, rather than the Blue Ox Clan, the Celestial Wolf Clan, or the Crimson Monkey Clan? It's precisely because, in the very beginning, our Demon Clan possessed an ancestral bloodline. The demon ancestor is the faith of all our Demon Clan members and the supreme symbol of our existence. The purer the bloodline, the higher the rank, and the closer it is to the ancestral blood, the greater the dominance over other demon clans. Do you understand what I mean? With the heavenly demon realm unified, there is another utterly terrifying entity ruling over it. Ah! What are you doing? Luna, who had been speaking solemnly, suddenly realized that this mischievous fellow was pinching her tail and playing with it. Instantly, her pretty face flushed crimson, and her eyes sparkled with panic. Chu spread his hands innocently and said, "No way. I didn't do anything just now. You suddenly shoved your tail into my hand. You let me touch it yourself." He gave Luna's tail another little squeeze, looking genuinely innocent. Yikes! Luna let out a startled cry, as if she'd been electrocuted, and hurriedly backed away. That's impossible. The tail is the most intimate part of a fox's body. Only a beloved partner is allowed to touch it. How could she have let this guy touch it out of the blue? Chu looked at her exaggerated reaction with some surprise and reminded her, just think back. I was sitting right here. I really didn't do anything. Luna froze and immediately tried to recall what had happened. She realized that just a moment ago, while she was talking, she had actually been slowly moving toward Chu as if she'd been deliberately trying to seduce him. How could that be? I clearly didn't do anything just now. Could it be that my little sister? No. It's you,
Big sis, you shameless vixen who leaned in on your own. I was so embarrassed I even closed my eyes just now.
Hearing the voice coming from inside her, Luna was dumbfounded. Watching Luna's expression of utter disbelief, Shu fell deep in thought. It really is just like that. This little fox has pure bloodlines, but it seems even she can't resist my demon ancestor's bloodline.
Don't worry about all that nonsense. You must have had a grudge against the martial emperor, right? You hate him, don't you? Tell me everything you know about the martial emperor, and I'll teach him a lesson for you. Shu said teasingly. Luna was taken aback.
She had intended to argue, but remembering that inexplicable incident from earlier, she swallowed her words. She was actually planning to change the subject herself. So, she immediately held up a finger and began to recount what she knew about the martial emperor.
Teach him a lesson? Forget it. You're terrifying, but this is a gap between worlds, one that can't be bridged.
The martial emperor's destiny reaches the heavens. As a child, he accidentally stumbled upon an emperor's stage ruin in the celestial demon realm and obtained the supreme divine consciousness tempering technique, the boundless divine consciousness. His mastery of divine consciousness was already on par with the emperor's stage 500 years ago. Who knows just how terrifying it is now? If he so desires, his divine consciousness can instantly cover any location in the celestial demon realm.
Boundless divine consciousness? Shu blinked. Isn't that just a little battery? Why are they making such a big deal out of it?
The heaven-chosen protagonist, the martial emperor, has suffered a great calamity, resulting in permanent damage to his divine consciousness. His fate points have been reduced by 50,000, and you have obtained 1 destiny chest. Just as he was pondering this, a system notification popped up, and Shu's expression turned peculiar.
Is this an immortal tear scroll? Is this thing's power still not over yet? Didn't I just shatter his divine consciousness a moment ago? How did it get damaged again?
That's just too unlucky. Luna's expression grew solemn as she extended her second slender white finger, and then there's his talent, Heavenly Pang's blazing speed. It's one of the most terrifying talents of the primordial Heavenly Pang. With the primordial Heavenly Pang's blazing speed and the support of the boundless divine consciousness, he is inherently unbeatable from the start. Shu said sincerely, indeed, this Heavenly Pang's extreme speed is something special, very practical.
Luna? You've never even seen it, how do you know it's practical?
Fated protagonist, martial emperor bloodline of the primordial Heavenly Pang clan. Suffered a great calamity, fortune damaged. Fate points reduced by 50,000.
You obtained Destiny Chest 1. Shu? He blurted out instinctively, are you a jinx? Luna tilted her head and gave him a puzzled look. What does jinx mean? What is this guy talking about?
She held up her third finger and said, next are the treasures. Before reaching the Demi-Emperor stage, the martial emperor encountered 3 Emperor stage tombs in succession and acquired all their legacies. When it comes to imperial weapons in the celestial demon realm, if the martial emperor claims second place, no one dares to claim first.
Shu nodded. That was certainly true.
The first time he met the martial emperor, he'd been astonished by his impressive stats. After all, the martial emperor had taken over a true immortal stage host. The fact that he stumbled upon 3 emperor stage tombs in a row clearly wasn't just a matter of luck. The martial emperor's treasured artifact has shattered, causing him to lose 1 supreme legacy. His fate points have been reduced by 50,000, and you have obtained 1 destiny chest. At that moment, the system's voice sounded again.
Shu? Damn it, martial emperor, are you okay? Please hang in there, don't let Luna finish you off. Feeling sorry for the martial emperor, he still couldn't help but ask, is that all? Luna looked at Shu with a strange expression and couldn't help but ask, isn't that enough?
I haven't seen the martial emperor in 500 years. This is just the power he possessed back then. By now, he might already be at the emperor stage. He has unified the entire celestial demon realm, so his current strength is undoubtedly far greater than what I've described. Earlier, when the source of the mystic realm appeared, I sensed the martial emperor's aura sweeping through. Even if you didn't notice anything suspicious at the time, since you've slain so many demons, more will inevitably come through the passage. Your chances of survival in the mystic realm are slim. You need to come up with a plan fast." Luna deliberately stoked his anxiety, her peach blossom eyes fixed on Chu as she waited for him to propose a partnership. Chu smiled. Luna had revealed quite a bit of information to him, giving him a basic understanding of the celestial demon realm and the Martial Emperor. A clear outline of how to properly fleece the Martial Emperor had already taken shape in his mind. The Martial Emperor, the fate-chosen protagonist, has suffered severe damage to his central realm foundations. His fate points have been reduced by 100,000. You have obtained 1 destiny chest. Luna looked at Chu in utter bewilderment as he suddenly stood up. "Enough said. I've got something to take care of. You go play by yourself for a bit." He was a bit flustered. He had to go see for himself exactly what was happening in the celestial demon realm. A single immortal tier scroll, is that really such a big deal? If I don't go check it out soon, my virtual pet is going to die of neglect. Luna? A few days earlier. The Heavenly Wolf Realm is a small realm under the jurisdiction of the Nine Heavens Realm. The starry skies of the dark universe. A figure clad entirely in golden feathers walked calmly through the void. He wore golden sacred armor and possessed a powerful, burly build. His long golden hair fluttered in the air behind a pair of giant phoenix wings, making him extremely dazzling and highly recognizable. However, his form was ethereal. He had no physical body. His true form had been obliterated, and his divine consciousness completely shattered. For any ordinary powerhouse, even one at the demi-emperor stage, this would mean certain death or being on the brink of it. Yet he paid it no mind. He had condensed 8 supreme avatars, each interconnected and interdependent, forming a perfect whole. Even if any one of these avatars were damaged, as long as the others remained alive, he would have ample time to recreate it. The Martial Emperor's expression grew slightly cold as he gazed at the blood-soaked wound in the palm of his hand, which was rapidly healing. A surge of overwhelming ferocity flashed in his eyes, an imperial weapon, an immortal tear scroll, and it even dared to plunder this emperor's innate talent. Is this monstrous beast from the Taotai clan? If it is a Taotai, it does possess some ability, but this single avatar is not quite powerful enough to subdue it. Once this emperor dispels the effects of this immortal tear scroll, it will be time for you to be cast into the furnace of all things to be refined. His killing intent soared to the heavens as he strode forward, heading toward his imperial residence in this alternate world. The process of capturing this great fiend had encountered a few minor setbacks, but in the Emperor of Martial Arts' eyes, this was no big deal. In this encounter, he hadn't even unleashed 1/10 of his true combat power. For this great fiend could never have imagined the sheer magnitude of the being it was facing. The strength and depth of power he possessed were beyond the wildest imaginings of these great fiends, even if they strained their minds to the limit. He had even slain an Emperor stage cultivator with his own hands, let alone a mere great fiend? We pay our respects to the Martial Emperor. The Martial Emperor's divine might. May the Martial Emperor triumph forever. As the Martial Emperor descended upon the imperial palace, he graciously revealed his divine presence, radiating imperial majesty, causing all the demonic powerhouses within this vast city to prostrate themselves and welcome him in unison. He was long accustomed to such scenes and paid them no mind. Upon entering the palace, a treasure vial filled with demi-emperor stage elixirs floated before him, ready to restore his shattered avatar and divine consciousness. The priceless demi-emperor stage elixirs spilled out like candy beans, swirling around the Emperor of Martial's ethereal form as if they were worthless, filling the air with a medicinal fragrance as they gradually mended his physical body. The Emperor of Martial's expression remained calm. Given his vast resources, demi-emperor stage elixirs were typically measured by Gene in his divine treasury. Using dozens of them at once was merely a drop in the bucket for him. This was a luxury only he, the sovereign who ruled the entire heavenly demon realm and commanded boundless resources, could afford. Just as he gently closed his eyes, quietly awaiting his body's recovery, he pondered the purpose of that immortal tear scroll. Once released, an immortal tear scroll like this would inevitably take effect before long. All he needed to do was remain steadfast in the face of any change. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Suddenly, the Martial Emperor opened his eyes, his gaze bursting with divine light, and he looked up abruptly. His gaze pierced through the majestic hall and the blue sky streaked with endless clouds. His pupils contracted, and a mocking, cold smile immediately curled at the corners of his mouth. Is that all? So it's a divine tear scroll of the great catastrophe technique. This technique is quite a challenge even for some emperor stage cultivators. In the cosmos above the 9 heavens, a massive meteor appeared, carrying boundless gravitational force as it plummeted straight toward his head. For many at the demi-emperor stage, such a massive meteor posed no threat, it could be shattered with a single slap. But the martial emperor sensed a terrifying, unparalleled aura of disaster emanating from the meteor. This meteor was the physical manifestation of the immortal tear scroll. It unleashed a cataclysmic disaster, striking with pinpoint precision the one chosen by the scroll. Too bad you crossed paths with this emperor. The martial emperor let out a cold laugh as his hands swiftly formed a seal. He embraced the void seal. A massive, hazy seal erupted from the palm of his hand and crashed with a thunderous roar into the falling meteor. In the next instant, all the demonic beings in the skies above the heavenly wolf realm witnessed a spectacular fireworks display. The meteor shattered. Faced with the overwhelming might of the martial emperor, this meteor was utterly incapable of inflicting any harm upon him. An immortal tear scroll, that's all it is. The martial emperor muttered a faint sneer, yet he remained vigilant. With his vast experience, he knew this was only the beginning. Other calamities were bound to follow. And then, things unfolded exactly as he had anticipated. In the cosmos of the heavenly wolf realm, 1, then 10, then 100, then 1,000. Tens of thousands of meteorites, carrying the power to destroy the world, appeared with a thunderous roar. Run! 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 Holy shit! Such a massive commotion instantly alerted all beings at the saint stage and above in the heavenly wolf realm. Almost without hesitation, they turned and fled at breakneck speed toward other worlds. The martial emperor, who had been expressionless, suddenly grew grim. Wasn't this a bit too much? His physical body was currently in the critical phase of being reshaped. If he fled now, there was a high chance that the very foundation of this avatar would be permanently damaged. His face ashen, the martial emperor remained composed. Never mind. This does, in fact, align with the power one would expect from an immortal tear scroll. It's a pity that you foolish, malevolent creature, don't realize that this emperor has always possessed overwhelming destiny. Even with so many calamities befalling me, I will still turn misfortune into good fortune, and who knows, I might even be able to harness the power of these calamities to my advantage and gain a stroke of good fortune. Having originally taken over a body at the true immortal stage and ruled the celestial demon realm for many years, he was well aware of just how formidable his destiny was. If it were anyone else, this would be the moment to write a will. But the martial emperor trusted his destiny. And he trusted his own strength. With a wave of his hand, he prepared to summon the avatar closest to the celestial wolf realm, intending to completely eliminate this world-destroying meteor shower and refine them one by one. However, the martial emperor's expression froze. He suddenly realized that the avatar he had summoned was experiencing the exact same ordeal as he was. Not only that, but his other 6 avatars were facing the same fate. All 8 avatars, at the same moment and in different locations, were all caught in various apocalyptic catastrophes. This shouldn't be happening. As far as I recall, an immortal tear scroll couldn't possibly possess such immense power. His face turned ashen. He unleashed a sky-shaking aura, willing to sacrifice this avatar's very foundations just to escape. It was too late. The fall of the stars. The heavenly wolf realm suffered a blow of unimaginable horror. At the very same moment, the heavenly tiger realm, the heavenly monkey realm, the heavenly leopard realm. All 8 worlds where the martial emperor resided were obliterated. The martial emperor's avatar in the celestial wolf realm was instantly blasted to smithereens by the falling stars, with only a sliver of divine consciousness managing to escape. The entire world descended into utter chaos. Relying on a special divine ability, this sliver of divine consciousness fled to another world. It had just settled into this world and begun to recuperate. Half a day later. Before this wisp of divine consciousness had a chance to recover, it discovered that its entire form, as ethereal as thin smoke, was radiating a piercing green glow.
Trouble.
My divine consciousness has been infected with the Tyene star toxin. The Martial Emperor's heart sank.
The Tyene star toxin.
It was a deadly poison targeting the divine consciousness, extremely rare, highly insidious, and terrifyingly destructive. Once infected, the divine consciousness was as good as dead. It's those stars that fell earlier.
This is an extremely rare stellar poison. Why would I, blessed with such immense fortune, be so unlucky?
The Martial Emperor had barely formed this thought when, almost without hesitation, he severed that strand of his divine consciousness. If he didn't sever it now, the Tyene stellar toxin would spread through that strand to his other avatars, something he absolutely did not want to see happen. Severing that strand of divine consciousness meant this avatar was completely abandoned. Unfortunately, even though the Martial Emperor had acted decisively,
it was still too late.
After severing the divine consciousness, a hint of green began to spread through the divine consciousness of his avatars in other worlds simultaneously.
Petty tricks, how dare you run amok?
His avatars all retorted defiantly in unison as he unleashed a ceaseless barrage of techniques and secret treasures. Half a day later, the Tyene star toxin had been completely eradicated by the Martial Emperor. But he had paid a small price. Permanent damage to his divine consciousness. The Martial Emperor breathed a sigh of relief at that moment. He would have loved to cut that great monster into 1,000 pieces, grind its bones to dust, and scatter the ashes to the winds. Losing an avatar had disrupted his grand plan, killing that monster 10,000 times over still won't satisfy his hatred.
Report.
Martial Emperor, trouble. Suddenly, one of his avatars received a frantic report from a demonic minion under his command. The heavenly ember spirit vein you've been refining for 100 years just exploded.
The heavenly ember spirit vein?
That was the supreme yang vein this emperor used as a furnace to refine all things.
The Martial Emperor was struck as if by lightning, trembling all over with rage. Report. Martial Emperor, disaster has struck.
A massive void turbulence anomaly has appeared in your divine treasure valley. Vast quantities of supreme treasures have been swept into the boundless starry sky.
Their whereabouts are unknown. Report. Emperor Wu, disaster has struck.
The Empress Dowager orders you to return immediately to the ancestral lands. The ancestral tomb of our primordial celestial Pang clan has exploded.
Many of the clan's elders have been gravely injured. Report. Emperor Wu, disaster has struck.
The Empress Dowager has also been caught in
the explosion.
As the Emperor of Martial Arts listened to the barrage of disastrous news, his vision nearly went dark. Had he not lived a second life and possessed a will that defied the heavens, his mental state would have already collapsed by now. The Divine Treasure Valley was the treasure trove the Emperor of Martial Arts had amassed in this lifetime through his tireless efforts, gathering treasures from the celestial demon realm and even beyond. There were simply too many treasures. So many that even his vast divine sea could not contain them all. Apart from a few supreme treasures he used regularly, he had stored everything in the Divine Treasure Valley. Any heavenly demon realm powerhouse who had ever been fortunate enough to enter the Divine Treasure Valley would never forget the sights they witnessed there for the rest of their lives. Holy tier cultivation techniques and holy tier weapons were counted by the metric ton, piled up like mountains and seas. There were even hundreds of demi-emperor tier treasures. Even the rare Enlightenment tea numbered over 50 gene in the Divine Treasure Valley.
What does that even mean? It's an astronomical number of treasures.
Precisely for this reason, when the Martial Emperor constructed the Divine Treasure Valley, he expended countless efforts just selecting a
site and setting up its magical arrays.
To enter the Divine Treasure Valley, one must either possess a written decree from the Martial Emperor, or be the Martial Emperor himself or the Empress Dowager.
Under normal circumstances, no unexpected incidents would ever occur. But what about now?
In the incredibly resilient Divine Treasure Valley, a massive void turbulence has actually appeared. Countless priceless treasures have been swept into the starry sky, their whereabouts unknown.
Is this even normal, for crying out loud? This is extremely abnormal.
What the Martial Emperor finds even more unacceptable is that the ancestral tomb of the primordial celestial Pang clan has been destroyed.
The clan's elders have been gravely injured.
What angers him even more is that even his own mother, the Empress Dowager, has been seriously wounded. At least the Great Void turbulence in Divine Treasure Valley can be explained, but no one knows what happened at the ancestral tomb. It must be because of that immortal Great Scroll. An ordinary immortal Great Scroll wound caused such a terrifying chain reaction. Could it be that what is inscribed within that scroll is the supreme immortal art, the Great Calamity art? One of the Martial Emperor's avatars swiftly headed to Divine Treasure Valley to repair the damage. Another avatar rushed toward the ancestral lands of the Kuanping clan, the ancient star of Tiankuan. After suffering a series of misfortunes, the Martial Emperor, following a brief moment of disarray, quickly regained his composure. He began frantically cross-referencing his vast knowledge and soon found an event that matched his experience. The Martial Emperor's heart sank. The Great Calamity art. The supreme immortal art. If that were the case. Suddenly, the corner of his mouth curled upward, revealing a domineering and imposing smile. Something like this could absolutely never appear in a mere minor realm, not even the celestial demon realm could harbor it. It seems this great fiend has obtained a remarkable legacy. Based on past experience, the more this emperor loses, the more he gains. I find myself inexplicably looking forward to this. He cast all his previous misfortunes aside and arrived at a bizarre conclusion. In the vast world sea, the Martial Emperor transformed into a golden-winged great pang, soaring through the cosmos at blinding speeds. Some abandoned worlds within the world sea were even blown to pieces by the shockwaves generated by his extreme velocity. This is really slow. I'm really not used to having the heavenly pang's extreme speed. Damn it. His speed kept increasing, yet he still felt it wasn't enough. Thinking about how he had inexplicably lost such an important talent, his mood plummeted. In the blink of an eye, he traversed countless worlds and arrived at the ancient Tiankuan star in the central realm. Upon arriving at the ancient Tiankuan star, the Martial Emperor did not head straight for the ancestral tomb. Instead, he went to the Taikuan Palace. That was the summer palace of the current Empress Dowager of the primordial Tianping clan, the Martial Emperor's mother. The Taikuan Palace covered an immense area, resembling a city. Resplendent in golden splendor, its eaves were adorned with depictions of kunpangs spreading their wings. The dense, boundless spiritual energy there was 10,000 times stronger than even the most concentrated areas of the mystic realm. Above the massive palace gates, members of the primordial Tianping clan hurried about in a flurry of activity. We pay our respects to the clan leader. Clan leader, the Empress Dowager is out of danger and is already resting within the palace. The Martial Emperor manifested, and several streaks of light radiating the aura of the Demi-Emperor stage appeared. They were all elders of the primordial celestial Pang clan, and at that moment, each of them was deathly pale, their auras unstable. But they all knew full well that with such a momentous event unfolding on the ancestral star, the Martial Emperor's return meant he would pay no heed to the ancestral tomb, nor would he concern himself with them. Although the Martial Emperor was domineering and ruthless, standing above all the heavens, only the elders of the ancient celestial Pang clan fully understood that he was a model of filial piety. No matter how powerful he was, or how autocratically he ruled the outside world, within the clan, the Martial Emperor was extremely devoted to Empress Dowager Luo Hanyan. Whenever she made a request, he would almost always grant it. Even they, the elders, had reaped considerable benefits as a result. Now that the Martial Emperor had returned, his sole concern would inevitably be Empress Dowager Luo Hanyan's condition. Thus, they all spoke at once, describing her current injuries, without mentioning a single word about the damage to the ancestral lands or the injuries they themselves had sustained. The Martial Emperor nodded impassively and ordered, "You all stand guard outside. I'll go in to be with my mother." The clan elders complied without hesitation, stopping just outside the imperial residence. The emperor strode purposefully into the residence. Deep within the residence, surrounded by layers of courtyards and winding corridors, it felt like a secluded and mysterious realm. The palaces lining the path were majestic and magnificent, exuding imperial grandeur while also radiating feminine grace and elegance. Upon stepping through the palace gates, a faint scent of sandalwood wafted toward him, instantly lifting his spirits. The interior was lavish yet elegant, with furniture crafted from rare woods, featuring intricate carvings and elaborate patterns that highlighted extraordinary nobility and taste. Hanging on the walls were exquisite embroideries, calligraphy, and paintings all characterized by delicate brushwork and vibrant colors, and they were, without a doubt, treasures of the demi-emperor stage. In the very center of the palace stood a large bed draped in curtains, covered with soft brocade quilts and silk pillows. The martial emperor glanced over and was met by the sight of a jade-like leg, as white and delicate as a lotus root, resting on the bed. It belonged to a woman of unparalleled beauty, dressed in a deep blue gauze robe with her hair elegantly pinned up. The robe could not fully conceal her voluptuous figure. Though her oval was deathly pale, she still possessed an incomparable radiance and maturity. Luo Hanyan, her breath faint, still had a glistening, dewy light in her eyes as she saw the emperor arrive. She coughed once, and her ample bosom rose and fell like mountain ranges. Ba-er is here. Ba-er was the emperor's childhood nickname. In the entire Tianyao realm, only Luo Hanyan dared to call him that, and the emperor never took offense. The martial emperor said coldly, "Is mother all right? I've brought you some medicine." He quickly averted his gaze and tossed a flask of extremely precious, imperial-grade healing elixir toward the bed where Luo Hanyan lay. As someone who had taken over the body of a true immortal stage cultivator, he maintained absolute respect for Luo Hanyan, the mother of his original host, without the slightest hint of disrespect. This had been the sole condition set by the original host when he had taken possession of that young celestial Pang. That the emperor had risen to his current position was a testament to the original hostess' truly terrifying natural talent. Not to mention, the celestial Pang clan possessed considerable heritage even within the immortal realm. They were considered a powerful clan. At the time of the possession, the original host had already been in a state of extreme weakness. Taking possession of the young celestial Pang had not been an easy feat. He had sworn a supreme oath to take good care of Luo Hanyan. Had it not been for that, he would never have been able to successfully take over the host back then. A flush of color spread across Luo Hanyan's pale face, revealing a startling charm, as she whispered, "I'm fine now. Ba-er, with the incident at the ancestral tomb, our clan's fortune has plummeted. Mother feels there must be something amiss. Right now, you're at a critical juncture in your great undertaking. Mother believes you should heed my advice and use the secret technique you obtained last time to summon the demon ancestor. Our primordial celestial Pang clan is, after all, of the most exalted bloodline. If the demon ancestor is willing to protect us and enhance our clan's fortune, you need to continue refining the furnace of all things. Your chances of reaching the 9 transformation emperor stage will increase significantly." The martial emperor, however, frowned and said, "Mother, please do not mention the demon ancestor again. Everything is bound by cause and effect. If I can rely on the furnace of all things to forge my 9th avatar and then open the path to the emperor realm, reaching the 9 transformation emperor stage will pose no problem at all. Why would I need to seek out the demon ancestor? You should get some rest first. I'm going to check on the ancestral tomb." The martial emperor did not wish to dwell on the subject. After exchanging a few brief words with Luo Hanyan, he turned and left. Seeing this, Luo Hanyan shook her head gently, a hint of pity flashing in her eyes. "This child, does he truly think I don't know? The incident at the ancestral tomb has also affected your destiny. Now, of your 8 avatars, 1 has been lost, and the others harbor hidden dangers as well." "Never mind. My injuries aren't something that can be cured by elixirs. Then I'll use my final journey to protect your path and help you fulfill your dream." Luo Hanyan's eyes flickered slightly as she made up her mind. The Emperor of Wu was reluctant to summon the ancestor because doing so came at a cost. But she was different. Although she had luckily reached the demi-emperor stage thanks to the mountain of resources the Emperor of Wu had provided, she had no hope of advancing any further. The sudden explosion of the ancestral tomb this time only further convinced Luo Hanyan that the fortune of the primordial celestial Pang clan was on the decline. For the martial emperor, this was undoubtedly a colossal hidden danger. If the martial emperor wished to reach the 9 transformation emperor stage, she was willing to protect his path for him. Luo Hanyan's resolve was unwavering. As soon as the martial emperor left this time, she would personally summon the ancestor. The martial emperor had just emerged from the Kunping ancestral tomb, his expression slightly somber. His eyes glinted with cold resolve, truly worthy of the great calamity art. The primordial Tianping clan is, after all, the leader of the 10 evils. Even the ancestral energy of the Kunpeng clan is on the verge of dissipating completely. The scroll's power should have been fully unleashed by now, so it's my turn to strike back. The losses this time were too great. He must immediately capture that great fiend, torture it to extract the immortal legacy it had obtained, and make up for the losses. If he was lucky enough, after subduing this great fiend, he could refine his 9th avatar and then reshape the lost avatar, at which point he would be able to embark on the path to emperorhood.
Summon Marquis Su Kuan.
He spoke indifferently at his command. A figure suddenly darted away from his side. Marquis Su Kuan was the strongest prodigy of the primordial celestial Pang clan. Aside from himself now at the demi-emperor stage, he was his right-hand man. For this mission to capture the great fiend, the martial emperor would no longer act with his usual arrogance. Not only would 3 avatars descend simultaneously, but he would also dispatch Marquis Su Kuan and his divine martial army to the mystic realm to ensure absolute success.
Report! Emperor Wu, trouble.
Suddenly, a voice rang out in his ear, causing the emperor's heart to skip a beat. He fixed a murderous glare on the Saint King stage figure who had come to report, his pupils instantly dilating as a sense of foreboding washed over him. Before him stood a shadowy figure. His face was weathered, his nose hooked like an eagle's, and 4 wings sprouted from his back.
Wu Yang.
A grand elder of the great Pang clan in the Central Realm, and a loyal subordinate under his command. Most crucially, this man had recently been in charge of guarding Tang Valley. Tang Valley was the location of the furnace of all things. Wu Yang trembled uncontrollably and cried out in alarm, "War Emperor, the forge of all things has suddenly collapsed.
The cycle heaven's flame inside has spilled onto the ground." Though the Tian army stationed there was burned to a frazzle by the flame, they failed to contain the leak. It's now spreading toward the Central Realm. The War Emperor's expression changed abruptly, and a surge of inexplicable rage welled up within him. The forge of all things. The cycle of heaven's flames. These were the most crucial foundations for him to refine his 9 transformation emperor stage. Since unifying the celestial demon realm 500 years ago, he had spent nearly all his time working on these 2 things. Yet now, both of these vital treasures had gone awry. Useless fools. A bunch of useless fools.
Golden flames blazed in his gaze, piercing straight through the illusory figure before him. Wu Yang, the grand elder of the great Pang clan who had come to report, didn't he even have a chance to beg for mercy before he was incinerated by the martial emperor's fury.
Watching Wu Yang perish.
The martial emperor's expression remained icy and indifferent. He truly was enraged this time. He looked toward the direction of the Taikuan palace and said coldly, "Mother, I have urgent matters to attend to.
You shall temporarily assume full authority over the affairs of the ancestral star."
After giving his instructions to Luo Hanyan, the martial emperor flickered and materialized in the Central Realm. The vast Central Realm was strewn with clusters of purple celestial fire. Wherever the purple celestial fire touched, everything was reduced to ashes. They had all sensed the anomalies in the celestial demon realm over the past few days. Earlier, everyone had been speculating, but now they all understood. This was undoubtedly another great world challenging the martial emperor's authority. The last time such a massive operation had been launched was when they had raised a great world beyond the celestial demon realm called the Guiyuan realm. That great world had 9 demi-emperor stage cultivators alone, and even 1 emperor stage cultivator. Yet it was still slaughtered until the blood flowed like a river, leaving not a single survivor. And on that occasion, the martial emperor had sent out only 2 major avatars leading 2 legions. This time, with 5 major legions striking,
someone as summoning me? Summoning the demon ancestor?
The cost must be considerable.
Quite interesting. Ha! It's a primordial heavenly Pang summoning me? Isn't that the emperor of martial arts race? What a coincidence. As Chu sensed this fluctuation, his eyes gradually turned blood red, emanating a faint yet distinct aura of authority. At the same time, the demon emperor's eye detected some information about the summoner. The primordial celestial Pine clan. They had spent 10 demi-emperor stage treasures, 1 imperial weapon, and a lake's worth of Kunpeng's true blood to establish contact with him, the demon ancestor. As long as he was willing to answer the summons, all these offerings would be his. The martial emperor?
All of them were intended for summoning Chu. Upon sensing his arrival, these treasures flew toward him one after another, like young swallows returning to their nest.
I pay my respects to the demon ancestor.
A respectful voice rang out from below. The voice was soft, though it consisted of only 4 words, it carried an alluring and sensual quality. Chu stowed away all the treasures and let his gaze follow the source of the voice.
He saw a stunningly beautiful woman draped in a semi-transparent black veil.
She had an oval face, almond-shaped eyes, and red, tender, full lips. Her features possessed a natural, effortless beauty.
The first word that popped into Chu's mind was big. Big, big, big. A single black veil could not possibly conceal her voluptuous, sultry, perfect figure. She was absolutely the cream of the crop.
And yet, this stunningly beautiful woman was now gently prostrating herself on the ground, paying him a respectful bow.
Chu looked at her and asked calmly, "Why have you summoned this ancestor?"
Luo Hanyan's beautiful eyes flickered as she stole a glance at Chu's strikingly handsome features and those blood-red eyes that filled her with dread. Her heart was shaken to its core. She had truly succeeded in summoning the demon ancestor's incarnation, and his true form was even more perfect than she imagined. Without hesitation, she said, "Ancestor of demons, the fortune of the primordial celestial Pang clan has dried up. I wish to request your demonic blood to restore the clan's fortune. I implore you to grant my request." The primordial celestial Pang clan's fortune has dried up? Chu narrowed his eyes. Could this also be the work of that immortal tear scroll? He did not refuse, but as if recalling something, he asked calmly, "Are you the current clan leader of the primordial celestial Pang clan?" Luo Hanyan gently tilted her snow-white neck. "I am the clan leader's biological mother."
Chu raised an eyebrow. "What is the martial emperor to you?"
Luo Hanyan was taken aback upon hearing this, but then an inexplicable sense of pride welled up in her heart. She never expected that even the demon ancestor's avatar had heard of her son's name. She immediately lifted her stunning face with pride. "He is indeed my son."
"Wow. I'm quite the character." Chu was taken aback.
He never would have imagined that the martial emperor with his thick eyebrows and large eyes would have such a mature and sexy mother. A thought crossed his mind, and he asked calmly, "You want my essence blood?
Are you prepared to pay the price?"
This wasn't his intention, it was simply the necessary procedure to respond to the summons. Those previous offerings were merely sacrifices. To secure the demon ancestor's aid, that was a different price altogether. Luo Hanyan was already fully prepared. "Demon ancestor, I am of the mightiest bloodline of the primordial celestial Pang clan, and my cultivation—"
He waved his hand impatiently, as if shooing away a fly, "and let me stress this one more time, don't call me Sima Great Saint Stage. That's not my name anymore."
The crowd of saints fell silent.
"This bastard is way out of line.
Just a short while ago, you were the one running around like a headless chicken, the most enthusiastic of them all.
And now you've actually latched onto Emperor Chu Tian's coattails? Is there no justice in this world? No law at all?" Seeing that Si wasn't leaving, the saints couldn't help but ask again about the wedding ceremony that day. "Sima Great Saint Stage, is it true? On the day of Emperor Chu Tian's wedding, did he really serve every single guest a chien of enlightenment tea? That can't be possible."
Even though Emperor Chu is a supreme demi-emperor stage, enlightenment tea is, after all, a peerless treasure.
With so many people at a single wedding ceremony, if they were to follow that standard, it would take at least 5 gene of enlightenment tea. Can you even imagine what that means?
Even if the emperor were willing to give it, given the resources of our mystic realm, we couldn't have mustered that much, not even in the primordial era. Great Saint Si, in reality, at that wedding ceremony, only those as generous as you would have been qualified to taste the enlightenment tea. We can all understand that the Gravity Guild might have exaggerated their claims a bit to flatter Emperor Chu Tian.
Nonsense. Of course it's true.
As he spoke, he carefully pulled from his sleeve a crumpled leaf still bearing traces of the Great Saint Stage's crystalline saliva. The once emerald leaf had turned slightly yellow. It was clear it had borne a burden far beyond what it was meant to carry in recent days. Even so, this one shen of battle-damaged enlightenment tea still caught the attention of the saint stage cultivators gathered around him.
I know exactly what you're thinking. But unfortunately, that's the truth.
Every single guest who attended the wedding that day received some. Anyone who was there got a share.
Moreover, the enlightenment tea bestowed by Emperor Chu Tian is of absolutely perfect quality.
Compared to the enlightenment tea from our mystic realm, it's in a completely different league.
If you'd rather live in your own little world and refuse to believe it, then there is nothing I can do about it.
She held a tea leaf between her fingers, tucking it between her lips like a cigarette, and looked at the saint stage cultivators staring at her longingly, saying with a hint of exasperation. Upon hearing this, the saint stage cultivators exchanged glances, their expressions visibly darkening as if they lost their souls. Many of them were filled with regret. They had actually been waiting outside the mountain gates that day, ready to enter. They never expected some rich woman to pop up out of nowhere and offer them 1 or 2 tales of enlightenment tea right off the bat. Who the hell could resist that? To save face, they left on the spot. But they never imagined that, afterward, news would spread about the Gravity Guild's wedding ceremony. That great saint stage Chu at the wedding turned out to be the master of the Emperor's sword.
And on that very day, he even generously treated everyone to enlightenment tea. It stings. It stings so much.
If they'd known it was the master of the Emperor's sword, they could gritted their teeth and sent some valuable gifts. It wouldn't have been impossible. But now, not only did they fail to make a good impression on Emperor Chu, they didn't even get to freeload on the enlightenment tea. Just thinking that so many ordinary king stage and master stage cultivators had gotten their hands on it made these saint stage cultivators' hearts ache so much they could barely breathe. One saint stage cultivator couldn't help but blurt out, "Are you kidding me? That's enlightenment tea. How could Emperor Chu be so generous for just an ordinary concubine-taking ceremony?" Seeing him so distraught that his speech was slurred, she glared at him and pointed a finger still holding the enlightenment tea in his direction. "Hidden saint, let me tell you, don't spout nonsense here. You're already courting death." Hidden saint, his face splattered with CS spit, froze for a moment. "What did I do? I was just speaking off the cuff. How did that make me courting death?" She let out a cold laugh. Although Emperor Chu Tian is a mighty demi-emperor stage, he treats others with kindness and values loyalty and righteousness. Lady Nangong is merely the celestial emperor's concubine, yet she broke through to the saint stage that very day. You don't really think that was just a coincidence, do you? Fine. You're at the great saint stage. After all, you sure know how to brown nose. She is just a concubine, yet you're already calling her lady. A female saint stage member said jealously, "I've heard about this. It was a blessing bestowed by the celestial Emperor Chu." She said haughtily, "That may be the principle, but in the presence of Emperor Chu Tian, even principles must yield." Emperor Chu Tian personally intervened to protect Lady Nangong's path, and in the end, even the Tao of Heaven retreated before him. He spoke with great pride, as if he himself had forced the Tao of Heaven to retreat. In reality, the reason she chose to unhesitatingly curry favor with Emperor Chu was precisely because of Qin's ascension to sainthood. Hosting a Tea of Enlightenment banquet proves that the Emperor of Chu is wealthy. Being willing to offend the way of heaven to help Qin achieve sainthood proves that the Emperor of Chu values loyalty. Loyal, wealthy, and incredibly powerful in CS shrewd eyes, this was finally finding a wise ruler after a lifetime of wandering. Hearing this, the assembly of saints fell silent. At that moment, she also looked deep in thought, as if struck by inspiration. He pulled out a small, jet-black sphere from his hand. The heavenly emperor himself is a treasure from head to toe. I can't figure out what's so special about this Blackie basketball. He warned me not to eat it, but he didn't say I couldn't lick it, did he? Before this group of saint stage cultivators came to bother him. He spent the past few days summoning 77 clones to guard the passage to the mystic realm, and it had been incredibly boring. Since he had nothing better to do, he had been studying Kuriko's basketball, but to no avail. He could only sense an extremely terrifying aura emanating from it. After being interrupted by the hit, just then, below, in the Divine Tree Sea passage, 10,000 Zhang Mountain, the vast sea. From across every passageway of the mystic realm, a terrifying aura as deep as an abyss and as vast as the sea surged toward the mystic realm. The overwhelming aura from beyond the passageways erupted like a tsunami, crashing into the passageways with unstoppable force. The Mystic Realm Saint Stage cultivators, who had been joking and laughing just moments ago whether great Saint Stage cultivators like C or other Saint Stage cultivators felt as if they'd been doused with a bucket of cold water, everyone froze in shock.
Is that the aura of a great Saint Stage? At least 100 great Saint Stage auras. No, it's hundreds.
The Saint Stage cultivators turned pale as they exchanged glances, staring at the pitch-black space at the far end of the passageway as if they were witnessing the end of the world. Their eyes bulged, and sweat trickled down their faces uncontrollably. At that very moment, they sensed countless presences far surpassing their own appearing in the passageway across from them. They didn't actually know what realm the beings on the other side belonged to as long as they were stronger than them. They simply classified them as Great Saint Stage. It made no difference anyway, since crushing them would be as easy as swatting a fly. Even the hidden saint, who had been in the midst of an epiphany, was jolted awake by this terrifying aura. Cold sweat poured down his face as he exclaimed in terror, "It's over.
It's all fucking over."
See, Great Saint Stage, you were right after all. The demons on the other side of the passage were bound to come seeking revenge sooner or later. I shouldn't have waited for you. I should have fled just like Gu Shang and the others. Then none of this would have happened. He felt like crying but had no tears to shed. Staring at C, who was equally frozen in shock, he muttered to himself while ripples formed beneath his feet, and he turned and ran.
Run! The other Saint Stage cultivators were also trembling violently with fear. Seeing someone take the lead, they immediately began running toward the edge of the heavens and earth.
They had to leave the mystic realm immediately, first hiding in a small world like the bamboo realm, then looking for an opportunity to flee elsewhere. With so many great Saint Stage demons on the other side of the passage, even with Emperor Chu Tian in the mystic realm, its destruction was only a matter of time.
C watched the Saint Stage demons flee, his face turning deathly pale. He understood the gravity of the situation even better than these Saint Stage demons.
Because the auras on the other side weren't those of Saint Stage at all, they were Saint King Stage. Every single aura displayed power far surpassing his own as a late-stage great saint. What was even more terrifying was that from each of the 77 passages he was currently guarding, those terrifying auras were emanating from the other side to varying degrees. Even the passage with the fewest had hundreds of them.
Oh my God! I'm just a gatekeeper. Why do I have to endure something this terrifying?
Despite being utterly terrified, CS legs felt as if they were filled with lead, and he didn't run away immediately. All his avatars were staring intently at the passageways, his hands clenched tightly around a black basketball, while he kept howling, "Chu Tian Di.
Save me!" Chu's figure did not appear.
At the other end of the passage, however, the situation was rapidly changing, and the aura growing increasingly terrifying.
Across from the mystic realm lay the heavenly wolf realm.
To be precise, it was a world of ruins that had already been nearly destroyed. This world was shrouded in darkness, much like the cosmos, with storms raging ceaselessly. Without the strength of the Saint Stage, merely surviving in this ruined world would be no easy feat. Yet, in this world that should have been abandoned, figures now swarmed everywhere. Countless great demons, clad in armor and wielding golden spears, rode ferocious flying dragons and stood guard at every massive passageway. As a native of the celestial wolf realm, Sanglong, a great Saint Stage cultivator, had narrowly escaped death when this world was inexplicably ravaged by a meteor shower that had even claimed the life of the Sunlong clan chief. Now, thanks to his familiarity with the terrain, he had been recruited to serve as a guide. He gazed at these figures in awe, his eyes brimming with admiration. Is this the mightiest divine martial army of our celestial demon realm? It's terrifying. Even the weakest member of the divine martial army must be at least at the Saint King Stage. Every treasure they carry is at least at the Saint tier, and even their mounts are great Saint Stage level. Is this the divine might of His Majesty the Martial Emperor? Sanglong, a great Saint Stage cultivator, looked up at the massive celestial chariot pulled by 9 giant dragons, surrounded by a ring of powerful figures. His Majesty the Martial Emperor, whom he had had the honor of seeing before, sat calmly atop the chariot in a solemn black robe, looking down upon all living beings and surveying the entire realm. All the powerful figures present, no matter how arrogant or brazen they might be, had to bow their proud heads in the face of the martial emperor's arrival. It seems His Majesty the martial emperor's previous humiliating defeat was merely an accident.
This is the true martial emperor.
Rumor has it that His Majesty the martial emperor has sent 4 avatars alone this time. In addition to the divine martial army, there are also the 4 great legions.
This world across the way has certainly proven its worth.
Sanlong, a great saint stage cultivator, mused to himself, his heart filled with awe and longing. Just then, a tiger-headed Saint King stage figure riding a flying dragon descended before him, gazing at him with a calm expression. "Sanlong, Marquis Su Koan wishes to see you."
Marquis Su Koan?
A peerless powerhouse of the Central Realm, the martial emperor's right-hand man.
Sanlong's heart skipped a beat.
Suppressing his excitement, he followed this Saint King stage figure as they weaved through the legion's formations, ascending to the 9 heavens. Marquis Su Koan had silver hair sweeping back from his forehead on both sides. His features were exceptionally handsome.
His gaze rested lightly on Sanlong. "Sanlong, I've heard you've been to the world across the way. Tell me all you know about that realm."
Sanlong prostrated himself on the ground and replied respectfully, "Marquis Su Koan, the world across the way is called the
Mystic Realm. It is connected to the original Heavenly Wolf Realm by 77 passages.
When my tribe first sent young warriors into the Mystic Realm, they encountered an attack by a great monster, and every one of them perished."
Marquis Su Koan furrowed his brow slightly. "Get to the point. What was the strength of this great monster? How many demi-emperor stage and emperor stage beings are there in the Mystic Realm?" Sanlong was taken aback. "Demi-emperor stage, emperor stage? Do you even realize what you're saying? If the Mystic Realm had that many powerhouses, how could our Heavenly Wolf tribe ever dare to go there to scavenge for resources?"
Seeing him stammering, Marquis Su Koan's face darkened with displeasure. The tiger-headed Saint King stage figure beside him said, "Your Excellency, this kid is just a great saint stage, a mere ant.
What important information could he possibly know? In my opinion, since our heavenly demon forces have massed at the border today, why not merge those 77 passages into a single one?"
This subordinate volunteers to lead the vanguard, taking a regiment of brothers to charge straight through the enemy lines with honor and glory, celebrating His Majesty's triumph.
Marquis Su Koan stroked his chin.